11:44 p.m., suburb of Qianjiang City, Jiangyan Road, Taiping Alley. At the entrance of the alley, two streetlights stood sentinel. One had completely failed, while the other flickered fitfully, casting patches of dim, yellow light that contended with the enveloping darkness. Beneath the troubled glow, a solitary figure hurried past. In the waning light, one could discern that it was a gaunt, middle-aged woman, clutching a plastic bag, her pace brisk as she frequently glanced over her shoulder. Behind her, the night lay serene, devoid of any signs of life. Even the slightest rustle in the breeze was absent. Yet, this eerie tranquility did little to quell her unease, which only intensified a sense of inexplicable dread within her. Instinctively, the woman quickened her footsteps. Fortunately, her home was not far, and within a few minutes, she arrived at a first-floor garage room. She fumbled for her keys, expertly unlocked the door, flicked on the lights, and turned to shut the metal door behind her. This space was a repurposed garage, modest in size at a mere dozen square meters, furnished simply, with the lone commendable feature being a spacious bed that occupied a significant portion of the room. Lying on the bed was a young man, swathed in a blanket, appearing to be no older than 20, handsome and ethereal, but unnaturally pale, lacking any vitality. At that moment, he lay silently, seemingly oblivious to the return of Chen Yuehong. Though the room was dimly lit, the faint illumination offered some comfort. Upon seeing the young man on the bed, her anxiety gradually dissipated. Letting out a sigh of relief, she leaned against the door. I must remember to prepare Xiaofan's medication in advance. Next time, I cannot afford to forget again, she muttered to herself, walking to the bedside. The young man was her foster son, Yang Fan. When Yang Fan was 3 years old, Chen Yuehong, unable to conceive, had adopted him from the Qianjiang orphanage, nurturing him as her own. 10 years ago, Yang Fan, a bright and lively boy with exceptional academic promise, had been heralded by his teachers as a prodigy destined for greatness, potentially a candidate for prestigious youth programs. Yet no one could have foreseen that such a gifted child would, through a tragic accident, fall into a state of vegetative coma. A decade had passed. To provide for her son's medical needs, Chen Yuehong disregarded her husband's opposition and liquidated their assets. Eventually, he abandoned her, relegating their once prosperous family to penury, swamped in debt. A gentle light flickered in her eyes as her apprehension subsided. Approaching Yang Fan's bedside, she set the plastic bag aside and took his hand, caressing it tenderly in her palm. "My son, you have been in this state for 10 long years, but I believe you will awaken soon. I have always believed in you." Her voice was soft yet resolute, embodying a frail exterior that belied a fierce maternal resolve that had sustained Yang Fan's existence for a decade. "The weather is warming, my dear. Let me wash you up, and I will prepare some glucose for you shortly," Chen Yuehong said as she rose and headed towards the makeshift 3-meter bathroom in the corner. At that moment, as she stood up, a thunderous crash resounded from the direction of the door. Chen Yuehong swiftly turned, her eyes widening in terror as she fixed her gaze on the sound. Before her, the iron door was warping grotesquely, as if an unseen force was assaulting it with brute strength, bending the heavy metal as if it were mere paper. Even though they resided in a humble garage, the door was composed of solid metal. No human strength could so easily contort such a formidable panel. Suddenly, with a deafening thud, the door collapsed, the warped metal dislodging entirely from the frame. Horrified, Chen Yuehong stared at the threshold, and through the encroaching darkness, she beheld a shadow far larger than the door frame. The figure in the darkness bent slightly, its crimson eyes gliding downward, fixating upon the threshold. Like the predatory gaze of a beast in the midnight hour, it locked onto its prey. Her mind buzzed, as a flood of inexplicable events glimmered at the edges of her consciousness. Gazing at the mangled door, at the ominous shadow beyond, at those fearsome blood-red eyes, her heart raced, and her legs felt as though they could no longer support her. Unable to discern what was lurking outside, she knew instinctively that it was something dreadfully terrifying. She wanted to scream, yet a glance at the bed where the immobile figure lay quelled her cry. With a crackle, the lone light bulb flickered and shorted out, plunging the room into darkness. In that instant, the shadow advanced, effortlessly pressing its form through the now-breached doorframe, sealing the only exit completely. In the pitch blackness, a presence darker than the night itself surged forward at lightning speed towards Chen Yuehong. Amidst chaotic sounds, a thick stench of blood began to suffuse the whole room. No one noticed that after 10 years of closure, a pair of eyes, once tightly shut, Now fluttered open slightly, they attempted to widen in fear, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, closing once more. 4:24 a.m., two figures clad in black leather coats strode over the twisted remnants of the iron door, pushing through the collapsed frame into the garage room. The man, approximately 6 feet tall, possessed a square jaw, slightly wavy short hair, and a meticulously groomed beard that accentuated his rugged visage. His deep-set eyes glinted with a sharpness reminiscent of a hawk. The woman, slightly over 5'7", sported long hair and delicate features, her fair skin devoid of any trace of makeup. The identical fabric of their garments made her appear less imposing than her larger companion. Instead, showcasing her curvaceous figure, her black-heeled boots accentuated her sleek silhouette, rendering her exceedingly striking. A wooden pipe dangled from the man's lips as he activated a screen on his chest with a quick press. Xinjiang City Cleaner Squad 12. Qin Hao and Anya have arrived at the scene, initiating video capture. He then swiftly approached the corner where a body lay, leaning over to examine it, speaking into the collar microphone. The victim is deceased. Limbs are severed and missing, with the wounds appearing ragged. There are 3 parallel lacerations from the chest to the right flank. The epidermis, muscle, and bone have all been severely compromised, preliminarily identified as claw marks. Internal organs are missing. The head remains intact, and the demeanor is quiet. As Qin Hao stood back up, a furrow formed on his brow, pausing for a moment before offering a professional observation, serene. After inspecting the body, he stood erect, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe, glancing at the battered entrance. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was likely a beast, and not a low-level one at that. Anya calmly remarked, "No one in the vicinity heard anything. We found no tracks prior. That creature possesses remarkable abilities. Its methods are disturbingly brutal, yet the victim's expression remains unnaturally tranquil. How peculiar." Qin Hao withheld comment, continuing with the protocol. "Has the victim's identity been confirmed?" "Confirmed. The victim is Chun Yuehong, age 47, a cashier at a convenience store, also part-time at a home service agency. She has a son, Yang Fan, who has been in a vegetative state for a decade, and she has been caring for him all this time," Anya explained, lifting the plastic bag from the bedside. The medication inside effectively corroborated her statement. Qin Hao glanced at the plastic bag. She was likely targeted while purchasing medication for her son. Chun Yuehong is deceased, and her son, a vegetable, is undoubtedly not spared. Anya stated flatly, "It's as if they consumed everything, leaving no bone behind." "Captain, how do we proceed with the case?" Qin Hao remained still, contemplating while taking a few puffs from his pipe before he spoke. "Report as a missing person case. First, let's secure the scene." As the two conferred, a faint sound emerged from beneath the bed. The voice was frail and low, yet carried an eerie chill, invoking a sense of dread. "Tell me, what was that thing?" Qin Hao and Anya exchanged glances and crouched down to peer under the bed. There lay a young man, supine in the narrow space beneath the bed. His body appeared immobile, but his eyes were bloodshot and tear-streaked. Anya swiftly accessed her wrist device, cross-referencing Yang Fan's information before nodding to Qin Hao, confirming the young man's identity. "It is indeed Yang Fan." Qin Hao narrowed his eyes despite having witnessed myriad such scenarios. The sight before him still rendered him momentarily stunned. Why, after enduring such horrific torment, did Chun Yuehong display such unyielding tranquility? How could a vegetative patient still cling to life? He turned to gaze at the gruesome remains in the corner, an unsettling idea forming in his mind. An ordinary individual had no hope of evading such a creature. To the average person, it would be a deity of sorts. No human could outrun it. But a mother's love could transcend even the divine. Chapter 2. The realm of consciousness. The emergence of this survivor took both individuals by surprise. Yet Yang Fan's emotions were in turmoil, necessitating an immediate relocation. Qin Hao extricated Yang Fan from beneath the bed, hoisting him up and preparing to exit. "Let go of me!" Yang Fan roared weakly. Prolonged confinement had rendered his body nearly immobile, let alone capable of resistance. The man, however, remained unfazed. Carrying Yang Fan did not prevent him from taking a drag from his pipe, coldly stating, "Listen here, kid. I suggest you calm down. That thing is beyond your capacity to handle. Come with us back." With his body unable to move and incapable of breaking free from the man's grasp, Yang Fan was slung over the man's shoulder as they made their way toward the door. His gaze swayed in tandem with the tall man's steps, yet it remained fixated on the gruesome corpse in the corner. Tears blurred his vision. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Yang Fan finally allowed his eyes to close. "Hey, kid!" Qin Hao noticed Yang Fan's stillness and called out, but there was no sign of Yang Fan reopening his eyes. Anya briefly assessed Yang Fan's condition and remarked, "The blow he's taken is too severe." Qin Hao squinted slightly, refraining from further comment as he carefully placed Yang Fan in the backseat of the vehicle. "Let's head back first." Anya entered the vehicle from the other side, settling beside Yang Fan and resting his head on her thigh, allowing him to lie on his side. Qin Hao took the driver's seat, activated the communication watch, and said, "Old Shah, handle the scene over at Taiping Alley. Anya and I need to transport the survivor back to base for treatment." A young man's voice responded through the earpiece. Sounding quite astonished, "There's still a survivor under that thing's command." Qin Hao interrupted the inquiry. "Enough chatter, just come over and manage the scene." "Understood, Captain. We'll be there shortly." Qin Hao started the vehicle. The headlights illuminated the endless night ahead, the darkness stretching infinitely, with no end in sight. He engaged the autopilot, comfortably leaning back in his seat, occasionally taking a puff from his pipe. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered the courtyard of an old building and drove into a warehouse. As the warehouse door closed, a laser scanned the entire vehicle, and the inner wall of the garage slowly rose, allowing Qin Hao to drive inside. The vehicle descended rapidly via an elevator, coming to a halt a few seconds later. As the elevator doors opened, a spacious and tidy architectural style greeted them, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated structure above. On the wall opposite the elevator, a sign read Scavenger Team 12. The vehicle halted within the elevator, and after disembarking, Qin Hao carried Yang Fan from the back seat, leading Anya into the facility. "You've returned." A middle-aged man in a white coat and black-rimmed glasses emerged from the corner of the corridor, hastening toward them. He quickly noticed the man slung over Qin Hao's shoulder and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this the civilian survivor? Someone managed to survive under that thing? Old Bai, check him out first. This kid's situation is rather complex. Let's discuss as we go." On their way, Qin Hao briefly introduced Yang Fan's condition. Old Bai, the team's medic, appeared equally shocked upon hearing about Yang Fan, a comatose patient for 10 years awakened during a tragedy. After conducting some basic examinations, Old Bai confirmed that while Yang Fan still exhibited vital signs, he remained unresponsive, and his prognosis seemed grim. For a patient recently emerging from a comatose state, being subjected to severe trauma and slipping back into unconsciousness was clearly not a favorable outcome. "Old Bai, are you suggesting he could revert to a comatose state again?" Anya inquired, her brow furrowed. Old Bai adjusted his glasses and nodded. "I'm afraid this situation might be worse than before. He fell unconscious after a severe shock, and I fear it may not be as simple as just a faint." Qin Hao frowned, gazing at the young man on the bed, remaining silent for a moment before sighing, "His mother is gone. The sole pillar of his spirit has vanished. I wonder if he can withstand this. Let us do our best. Whether he survives rests in his own hands. Xiao Fan, your mother believes you can awaken. She has always believed in you." Suddenly, Yang Fan's eyes shot open. He sought the source of the voice, yearning for his mother, yet found only a vast expanse akin to a starry sky before him. Here, there were no stars, only 9 massive, vividly colored light orbs encircling him, amidst an endless void. The orbs shimmered in hues of gold, black, blue, purple, cyan, red, pink, green, and yellow, resembling boundless nebulae swirling in the cosmic sea, immense and profound. These 9 nebulous orbs loomed like colossal eyes in the cosmos, scrutinizing the diminutive human figure before them. In their presence, Yang Fan felt as insignificant as a speck of dust drifting through the starry void. Beyond this, the space stretched infinitely, solemn and silent, reminiscent of the universe's edge. "Back here again?" Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. Suddenly, from within the 9 nebulas, 9 chains shot forth, piercing the starry expanse, converging on Yang Fan from all directions. The chains targeted his limbs, shoulder blades, collarbone, and the center of his brow, instantly penetrating his form and binding him tightly. The chains then jerked taut, exerting immense force that stretched Yang Fan's limbs. The surrounding pressure continued to tug at his body, as if attempting to tear him apart. For 10 years, everyone believed Yang Fan had become a mere vegetable, unresponsive to the outside world. Yet, only Yang Fan knew he could hear his mother reading the news to him daily, praying for him, conversing with him, encouraging him, and feeling her tender touch as she wiped him down and massaged his limbs. When tragedy struck his mother, He heard the deafening roar and felt the violent tremors. He remembered the moment she yanked him from his bed, the sensation of his body colliding with the ground. He recalled a decade ago when he was merely a 10-year-old boy, wandering too far from his campsite during an outdoor trip. Just as he decided to return, he heard a resounding boom overhead, and before he could react, a massive meteorite fell in the distance. Strangely, there had been no prior reports of any meteor sightings in Xinjiang City. The energy released by the meteorite's descent was terrifying. Even from several kilometers away, the shockwave knocked Yang Fan violently off his feet. Although his body suffered little harm, in the final moment before he lost consciousness, Yang Fan glimpsed 9 colorful lights hurtling toward his head. Then, he found himself trapped in this very space, unable to escape. For 10 years, he had not been in a coma. He had merely been ensnared here, confined within this realm of consciousness. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Orb. For a decade, Yang Fan had been firmly bound by these 9 chains of nebulae, trapped amidst this cosmic sea. After being shackled, he simply lowered his head in resignation. 10 years had rendered him accustomed to this treatment. 10 years ago, you wished for my demise. When I inquired about your identities, you remained silent. When I pleaded for mercy, you denied me. You relentlessly pursued my obliteration. It was only through my mother's unwavering calls, day in and day out, that I was rescued from the brink of despair, granting me the courage to confront you. My singular wish is to repay her kindness upon awakening. Nothing more. Yang Fan slowly bowed his head. His gaze clouded with unending sorrow. He pondered, but from now on, I will never again hear her voice. Tears silently streamed from his bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, Yang Fan's tone surged, his head snapping up, his eyes wide with fury. If it weren't for your confinement, why would she venture out at night to procure medicine for me? If it weren't for your imprisonment, why would I watch her be brutally murdered and be powerless to intervene? You have bound me for a decade, tormented me for 10 years, and yet you refuse to release me? 10 years have passed, and you failed to extinguish my life. Today, I, Yang Fan, shall shatter your shackles. With Yang Fan's furious shout, a small orb of light coalesced in his lower abdomen, flickering erratically and appearing unstable. As the orb dimmed, its core became visible, a minuscule sphere, no larger than a grain of rice. Its nature unknown, the feeble glow paled in comparison to the 9 massive nebulas surrounding it. With a mere thought, Yang Fan unified his consciousness with the orb, gradually closing his eyes to steady his mind. 10 years of battling the nebulas had nurtured this extraordinary orb within him. The night he learned of his mother's peril, he unleashed his full potential, and the orb first took shape within him. After its emergence, the orb could withstand the chains of the nebulas. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan had successfully broken free from the chains twice. Once upon witnessing his mother's tragic death, and another while confronting Qin Hao about the killer. Yet alas, both awakenings were fleeting, swiftly met with a counterattack that cast him back into confinement. In retrospect, the reason the killer who murdered his mother did not discover Yang Fan hidden beneath the bed might have been due to Yang Fan's coincidental struggle against the furious counterattack of the nebulas. Teetering on the brink of death, his consciousness diminished, thus evading detection. This orb could aid my escape from the realm of consciousness. However, its power remained unstable, resulting in repeated setbacks. Reflecting upon 2 past failures, Yang Fan chose not to hastily extricate himself from the grasp of the nebula chains this time. Instead, he focused on regulating his breathing, inhaling and exhaling evenly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. From clarity arises murkiness. When clarity is disturbed, it becomes murky. When the murky sinks, clarity emerges. In the realms of heaven and earth, human hearts often bear impurities. Through thought, one can transform them, allowing the murky to give rise to the clear. Yang Fan's eyes widened in realization. This voice emanated from the orb. Even when mountains crumble before him, his heart remains unmoved. Even when the heavens fall upon him, his spirit remains undisturbed. When the enemy is strong, I remain tranquil. My heart is as still as water, devoid of any leakage. As he silently recited these phrases, Yang Fan felt his state of mind swiftly settle into tranquility. At that moment, a faint light akin to blood coursed from his lower abdomen, illuminating his body and flowing throughout. After achieving a state of calm, Yang Fan entered a condition of stillness. The gentle glow felt like a warm current, enveloping him in comfort. Maintaining this state, he lost track of time until he felt the warmth completely envelop his being. The voice echoed once more, Level 1. Revival? Upgraded? Just as Yang Fan pondered this, a soft white light enveloped his entire body. Wherever this light touched, the chains piercing through him began to vibrate violently before being expelled from his body. However, even after detaching from Yang Fan, the chains did not fully retreat. One by one, they rose like serpents, extending into the infinite expanse of the nebula, their elongated forms subtly trembling, resembling 9 colossal dragons that fiercely bound Yang Fan. Presenting an intimidating offensive posture, the miraculous orb had freed him from the nebula chains, yet it was insufficient to entirely deter them. Yang Fan cast a calm gaze toward the 9 clusters of nebulae. Though the orb remained diminutive after this upgrade, the white light had stabilized, no longer flickering erratically. He would no longer be subject to repeated counterattacks. For 10 years, you shall no longer confine me. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly. Recalling the voice that had echoed in his mind, he glanced down at the orb in his lower abdomen. This object could indeed upgrade, and it was teaching him how to enhance himself. The key to elevating the orb lay in transforming murkiness into clarity. The meditative state he had previously achieved was akin to settling impurities. However, even if Yang Fan continued to cultivate, he sensed no response from the orb, indicating it might have reached its limit. Clarity emerges from murkiness. Without murkiness, there can be no sustenance. It seemed he must encounter more impure energies to potentially continue elevating the orb's level, since further enhancement was temporarily unattainable. Yang Fan chose not to linger in the space of consciousness and swiftly vanished from his location. Awakening in a hospital bed, Yang Fan opened his eyes. He found himself lying in a single-occupancy room. A tube inserted into his wrist, connected to an electronic device beside him, displaying rhythmic patterns of graphs and numbers. A beam of morning sunlight streamed through the open window, illuminating the blue sky outside, where the temperature was pleasant. The cheerful chirping of birds outside was clear to his ears as they flitted joyfully among the trees. My vision and hearing seemed to have improved, Yang Fan pondered, wondering if it was related to the orb. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and a man clad in a white coat, sporting silver-rimmed glasses, briskly entered. His expression was one of astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Fan. Hastening to his bedside to examine the data on the equipment and lifting Yang Fan's eyelid. "Incredible! You have truly awakened," the man exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "You've been in a coma for 5 days. I thought you wouldn't make it." After thoroughly checking Yang Fan's condition and confirming his stability, the doctor advised him to rest well before departing the room. Years of confinement had rendered Yang Fan's body incapable of movement. He could only lie in bed, gazing out the window. If his deductions were correct, this was no ordinary hospital, likely connected to the cleaners. The tragic death of his adoptive mother, the monstrous beasts in the darkness, and the 12th squad of cleaners, Qin Haoan and Yang Fan furrowed his brow. This world seemed to have become somewhat unfamiliar. In the ensuing days, under the guidance of Dr. Bai, Yang Fan engaged in rehabilitation exercises and took medication. His recovery progressed swiftly, and within a week, he could rise from bed and attempt to walk with the aid of crutches. Apart from his physical recovery, every night before sleep, Yang Fan would enter the space of consciousness. Ever since he could no longer be trapped there, he had gained the ability to freely enter and exit through sheer will. The orb had stabilized after achieving level 1 revival. While it could not completely repel the nebula chains, it had also not suffered any backlash. Each time he entered the space of consciousness, Yang Fan would continue his previous cultivation methods for the orb. Although it had not further upgraded, through several days of practice, he increasingly sensed enhancements in his 5 senses: hearing, sight, taste, touch, and smell. One day, after completing his rehabilitation session and taking the pills left by Dr. Bai, Yang Fan climbed into bed to rest. As the surrounding lights dimmed, conducive to sleep, he, as usual, did not immediately fall asleep. Instead, he entered the space of consciousness first. Upon inspecting the glowing orb, Yang Fan suddenly noticed it slowly rotating at his lower abdomen, drawing a plume of mist into its spin. Before long, the mist was entirely absorbed by the orb, vanishing from sight. What is happening? Yang Fan was puzzled about the nature of the mist, but since it had been absorbed by the orb without any adverse effects, He continued his cultivation until exhaustion claimed him, leading him into slumber. The following morning, Yang Fan awoke with no abnormalities. Just then, he overheard a man and a woman conversing quietly at the end of the corridor. "Dr. Bai, have you given Yang Fan his medication?" The woman spoke, her voice familiar, reminiscent of someone named Nya. "I administered it yesterday. He should have lost approximately 2 weeks of memories by now." The man's voice was unmistakably that of Dr. Bai. Yang Fan frowned. The medication he had taken the previous day caused memory loss. The thought of the mist swirling around the orb from last night crossed his mind. Could the drug's effect have been absorbed by the orb? Verifying this was simple. Yang Fan now clearly recalled all that had transpired during this time, indicating the medication had not taken effect. Why did they want him to lose his memories? As the two approached his room, continuing their conversation, the woman remarked, "Regardless of whether he chooses to leave or stay, he must lose that memory. If he opts for an ordinary life, he must forget the pain, integrating into society without spreading panic. If he chooses to join the cleaners and become a boundary breaker, he must also forget the hatred within his heart. Such emotions could lead to his utter ruin, necessitating the consumption of memory-erasing drugs." Dr. Bai seemed somewhat agitated, his voice rising slightly as he said, "With his physical condition, he will undoubtedly perish during the first entry task. The higher-ups have truly gone mad in their recruitment efforts." The woman added, "It's not entirely their fault. Generally, those who have experienced special events are indeed more suited to becoming boundary breakers. Yang Fan's situation is exceptional. No, it is a miracle that he survived that man's clutches. The recruitment policies from above never anticipated his circumstance. Pollution is worsening. We are not the only ones afflicted. No organization lacks manpower." Dr. Bai sighed, his emotions stabilizing somewhat. The woman softly reassured him, "Do not worry. I am merely following protocol to make inquiries. As long as he retains a shred of self-awareness, he will know which path to choose." The two lowered their voices as they arrived at the hospital room. Falling silent, however, Yang Fan heard every word clearly. From the information they revealed, it seemed they had not administered the medication with malicious intent. Nevertheless, whether due to his mother or the mysterious orb within him, he was unwilling to part with his previous memories. The best course of actions, then, was to feign amnesia. He would forget everything that had transpired over the past 2 weeks. 2 weeks prior, he was likely still in a persistent vegetative state, unaware of his mother's tragic death and unfamiliar with Dr. Bai and Nya. This posed a dilemma. He could no longer directly inquire about his mother's case and would have to seek opportunities for independent investigation. Nonetheless, several pieces of information they mentioned piqued Yang Fan's interest. Boundary breakers, pollution. Yang Fan thought of the mysterious orb. The footsteps approached the door. He hurriedly adjusted his demeanor, for the moment of acting was at hand. The door swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman standing in the threshold. Yang Fan turned to face the entrance and instantly recognized her as Nya. However, all he felt was confusion, gazing at her as if she were a complete stranger. Dr. Bai followed her into the room, and upon seeing Yang Fan's expression, he harbored no suspicions whatsoever. "Hello, Yang Fan. I am your attending physician, Bai Zhe. This is Ms. Anya. Why am I in the hospital? Where is my mother?" Yang Fan's demeanor resembled that of a patient just awakening from a decade-long coma. Anya dragged a chair to sit before Yang Fan, offering him a slight smile. "Your mother went missing a week ago. Given the unique nature of your situation, we can only temporarily place you here for care. As for your mother, do not be overly anxious. The police are actively searching, and they will contact you as soon as they have any leads." Missing? Yang Fan was acutely aware that Anya was deceiving him, yet he feigned shock. Anya interrupted his thoughts, stating, "As for your mother's situation, there is little we can do. For now, you must consider your own circumstances. Yang Fan, to be succinct, I have come to present you with a job opportunity. Of course, you may choose to decline, as this position is exceptionally unique." "What kind of job?" Yang Fan inquired. "A high-risk, high-reward position." Anya replied, "This job carries an extraordinarily high mortality rate. Once you choose it, there is no turning back. You will face immense, unending threats from the unknown. It is akin to a nightmare from which you cannot awaken, eternally entwined with you. Moreover, this job demands exceptional physical prowess. Given your current state, your risk of death far surpasses that of others, I can assure you. Even if you recover during the entrance assessment, I believe your chances of survival are virtually non-existent." At this, Anya gazed silently at young Fan. Beside them, Baizé calmly sipped from his thermos. "Is this how jobs are introduced?" he thought, bemused by Anya's forthrightness. If young Fan were not entirely mad, he would likely lose interest in continuing the conversation. Indeed, it seemed merely a formality. Young Fan understood that Anya's manner of presenting the job was clearly intended to dissuade him. However, he had already surmised that this job was related to the cleaners, which intrigued him greatly. "What exactly does this job entail? Is it legal?" he asked. Anya smiled slightly. "It is legal. However, I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment. All you need to know is that it is a perilous profession." "And what are the high rewards?" Young Fan asked nonchalantly. Anya hesitated for a moment, surprised that their conversation was far from over. Adhering to the professional protocol of her team's personnel responsibilities, she recited the lines from the official documents. "In the relentless proximity to death, your rewards will not only encompass substantial monetary compensation but, more importantly, extraordinary powers that transcend the ordinary, enabling you to combat corrupt forces." Young Fan's heart raced, and he furrowed his brow. "Ms. Anya, you cannot be serious." Anya merely smiled, not answering, and gently placed her hand on the armrest at the foot of the hospital bed. With that casual touch, when she lifted her hand, deep imprints were left in the solid metal. Young Fan's eyes widened. He distinctly observed that Anya had exerted no force yet left such profound marks. How could a woman of such striking beauty, many of whom struggle to even open a bottle cap, casually demonstrate strength that surpassed what most could achieve? This was the extraordinary power she spoke of, the ability to confront corruption. "This job is known as the cleaner," Anya stated calmly. Young Fan's gaze remained fixed on her, but his mind raced. Through his recent training with the luminous orbs, he had buried his hatred deep within, gradually regaining his composure. He was certain that the one who killed his mother was no mere human. Although he had not seen the beast from the other realm with his own eyes, he sensed that Qin Hao was not deceiving him. That creature was not something an ordinary person could contend with. It possessed strength, speed, and abilities far beyond the average. Furthermore, Qin Hao and Anya were evidently familiar with it, suggesting they were likely not ordinary individuals themselves. Initially uncertain about how to exact revenge, the cleaners now offered him a pathway. Moreover, his mother's case lay with the cleaners, and to investigate the murderer, he needed information from them. Thus, the matter became crystal clear. Even if this path led to hell, he would not hesitate. "I choose to join." As soon as Young Fan uttered this, Baizé spat out his tea in shock. Chapter 5. Memory Erasure. Baizé choked on the water, coughing uncontrollably, unable to speak for some time. Anya stared wide-eyed at Young Fan. Had he no sense of self-awareness whatsoever? "Did I not make myself clear? I said you are virtually certain not to survive the entrance assessment." Anya's eyes glared at him, her expression almost pleading for him to regain his senses. "It is clear now," Young Fan replied. "However, I believe that given the outrageous rewards, taking some risks is worthwhile." Baizé finally regained his composure, but upon hearing Young Fan's words, he began to cough violently once more. "The rewards are indeed tempting, but the issue is whether you will live to enjoy them. I must conduct another examination to ascertain the state of your mind." From the conversation he overheard between the two outside, Young Fan gathered that recruiting new members was a mandate from above. Even if they disagreed, the outcome would remain unchanged. However, Baizé's words caused Young Fan some concern. What if he discovered that Young Fan had not lost his memory? That would be troublesome. It seemed he needed a plausible excuse. "Dr. Bai, I am fully aware of my condition," Young Fan stated calmly. "You emphasize the dangers of this job repeatedly. Given my circumstances, my mortality rate would be even higher than others. But have you considered that I have been in a coma since I was 10, never even graduating elementary school? For the past decade, I have lain in bed, lacking any social experience or skills. Who would hire such a useless person for labor? Ms. Anya, you mentioned this job would grant me power, which is precisely what I have longed for. I do not wish to be a burden forever. Furthermore, you assert that I am unlikely to pass the entrance assessment, but that is merely your assessment, is it not?" Young Fan emphasized the word unlikely. Anya and Baizé both used this term rather than more definitive phrases, suggesting that some possibility remained. His words rendered Anya and Baizé silent. They had only considered that Young Fan would voluntarily withdraw upon realizing the job's dangers, neglecting the perspective of someone who had been bedridden for a decade. During the most crucial years of growth and development, in truth, young Fan was not even comparable to a normal person. Even if he regained his physical capabilities, he would still fall short. Just as a person who had lost their legs for years might be willing to pay an unfathomable price to receive a pair of normal legs, young Fan was now presented with an opportunity that promised more than just the capabilities of an average individual. After a lengthy silence, Anya sighed, rising to her feet and glancing at young Fan. I did not anticipate you would make this choice, to be frank. I personally believe it is not a wise decision. However, I have no right to interfere with your choice. For the next 3 months, do not leave this place. Focus on your recovery. After 3 months, the entrance assessment will commence. As Anya prepared to leave, young Fan quickly interjected, Ms. Anya, I have further questions. Anya turned toward the door, not looking back as she replied, you will only be considered a true cleaner after passing the entrance assessment, at which point you will be eligible to learn more details. With that, she exited the hospital room. Baizé soon followed, glancing back at young Fan with a disapproving look, muttering under his breath, you are truly mad. Left alone, young Fan lay quietly on the hospital bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. The entrance assessment in 3 months would be his first step toward vengeance. Throughout these 3 months, young Fan diligently trained. His physical condition improved significantly. He could now jog and even sprint short distances. However, due to the long-term immobility resulting in poor skeletal development, even with his regained mobility, his physical fitness remained well below that of an average person. In the equipment room, Baizé personally assisted young Fan in testing various metrics, recording the data as he went along. Height, 1.66 meters, weight, 42 kilograms, strength, 45, speed, 43, stamina, 31. Upon completing the assessment, Baizé let his hands fall weakly to his sides, staring at young Fan. I advise you to reconsider. The entrance assessment is no laughing matter. With these scores, you will die. 3 months had allowed young Fan and Baizé to grow more familiar with one another. Young Fan pressed the stop button on the treadmill, gripping the handrails as he gasped for breath. Brother Bai, you've repeated that over 50 times in the past 3 months. That is because I encountered a stubborn case, Baizé retorted. By the way, there is one more thing I must tell you. You are now somewhat of a celebrity. Huh? Young Fan looked at Baizé in confusion. How could he have become a celebrity while remaining confined here? Information is interconnected, Baizé explained. Regarding the specific organizational structure of the cleaners, I cannot disclose that to you just yet. However, I can tell you that all veteran members can view the information of every newcomer participating in the entrance assessment. Your score is over half lower than the second-to-last contestant. Who could possibly be more famous than you? Young Fan frowned, pondering the reason behind their scrutiny of his records. Baizé replied, ultimately, those who pass the assessment will need to join various teams. Thus, each team seeks to familiarize themselves with the newcomers in advance to facilitate the selection of the most promising candidates. And what if there are no suitable candidates? Young Fan inquired. Baizé let out a derisive snort, speaking in a peculiar tone. You seem to possess a modicum of self-awareness, yet you insist on engaging in foolishness. If you were truly oblivious, you wouldn't have realized that no one would choose you. Have you come to the realization that no one would willingly select you? Baizé mused, then quickly corrected himself. No, rather, you simply won't pass at all, so there is nothing to fret over. Brother Bai, I was merely hypothesizing, young Fan replied. Baizé, glancing at young Fan with a mixture of exasperation and sympathy, sighed, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. The scenario you described is nearly impossible. After all, those who can pass the assessment, even if they are lacking, will not be utterly devoid of merit. However, it is true that there have been instances where individuals passed the assessment yet were rejected due to insufficient potential. Such individuals are promptly eliminated. Young Fan pondered this and asked, am I not allowed to choose which team to join? Choose? Baizé retorted incredulously. Do you imagine yourself to be some unparalleled genius, a prodigy of the heavens? You think you can just make a choice? How audacious of you to even ask. I was merely curious. UVE stated that I am a mere remnant, so I thought you might indulge my curiosity. Baizé gazed at young Fan, his expression a blend of resentment and tenderness. Eventually, he sighed. Unless you can achieve the ultimate goal of the assessment, only then may you select your team, but I cannot divulge the specifics as they pertain to the assessment content, which I am prohibited from revealing. However, individuals of that caliber are exceedingly rare. It is likely that within an entire year, None of the newcomers in our sector will meet such a standard. Achieving the ultimate goal, Yang Fan silently noted by Zay's words. 2 days later, as Yang Fan sat by his bedside, engrossed in a copy of Junior High Physics Volume 3, which he had requested by Zay to procure for him, he reflected on his recent training with the luminous orbs. He realized that his progress with the 5 orbs had plateaued, likely reaching the limits of his current level. Nevertheless, each training session renewed his energy, significantly reducing his need for sleep. Now, he required only 5 hours of slumber to feel invigorated throughout the day. Moreover, training with the orbs also sharpened his mental clarity. Despite possessing only an elementary education, Yang Fan was far from dull. Prior to his coma, his teachers had held him in high regard. During the 10 years of his unconscious state, he had not truly become a vegetable but had been in a continuous struggle against the nebula chains. As a result, while his physical development suffered greatly, his intellectual growth remained normal. With his intelligence quotient, combined with a clear mind, he was well suited to acquire new knowledge. Over the past 3 months, he had self-studied junior high-level language, mathematics, and geometry during his spare time. Zay pushed the door open and called out, "Yang Fan, we're departing." Yang Fan closed his book and placed it on the bedside. Rising to his feet, he took a deep breath with his eyes closed before opening them and walking towards the door. Anya was already waiting for him outside. After Yang Fan left, Zay gazed at the empty hospital room, feeling a sense of loss as he approached Yang Fan's bed. Such a fine young man. So intelligent. Why must he engage in foolishness? Zay sighed, idly picking up the book beside the pillow. Flipping it open, he discovered a bookmark wedged on page 75. The production and transmission of sound. Will he wish to return to continue reading? What chance does he have now? Chapter 6. Entrance Examination. It was only upon his departure that Yang Fan realized he had resided in this place for 3 months, which was neither a hospital nor a clinic. The sign displayed the name of the Cleansing Crew Security Company. The facility consisted solely of an aging 4-story building, yet the courtyard was quite spacious, adorned with numerous large trees and lush vegetation, creating a pleasant environment. On his first day, although he had been unconscious, he had not lost his awareness of the outside world. He vaguely recalled having ridden an elevator, and upon awakening, he had been residing on the 3rd floor. Earlier, when he descended the stairs, it seemed the old building lacked an elevator, which struck him as curious. "Let us go," Anya's voice called from behind. Dressed in a black security uniform that concealed her figure, she had already approached the vehicle. As Yang Fan moved to enter the car, Anya halted him. "Before we reach the testing location, you may change your mind at any time. Simply tell me to stop. However, once we arrive, there will be no turning back." "Thank you, Anya, but I shall not reconsider." Seeing Yang Fan's determination, Anya sighed and opened the car door, retrieving a black cloth bag from the seat. "You are not yet a member of the cleansing crew. The testing site must remain confidential, so bear with this inconvenience." Yang Fan nodded, allowing Anya to place the hood over his head as he felt along the car door and climbed inside. The vehicle started and pulled away. After approximately 20 seconds, they made a right turn, and Yang Fan could hear the cacophony of voices surrounding them. At 3 minutes and 50 seconds, they turned left. The journey was lengthy, lasting around 2.5 hours before the car slowed to a crawl, maintaining a snail-like pace for several minutes. "Anya, I will not change my mind. Please drive normally." Anya, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected insight into her intentions of giving him one last chance to reconsider, sighed softly and pressed down on the accelerator. A few minutes later, the car finally came to a halt. Anya exited the vehicle, removing the hood from Yang Fan's head. "We've arrived. Step out." As Yang Fan emerged from the car, he beheld the sight before him. A towering 8-story building, the tallest in the vicinity, connected on 3 sides. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the vast openness, with only a handful of solitary, low-rise structures scattered about, each resembling a single-story building equivalent to 3 or 4 floors in height. The surrounding walls stood about 2 to 3 meters high, and due to the open space, his gaze easily traversed beyond the distant walls to the rolling hills beyond. There were no other buildings in sight, indicating that they were indeed on the outskirts. The perimeter walls featured 3 entrances, each equipped with gates and guardhouses, patrolled by armed security personnel. What ordinary company possesses the right to bear arms? Clearly, the cleansing crew was not merely a typical security firm in the expansive courtyard. Numerous vehicles were parked, while others continued to arrive, A few cars had just pulled in, and those wearing hoods disembarked, only to have their companions remove the hoods afterward. Like young Fan, they observed their surroundings with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Is that the new recruit from Group 12? I think his name is Young Fan. Goodness, he is so thin and short. His physical condition is even worse than I imagined. Have you seen his data? His physical fitness doesn't he exceed 50 points. I've never encountered anyone in worse condition. The candidates I met during recruitment were far superior. Upon hearing the mortality rates, they all declined. Who gave him the audacity to come here? Though Anya could not discern their exact words, she could roughly guess their sentiments. To prevent impacting young Fan, she guided him towards the main building. The examination site was located behind the main structure. After passing through the lobby of the main building and exiting through the back door, young Fan found himself facing an unusual edifice just a few dozen meters ahead. Compared to the surrounding mundane structures, this building appeared strikingly unique. Rather than a conventional structure, it resembled a colossal black boulder, standing over 12 meters tall and at least 20 meters wide. Its overall shape was semicircular, with highly irregular edges and a pockmarked surface. Save for a solitary entrance at its center, that moment, 7 or 8 groups of individuals were making their way towards the stone, with security personnel waiting outside after escorting the newcomers inside. Anya glanced at young Fan and softly urged, "Let us go." Upon reaching the entrance of the boulder, young Fan acutely sensed the collective gaze of those around him, all fixated upon him. That the vegetable? He really showed up? Goodness. Is he here to court death? I bet his brain is damaged. Otherwise, how could he be so foolish? Anya's expression grew grave, and without uttering a word, she escorted young Fan to the entrance. Watching as he stepped into the passageway, the unrestrained comments from the onlookers filled her with distaste. Yet she couldn't help but realize that her thoughts were not so dissimilar to those of these loathsome individuals. Observing young Fan's frail and emaciated figure disappearing into the tunnel evoked a twinge of pity within her, prompting her to turn away and leave. Young Fan, however, paid little heed to the remarks, nor was he aware of Anya's thoughts. Instead, he felt a mix of nervousness and a vague excitement. Within the stone chamber lay a corridor, and as he ventured deeper, he soon found that the path widened, leading him to a spacious hall within the stone belly, where other newcomers awaited their assessments. Here, tall and statuesque individuals abounded, both male and female, their figures striking and athletic. The average height of the men hovered around 180 centimeters, while the women stood just above 170 centimeters. Their physiques, though not excessively muscular, were perfectly proportioned, exuding an aura of strength and grace. In contrast, young Fan's slight frame stood out starkly amidst the crowd. As young Fan entered, many gazes immediately turned towards him, and a few individuals began to whisper among themselves, "Is that guy here for the assessment too? Is it not said that the assessment demands a high level of physical fitness, coupled with a substantial mortality rate? What a jest! How dare such individuals even consider participating in the assessment? Surely, he shall be the first to perish. If such worthless beings do not meet their demise, then who shall?" Upon overhearing their conversation, young Fan maintained an impassive demeanor, standing in the corner as he sought to calm his thoughts while silently awaiting the arrival of the evaluators. Gradually, a few more individuals entered the room. Most appeared to possess exceptional physical prowess, easily qualifying as athletes. With only 5 minutes remaining before the assessment commenced, a girl of around 13 or 14 years old stepped inside. The girl possessed naturally exquisite features, youthful and charming, with fair skin and large, expressive eyes. Her slightly chubby cheeks bore 2 delightful dimples when she pursed her lips. Her long hair was simply tied back, and she stood at less than 1.60 meters. Clad in a light green round-neck short-sleeve t-shirt, loose black athletic pants, and pale blue running shoes, as she walked in, an aura of youthful vitality and sunshine radiated from her. Her presence immediately drew the attention of all around. Wow, what a stunning young lady! More beautiful than a star. She will surely be a disaster for the nation when she grows up. Yet, she remains a minor. What of being a minor? I can wait. The girl seemed accustomed to the gazes around her, paying them little mind as she surveyed the room. The northwest corner appeared rather empty, with only one solitary figure standing there, while others seemed to deliberately keep their distance from him. Young Fan merely glanced at the girl before turning his gaze toward the entrance, anticipating the arrival of the assessment host. "Hello, big brother," suddenly chimed a bright, melodious voice beside him. Yang Fan turned to discover that it was indeed the girl who had captivated the attention of the entire room. In close proximity, her beauty was even more impeccable. Yang Fan was slightly taken aback, unsure why this girl was engaging him in conversation, yet he courteously replied, "Hello?" The girl furrowed her brow, tilting her head slightly in curiosity as she observed Yang Fan. "Your physical fitness. Are you aware of the high mortality rate associated with the assessment?" At that moment, Yang Fan realized that she had noticed him due to his physical condition. However, unlike the others, she did not exhibit any disdain. Rather, it felt more like a reminder. Yang Fan smiled. "I am aware that in truth." Yang Fan also found it curious that such a young girl would come to participate in the assessment. Nevertheless, since she mentioned the mortality rate, it indicated she understood the dangers involved, and there was no need for him to reiterate. The girl studied Yang Fan for a moment longer, then simply wished him good luck before stepping back to lean against the wall in boredom. At that instant, 3 individuals clad in black security uniforms strode in confidently. Among them was a man in his 30s, tall and upright, with a rugged face and neatly trimmed hair. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded a vigorous energy. His sharp gaze and powerful strides conveyed a sense of decisiveness. As the man scanned the crowd, a palpable pressure enveloped the room. Behind him stood 2 identical twin women, both strikingly beautiful, with matching short hairstyles and subtly gothic makeup, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Both wore serious expressions, one carrying a similarly styled black briefcase, as they followed closely behind the man. "They've arrived," murmured the crowd, a wave of tension washing over the onlookers. "Everyone is here," the man declared, his voice resonant and commanding. He advanced several steps toward the assembly, while the twin women stood expressionless behind him, their hands clasped behind their backs. "Since you stand here, it is evident that you are aware of the imminent testing, which carries a significant risk to your lives, and that you are willing to accept such peril. I shall refrain from elaborating further on that point. What I will discuss is the content of this test." Both the man's imposing presence and his words imbued the previously loose atmosphere with a sense of urgency. Ignoring the anxious expressions on the faces before him, he continued, "The entrance examination requires you to venture into other worlds." As soon as the man finished speaking, the crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers. "What? Enter other worlds? Surely, I must have misheard. This cannot be a figment of my imagination. I thought we were here to become mercenaries, tasked with missions in war zones." Unfazed by the commotion, the man raised his voice slightly to regain control. "You are here because you seek the high rewards that come with joining the cleaners. I can well imagine the astonished expressions on your faces as you witnessed the seasoned members demonstrate their prowess. However, I must emphasize that if such extraordinary power exists, you should also consider the extraordinary challenges you will face." His words quickly calmed the crowd. If supernatural strength were indeed real, then venturing into other worlds was no longer far-fetched. Once the audience settled, the man continued, "As this is an entrance examination, I do not hold you to excessive standards. There is but one requirement. Survive for 9 days, regardless of the means you employ." He surveyed the crowd before stating coolly, "The only assistance we can offer is the provision of a personal data device to each of you, which contains a wealth of information and can measure your various metrics in real time. However, it possesses no offensive capabilities and will not make decisions for you, nor does it have communication functions. Upon entering the other world, you will hear a voice of currently unknown origin. This voice will outline the objectives for your exploration. You may choose to pursue them according to your abilities. The more objectives you accomplish, the higher your score and the corresponding rewards you will receive. I personally advise against concerning yourselves with any objectives. For the vast majority, it is beyond your current capabilities. Acting rashly will only exponentially increase your mortality rate. Your primary task now is to complete the entrance examination. Moreover, during your exploration of the other world, you will have no backup and cannot return midway. After 9 days, a portal will appear nearby, but it will exist for no longer than 10 minutes. Should you fail to return within that time frame, you will be considered deceased. If you perish within, we will issue a compensation of 500,000 yuan to your families. If you manage to return alive, you will have successfully passed the examination with that." The man cast a cold gaze over the room. "Are there any questions? You have 2 minutes to ask." The crowd immediately buzzed with activity, each individual eager to voice their inquiries. "How do we enter the other world? Is the crossing device safe? What dangers lie within the other world?" The man responded with composure, "The bridge to the other world is not some high-tech crossing device. Rather, it is what you refer to as a meteorite. To us, the breakers, meteorites serve as the nodes connecting to other worlds. To by the way, those who gain power through crossing into other worlds are collectively known as breakers. The vast majority of meteorites that can serve as nodes are controlled by relevant organizations. Most meteorites found among the public lack core structures and seldom possess node functionality. Even those that may serve as nodes due to historical or fortuitous reasons are often acquired by related organizations." After addressing the first two questions, the man continued, "As for the specifics of what lies within the other world, I cannot disclose that information. You will need to explore it for yourselves. However, I must offer a word of caution. Your survival will face unprecedented challenges, and you will become the most coveted prey of evil and darkness." The newcomers appeared particularly grave at this, as the vague terms of evil and darkness seemed overly abstract yet hinted at threats beyond the tangible. Noticing the newcomers fall silent, the man chuckled lightly, "You need not be so disheartened. After all, this is merely the entrance examination, which involves the lowest tier of other world crossings, the beast realm and the ghost realm. To ensure fairness in the testing process, each of you will draw lots before entering, selecting one of these two realms as your examination content." Another voice chimed in with a question, "With only two realms available, and over 40 of us present, is there a possibility of encountering one another?" "Yes, but the likelihood is slim," the man replied nonchalantly, fully aware of the newcomers' unvoiced thoughts. The inquiry regarding potential encounters was merely an expression of their desire to form teams. This question had arisen numerous times in prior assessments. The man suddenly veered off topic, "For reasons unknown, our devices are unable to store images or communicate within the other world, and at the same time, you currently possess little combat capability. Thus, I pose a question for you to ponder. In a situation where there is no oversight, faced with sudden life-threatening dangers and immense temptations of profit, would a person you know nothing about still be considered your ally?" His words struck a profound chord, leaving the newcomers with an unsettling chill as they exchanged wary glances. Once again, an inquiry arose. Would a portal inevitably manifest upon our return? Or is there a possibility of not being able to come back? Without a moment's hesitation, the man asserted that a portal would indeed appear, and it would be in close proximity to you. As long as you retain the ability to move at that time, you shall be able to return. However, there exists a peculiar circumstance. If someone accomplishes the ultimate objective of the current otherworld, the node gate will open prematurely. Yet, there is no need for concern, as the portal opened in this manner will also materialize beside you. Is there a distinction between the two otherworlds? The man replied that the two realms under evaluation pose equivalent levels of danger. If one must draw a distinction, the beast realm demands superior physical prowess, while the ghost realm emphasizes courage and mental fortitude. The examiner had already raised his wrist, indicating that time for questions was dwindling. At that moment, a voice from the back of the crowd called out, "Sir, is it possible for creatures from the other world to accompany us back?" The three examiners turned in unison toward the western crowd, but were unable to ascertain the identity of the questioner. For every other query, the man answered with fluidity, requiring little contemplation. Yet, in the face of this particular question, he paused for a rare moment of reflection. After a brief interval, the man stated, "You need not worry about this matter." It seemed that this question held little bearing on the safety of the newcomers. Although his response was somewhat ambiguous, the others paid it no mind. Many still wished to ask questions, for this was an adventure that pertained to their very survival. And in such an astonishing manner, everyone felt a palpable tension. The man glanced at his wrist, interrupting the inquiries. "The time for questions has concluded. We shall proceed to roll call and equipment distribution." Preparing to activate the node, the stone wall behind him began to rise slowly, revealing two diverging paths leading deeper into the unknown. The two women behind him stepped forward in unison. "Those whose names are called, please step forward," one of the women announced. Zhang Dongliang, a young man in the front row, was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his senses when the woman repeated his name a second time. Lumbering forward in a daze, the other woman affixed a thin, flexible LCD screen to his left wrist, securing it firmly in place. After a brief examination of its functions, she instructed Zhang Dongliang to draw from a cardboard box. He retrieved a slip of paper, which the woman took and opened for him. "Ghost Realm. Enter through the right passage. Someone awaits you there until everyone assembles to enter together." Zhang Dongliang nodded, inhaled deeply, and proceeded toward the left passage, the right side. The woman, exasperated, pulled him toward the right passage, as he still seemed lost in the astonishing information just imparted. They had witnessed such behavior before, to avoid any last-minute withdrawals. They had withheld the most crucial information prior to the assessment, and it was only natural that some newcomers found it overwhelming upon revelation. Lu Qi, a young man of balanced physique, appeared momentarily stunned before hurriedly responding and stepping forward. All the newcomers bore expressions of deep concern. Upon hearing such earth-shattering revelations, anyone would require time to process. Yang Fan was no exception. Throughout the examiner's speech, he had listened intently, untangling the fundamental logic. The meteorite served as a node connecting the otherworld and Earth, allowing the border breakers to traverse into various other realms and gain extraordinary powers. This incredible process yielded capabilities beyond the ordinary. The Cleaners, it seemed, were an organization composed of these border breakers. This assessment was divided between the Beast Realm and the Ghost Realm. The moment Yang Fan heard the term Beast Realm, he became alert. Qin Hao and Sister An had mentioned that the perpetrator hailed from the Beast Realm. It was Yang Fan who had posed the unrelated question regarding whether creatures from the Beast Realm could enter Earth through the node. Regrettably, the examiner's answer had been vague, leaving Yang Fan without useful information. The roll call and drawing proceeded swiftly, and the previously crowded hall began to empty. Yang Fan was compelled to refocus his thoughts. Now aware of the assessment's content, it seemed that Ya and Bai Zai's warnings were far from alarmist. Given his qualifications, the odds of passing the assessment appeared exceedingly slim. My physical condition is the worst here. Yet I possess my own advantages. My sensory acuity surpasses that of others. If utilized effectively, I might still have a chance. If I could draw the Ghost Realm, my odds would increase slightly. Yet I would prefer to venture into the Beast Realm. Furthermore, Brother Bai had mentioned that in order to have the autonomy to choose my team, I must accomplish the ultimate objective in the otherworld. I wonder what that objective truly entails. When Yang Fan lifted his gaze, only he and a young girl remained in the hall, Su Qianqian. Upon the mention of the girl's name, the two women, who had maintained stern expressions, unexpectedly displayed rare smiles. The girl glanced back at Yang Fan before nonchalantly approaching the twin sisters. Ghost Realm, right passage. The man also regarded the girl with a smile, quietly advising her as she approached, do take care not to emerge too soon. Despite his hushed tone, Yang Fan clearly heard him. Not too soon to emerge. It seems the node gate only opens early under specific circumstances. Yang Fan. As the girl walked into the passage, she caught wind of Yang Fan's name, causing her to halt and turn. With only one test participant remaining, the man approached Yang Fan, remarking, "You are the Yang Fan. Your physical condition certainly does not deceive." Yang Fan, taken aback, realized that even the overseer was aware of him. He had indeed become somewhat of a notable figure. "Let me draw the Ghost Realm. My chances of survival might improve slightly," the man said, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Su Qianqian. However, the woman responsible for the drawing interjected. "No need to draw. There are 44 participants in total, and 22 are already in the Ghost Realm. He belongs to the Beast Realm." Yang Fan was momentarily stunned. How fortunate! He had not even been granted a chance to draw. What awaited him was the Beast Realm, which demanded even greater physical prowess and might be connected to the tragic demise of his mother. Was this good fortune or ill? Beast Realm? The man shook his head in response. "Take care of yourself. Proceed to the left." Yang Fan remained silent, striding purposefully toward the left passage. Continuing along the left passage until reaching its end, he found over 20 individuals already awaiting him. In front of them stood 4 men wielding rifles. At this juncture, people's concern was no longer about why a single company possessed firearms, but rather about the spectacle unfolding behind them. Behind them lay a circular, flat platform, approximately 10 meters in diameter. 4 radar-like circular devices were evenly distributed around the platform, their centers pointer aligned directly above it, hovering an irregularly shaped stone the size of a fist. Yang Fan couldn't help but gaze at the stone. It was the very node connecting Earth and the otherworld. A meteorite. The lead guard, noticing Yang Fan's arrival, cleared his throat and raised his voice. "All are present. Please step onto the platform swiftly." Individuals approached the platform in small clusters. After confirming the number of participants, the lead guard addressed the bewildered newcomers, saying, "One point requires clarification. While the node gate exists, the passage of time between the otherworld and Earth is 1-to-1. Once the node gate disappears, the time ratio for the other world connected by this meteorite becomes 9 days to 1 hour in the external world. However, you need not dwell on this too much. The distortion of time will not affect you. Regardless of whether the node gate is present or not, you will not perceive any anomalies in the passage of time. Before the newcomers could respond, he retrieved a remote-like device from his waist pouch and pressed a button. The surrounding radar units activated, emitting a low hum. The stone hovering above was awakened by the sound waves, vibrating slightly until it reached a specific frequency, at which point a beam of white light enveloped the entire platform. In the next instant, the 22 test participants vanished from their positions, as a flash of white light enveloped him. Yang Fan realized he was alone. He looked up at the beam of light blocking his view of the external environment. Upon entering the node gate, the 22 newcomers had stood together, yet now he was the sole occupant, suggesting that the others had been dispersed across different regions. The traversal must have been completed. Yang Fan glanced once more at the light above, faintly perceiving the shadow of the irregular meteorite, which was gradually fading. He recalled the examiner's earlier words. The meteorite serves as the node connecting the otherworld. 10 years prior, he had been ensnared in a conscious space due to a meteorite's fall nearby. Yang Fan sensed a potential unknown connection between the two occurrences. As the surrounding light began to dim, it became evident that the protective layer's time was drawing to a close. Now was not the time for idle musings. He must first confront the assessment. Yang Fan steadied his resolve, awaiting the dissipation of the white light. Chapter 9. My trial. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the light gradually faded, and everything around him finally came into focus. Yang Fan found himself surrounded by towering, dense trees, their trunks remarkably thick, most exceeding 5 or 6 meters in diameter, stretching straight toward the sky. The surrounding underbrush, wild grasses, and flowers were several times larger than those on Earth. Some unknown fruits on the ground varied in size from that of a fist to half a person's height. Yang Fan swiftly employed the scanning function of his wrist device, which promptly provided a wealth of information. Gray pine, a commonly found tree in the beast realm, can reach heights of up to 40 meters. Its wood is hard and dense, suitable for crafting temporary weapons or containers. Pan mountain vine, a prevalent shrub in the beast realm, exudes sap when its bark is peeled, which accelerates wound healing. Its tendrils are exceptionally tough, ideal for making ropes. Sky-linked grass, a common plant in the beast realm, has no special uses and poses no obvious harm. Giant crown violet mushroom, highly toxic to humans but less effective against most beasts, can be mixed with blue-spotted needle mushrooms to create a more potent hallucinogenic poison. Yang Fan quickly reviewed the information provided by the wrist-mounted LCD screen, which contained a wealth of pertinent data, invaluable for a newcomer seeking to survive in this realm for 9 days. The extensive records likely stemmed from other dimensional explorers who had meticulously documented their findings, subsequently compiled and integrated for future reference. As Yang Fan perused the materials, a deep voice resonated around him, both elusive in origin and eerily close, crystal clear in its delivery. Your trial has commenced. Yang Fan held his breath, listening intently. Was this the guiding voice mentioned by the examiner? The examiner had stated that. To date, the source of this voice remained unknown, yet it would outline the objectives for exploring this otherworldly realm. My trial encompasses the mountain and sea of the beast realm, though merely a fragment. It offers a glimpse into the greater whole. The mountains and seas. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. In a wonder brother Bai and sister and warned that the entry assessment had an exceedingly high mortality rate. This was the world of the mountains and seas, inhabited by numerous formidable and ferocious beasts. Encountering even one would render a human as vulnerable as an ant. The voice continued to echo. During this trial, your physical form can be elevated to a breaking point. Upon completion, you may take 3 items with you. This trial comprises 3 stages. Completing each preceding objective unlocks the next. Each stage completed grants certain rewards. First objective, hunt a beast cub, with no tier requirements. Completing this for the first time rewards you with a beast essence pill, elevating the number of items you can carry to 5. The first objective can be completed a maximum of 5 times. Rewards for subsequent completions, excluding the first, consist of a piece of first-tier beast spirit meat. Upon the first completion of this objective, the next objective can be unlocked. With that, the voice vanished, leaving Yang Fan in a state of shock. The first objective was to hunt In the world of the mountains and seas, the examiner was indeed wise to advise newcomers to disregard the otherworldly targets. Roar echoed from a great distance, reverberating through the air with a lingering intensity that sent chills down one's spine. The growl persisted, and the rustling in the nearby forest indicated a creature disturbed by that distant sound. The roar instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Yang Fan, compounded by the knowledge that beasts lurked within the surrounding woods, ready to strike at any moment. Being thrust into the world of the mountains and seas was merely an introductory assessment. Yang Fan realized he had grossly underestimated the challenges of this initial test. For an ordinary human lacking special abilities, the vast majority of beasts here posed a lethal threat. Moreover, given his current predicament, it would be fair to say his chances of survival were almost non-existent. A wave of crisis gripped him, accelerating his heartbeat and quickening his breath, making it difficult to maintain composure. He was unsure whether to flee, as he had no understanding of his surroundings, and moving recklessly could easily attract the attention of some creature. Feeling the rising panic, Yang Fan forced himself to calm down, closing his eyes momentarily. With the mountains crumbling before him, his heart remained steadfast. With the heavens collapsing above, his spirit remained unshaken. In the face of formidable foes, he would remain tranquil, his mind as still as water, impervious to distractions. After 3 months of training, his efforts were finally bearing fruit. Moments later, Yang Fan regained his composure, his thoughts clarifying as he began to analyze his situation meticulously. Physical prowess was my weakness. If a beast discovered me, death would be inevitable. To survive, I must capitalize on my strengths while avoiding my shortcomings, harnessing my other senses to gain an advantage. The strengths of others, in the presence of powerful beasts, were often diminished. A person with a speed rating of 80 versus one with a rating of 100 would not experience much difference when confronted by a beast. Even someone with a rating of 120 might not escape an agile creature. Conversely, my advantages remain intact. With this realization, Yang Fan felt a surge of confidence. Inhaling the fresh air, he concentrated on the amalgamation of scents from the soil, leaves, and various plants. A gentle breeze caressed his skin, and he made a conscious effort to memorize the wind direction and force. Every detail he could perceive. In his previous panic, he had felt disoriented, but now that he was calm, clarity began to emerge. There were no unusual odors nearby. At least within 100 meters, there should be no beasts. Although moving increased the risk of exposure, beasts often possessed extraordinary olfactory senses. I must not linger in one place for too long. It would be best to depart swiftly. The breeze was weak, but it would carry my scent downstream, potentially allowing a keen-nosed beast to track me. To avoid an encounter, I must move unpredictably against the wind, while simultaneously relying on my sense of smell to detect danger in advance. Before setting off, Yang Fan noticed a fallen branch on the ground, a piece of gray pine approximately 1 meter long. Its broken end had formed a sharp point, while the other end remained straight. Men have an inherent fondness for straight sticks, and Yang Fan immediately took a liking to this one, picking it up. He then utilized the sharp end of the gray pine branch to cut several bundles of pan mountain vine tendrils. These tendrils could be fashioned into ropes, and he decided to gather a few for later use. While collecting materials, he inadvertently kicked a few small gray pine cones scattered on the ground, just the right size for his hand to grasp. The information displayed on his wrist screen indicated that the dense outer shell of the gray pine cone could be hollowed out to serve as a container. Yang Fan promptly scooped out the flesh, collected some sap from the pan mountain vine, and wrapped some giant crown violet mushrooms in broad leaves. The violet mushrooms were of little use against beasts. He needed to find blue-spotted needle mushrooms instead. Next, he gathered fallen leaves and applied them to his body, maximizing his concealment. After collecting all the usable materials nearby, Yang Fan ventured northwest, blending into the underbrush. In another part of the forest, 2 beams of white light dimmed simultaneously, revealing 2 figures. Both individuals noticed their companions nearby. The 2 newcomers to the trial had been teleported alarmingly close to one another. However, neither approached the other, maintaining a safe distance. The examiner's warnings echoed in their minds. Forming a team was not necessarily a wise choice. If they were to team up, it was vital to find a reliable partner, lest they risk betrayal. As the white light faded, both individuals heard the mysterious voice. Your trial has commenced. My trial encompasses the mountain and sea of the beast realm. Though merely a fragment, It offers a glimpse into the greater whole. Mountains and seas? What a ridiculous joke. Upon hearing the guiding voice, they finally comprehended their predicament and instinctively moved closer together. Brother, this is the world of the mountains and seas. We are now in a survival trial. They might as well have thrown us into a tiger's den. One man stammered. Indeed, it is somewhat exaggerated. Forget the azure dragon and white tiger. Even a random fierce beast could spell our doom. The other man's attempt to conceal his fear was evident. As his right hand trembled uncontrollably in each other's eyes, they saw a reflection of their shared terror, prompting an immediate alliance. We've managed to end up together. We should leverage this advantage. How about we team up, brother? I have just one request. Don't betray me. I promise not to betray you, but you must do the same. What's your name? I am Lu Qi. Zhang Jie.as. The beams of white light gradually faded. 22 trial participants entered the beast realm, all simultaneously embarking on their initial assessments. United in their resolve, they momentarily disregarded the otherworldly trial objectives. Their foremost priority was to survive in this perilous world teeming with ferocious beasts. Chapter 10. Seed contestants in the hall outside the passageway, dozens of individuals clad in black security uniforms had gathered. Anya and Qin Hao were among them. These individuals were the captains and seasoned members of the cleaners from Qingtian City, assembled here to await the completion of the newcomers' entry assessments, from which they would select their desired team members. A square-faced man spotted Qin Hao and walked over with a smile. Qin Hao, impressive. You've got a top-notch candidate. Not good at fighting, capturing, or leveling up, perennially at the bottom, but you've managed to secure a top candidate. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at how crafty you are. The man turned to his companions, mocking them. Anya glared at him and retorted, Zhu Jun, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for our team being short-handed, would you even have the chance to speak here? If you're not satisfied, how about we have a little spar? Qin Hao quickly intervened, shaking his head at Anya to signal her to hold her tongue. Zhu Jun, I'm here to recruit, not to engage in a verbal sparring match. With that, he took a puff of his cigarette and blew the smoke towards Zhu Jun, seizing the opportunity to pull Anya away from the irksome man. Behind them, Zhu Jun's cough and furious rebuke echoed. Smoking is prohibited in public places. Qin Hao, you'll end up with lung cancer. Once in a corner, Anya expressed her dissatisfaction that Zhu Jun is just jealous. Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, I suspect he heard about Su Qianqian, which is why he's agitated, as he spoke. Qin Hao let out a cold snort, remarking that the individual in question was rather simple-minded. Based on the whispers he had heard, it was likely that Su Qianqian would struggle to secure even a top scholar's position, and conservatively estimating, the worst-case scenario would be her selection of a team. Upon hearing that such a person existed in the assessment, Anya quickly forgot her earlier displeasure with Zhu Jun and asked in astonishment, is she truly that extraordinary? No wonder we are unable to access her data. Lao Qin, what else do you know? Qin Hao merely shook his head. I have only heard a few rumors from the Demon Suppression Alliance. They initially sought to claim her, but for reasons unknown, Su Qianqian chose to join the cleaners instead. The fact that the Demon Suppression Alliance was eager to recruit her only heightened Anya's astonishment. The alliance was known for recruiting only the elite, special forces, national athletes, and martial artists from the civilian sector, and even then, they were notoriously selective. Merely passing the assessment did not guarantee admission. Every individual they eliminated would be a coveted asset in any other organization. The notion that the discerning Demon Suppression Alliance actively sought out Su Qianqian suggested that she was indeed exceptional. Qin Hao took a drag from his cigarette, his demeanor remaining largely unchanged as he said blandly, Let us not dwell on Su Qianqian. I have yet to uncover any details about her identity, and whether she remains with the cleaners is another matter entirely. We should focus our attention on these three individuals. As he spoke, Qin Hao retrieved a list from his pocket, which detailed the information of three individuals. Lu Qi, 24 years old, male, height 1.79 meters, weight 72 kilograms, strength 123, speed 116, stamina 121. Huang Jintao, 25 years old, male, height 1.81 meters, weight 74 kilograms, strength 121, speed 120, stamina 124. Xin Yanhong, 23 years old, female, height 1.72 meters, weight 66 kilograms, strength 111, speed 114, stamina 133. Upon reviewing their data, Anya nodded in admiration, noting their impressive qualifications, with average scores approaching 120. Notably, Shen Yanhong had one category exceeding 130, while her other two scores were also above 110. Such statistics indicated promising prospects. As long as they survived, they would be the prime targets for recruitment across teams. The list also ranked the remaining 41 individuals in Xinjiang City. There were a total of 15 teams, and after the first round of selections, the second round would involve a live lottery to determine the selection rights. It seemed that Qin Hao had been busy these past few days, meticulously organizing the profiles of all newcomers. I have performed numerous good deeds recently. Surely my luck in the second round will not be poor. Qin Hao remarked seriously, taking another drag from his cigarette. Anya furrowed her brow. What good deeds have you done? Qin Hao looked at her incredulously. Haven't you noticed? Noticed what? I have smoked significantly less these past 2 months. After pondering for a long while, Anya replied, Lao Qin, what does that have to do with good deeds? With an expression that suggested the answer was obvious, Qin Hao explained, how many secondhand smoke exposures have I spared you? Just think of how much I have reduced the secondhand smoke emissions. Anya wore a look of exasperation. What on earth is secondhand smoke emissions? When it came to her captain, there was no doubt that she admired him greatly. Calm, decisive, brave, resilient, and exceptionally skilled. He was practically the epitome of perfection. However, there were two aspects that were particularly exasperating. The first was his tendency to sometimes exist in his own world, leaving others at a loss for words. The second was Qin Hao's appalling sense of direction. In the days before autonomous driving, whenever he was behind the wheel, he could easily lead a group on a detour to a neighboring province for patrol. Anya grew weary of debating the matter of secondhand smoke with Qin Hao and returned her attention to the list. At the bottom of the list, she spotted a set of data that stood out alarmingly. Yang Fan, 20 years old, male, height 1.66 meters, weight 42 kilograms, strength 45, speed 43, stamina 31. With an average score of 100 being typical for an individual, it was rare for anyone in this group to possess such dismal statistics. Yang Fan's basic data in all three categories was significantly lower than even the weakest individual. Particularly concerning was his stamina. After merely 3 months of rehabilitation training, he was still unable to engage in prolonged high-intensity exercise due to the effects of a decade of paralysis. Logically, Anya should have focused her attention on the seed candidates, yet she found herself unable to tear her gaze away from young Fa and, at some point, she had become unable to forget the image of that madman making his resolute decision. There was a purity in his eyes, devoid of impurities, and regardless of how many times others questioned him, his response remained unwavering. I have no regrets. Anya lifted her gaze to Qin Hao, whose expression was perpetually calm, his eyes glimmering with a piercing intensity, rational to the point of seeming devoid of emotion. Strangely compelled, Anya suddenly spoke. If Yang Fan passes the assessment, can we select him in the second round? Qin Hao turned his head, his brow furrowing in confusion at her question. However, upon meeting Anya's gaze, he regained his composure, took a drag from his cigarette, and replied nonchalantly, First, he is unlikely to survive. Second, not only will I not select him, but no other captain would either. With that, Qin Hao turned his attention toward the direction of the passage and remarked solemnly, The node gate should have vanished by now. The true assessment has begun. Chapter 11. The hallucinogenic poison Yang Fan was laboriously making his way through a dense jungle, which was overrun with thorns and towering weeds, complicating his progress. The current area boasted around 20 common species of plants, and as he traveled, he took note of their scents. On several occasions, he detected unusual odors in the surrounding air. Some of these scents resembled those of animals, while others had a putrid quality, the source of which remained a mystery. Each time, Yang Fan promptly distanced himself from these odors. From deep within the jungle, the roars of wild beasts echoed, thunderous yet distant enough that he need not worry. On the contrary, the roars of these ferocious creatures often startled the lurking wildlife, inadvertently aiding Yang Fan in avoiding them. Whether it was luck or some other factor, he had yet to encounter any beasts on his journey and had even stumbled upon some mountain peach fruits. These fruits could rapidly replenish food and water supplies and possessed invigorating properties. A single fruit could sustain one for an entire day, making them an essential food source in the animal kingdom. Half an hour later, Yang Fan felt a mix of exhaustion and thirst, yet he dared not pause. With no means of self-defense, the stick in his hand served more as a source of comfort than a weapon. At this moment, he had set aside any notions of trial objectives. He needed to synthesize the hallucinogenic poison as soon as possible. According to the data displayed on his wrist screen, blue-spotted mushrooms typically thrived in dark, damp locales. After walking for another 10 minutes, Yang Fan heard the gentle sound of flowing water in the distance and cautiously made his way toward it. Where there was a water source, there was a possibility of finding blue-spotted mushrooms, but the risk of encountering strange beasts was heightened, necessitating extreme caution. The air was thick with humid vapor as he approached the water source. Emerging from beneath a tangle of purple vine, Yang Fan finally spotted a stream not far ahead. The rocks along the stream bank had been perpetually dampened by the flowing water, revealing hints of blue fungi nestled within the crevices. Scattered like stars, blue-spotted mushrooms. Filled with excitement, Yang Fan rushed to the massive rock and collected a dozen specimens. Until now, he had not encountered any beasts, but he remained vigilant, gathering the blue-spotted mushrooms before retreating back into the forest to seek refuge in a wooden hollow formed by intertwined roots. By mixing the purple-spotted mushrooms and blue-spotted mushrooms in a 2-to-1 ratio, crushing them to extract the juice, he could create the hallucinogenic poison. For ordinary creatures, this poison could be lethal, but for the powerful beings of the animal kingdom, it would merely induce hallucinations. Ingesting the hallucinogenic poison would produce temporary effects, with efficacy diminishing in accordance with the target strength. Yang Fan dedicated some time to crafting the hallucinogenic poison from all the purple-spotted mushrooms and blue-spotted mushrooms he had on hand, setting aside some to coat the tip of his gray pine spear, while the remainder was stored within the smallest gray pine cone he had. After completing the synthesis, Yang Fan finally felt a sense of relief. He was no longer devoid of combat ability. However, it seemed a challenge to entice a beast to consume the poison. Well, that was a concern for another time. Throughout his journey, Yang Fan had expended considerable physical energy, but that was secondary. The most significant drain was the exhaustion of his mental faculties due to heightened vigilance. Now, he felt utterly drained, and he had no choice but to rest here. Taking advantage of the respite, Yang Fan consumed a mountain peach fruit before entering his consciousness space. Here, the night posed even greater dangers than the day, and he needed to seize every moment to recuperate in order to maintain optimal energy levels. With no discernible scents or sounds around him, he hurried to restore his strength. As Yang Fan closed his eyes, he found himself in the consciousness space. As usual, he focused his mind on cultivation. However, this time felt different. As he neared the end of his practice, a message appeared in his mind. Northwest direction? Something needed is present. Yang Fan opened his eyes, confirming that there was no anomaly around him, and frowned. He sensed that the message originated from the orb. However, the orb did not specify what was located in the northwest, only indicating that it was something he required, as if it were an instinctual feeling. Could it be related to the cultivation orb? The examiner had mentioned that upon entering this other world, they would become prey to evil and darkness. He has yet to encounter any beasts, and Yang Fan does not attribute this to mere luck. To a considerable extent, it is due to the sharpness of his senses. If he could enhance the level of the orb, his advantages would further expand. Yang Fan's stamina rating is quite low. After walking for half an hour, he begins to feel exhausted. However, there is a silver lining. He recovers more swiftly, after resting for just a few minutes. Coupled with the effects of the mountain peach fruit, his stamina is nearly restored, and the cultivation orb replenishes his mental energy, bringing him nearly back to his peak condition. Although his endurance is lasting, he compensates with a shorter recovery time, allowing for multiple attempts. While murmuring to himself, Yang Fan rises to his feet. He has lingered here long enough, glancing towards the northwest, hesitating slightly. Previously, he had avoided beasts. But if he seeks the items required for the orb, it implies he cannot completely evade them. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan grits his teeth and strides towards the northwest. After several minutes, a faint scent of blood wafts through the air ahead. Had this been before, he would have turned back without a second thought, but now he is intent on moving northwest. Although he could take a detour, completely avoiding beasts is impossible. Moreover, taking an alternate route inherently increases the danger. It is best to locate the items sensed by the orb as quickly as possible. Apart from the scent of blood, there seems to be no other trace of beasts. If he rashly attempts to circumvent the area, it could prove even more perilous. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan camouflages himself with leaves. Cautiously approaching, after walking 200 to 300 meters, The smell of blood intensifies. Behind a thicket of grass, he finally discovers the source of the odor. The area ahead, a vast expanse of grass, is evidently flattened by a creature of enormous size. Scattered within the grassy patch are mangled pieces of flesh and bone. Fragments of clothing litter the ground, completely drenched in blood and torn to shreds. Just a few meters away from young Fan, a disfigured head lies, its hollow eye sockets staring blankly at him. Upon seeing the head, young Fan's eyes widen in horror, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He cannot discern the identity of the deceased from that bloody visage. But there is no doubt. The victim was a fellow newcomer who entered alongside him. On the very first day, this person has already been dismembered. Instinctively, young Fan feels the urge to flee from the scene. But reason ultimately triumphs over fear. Food is strewn about, yet no beasts are in sight. Young Fan inhales deeply, detecting a peculiar scent in the air. Upon closer inspection, he still catches a whiff of the beast's foul odor. Albeit faintly, for some unknown reason, the beast has temporarily vacated the area. At this moment, a bold idea flashes through young Fan's mind. He rushes to the scattered bones. Seeing the remnants of his kind, he nearly retches. He swiftly suppresses the wave of nausea. Brother, I am sorry you couldn't hold on. I cannot guarantee this method will avenge you, but I must try. I just need to make use of your corpse. As he speaks quickly, young Fan extracts a hallucinogenic poison, forcing down his disgust as he applies it to the mangled flesh. He spares no effort, ensuring even the scattered limbs are coated with the poison. Just as he finishes, he hears the distant low growls of beasts approaching rapidly, in groups of 2 or 3. This is bad. It's not just one, damn. They're returning so quickly. Young Fan has no time to escape. He hurriedly dives into the grass. Before burrowing into the thicket, he glances back at the head, suddenly alarmed. Realizing he almost forgot it, he quickly pours the remaining hallucinogenic poison over it, then plunges into the underbrush. Swiftly using dry leaves and branches to conceal himself, leaving only his eyes exposed for observation. At this moment, young Fan grips his gray pine gun tightly, acutely aware of his own heartbeat and breath. Yet he cannot afford to pay attention to that now, his gaze fixated on the scattered flesh and bones on the ground. Chapter 12. Seeking wealth and danger before long, several figures dart from the forest in the northwest. As they emerge from the thicket, young Fan is too tense to even breathe. 6 creatures. They are roughly similar in size, standing about 1 meter tall at the shoulder, with a body length of 1.5 meters and tails shorter than 1 meter. Their bodies covered in white fur with black spots. From appearance alone, they resemble leopards on Earth. Were this Earth, young Fan might think he was witnessing ordinary leopards, but in the realm of Shanghai. These beasts are anything but ordinary. Concealed in the grass, young Fan gradually moves his arm, using a large leaf to shield it, quietly activating his wrist screen to gather information on the beasts. Mengji, a common, relatively weak among beasts. Mengji can give birth to 5 to 8 cubs after a gestation period of 3 years. Cubs reach juvenile stage in 10 days without the need for cultivation. And upon adulthood, they can directly achieve Tier 3 status. If they comprehend cultivation, they can surpass Tier 3. Juvenile size is comparable to that of an adult leopard on Earth, but fully grown. They can reach the size of an adult rhinoceros. Mengji excels in stealth hunting, possesses remarkable speed, agility, and flexibility, and typically preys on lions and tigers. The following data pertains to Mengji from Tier 1 to Tier 3. These values serve as references, with individual variations. Tier 1, Strength 800, Speed 500, Stamina 300. Tier 2, Strength 1200, Speed 750, Stamina 450. Tier 3, Strength 1800, Speed 1200, Stamina 700. Upon seeing this data, young Fan is utterly dismayed. The strength of a juvenile Mengji is 8 times that of an adult human, comparable to that of a full-grown tiger. What chance does a person without formidable weapons stand against a tiger? Even more alarming are their speed and stamina. A tiger's speed is roughly twice that of a human, while a cheetah is only 3 to 4 times faster, yet Mengji's speed is 5 times that of a human. Considering an average adult male runs 100 meters in about 12 seconds, equating to 8 meters per second, a juvenile Mengji can reach 40 meters per second, covering the distance in merely 2 to 3 seconds. In a race, it could let you sprint 80 meters head start, then catch up to you just before the finish. Even its weakest stamina exceeds that of a human by threefold. Is this what they deem a relatively weak? The very first target of the otherworldly trial is to slay such a creature. Good grief. Undoubtedly, if Yang Fan makes even the slightest move now, his chances of survival would be non-existent. Watching the Mengji approach the thicket, Yang Fan's anxiety escalates. Though his sense of smell is superior to that of the average person, the scents emanating from this group of juvenile Mengji are so similar, they likely belong to the same litter, rendering him unable to distinguish them. If he encounters juvenile Mengji, their sizes are not much different from his own. Therefore, the hallucinogenic poison may yield a more pronounced effect. However, a serious issue arises. If only one beast were present, it would claim all the food for itself, and the poison he left behind would undoubtedly work. Yet now, with 6 juvenile Mengji appearing, it risks unequal distribution of the food, potentially leaving some without any. Should that occur, even if only one fails to secure food, Yang Fan's predicament would become exceedingly perilous. They are all family. Don't fight, just eat together, Yang Fan silently prays. The 6 juvenile Mengji rush into the clearing, immediately beginning to vie for food. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan feels a chill in his heart. The idyllic image of a harmonious family does not materialize. In this world of the survival of the fittest, such thoughts are mere delusions. The fastest among them dashes to the bones, baring its teeth at its companions, scaring them off, and swiftly seizes a piece of meat, leaping several meters away to settle down. Guarding its prize with its forelimbs and feasting heartily in the blink of an eye, the scattered bones have been devoured. This is bad. One has failed to grab any food, just as he feared. One smaller Mengji did not manage to secure a meal. Smallest in stature, yet Yang Fan is certain he wouldn't last 3 seconds against it. The smallest Mengji attempts several times to snatch a bone from its companions but is repeatedly deterred, retreating in fright. Ultimately, its weakness prevents it from forcefully claiming food, leaving it dejectedly with its head down, sniffing around, occasionally licking the bloodstains on the ground. Just then, it begins to move towards Yang Fan's direction while sniffing. It suddenly lifts its head, gazing in Yang Fan's direction. Seeing this, Yang Fan nearly loses his wits. He is about to meet the same fate as that newcomer, torn apart and consumed by this pack. Suddenly, the Mengji leaps, landing less than 10 meters in front of Yang Fan, causing him to forget to breathe that moment. It lowers its head, picking up a severed head from the ground, bouncing back joyfully. Yang Fan then recalls that the creature has discovered the head. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, he had not forgotten to apply hallucinogenic poison to it. Had he overlooked it, it would have been a grave mistake. Though shaken, Yang Fan is drenched in sweat, his heart racing as if he were losing his mind. However, it was fortunate that the situation turned out to be less perilous than anticipated. All 6 Mengji were able to partake in the food. Gnawing on bones with a satisfying crunch, Yang Fan, now paralyzed by fear, dared not make a single move as he watched his kin being devoured, his heart a tumult of terror and revulsion. Coupled with mounting anxiety, he was currently lying in ambush, skillfully hidden like the Mengji. A moment's carelessness could spell certain death. Furthermore, he had to remain vigilant of his surroundings at all times. The one who had slain the newcomer was likely a fully grown Mengji, and its decision to leave behind the food was presumably to allow its offspring to indulge. The chilling thought struck him that the body had been meticulously divided into 6 portions. Was this a sign of some form of intelligence? Thankfully, during the feeding frenzy, the adult Mengji had not made an appearance. After a few minutes, as the young ones gorged themselves, the effects of the drug began to manifest. That moment, the Mengji that had first seized the food suddenly ceased its feast, letting out a mournful cry as it rolled on the ground. Abruptly, it lifted its head to gaze at its companions, its expression transforming into one of brutal ferocity before it pounced violently on the nearest fellow Mengji. The other Mengji soon exhibited similar signs of distress, turning on one another in a frenzied assault. The hallucinogenic poison, while perhaps only inducing hallucinations in adult beasts, could inflict significant harm on the young ones. Even if it did not prove fatal, it would certainly cause some damage. It seemed these Mengji had not anticipated that the food, previously verified by their mother, would be laced with poison. The intense pain coursing through their bodies, combined with the hallucinogenic effects, easily led them to believe they were under attack, prompting them to turn on each other. Yang Fan's eyes widened as he nervously observed the scene unfold. The 6 Mengji clashed violently, their massive jaws snapping and sharp claws raking across their adversaries. Driven by primal survival instincts, their attacks were both swift and lethal, showcasing their terrifying strength, speed, and resilience, which left Yang Fan awestruck in addition to their physical prowess. Their claws and teeth were remarkably sharp, capable of eviscerating with ease. The chaotic melee raged on, with the Mengji fixated solely on their perceived enemies, their frenzied biting and scratching far more brutal than their earlier struggle for food. Just as Yang Fan was riveted by the unfolding carnage, a misfortunate Mengji found itself simultaneously attacked by 3 of its companions, its neck bitten through. After a brief struggle, its head fell limply to the ground. At that moment, the familiar voice echoed in Yang Fan's ears. You have successfully hunted a first-tier juvenile beast. The first objective of my trial has been achieved. Chapter 13. Kin? A brown pill materialized before Yang Fan, landing at his feet. The pill emanated a unique and enticing fragrance, an animal essence pill, seizing the opportunity while the Mengji were embroiled in their deadly conflict. Yang Fan swiftly pocketed the pill and checked the information on his wrist screen. Animal essence pill. Crafted from the blood of extraordinary beasts, it contains the essence of their physical form. World breakers can obtain resources in the otherworld to enhance their physical strength. When reaching a bottleneck, the animal essence pill can help surpass the limits of the human body, achieving a breakthrough. Surpassing the limits of the human body? Yang Fan felt a surge of emotions upon reading this description. He recalled how Anya had effortlessly left marks on the metallic pipe, in essence. This pill was the key for world breakers to transcend the ordinary. However, the description also indicated that one must elevate their physical state to its utmost limit before utilizing the breakthrough. Yang Fan's situation was exceptionally unique, leaving him uncertain whether he had any potential for further enhancement. That moment, the voice resounded once more, this time consecutively. You have successfully hunted a first-tier juvenile beast. The first objective of my trial has been achieved for the second time. The first objective has been achieved for the third time. The first objective has been completed for the 4th time. Yang Fan quickly glanced toward the thicket. Following the earlier carnage, 4 of the juvenile Mengji lay motionless in pools of blood. 6 Mengji had fought, and 4 had perished. The first objective could be accomplished 5 times. And in an instant, Yang Fan had achieved it 4 times. 3 morsels, each the size of a thumbprint, fell before him, resembling beef jerky at first glance. Yang Fan immediately examined the contents on his wrist screen. First-tier beast spirit meat. Meat from a first-tier beast. Consuming it not only significantly replenishes energy, but also slightly repairs physical injuries and boosts physical attributes. The worse the foundational physique, the better the enhancement effect. The lower the level, the greater the effect. Those who have not reached the breakthrough can consume a maximum of 1 piece at a time, once per day. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at the miraculous nature of this substance. Without hesitation, he consumed 1 piece and stowed the other 2 in his pocket alongside the animal essence pill. The spirit meat slid down his throat. A warm sensation coursed through his body, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. Soon, Yang Fan sensed an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, a sensation he had never experienced before, as if he were brimming with boundless energy. Hastily, he utilized the wrist screen to assess his current data. Current data values: strength 58, speed 54, stamina 42. Yang Fan's eyes widened. Just by consuming 1 piece of beast spirit meat, his physical attributes had increased by nearly 20%. While he still fell short of a normal person, he had improved significantly. The principle that the poorer the foundational physique, the better the enhancement effect, resonated with him. His previous physical shortcomings were a result of stunted growth and development, while the beast spirit meat had rectified this issue. Yang Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, he had not intended to strive for the completion of all 5 iterations of the first objective, but having realized the benefits of the beast spirit meat, he could no longer suppress his desire to acquire every last morsel. Just then, the voice interrupted his thoughts. You have completed the first objective. The second objective is now unlocked. Second objective: investigate the source of pollution within the Qilin cave. Locate the crimson Qilin fruit from the contaminated Qilin fruit and achieve the breakthrough of the body. The Qilin cave is in your northwest direction. Reward: 1 Qilin claw. Upon accomplishing the initial first objective, the second objective became available. Yang Fan had already completed it 4 times, and the second objective was now set before him. The influx of information was overwhelming, and Yang Fan was acutely aware that he was not entirely safe. An adult Mengji could appear at any moment. He merely noted the contents of the second objective without delving into details and turned his gaze back to the remaining 2 Mengji in the arena. By now, Yang Fan was quite certain that the effects of the hallucinogenic poison could not directly kill the juvenile Mengji. Had it not been for the multiple beasts, he would have been unable to complete the hunt. However, it appeared that the hallucinatory effects were waning. The 2 Mengji were now weary and battered, their bodies covered in wounds, and as the drug's potency diminished, the intervals between their confrontations grew longer. Suddenly, one of the Mengji made a desperate leap, fleeing into the adjacent thicket. The other Mengji stood dazed, staring blankly at the corpses strewn about, and after a moment of confusion, it lowered its gaze to the long gash on its abdomen. In the earlier skirmish, it had sustained a deep wound, blood gushing forth uncontrollably as he licked at the blood oozing from its injury, but could not halt the flow. Soon, its eyes flared with murderous intent once more. Shaking its head, it pursued the fleeing Mengji. Watching the 2 Mengji vanish from sight, Yang Fan found himself in a quandary. The effects of the hallucinogenic poison were rapidly destabilizing, nearing their conclusion. Yet both Mengji were grievously injured, and their strength had been nearly depleted. They might even succumb to their wounds during their flight. If he could slay another, he would be able to obtain an additional piece of beast spirit meat. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Before him lay the bodies of 4 Mengji. Being first-tier beasts, their flesh should consist of first-tier beast spirit meat. Unfortunately, they were tainted with poison. The hallucinogenic toxin did not kill the Mengji. But Yang Fan did not believe he could withstand it. The best course of action was still to rely on completing his objective to acquire this spirit meat. Just then, faint cries of distress emanated from the direction the Mengji had fled. They sounded weak and feeble. Excitement surged within Yang Fan. Even if he could not kill them outright, they were likely too exhausted to pose a threat. All he needed was to deliver one final blow to complete the last first objective. With thoughts of the beast spirit meat's effect swirling in his mind, Yang Fan suddenly emerged from the thicket, gripping the gray pine gun tightly as he sprinted toward the direction of the 2 Mengji. The Mengji were gravely wounded and had not managed to flee far. Within 100 meters, they collapsed in the underbrush. Their fighting had ceased, but it was too late. Their condition was dire, lying there. They gazed weakly around them, emitting whimpers, perhaps calling for the adult Mengji. Time was of the essence. Seeing that the 2 Mengji were immobile, Yang Fan resolved to act decisively. He dashed from the woods, raised his gray pine gun, and aimed it at one of them, plunging it down with force. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air from the eastern heights, followed by 2 arrows, each 1 meter long, piercing the hearts of the 2 Mengji before Yang Fan could react. The Mengji had no chance to even cry out before they perished. Yang Fan stared in shock toward the east. From a needle-like tree, 2 figures cloaked in iron needles leapt down and swiftly approached him. Upon seeing the 2 figures, Yang Fan's heart tightened. Despite their effective disguise, he instantly recognized them as 2 fellow newcomers undergoing the assessment. Chapter 14. At the mercy of others, Yang Fan was astonished to encounter kin in this place, and not just 1 but 2 at once. His sense of smell is more acute than that of the average person, yet it does not reach an exaggerated level. The scent of the beast is quite strong, allowing him to discern it with relative ease. However, the odor of humans is far less pronounced. Moreover, these 2 individuals have donned meticulous disguises, covering themselves entirely with coniferous foliage, which significantly conceals their scent. Coupled with the fact that Yang Fan was preoccupied with vigilance against the otherworldly beasts, he failed to detect the 2 men in advance. Both are tall and robust, towering over Yang Fan by a head. They wield longbows, seemingly crafted from gray pine, with bowstrings likely made from the exceptionally resilient fibers of iron spider vine. The iron spider vine fibers are exceedingly fine, resembling spider silk at first glance, yet when enough strands are collected and twisted together, they not only prove to be highly functional but also possess remarkable toughness, thus earning recognition as one of the best crafting materials. Unfortunately, Yang Fan had only spotted a scant amount of iron spider vine at the edge of a massive rock. He had contemplated gathering it, envisioning the creation of bows and arrows, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Realizing that the bow he could draw would likely inflict no harm on the otherworldly beasts, and the fibers of the climbing vine would suffice for rope, he was astonished to discover that the two had indeed fashioned bows and arrows. They must have approached from another direction to collect a sufficient quantity of iron spider vine. As they drew closer, they paused momentarily, one standing still while the other fixed his gaze intently on Yang Fan. Soon, Yang Fan noticed two brown pills drop into their hands. His keen eyesight confirmed they were two beast essence pills. After seizing the two Mengji juvenile beasts, the pair had accomplished a primary objective. As they approached, Yang Fan observed a detail. The bow of the hawk-nosed man bore another arrow, his other hand pressing against the arrow's tail, poised for a swift launch. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Were they on guard against other beasts? Yet their gaze remained fixed upon him. In this other world, laws do not exist. His mother had often cautioned him during his unconsciousness that once he awoke and entered society, he must always remain vigilant against others. Yang Fan resolutely decided not to wait for them to come closer and turned to leave. Halt! A man's voice called from behind. If you move again, do not blame us for striking first. From the two arrows he had just witnessed, it was evident that these men were quite skilled with bows, possessing both strength and accuracy. Now that Yang Fan was exposed, it seemed unlikely he could escape. Ultimately, he had no choice but to turn around and remain still, awaiting their approach. As they drew near, he could discern their features more clearly. One had sharp brows and starry eyes, a hawk-like nose, handsome and exuding an air of shrewdness. This individual appeared familiar. With a moment's reflection, Yang Fan abruptly recalled he was the second person whose name had been called to enter the passage. Lu Qi. The other man had an ordinary appearance, with single eyelids and very fair skin. Though Yang Fan could not recall his name, as they approached, Lu Qi slightly advanced, while the other trailed closely behind him. They swiftly reached Yang Fan's side. Lu Qi lifted his chin slightly, looking down at Yang Fan with a disdainful gaze, his brow furrowing. What a stroke of luck to encounter juvenile beasts in a state of mutual destruction. If it weren't for our accurate arrows, those two Mengji would have fallen to you, kid. SK. To slay two first-tier beasts at once, accomplishing the primary objective twice over. You must have been quite exhilarated at such a tremendous boon. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan refrained from offering an explanation. His mind raced rapidly. From Lu Qi's words, he surmised that the two were unaware of the events that had transpired earlier. Had they known, they would not have referred to the encounter as involving two Mengji, but rather 600 meters away lay 4 more Mengji corpses. The direct threat posed by their arrows and their unfriendly discourse heightened Yang Fan's wariness. As the adage goes, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Even if Yang Fan had consumed a piece of beast essence meat, he was far from a match for these two. And with the rewards now gone, it was prudent to distance himself from them. I apologize for not noticing you earlier. I had no idea you had already set your sights on these two Mengji. Yang Fan unhesitatingly chose to concede, speaking calmly. Since I've caused you no trouble, and you've completed your primary objective, we should depart swiftly, as other beasts may appear at any moment. With that, he turned to leave. Halt! Did I permit you to leave? Lu Qi's voice was cold, his tone unmistakably unfriendly. Yang Fan turned back, maintaining an impassive demeanor, feigning curiosity as he looked at Lu Qi. Do you require something else? Lu Qi snorted derisively, a cold smile creeping onto his face. In the next moment, he abruptly reversed his grip on the bow and struck Yang Fan fiercely. Although Yang Fan had been on guard against Lu Qi, he was taken aback by the suddenness of the attack. He hastily raised his gray pine spear to block, but the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, and the combined impact of bow and spear struck Yang Fan forcefully. His frail body staggered under the blow, retreating 3 to 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, the agony in his shoulder and waist rendering him momentarily unable to rise. The man beside Lu Qi was equally bewildered by Lu Qi's actions. Staring at his companion in astonishment, Lu Qi, what are you doing? Didn't we come here just to greet him? Lu Qi chuckled lightly, glancing at the man. Greet him? Zhangjia, you are too adorable. We've already completed our first objective. You've seen the rewards, right? The beast essence pills, materials for breaking the physical body. Lu Qi's excitement grew as he spoke, a fiery glimmer igniting in his eyes. We risk our lives to be pathfinders. Isn't it to become beings beyond the ordinary? And I have just come to fully understand that completing the objectives of the otherworldly trials is the quickest shortcut. Just think, if it weren't for the objective rewards, would we have ever obtained beast essence pills? Zhang Jie, under Lu Qi's intense gaze, felt increasingly flustered, his confidence wavering. Even if what you say is true, what does that have to do with attacking him? Lu Qi's smile widened into a sinister grin. The first objective of otherworld exploration is to hunt first-tier beasts. If it weren't for our good fortune in stumbling upon these two Mengji in a state of mutual destruction, we might have found it exceedingly difficult to complete the task. If the first objective is already this perilous, do you think the second one will be without danger? Zhang Jie furrowed his brow. Listening intently, from the confusion etched on his face, it seemed he still did not fully grasp Lu Qi's intentions. Lu Qi continued, exploring the Qilin cave, seeking the crimson Qilin fruit. I assure you, none of it will be easy. The Qilin cave is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to our demise, however. Completing the second objective will allow us to shatter our physical limits. This means the Qilin cave may contain something that aids our breakthrough. Very likely that crimson Qilin fruit. Zhang Jie stared at Lu Qi in shock. Having teamed up with Lu Qi for several hours, they had worked together to gather iron spider vine, craft weapons, create coniferous disguises, and devise strategies. Yet it was only now that Zhang Jie realized, despite the appearance of shared effort, Lu Qi had always been the driving force. Once Lu Qi became serious, Zhang Jie found himself struggling to keep pace with his companion's rapid thought process. Take the second objective, for instance. They had only just received the assignment, and while Zhang Jie had yet to take it seriously, merely wishing to handle the immediate matters at hand, Lu Qi had already considered the dangers of the Qilin cave and the prospect of breaking through. Thankfully, he had allied with Lu Qi earlier, assuring one another they would not betray each other, or else this fellow would truly be somewhat intimidating. Lu Qi regarded Zhang Jie with a cold smile, then shifted his gaze to the incapacitated figure on the ground. I know you initially wanted him to join our team, but Zhang Jie, this is the mountain sea world and the face of those otherworldly beasts. We are no different from ants, constantly at risk of becoming the beast's prey. Just look at his physical condition. He pales in comparison to you and me. Do you really believe having him join us would be beneficial? Zhang Jie found himself increasingly lacking in independent thought before Lu Qi, who always seemed to have their best interests at heart. If you don't want him in the team, then why did you injure him? What exactly do you intend to do? Kill him? Zhang Jie considered this possibility, pondering its necessity. Lu Qi chuckled lightly, his demeanor suddenly relaxing. Why would I need to kill him? I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac. It's just that I was thinking earlier that if we let this fellow lead the way, our chances of success would greatly increase. We could use him to eliminate the dangers within the Qilin cave. As Lu Qi casually articulated his plan, a chill coursed down Zhang Jie's spine. Lu Qi's implication was to use that individual as bait. His claim of not intending to kill the man was even more despicable than outright murder. This was unacceptable. They were all newcomers undergoing the assessment together. Heh, what's so wrong with that? Haven't you heard the examiner warn against forming teams too easily? Their advice is merely a suggestion, not a mandatory rule. Why? Because they cannot enforce supervision. Even if you kill someone, the outside world would have no idea what transpires here. Only those who survive to leave can voice their accounts. The dead can only remain silent. Cast aside your notions of conscience and morality. They won't help you survive. Lu Qi's gaze was fixed intently upon Zhang Jie as he solemnly declared, Zhang Jie, trust me. I shall not only ensure our survival, but I will also empower us to grow even stronger. Together, you and I can transcend our limits. We can dominate this era. There was a potent charisma emanating from Lu Qi, and under the fervor of his gaze, Zhang Jie gradually set aside his principles and acquiesced. To dominate this era. Fine. But this is the last time. I will heed your counsel this once, he laughed. Lu Qi had persuaded Zhang Jie, a slight smile gracing his lips as he commanded, bind this fellow with iron vines, and gag him, lest he attempts to bring about our mutual demise. Zhang Jie nodded, assisting the injured young fan, who lay on the ground in agony, binding his hands behind his back. Lu Qi, satisfied, nodded and declared, let us proceed to the Qilin cave. Chapter 15. The unwoken Lu Qi and his companions proceeded with caution, utilizing a wrist-mounted screen to examine the corpse of Mengji. Discovering it was poisoned, The toxic flora that failed to kill Meng-Ji posed a significant threat to humans. Consequently, they had to forego the beast's spiritual flesh and depart with Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not resist. Lu Qi's concerns were unwarranted, for he had no desire to attract beasts and conspire against Lu Qi and Zhang Jie. After all, he was not keen on dying. He had yet to avenge his mother. How could he allow himself to perish? Yang Fan never anticipated that while he narrowly escaped death at the hands of the beasts, he might very well meet his end at the hands of his own kind. Alas, his frail constitution had doomed him. From the moment Lu Qi and Zhang Jie discovered him, he had little chance to flee. Had he possessed even a physique comparable to that of an average person, paired with his vigilance, he would not have been so easily captured by these two. Meng-Ji fought for food, while humans resorted to unscrupulous means in the pursuit of interests. Previously, he had only listened to his mother's teachings. And though he had taken note, he had not truly comprehended their depth. Now, reality had imparted a most vivid lesson. Nevertheless, there were two pieces of good news. Firstly, these two were also heading to the Qilin cave, which meant their destination aligned with his own. Secondly, he still held value to them. They would not execute him outright. Given the circumstances, Yang Fan had no choice but to accompany these two. Yang Fan's gray pine spear had been confiscated by Zhang Jie, his hands bound behind him, and his mouth stuffed with torn fabric. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie flanked him, effectively minimizing the risk of escape. Their survival thus far attested to their prudence as they navigated the jungle with care, scrutinizing their surroundings with each step. Their strategy differed from Yang Fan's. They assessed the safety of their environment through bark markings, soil consistency, and the shape of debris. Yang Fan had indeed gleaned some useful techniques from them. After a while, they encountered no beasts, and twilight began to descend. As they passed a fallen giant tree, Lu Qi noticed that the trunk and the uneven ground formed a sheltered space suitable for rest. They gathered ample twigs and leaves to block the entrance and placed some decaying fruits around the perimeter to mask their scent. Once all preparations were securely in place, they retreated into the cave to rest. After a day spent teetering on the brink of life and death, even Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, both possessing formidable physiques, found themselves weary and famished. They shared 2 mountain peach fruits, consuming them entirely before Yang Fan's eyes. "I will take the first half of the night. You take the latter half," Lu Qi instructed Zhang Jie. "Keep a close watch on this kid. He is crucial for us to achieve our secondary objective." Zhang Jie nodded in agreement. The night enveloped the boundless jungle, the air filled with the sounds of insects, though they were likely not the chirps of crickets or frogs in the realm of mountains and seas. One could only wonder what creatures lurked beyond their sight. Yet, they could not investigate, for should they truly encounter something, it was likely they would soon find themselves among the departed. The cave was relatively spacious, accommodating the three without feeling overly cramped. However, once Lu Qi lay down, Zhang Jie and Yang Fan could only squeeze into a corner. Lu Qi quickly succumbed to slumber, even starting to snore. Zhang Jie nudged him, prompting him to cease. "Sleeping so soundly and snoring at that?" Zhang Jie chuckled, shaking his head. As he did, he caught sight of Yang Fan, who was gazing intently at him. "You, don't look at me like that." Zhang Jie averted his gaze. Sighing in the savage world of mountains and seas, it was unsurprising to do anything in the name of survival. As the night deepened, Lu Qi's steady breathing filled the silence. Lu Qi did not specify the hours of the latter half of the night. Zhang Jie shook his head. He too felt exhausted, uncertain of when he might fall asleep. However, witnessing Lu Qi sleep so soundly, and considering they were in the realm of mountains and seas, a faint smile of relief crossed Zhang Jie's face. Despite Lu Qi's shortcomings, at least he trusted and respected Zhang Jie. He could sleep soundly by Zhang Jie's side, and when confronted with critical decisions, he would thoroughly communicate with him, indicating a robust bond between them. At that moment, Zhang Jie suddenly noticed Yang Fan was smiling and shaking his head at him. Zhang Jie furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Fan emitted a couple of muffled sounds before shrugging, indicating his helplessness. With his mouth gagged, how could he respond? Yet, he continued to wear that infuriating smile. "Are you mocking me?" Zhang Jie asked incredulously. Yang Fan nodded directly, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a farcical spectacle. "You think you can trick me into freeing your mouth?" Yang Fan appeared remarkably composed, shaking his head. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Jie felt as if swarms of ants were crawling over him. the sensation overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Finally, unable to endure Yang Fan's scrutiny any longer, he said, "I will now remove the fabric from your mouth. But you must promise not to scream. If you dare to shout, I will kill you immediately." As he spoke, Zhang Jie pressed the tip of his gray pine spear against Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan was gripped by fear. The spear's tip was coated with hallucinogenic poison, and even a minor cut could be fatal. Fortunately, the spear was not sharp enough to pierce Yang Fan's skin, and Zhang Jie was careful not to harm him. He extracted the fabric from Yang Fan's mouth, who immediately moved his jaw, which had been nearly dislocated from being gagged for so long. Seeing that Yang Fan had truly remained silent, Zhang Jie breathed a sigh of relief and shifted the spear slightly away, quickly asking, "What were you laughing about earlier?" Yang Fan smiled gently and replied, "Do you truly believe Lu Qi considers you a trusted friend? He is merely using you." "What do you know?" Zhang Jie retorted angrily. "Do you think we hadn't faced danger before? Prior to encountering you, we already encountered an adult Cheng Huang, a third-tier beast. At that time, he leaped into the river with me. That's how we survived. He trusts me and respects me." Yang Fan merely smiled faintly after hearing Zhang Jie's recounting of their experiences. "I truly do not wish to dishearten you. You want to hear the truth? The truth? Then go ahead and tell me." Yang Fan's demeanor turned serious. "Your experiences do not signify anything. The only thing they indicate is that you are still of value to him. A person of considerable strength who places such trust in you. If it were me, I would not abandon you unless absolutely necessary." Zhang Jie immediately countered, "You've got it wrong. It is he who trusts me." "Humph, Zhang Jie. My mother once told me that when dealing with others, the most important thing is to observe their limits. If he is capable of certain actions towards others, then when the time comes, he will do the same to you. Of course, I'm not referring to limits against enemies, but rather towards individuals like me. What he can do to me, he can similarly do to you." Zhang Jie paused for a moment, contemplating Yang Fan's words, but soon snapped back to reality, confidently retorting, "You're trying to sow discord. Indeed, for that is the only way I can hope to survive. But what I say is also the truth." Yang Fan stated unabashedly. Zhang Jie shook his head. "You've admitted it yourself. Do you think I would fall for your tricks?" Yang Fan shrugged, shaking his head in resignation. "It seems you are quite steadfast in your faith in someone you met just a day ago. I will not allow you to let me go. However, Zhang Jie, could you spare me some food? Once I am full, it wouldn't conflict with going along as your scapegoat." Zhang Jie pondered for a moment, realizing there was merit in Yang Fan's words. Moreover, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Yang Fan. He retrieved a mountain peach from his belongings, peeled back the skin, and offered it to Yang Fan. "Actually, you still possess a shred of conscience. Zhang Jie, wake up. Following Lu Qi, you will not meet a good end." Yang Fan's expression turned serious as he looked intently at Zhang Jie. Lu Qi had once uttered a phrase that revealed his true opinion of Zhang Jie. He claimed Zhang Jie was endearing. Translated, it meant he was rather foolish and naive. Yet, simultaneously, it indicated that Zhang Jie was different from Lu Qi. He still had a conscience. "Enough with the nonsense," Zhang Jie admonished in a low voice. Seeing Zhang Jie's steadfastness, Yang Fan sighed and shook his head. Some individuals, indeed, cannot be awakened. "Hey, Zhang Jie, if we reach the Qilin cave, could you return my gray pine spear to me? Even if I did. With that weapon, you could not possibly survive. Furthermore, we do not wish for you to leave alive," Zhang Jie replied, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze. Yang Fan was not taken aback. He smiled and said, "I know I cannot survive, but at the very least, I hope my life remains in my own hands. As for your concerns that I might expose you if I manage to survive, you need not worry at all. In the unlikely event that I do survive, as long as you firmly deny it, without any evidence, no one would believe a word I say." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Zhang Jie hesitated. He gazed into Yang Fan's eyes for a moment before suddenly asking, "What is your name? After you die, if given the chance, I will check on your family for you, as a form of compensation." "Perhaps. Family?" Yang Fan did not elaborate further. "Yang Fan," he replied calmly. "Yang Fan. All right, I will remember that. I can give you the gray pine gun, but only before you enter the Qilin cave." Yang Fan nodded appreciatively. After they had eaten, Zhang Jie once again gagged Yang Fan, and the two remained in a state of uneasy coexistence until the late hours of the night. When Lu Qi awoke, he took over the night watch from Zhang Jie. who immediately fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qi felt much more refreshed after a brief rest. Turning to look at Yang Fan, he saw Yang Fan gazing back at him and sneered. Not satisfied? Heh, kid. You should know very well that someone like you, coming to take the assessment, is just asking for death. In fact, you should be grateful to us. Just think about it, if you die at the jaws of a beast, it would be utterly meaningless. But now it's different. If you can help us achieve our secondary objective, then your death would hold much more value. Both Zhang Jie and I will remember you. With his mouth gagged, Yang Fan could only listen to Lu Qi's words, which became increasingly nauseating. Before long, Yang Fan could no longer endure it and drifted into a hazy sleep. Chapter 16. Initial divine condensation. Seeing Yang Fan asleep, Lu Qi did not disturb him and coldly remarked, "Sleep well. The longer you hold out in the Qilin cave, the easier it will be for us to achieve our secondary goal." However, Lu Qi was likely unaware that Yang Fan was merely pretending to be asleep. Once he confirmed Lu Qi had no further intentions, Yang Fan, as usual, entered his consciousness space. Initially, he had only planned to practice for a while to replenish his energy before resting fully to recover. Yet upon entering the consciousness space, he discovered that the nebula chains were more active than ever. They twisted and turned around Yang Fan, resembling a group of pythons lying in wait. Yang Fan's heart raced. What was happening? Was there a problem with the orb? He quickly checked the orb within him. At that moment, he noticed a mass of black mist swirling around the orb. A similar scene had occurred when he ingested the memory-erasing pill. But this time the orb did not absorb the black mist. The mist's encroachment diminished the orb's radiance significantly, perhaps explaining the nebula chain's restlessness. Just as Yang Fan was bewildered, a piece of information appeared in his mind. This black mist had emerged after he consumed the spirit meat of the exotic beast, and the orb urged him to begin cultivating immediately. Heaven, earth, and the hearts of men often become tainted. Through thought, transform it, and the turbid shall give rise to the clear. Since the orb had broken through to the first layer, Yang Fan had diligently practiced with it for over 3 months. Although his 5 senses had improved, he had recently hit a bottleneck where cultivation only provided slight enhancements to his vitality. The root cause lay in the fact that there was no more turbidity to transform. Even the most skilled artisan cannot work without materials. No matter how diligent Yang Fan was, he found himself at an impasse. Yet now, this mass of black mist seemed to offer the materials for cultivation. Could there be a chance for a breakthrough? However, why would such a substance exist within the spirit meat of the exotic beast? Regardless of whether it was a mere hope, Yang Fan immediately began to cultivate. 3 months of perseverance had already allowed him to quickly enter a tranquil state. As Yang Fan commenced his practice, the connection with the orb caused his body to gradually brighten. It was as though his consciousness infused energy into the orb, which began to rotate slowly, drawing in the surrounding black mist. Strands of black mist were pulled towards the orb, swirling around Yang Fan like a black silk ribbon. Gradually, one end of the black ribbon began to lose its color, and this trend continued to extend further back. Once the black mist transformed into white, it merged into Yang Fan's body, intensifying the radiance emanating from him. Yang Fan, however, was oblivious to this scene, as he was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. He felt a warm current flowing into him, coursing through his body with exquisite comfort. The previously exhausted state was dramatically improved. Finally, when this warm current flowed through his eyes, it suddenly halted, as if nurturing his eye sockets incessantly. This sensation resembled a mother applying a warm towel to her child's eyes, but it felt even more profound. He could faintly sense his optic nerves pulsating. Of course, Yang Fan understood that the body within the consciousness space was merely a manifestation of his consciousness. There were no actual optic nerves, yet the sensation felt so real. Initially intending to merely go through the motions of cultivation and then rest, Yang Fan found his fatigue completely swept away. Fully immersed in this experience, time passed, he could not tell how long it had been, when the warm current gradually faded until it vanished altogether. At that moment, another piece of information entered his mind. Second layer, initial divine condensation. Not only that, additional information about initial divine condensation appeared in his mind. Initial divine condensation, a fundamental enhancement state of vision, strengthening the connection between consciousness and eyes, allowing one to focus on a point in an instant and through consciousness, Activate initial divine condensation for a brief enhancement of sight. A breakthrough? Yang Fan was astonished, never expecting that his earlier words would come true. And the orb had truly advanced to the second layer. It seemed that through daily practice, he had inadvertently brought the first layer to a state of completion. This time, by consuming the spirit meat of the exotic beast and absorbing the turbid energy within, he had broken through the bottleneck, finally reaching the second layer. Yet, Yang Fan was still puzzled. When the orb broke through the first layer, his 5 senses had significantly improved. He estimated that his sensory acuity was at least 50 sharper than that of an ordinary person. The first layer of revival did not specifically enhance vision, yet his hearing, smell, touch, and taste had all seen a 50 improvement. However, the breakthrough to the second layer, which primarily reinforced vision, yielded only a slight enhancement. Regardless, it was still an improvement. Moreover, post-breakthrough, through daily practice, he should be able to continue enhancing his 5 senses and mental strength. Perhaps this was the true significance of the breakthrough. After absorbing the black mist, the nebula chain settled down, maintaining a defensive posture, yet they remained in this state. Yang Fan did not expect the orb to immediately counterattack the 9 great nebulae. He was already satisfied to maintain such a condition. Upon exiting the consciousness space, Yang Fan found that the fatigue he had felt earlier had mysteriously dissipated, and he felt exceptionally alert and energized. He could hear Zhang Jie's even breathing. Lu Qi seemed to be seated at the cave's entrance, his breathing faint, likely facing the opening, observing the outside environment. Yang Fan slightly opened his eyes and indeed saw Lu Qi with his back turned, peering through the gaps in the enormous leaves. Unfortunately, Yang Fan's weapon had been confiscated, and his hands were bound behind him. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Unable to launch an ambush, Yang Fan had to abandon the thought. His gaze passed over Lu Qi, through the gaps in the leaves. The sky outside was dim, indicating it must be around 3 or 4 in the morning. Yang Fan's vision was quite clear, but regrettably, just after breaking through to the second layer, his strength had barely improved beyond that of the first layer's completion. He could try out initial divine condensation. Yang Fan recalled the method of using initial divine condensation. Focus your gaze, then drive it through consciousness. Yang Fan's eyes fixated on a patch of grass in the distance, roughly 150 meters away. This was about the limit of his clarity. The ground was strewn with leaves from black banyan trees, which were originally dark green but now appeared pitch black. Broken branches littered the area. And there seemed to be some rabbit fluff grass covered in downy material, along with several climbing vines intertwined with one another. To Yang Fan's eyes, this was already quite a strain and a tea that moment. Yang Fan silently chanted, "Initial divine condensation." In an instant, the image before Yang Fan's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. Everything around him became exceedingly blurred, yet the area he was fixated on became astonishingly clear. The leaves of the black banyan trees were unmistakably dark green. The veins resembled blood vessels, vividly apparent. The shape, color, and condition of each leaf seemed magnified several times, crystal clear before Yang Fan's eyes. The cracked bark on the branches, the wood grain at the break, and the dirt stained with a faint brown hue were all distinctly visible. The structure of the fluffy fruit of the rabbit fluff grass and the intricate root systems of the climbing vines. It was as if Yang Fan were crouching there, meticulously observing everything in exquisite detail. This is initial divine condensation. What happened to the promised slight enhancement? Am I so weak that I cannot comprehend this world? Now, all that remained in Yang Fan's heart was sheer astonishment. Unfortunately, the duration of initial divine condensation was exceedingly brief, lasting merely about 3 seconds, after which Yang Fan's strength reverted to its original state. He also sensed some fatigue. The effect of initial divine condensation far exceeded Yang Fan's expectations, yet he also realized that activating it consumed a significant amount of mental energy. He was still a captive and needed to conserve his strength to have any chance of survival. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Fan suppressed his excitement and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 17. A moment between life and death. Yang Fan slept for just over 2 hours before being abruptly awakened by a kick from Lu Qi. Zhang Jie has dismantled their makeshift shelter, crushing the decaying fruits underfoot to further conceal the traces of their stay. Once tidied up, Lu Qi and Zhang Jie positioned Yang Fan between them. As the dual objectives were activated, they received a clue indicating that the Qilin cave lay to their northwest. After completing their tasks, the trio continued their journey in that direction, unaware of how many souls still lingered. Zhang Jie muttered as he walked, "Those without wits likely didn't survive to this day. Those who have made it thus far at least know how to evade beasts. Surviving a single day greatly increases the odds of lasting 9. Lu Qi smiled faintly at Zhang Jie, adding, "But those capable of achieving our goals are surely few and far between." Yang Fan was inwardly astonished. Lu Qi's analysis was remarkably astute, nearly mirroring his own thoughts. Moreover, Lu Qi had been subtly insinuating to Zhang Jie that they were among the elite in this entrance assessment, a suggestion that firmly grasped Zhang Jie's attention. Lu Qi was far from being the mindless brute. On the contrary, his thinking was remarkably agile. Not only did he possess excellent judgment, but he also knew how to win hearts and ensure unwavering loyalty, maintaining a potent control over his companions. Most critically, he was unafraid to employ any means necessary to achieve his desires. Unfortunately, it is often such individuals who more readily ascend to leadership and success. In summary, this fellow was no mere fish in a pond. Surviving under his command would not be an easy feat. As Lu Qi had surmised, surviving a single day significantly raised the likelihood of continued survival, for these individuals had already gleaned some survival tactics and understood how to avoid danger. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie had been cautiously scouting their route, having achieved their first objective, thus eliminating the need to risk seeking young beasts, which greatly diminished their chances of encountering peril. Yet, on the other hand, one among them was surprisingly at ease. Following Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, Yang Fan felt no need to be apprehensively vigilant. He merely had to trail behind them. Encountering beasts? That was a matter for Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, not him. Ultimately, Lu Qi and his companion would likely throw themselves to the beasts, hoping their slight frames could sate the creatures. Given that the presence of beasts was inevitable, why expend energy in trepidation? Yang Fan had already initiated the dual objectives. However, due to the complexity of the situation, he had not thought carefully at the time, and later he was treated as a captive. Continuously plotting to sway Zhang Jie, yet to no avail, afterward, he had become preoccupied with refining the orb, further delaying his thoughts. Now, with the opportunity to contemplate in peace, he finally had the time to reflect on the dual objectives. The secondary goal required investigating the source of pollution within the Qilin cave and locating the crimson Qilin fruit, thus completing the bodily transformation. Intriguingly, the location of the Qilin cave was also in the northwest. The mysterious orb had indicated this direction long before Yang Fan activated the dual objectives, coincidentally aligning with the cave's position. The Qilin cave harbored a source of pollution, and the orb's enhancement required impure energy. Perhaps this was no mere coincidence. Yang Fan pondered, could it be that the orb points to the Qilin cave? Moreover, another matter troubled Yang Fan's mind. Why did the flesh of the beasts contain tainted energy? Was it a result of pollution? This implied that the source of contamination could affect all beasts in the vicinity. Would it also influence humans? These questions could only be answered upon reaching the Qilin cave. What lay within? Could it possibly be a true Qilin? If so, even 100 lives would not suffice. Yang Fan mused, however, he quickly dismissed this notion. After all, they were merely participants in an entrance assessment. If a divine beast truly appeared, not only would they be in peril, but even the veteran scavengers would likely meet their demise. The likelihood of encountering an actual Qilin was slim, but other dangers could certainly arise. Especially since this was a dual objective, it could not merely entail a casual visit to identify the source of pollution. Yang Fan had confirmed that danger undoubtedly awaited in the Qilin cave. Thus, his current situation was as follows. Unfavorable conditions: first, being constrained by others, and second, possessing a frail physique. Favorable conditions: keen senses and elementary divine concentration. Not to mention the mysterious orb, which could assist in purifying the tainted energy. Perhaps even affecting the source of pollution. If Zhang Jie honored his promise, he could also obtain a gray pine gun coated with a hallucinogenic poison. This constituted all his trump cards. Whether he lived or died would be revealed upon their arrival at the Qilin cave. The trio moved slowly. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie remained exceedingly cautious. Yet there were advantages to their pace. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they had encountered no beasts. After several hours of trekking, they discovered a concealed spot to rest. This time, Zhang Jie proactively retrieved the tattered cloth from Yang Fan's mouth and fed him a mountain peach. Lu Qi, observing this, did not intervene but instead smiled, saying, "It seems you two get along quite well. Make sure to feed him plenty. He must be in prime condition for what lies ahead." At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly felt as though a thread in his mind had been plucked. Instantly, his heartbeat quickened, and a blend of anxiety and excitement surged within him. An unconscious connection existed between Yang Fan and the orb. To some extent, he could sense the orb's feelings. He quickly realized that this exhilaration emanated from the mysterious orb. The Qiling cave was near. Yang Fan steeled himself, for the upcoming moments could very well determine their fates. Concurrently, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears, declaring, "The Qiling cave lies 500 meters ahead." Since all three had completed the initial objective, Lu Qi and Zhang Jie assumed the voice was directed solely at them. Unaware that it pertained to all three, Yang Fan was momentarily startled. Should Lu Qi discover that he too had completed a primary objective, the precious beast essence pill he possessed would surely be at risk. That item was crucial for his bodily transformation. Stealing a glance at Lu Qi, Yang Fan was relieved to see that, aside from his excitement, Lu Qi displayed no other reaction. "We've finally found it," Lu Qi exclaimed, glancing at Zhang Jie, suppressing his exhilaration as he continued. "But let us not rush. We must maintain our rhythm. Let us rest for a good 30 minutes and get into optimal condition. Check your weapons and ropes." Zhang Jie nodded, inspecting his bow and arrows. Finding them satisfactory, afterward, he turned to Yang Fan. The arrival at the Qiling cave also signified that Yang Fan's life was on the brink of conclusion. Yet suddenly, Zhang Jie noticed that this seemingly doomed individual was calmly resting his eyes. How could he remain so composed at such a critical moment? Unbeknownst to Zhang Jie, Yang Fan was not merely resting. He was refining the orb. The 30 minutes of meditation would not yield significant improvements, but they would help keep his mind sharply alert. The Qiling cave was a place where life and death could hinge on a mere moment. "Xiao Fan, I know you will awaken. I believe in you." That voice embedded in his mind echoed once more. Yang Fan envisioned his mother sitting beside him, gazing at him with adoration. Taking a deep breath, he focused solely on one thought. "I will not die. I cannot die. I must walk out of the mountain sea realm alive." Chapter 18. The Qiling cave. After half an hour of rest, Lu Qi and Zhang Jie had replenished their strength and were prepared for the challenge. Zhang Jie gently nudged Yang Fan, urging him to rise. Yang Fan opened his eyes, standing alongside Lu Qi and Zhang Jie as they proceeded northwest. At this moment, Yang Fan shed his previous detached mindset, fully alert and discreetly observing his surroundings. As they advanced, Lu Qi and Zhang Jie exhibited heightened vigilance. After traversing a distance of 100 or 200 meters, Yang Fan was the first to catch a whiff of a sweet, fruity aroma that the heavenly fragrance fruit tree. What a pure scent! After walking a short distance more, they halted beneath a majestic tree, its graceful form commanding attention. The tree stood about 20 meters tall, not the tallest among the surrounding flora, yet its trunk was robust, with a complex network of branches and foliage, resembling a vast, opened umbrella. The tree was laden with clusters of purplish-red fruits, each the size of a fist. Standing beneath it, one could inhale the intoxicatingly sweet fragrance. Zhang Jie glanced at Lu Qi, and both displayed expressions of astonishment. The heavenly fragrance fruit tree? Zhang Jie seemed somewhat apprehensive and checked his wrist screen, confirming their suspicions. Although the heavenly fragrance fruit tree was not commonly seen, after a day and a half of wandering in the mountain sea realm, this was not their first encounter. Yet, regardless of whether it was Yang Fan or Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, the sight of this flourishing tree filled them with surprise. It was currently the fruiting season for the heavenly fragrance fruit tree, and the fruits exuded an enticing aroma, their translucent skins a blend of purple and red. However, the three were acutely aware that they were not fortunate enough to partake in such fruits. The fruits contained various paralyzing toxins, and consumption could lead to muscle paralysis, respiratory distress, and in severe cases, even cardiac arrest. However, this toxin proves ineffective against the otherworldly beasts. Not only that, many of these creatures are quite fond of this particular fruit and actively seek it out. In light of this, the Tianxiang fruit trees they had previously encountered are now nearly stripped bare, devoid of fruit, and with scarcely any leaves remaining. The Tianxiang fruit tree before them, flourishing and laden with fruit, appears rather anomalous. Gazing up at the enticing clusters of fruit, Lu Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation and murmured, "How is it that even the Tianxiang fruit tree remains so intact?" With that, he paused, lifting his gaze towards the northwest. Lost in thought. After a moment, Lu Qi regained his focus and addressed Zhang Jie, stating, "Wait here while I gather a few clusters of tianxiang fruit." Zhang Jie, puzzled, inquired, "What do you need that for? We cannot consume it, and it has no effect on the otherworldly beasts, plus it's rather large." Lu Qi chuckled softly, replying, "It may be useless to the beasts, but it holds value for me." He then glanced at Yang Fan. "Not only for me. If we encounter others, this substance could prove remarkably effective." Having already aligned himself with Lu Qi, Zhang Jie chose not to voice further objections. Yang Fan shot a glare at Lu Qi, who wore a smirk, seemingly unfazed by Yang Fan's ire. This Lu Qi is exceptionally treacherous. Yang Fan suppressed his anger, recognizing that mere glares could not harm anyone. What he needed was rational thought. Lu Qi's earlier mutterings beneath the tree, believing himself unheard, had indeed reached Yang Fan's ears. The fact that even the tianxiang fruit tree remained so pristine, it appeared that the tree was not the first clue Lu Qi had gleaned. Zhang Jie, blissfully unaware, had not yet connected the dots, while Yang Fan, utilizing both his sense of smell and sight, had begun to gather other insights. The flora here appeared excessively intact, devoid of any signs of trampling. Coupled with the bountiful tianxiang fruit tree, it seems that Lu Qi had arrived at a conclusion similar to his own. He could not dismiss the possibility that all otherworldly beasts shared this trepidation. Yet it was likely that ordinary beasts would not dare approach the Qilin cave. The dark mist must emanate from within the Qilin cave. What could possibly instill such fear in the flora and fauna here? What secrets lie within the Qilin cave? Intriguingly, Lu Qi, who typically held Zhang Jie in high regard, had chosen not to share this information with him, he finally revealing his true colors. It appears Lu Qi intends to use Zhang Jie as a mere stepping stone when necessary. A cold scoff escaped Yang Fan's lips. Lu Qi plucked a sizable cluster of tianxiang fruit, instructing Zhang Jie to assist him in piercing the fruit with arrowheads, coating them all in tianxiang fruit juice. After using more than 20, 4 or 5 remained, which Lu Qi stowed away in his woven iron spider-vine backpack, casting a glance back at Yang Fan, saying, "What a treat! You might just get the chance to savor this delicacy." Having dealt with the tianxiang fruit, the trio pressed onward. At this moment, Lu Qi's pace was noticeably swifter than Zhang Jie's, as he hardly paused to survey the surroundings, compelling Zhang Jie to forego meticulous observation and keep close behind Lu Qi. Indeed, he had surmised that ordinary beasts would not dare approach this area. Yang Fan's conviction in his hypothesis deepened. After walking another 200 or 300 meters, Yang Fan, peering through the gaps in the foliage, spotted a black mist enveloping the nearby rocky outcrop. The mist's edge, the trees seemed to reach their limits. Where the fog extended, not a blade of grass grew, revealing a stark contrast between the exposed black soil and the surrounding ground littered with fallen leaves and thriving vegetation. The hazy black mist nearly encircled the solitary rocky hill, and directly before them loomed a vast, pitch-black cave entrance, 7 to 8 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide, the Qilin Cave. Yang Fan inhaled deeply. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie soon noticed the black mist and cave as well. "Lu Qi, this must be the Qilin Cave," Zhang Jie said in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the cave's mouth. The dark entrance, shrouded in the thin black mist, appeared even more sinister, like a gaping maw. The three reached the edge of the black mist, at which point Lu Qi halted, turning to Yang Fan with a slight smirk, remarking, "Isn't it quite exhilarating to follow us? You haven't had to lift a finger and have survived this long." "Zhang Jie, untie him and remove whatever is in his mouth." Zhang Jie complied without hesitation. As he began to loosen the ropes binding Yang Fan, suddenly, Lu Qi lunged from behind, bow in hand, and struck Yang Fan's calf with force. This time, Lu Qi's blow was even stronger, and Yang Fan was caught completely off guard. A sharp pain coursed through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lu Qi wasted no time, hoisting him up, saying, "Don't blame me for being ruthless. It's all for survival. I'm merely concerned you might pull a fast one. At such a critical juncture, one must exercise utmost caution. With your leg injured, escape is no longer an option." Having trained for 1,000 days, the time had come to put those skills to use. Lu Qi's smile turned cold, revealing a malicious glint in his eyes. "You will lead the way. Follow our instructions, and should you dare to play tricks, I assure you, my arrow will outpace you." Lu Qi regarded Yang Fan as little more than a pawn. Yang Fan stifled his fury, turning to Zhang Jie. During Zhang Jie's moment of hesitation, Yang Fan felt a surge of anxiety. The current situation was far worse than he had anticipated. The agonizing pain in his left leg rendered him incapable of walking normally, let alone fleeing. He needed that Huaisong gun more than ever. Zhang Jie had become wholly subservient to Lu Qi. Could he still be trusted to keep his word? Observing Yang Fan, Zhang Jie finally made his decision. He stepped forward, swiftly thrusting the Huaisong gun into Yang Fan's hands, and without waiting for Lu Qi to speak, he gave Yang Fan a firm push, urging, "Hurry." Yang Fan glanced back at Zhang Jie, nodding in silent gratitude. Turning his attention to the cave's entrance, he steeled himself for the abyss ahead, with demons pursuing from behind. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan used the Huaisong gun to steady himself as he limped towards the Qilin Cave's entrance. Chapter 19. The true Qilin Cave. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, bow and arrow in hand, maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan paid little heed to the threats emanating from Lu Qi and Zhang Jie. Now that they had arrived at the Qilin Cave, even if Lu Qi regarded him as less than human, he would not kill him without cause. At present, the greatest threat lay within the Qilin Cave itself. The surrounding black mist bore no distinct scent and was devoid of tactile sensation, evoking memories of the murky air encountered in the realm of consciousness. However, the orb within Yang Fan remained unaffected, suggesting that this black mist was not its desired substance. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Yang Fan acutely felt the temperature inside the cave was considerably lower than outside. From the exterior, the cave appeared completely dark, obscuring visibility, but as he approached the entrance, he discerned that the interior was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Once his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he observed that the cave was quite spacious, revealing a stone pathway extending into the depths, the destination of which remained a mystery. The black mist permeated the cave uniformly, lending a shroud of darkness to an already dim environment. This black mist must have originated from within the Qilin Cave. A voice behind him urged Yang Fan onward. In times past, he would never have dared to tread into such an enigmatic and unpredictable cave. Yet now he had no choice but to press forward. Finally, Yang Fan stepped into the Qilin Cave. Although the cavern was vast, the ground was uneven and strewn with jagged stones, presenting a significant challenge for a human. Given Yang Fan's current condition, escaping was not an option. Navigating through the terrain proved arduous as he stumbled forward, alternating between shallow and deep steps. Since entering the Qilin Cave, Lu Qi had fallen silent. Yang Fan's slower pace had its advantages, as it allowed any lurking dangers to reveal themselves. After traversing the initial rocky area, the cave's lighting grew increasingly dim. The good news was that the rocky terrain had diminished considerably, becoming more level. Yang Fan let out a slight sigh of relief as he continued along the stone path. Having walked for less than a minute, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, leaning back desperately against a rock and landing awkwardly on the ground. Lu Qi, from behind, hissed in a low voice, "What are you playing at? Don't think I won't kill you." Yang Fan quickly explained, "There's a cliff ahead." Upon uttering this, Yang Fan cast a terrified glance down at his feet. Ahead lay an abyss, with nothing but an inky void due to the interplay of light and the black mist, rendering the colors of the chasm and the ground nearly indistinguishable. Focused primarily on the surroundings, he had not noticed the perilous drop until that moment. Yang Fan turned to either side. Realizing there were no alternative routes, he stood at the very edge of the Qilin Cave. The previously spacious cavern offered no other passage, and the only stone path stretched merely 30 to 40 meters, culminating here. "There's no way forward," Yang Fan informed the others behind him. After a moment, Lu Qi and Zhang Jie approached Yang Fan's side. "Zhang Jie, while I don't object to you handing him the Huaisong gun, please stow it away for now and keep an eye on him." Zhang Jie nodded, confiscating Yang Fan's weapon. Yang Fan felt powerless to resist. Without the support of the Huaisong gun for his injured leg, he could only sit on the ground. Having learned from Yang Fan's near mishap, Lu Qi and Zhang Jie ensured they did not venture too close to the cliff's edge. Peering down into the abyss below, where the depths were utterly concealed from view, Zhang Jie lamented, "The dual objectives are utterly impossible to accomplish." Lu Qi, with a furrowed brow, leaned forward to peer downwards, murmuring, "Not necessarily. Perhaps it is merely too dark." Just then, that familiar voice echoed once more. "You have entered the Qilin Cave." All three, Lu Qi, Zhang Jie, and Yang Fan, felt a tightening sensation in their hearts upon hearing the voice. No wonder the voice had not appeared when they first entered the Qilin cave. It was only now that it offered a warning. The previous cavern had merely been a passage. The precipice before them was the true Qilin cave. Lu Qi finally withdrew his neck, reciting to himself, "So this is the Qilin cave. Excellent. It aligns perfectly with the principle of escalating difficulty." With that, he picked up a fragment of stone from the ground and hurled it into the abyss below. To their surprise, they heard an echo in less than a second. "I must say, it should be much shallower than anticipated," Lu Qi remarked, turning to Zhang Jie. "How long is the rope we collected?" Zhang Jie pondered for a moment before responding, "About 15 meters, I suppose." Lu Qi shook his head. "Not enough. We are using iron spider silk, which is multi-stranded. If we divide one strand into 4, we could have 60 meters. Zhang Jie frowned. "Wouldn't that be less sturdy?" Lu Qi contemplated briefly before replying, "It surely won't be as robust as the original, but it should suffice. After all, iron spider silk is incredibly resilient, with a single strand capable of supporting the weight of one person." "So who will descend first?" Zhang Jie inquired. If they allowed Yang Fan to descend first, he would be entirely out of their sight. Yet, they were completely oblivious to the circumstances below, and descending recklessly would be perilous. Lu Qi looked at Yang Fan, his gaze fixating on his wrist screen. "Hey, conduct a self-assessment of your data." The wrist screen could intelligently detect one's data, and Lu Qi needed Yang Fan to self-assess to ascertain his condition. Although hesitant, Yang Fan had no choice but to comply. After seeing the results, Yang Fan was momentarily stunned but soon reported, "Strength, 56, speed, unable to detect due to injury, stamina, 40." Lu Qi couldn't help but scoff. "You truly are a waste, however, given your physique, it's somewhat acceptable." Zhang Jie was taken aback, gazing at Yang Fan in disbelief. "This guy's physique is so poor?" Yang Fan paid no heed to their reactions. He was more astonished by the fact that his data had decreased. He recalled that after consuming the beast spirit flesh, his strength had reached 58, speed 54, and stamina 42. While the inability to measure speed made sense due to his injury inflicted by Lu Qi, it was perplexing that both strength and stamina had dropped by 2 points. Why had these statistics declined? Lu Qi, oblivious to Yang Fan's thoughts, pondered briefly before producing a tianqiang fruit and presenting it to Yang Fan, coldly stating, "While your data is dismal, I still have my reservations. Eat this." Yang Fan, still puzzled by the reason for the data decline, was taken aback by Lu Qi's demand, exclaiming in anger, "If there are beasts below, consuming the tianqiang fruit would leave me with no chance to resist. Furthermore, it could very well kill me." Lu Qi retorted with a sneer, "I'm not asking you to eat it all. Just half. As for the potential dangers you might face, do you think I care about your life or death? Your value lies in helping us ascertain the risks. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, I'll ensure you die right here." Witnessing the glint of malice in Lu Qi's eyes, Yang Fan felt the depths of human cruelty. "Eat," Lu Qi barked, knowing Lu Qi would show no mercy. Yang Fan fixed his gaze on him, but ultimately had no choice but to accept the tianqiang fruit. Without further ado, he bit into it. As he did, an enchanting sweetness burst forth, and rich juice flowed from the corners of his mouth. After consuming half, Yang Fan angrily tossed the remaining half into the abyss below, then glared at Lu Qi, declaring, "I've finished." Watching Yang Fan consume half of the tianqiang fruit without reprimanding him, Lu Qi turned to Zhang Jie, "Disassemble the rope, tie it around him, and let him down." The rope was handcrafted and easily untwisted, and soon Zhang Jie had separated one strand into 4. He tugged on it to ensure that each strand was sturdy. Approaching Yang Fan, Zhang Jie secured the rope around him and handed Yang Fan's gray pine gun to him. Then, he and Lu Qi grasped the other end. With a smile, Lu Qi regarded Yang Fan. Without uttering a word, delivered a swift kick to Yang Fan's lower back, sending him plummeting into the chasm. Yang Fan fell rapidly, only to be abruptly caught by a force, his body swinging back and forth before stabilizing after several impacts against the cliff face. The individuals above were gradually lowering the rope, while Yang Fan felt discomfort beginning to arise in his body. His breathing hastened, heartbeat accelerated, and muscles began to numb. "Lu Qi, do not let me leave alive." The humiliations endured along the way had unveiled the most malevolent aspects of humanity to Yang Fan. He had never envisioned that a person could be so vile. Was it because he was too weak that someone like Lu Qi could inflict such torment upon him? No, his body was losing sensation. If he could not escape from that fiend, he would eventually perish at his hands. This was the only opportunity. He needed to devise a means of escape. Chapter 20. The sole chance of escape. Lu Qi and the others were lowering the rope at a measured pace, likely hoping to afford young Fan ample time to draw out any potential threats. The paralyzing toxin from the Tianxiang fruit was spreading throughout his body, causing not only his muscles to begin to numb, but also his five senses to vanish entirely. If this continued, even if no beasts awaited him below, he would have no chance of escape. However, Yang Fan's mind remained operational. His thoughts raced. The Tianxiang fruit was far more potent than he had anticipated. The beasts regarded it as a delectable fruit, yet Yang Fan had not tasted its flavor at all. The direct contact with the fruit's juice had caused immediate numbness in his mouth, tongue, and esophagus. It was hard to fathom that such an alluring fruit could harbor such terrifying power. It was also his misfortune that the Tianxiang fruit tree had the misfortune of growing near the Qilin cave, granting Lu Qi the opportunity to pluck the fruit. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yang Fan. He had long been troubled by one question. Why did the beast spirit flesh contain turbid energy that could be absorbed by the orb? Just moments ago, Lu Qi had prompted him to self-assess, and Yang Fan's data had shown a slight decline. Since his body had already received enhancements, how could it possibly diminish? The only plausible explanation could lie with the orb. Initially, Yang Fan had consumed the beast spirit flesh, then had been captured by Lu Qi and the others for cultivation, during which the orb absorbed the turbid energy from the beast spirit flesh, ultimately facilitating his breakthrough. The law of conservation of energy mentioned in middle school physics came to mind. Could the turbid energy absorbed by the orb have originally been part of the energy within the beast spirit flesh? If the orb had absorbed this portion of energy, it would account for the reduced enhancement from the beast spirit flesh on Yang Fan's physique. Yes, it must be so. Therefore, if ordinary beast spirit flesh contained turbid energy, would the fruit from the Tianxiang fruit tree, which grew near a source of pollution, also contain turbid energy? If the turbid energy could be expelled, could it potentially counteract the poison? Yang Fan was not entirely certain. But at this moment, he had no choice but to try as he descended. He closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Upon opening them, he was astonished to find the surrounding nebula chains stirring restlessly. A layer of black mist enveloping his body. The sight of this black mist sent a jolt of energy through Yang Fan. The orb conveyed some information to him. First, the source of the turbid energy was indeed the Tianxiang fruit. Furthermore, the orb seemed to be complaining. You finally showed up. Why aren't you getting to work? Yang Fan paid no mind to the potential presence of beasts below. In his current state, he could not escape even if beasts were present. Thus, he promptly began his cultivation. A few minutes later, on the cliff above, Lu Qi frowned. Hey, Zhangjia, I suspect the Tianxiang fruit is taking effect. Have you noticed? That kid is completely motionless. Zhangjia sighed. I told you the Tianxiang fruit contains various paralyzing toxins. Given his feeble physique, how could he possibly withstand it? Lu Qi replied. I don't think we necessarily have to kill him. In fact, I feel somewhat sorry for him. Lu Qi scoffed. Don't be naive. You feel pity for him? Who feels pity for me? Do you believe that if given the chance, he wouldn't immediately turn on us? That's just human nature. Zhang Jie shook his head, choosing not to respond further, and continued lowering the rope alongside Lu Qi, though he appeared somewhat disheartened. Noticing Zhang Jie's demeanor, Lu Qi said, if he doesn't encounter any beasts, I'll be the second to descend. If danger arises, I can help you fend it off. If there's no danger, I'll just tug on the rope, and you can secure the other end to a rock. Remember to tie it tightly. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Zhang Jie felt a surge of emotion. Yang Fan claimed that Lu Qi was using him, yet Lu Qi was willing to descend second. Clearly, Yang Fan's words could not be trusted. After all, Lu Qi was his comrade. Yang Fan was unaware of when he touched the ground. He remained focused on extracting the turbid energy. The turbid energy provided by the Tianxiang fruit was far inferior to that of the beast spirit flesh. And after the orb had reached the second level, it seemed that the resources required for enhancement had increased correspondingly. Approximately 20 minutes later, the turbid energy was completely absorbed, and Yang Fan realized that his sense of smell and hearing had astonishingly returned. Exiting the consciousness space, he attempted to move his body and discovered that the muscle paralysis had also dissipated. Could it be that I have cured myself? Yang Fan was utterly astonished. Although he did not comprehend the concept of distance, The outcome was undoubtedly flawless. At that moment, his body made contact with the ground. A foul odor permeated the air, indicating the presence of a strange beast lurking below. Fortunately, the creature had yet to materialize beside Yang Fan. This was the sole opportunity to escape Lu Qi's control. Even as his body threatened to succumb to numbness, Yang Fan clutched the gray pine gun tightly in his hand. This very weapon represented his chance for freedom. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly rubbed the tip of the gun against the rope. Had it been the previously intertwined strands of iron spider silk, it would have taken considerable time to sever with such a mundane weapon. But now, with only a single strand, as long as the person above did not pull him up, he could fray the rope and flee. As Yang Fan rubbed the rope, it swayed vigorously back and forth, causing Lu Qi and Zhang Jie to take notice. "What is happening down there?" Zhang Jie asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Lu Qi's brow furrowed. That kid should be immobile now. There was no way he could free himself from the rope. Could it be that the strange beast was devouring him? This thought rendered Zhang Jie pale. Despite the perilous journey they had undertaken, they had yet to encounter a fatality. The notion that Yang Fan, on the other end of the rope, was being feasted upon by some monstrous creature was truly hard to bear. "What should we do?" "Let us not panic just yet," Lu Qi replied, his demeanor remarkably composed. "The cliff is approximately 50 meters high. If that beast pulls on the rope, we will let go and make our escape. If it doesn't, it means it hasn't detected us." Collecting this long iron spider silk was no easy feat. "Let us try to retrieve as much as we can." Lu Qi's reasoning was sound, save for one flaw. He could never fathom that someone could negate the paralyzing effects of the Tianxiang fruit. Yang Fan required only a few seconds, and Lu Qi had afforded him just that. The moment the rope was severed, Yang Fan felt an immense relief. At last, he was free. He turned to glance behind him. The light was dim, yet with his remarkable vision, he spotted several openings at the base of the cliff. "I can see this many already, and there may be more unseen. Goodness, this Qilin cave is enormous." Earlier, Yang Fan had caught a whiff of the strange beast's scent, and with Lu Qi and Zhang Jie unaware of when they might descend, he realized he could not afford to confront Lu Qi in his current condition. He could not linger here. He had to find a hole to slip into above. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, having noticed the rope had stilled, waited a moment before pulling it up. However, they discovered the rope was completely empty and bore unmistakable signs of having been severed. This dot was not bitten through by a beast. It was gradually ground down. Lu Qi sprang to his feet, pondering briefly before he turned his furious gaze upon Zhang Jie, growling. It was ground down with the gray pine gun. "Zhang Jie, look at your misplaced mercy. What good has it done? That waste has escaped." Chapter 21. The source of contamination. Lu Qi's mind raced as he struggled to comprehend how Yang Fan had managed to escape. However, the fact that Yang Fan had enough time to grind through the rope indicated one thing. He had not encountered the strange beast. Zhang Jie, filled with guilt, asked, "So, what do we do now?" Lu Qi shot Zhang Jie a cold glance, pondering for a moment, seemingly struck by a thought. Gradually, his tone softened as he said, "The secondary objective is right before us. The opportunity is at hand. I refuse to leave empty-handed, even without that waste. With you by my side, I shall make an attempt. Besides, despite his escape, that waste possesses such poor data and is injured. He won't get far, even if dangers lie below. Our chances of survival far exceed his." Zhang Jie's eyes widened in shock. "You still wish to descend?" Lu Qi, shedding his earlier rage, smiled slightly. "Not just me. It's us, Zhang Jie. I apologize for losing my temper earlier. I was merely lamenting the lost opportunity. I understand." Lu Qi nodded. "There's nothing to fear. I am here with you. You must realize that surviving today does not guarantee survival tomorrow. Since we have come to participate in the assessment, there is no turning back. The examiner has also stated that the dangers we face will only see the place is known as Qilin Cave, and it is highly probable that a Qilin once resided here. Considering the scale of this location, one could hardly dispute that it resembles an underground palace, perfectly befitting the identity of such a divine beast. Most importantly, there exists a massive Morua Qinsho here, which for a creature of the Qilin's caliber, is akin to lying in the heart of a spiritual source for cultivation. Yang Fan speculated that each cavern must house branches of the Morua Qinsho. Given that its territory can extend to 2 or 3 square kilometers, This small chamber barely reveals the tip of the iceberg. The Qilin could cultivate Qilin fruits in various chambers, living quite a comfortable life. However, this Morwa Qinsho was later contaminated, prompting the Qilin to abandon this place. Unexpectedly, by randomly selecting a cave, he completed the first phase of the dual objectives. Yang Fan located the source of the pollution, yet he did not feel relieved. Lu Qi and Zhang Jia would certainly descend as well, as long as luck was not against them and they did not encounter any exotic beasts. They were likely to have found the pollution source too. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Thus, the challenge of the first phase lay not in the search itself, but in the courage to descend to the depths of the abyss and avoid the exotic beasts. If everyone could complete the first phase task, then the critical task would be the second phase, finding the crimson Qilin fruit. The earlier information had already indicated that the fruits of the Morwa Qinsho were named after the exotic beasts that gave rise to them. In other words, the Qilin fruit is indeed the fruit of the Morwa Qinsho, and it must grow on the Morwa Qinsho itself. However, how could one bear fruit that had not been contaminated on a Morwa Qinsho that had already been tainted? After pondering for a moment, Yang Fan shook his head, his gaze resolute. Since this phase was part of the objective, there must exist such a Qilin fruit. There must be some special reason that allowed that particular Qilin fruit to remain uncontaminated. I must find that singular Qilin fruit among these numerous caves. Chapter 22. Different answers. Yang Fan was just about to turn to leave when, due to his left leg's impairment, and after walking for over an hour, he stumbled and fell to the ground. It was upon hitting the ground that he realized his stamina had been utterly depleted. After sitting up, he dragged his left leg and moved to lean against the wall. Glancing at the enormous plant within the chamber, lost in thought, rushing to seek the Qilin fruit in such a reckless manner was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The time saved was utterly meaningless. Furthermore, if he did not rest his injured leg, it could worsen, and that would lead to complications. Lu Qi and Zhang Jia had indeed descended, but they were all in peril. They would dare not recklessly search for him, and their primary goal was not him, but the crimson Qilin fruit. Unless they fortuitously stumbled upon this chamber, it would not be so easy for them to locate him. Even with meticulous planning, no one could guarantee they would not encounter unforeseen dangers. Thus, it would be wiser to use this time to restore his condition. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Fan decided to forego a direct pursuit of the crimson Qilin fruit and opted to rest first. He retrieved a piece of exotic beast spirit meat from his pocket. When he completed the first phase of the objective, Yang Fan had obtained a total of 4 pieces of exotic beast spirit meat. However, he could only consume 1 piece per day. He had eaten 1 yesterday and could eat the second today, which would not only replenish his stamina but should also aid in healing his leg injury. Upon consuming the exotic beast spirit meat, the energy within it coursed rapidly through his body. Particularly when it flowed through his left leg, that warmth lingered for quite some time, as the warmth nourished him. The pain in his left leg gradually diminished until it was entirely restored. This time, the digestion of the exotic beast spirit meat took significantly longer than before, consuming over 20 minutes, yet most of that time was devoted to mending Yang Fan's leg injury. After the warmth dissipated, Yang Fan assessed his condition. Strength 66, speed 61, stamina 50. Although this enhancement was somewhat less impressive than the last, Yang Fan did not feel regret. The most crucial thing was that his left leg felt much better. He could finally walk normally. Yang Fan joyfully moved his left leg. After experiencing a slight physical enhancement, he immediately began to meditate, refining the turbid energy within the spirit meat. The turbid energy content of the exotic beast spirit meat was more concentrated than that of the Tianxiang fruit, and Yang Fan spent nearly 40 minutes digesting it. When he opened his eyes, he felt invigorated and mentally sharp. Ever since Yang Fan nurtured the mysterious orb and underwent several rounds of cultivation, he felt increasingly awed by its remarkable nature. He wondered what changes would occur upon breaking through to the 3rd level. With a heart full of anticipation, Yang Fan glanced once more at the Morwa Qinsho with its glowing green vines. The turbid energy contained within was akin to a treasure trove for him. Regrettably, while the treasure was enticing, it could not be carried away. If one day I become powerful enough, could I, like the Qilin, directly absorb turbid energy from treasures of this caliber? Would that day allow me to break through several levels at once? With this thought in mind, Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head, realizing that human greed knows no bounds. Setting aside his unrealistic musings, Yang Fan took a deep breath and stood up. His condition had nearly returned to normal, and with a slight enhancement to his physical form, he felt even better than before. Now then, Lu Qi, let us see who can find that Qilin fruit first. Exiting the chamber, Yang Fan traversed the passage in just over 20 minutes, his movements becoming much more agile. As he approached the cave's entrance, he slowed his pace, cautiously edging closer to the opening, pressing himself against the wall. Utilizing his hearing and sense of smell, Yang Fan confirmed that there were likely no dangers within 100 meters before he stealthily emerged along the wall. On either side of the cave entrance, about 7 or 8 meters away, there were additional openings from which black mist emanated. Yang Fan's gaze continued to scan further, uncovering numerous such openings evenly spaced out over several dozen meters, each releasing black mist. Indeed, each opening led to a chamber, each housing a Morwa Qinsho. Yang Fan felt an immediate sense of difficulty. Was he truly expected to investigate each one? After all, he had only seen one side of the cliff. Who knew how vast this abyss was and how many such openings existed? If he continued searching this way, he might not find the Qilin fruit for an eternity. Yang Fan pondered in confusion. He suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from a distant opening. He quickly turned around, retreating into the previous cave, pressing himself against the wall to observe discreetly. Before long, the sounds grew clearer. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie? In the passage connecting their cave to Yang Fan's, 6 or 7 caves away, Lu Qi and Zhang Jie were making their way out, discussing quietly as they walked. Both lowered their voices to avoid detection. This was the third cave they had explored. Aside from the shortest passage, the conditions within the chambers mirrored those of the previous two. Lu Qi pondered aloud. Zhang Jie, I believe we should change our approach. Zhang Jie inquired, how should we change it? Should we split up? That way, our search will be quicker. Lu Qi glanced at Zhang Jie, contemplating. Let me ask you this. If you were to encounter Yang Fan alone, would you let him go? I doubt I wouldn't. Zhang Jie averted his gaze, unable to meet Lu Qi's eyes. Lu Qi chuckled softly. Come now, I know you would let him go. With that, Lu Qi's expression turned serious. Zhang Jie, I must clarify something with you. Yang Fan must die. Zhang Jie turned, astonished. Why must you kill him? Weren't you once an archer? We are law-abiding citizens. I cannot accept murder. Moreover, I believe Yang Fan was right. Even if he survives and exposes us, as long as we deny it, no one will believe him. Lu Qi laughed lightly. I may never have killed anyone before, but I also never faced a life-threatening situation. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Now that we have made him our enemy, we must show no leniency. As he spoke, Lu Qi's demeanor softened, and he posed a question. Tell me, who do you think is the true protagonist, me or Yang Fan? Zhang Jie paused. Everyone is the protagonist in their own world, but eventually, they realize they are merely one among the masses, just a drop in the river of time, not a protagonist at all. Yet Lu Qi seemed different. His foundational qualities, strategies, courage, decisiveness, and even his ruthlessness indicated he was not an ordinary person. Yang Fan, compared to you, he seems to belong to a different realm, Zhang Jie concluded after careful consideration. Lu Qi smirked disdainfully. That cannot be said for certain. His gaze sharpened, instilling a sense of fear even in Zhang Jie. I suddenly recalled something. That time we shot the young Mengji, Yang Fan was nearby and was preparing to take action. What gave him the audacity to act? Was it merely luck that he stumbled upon us? Zhang Jie questioned, sensing a hint of realization in Lu Qi's words. You don't mean to suggest that Yang Fan caused the 2 Mengji to be poisoned? I find that unlikely, Lu Qi replied. Exotic beasts generally possess strong resistance to toxins, unless they ingest the poison themselves. With the reflexes of a strange beast, we are unable to achieve what can be done with a bow and arrow. Let alone Yang Fan. Could it be that he intends to use his gray pine spear? Lu Qi let out a cold laugh. I had never considered this angle before. I always thought this fellow was a worthless individual. Yet when he successfully escaped from our grasp, my perception of him began to shift. You must understand, previously, had we pulled the rope while he was fraying it, he would either have fallen to his death or met his demise at my hands. This audacity compels me to regard him with newfound respect. Speaking of which, I genuinely suspect that Meng Ji may have poisoned him. Following this line of thought, I found myself increasingly alarmed. Clearly, we seized his prey. Yet he was able to relinquish what rightfully belonged to him at a moment's notice, accompanying us for so long without any attempt to escape, leading us to believe he had given up. But when the opportune moment arrives, he seizes it without hesitation. While his physical prowess may be lacking, his endurance, mental fortitude, quick thinking, and decision-making skills are not inferior to mine. It is precisely for this reason that I absolutely cannot allow him to leave alive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously only sympathized with Yang Fan, never considering him particularly formidable, but after Lu Qi's analysis, he finally recognized Yang Fan's extraordinary qualities. No wonder Lu Qi posed such peculiar questions. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Jie exhaled and said, "I understand now. If I encounter him, I will not let him escape." Lu Qi, upon hearing this, smiled approvingly this time. "I believe in you, by the way. When you mentioned adopting a different perspective, I happened to think of something while chatting with you." "Huh. Is that even possible?" Zhang Jie realized that Lu Qi's intellect had once again overshadowed his own. "How do you plan to search?" Lu Qi explained, "There are simply too many caves here. Even if we split up, it would be impossible to search all the chambers within 9 days. The key point is, I suspect that the crimson Qilin fruit may not even be located in these chambers." Zhang Jie widened his eyes. "Why is that?" "Because this corrupted Morwa Qinsho must mean that the fruits it bears are also tainted." Zhang Jie, perplexed, interjected, "Then, does that mean the crimson Qilin fruit does not exist?" "No. There is a possibility that the crimson Qilin fruit could exist." "What possibility?" Lu Qi replied, "That crimson Qilin fruit may not be born from this corrupted Morwa Qinsho. Or it might have been plucked before the Morwa Qinsho became tainted. It could potentially be a remnant left by a Qilin that once resided here. How did I not think of this?" Zhang Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide in realization. Lu Qi smiled slightly. "If my conjecture is correct, then that Qilin fruit will not be found in these caves. It should be located in the Qilin's lair. I deduce it is near the center of the abyss." Yang Fan witnessed 2 figures stealthily making their way towards the center of the abyss, hunched over, and he felt a sense of relief. However, Lu Qi's words resonated with him. Both he and Lu Qi were searching for the crimson Qilin fruit, yet they had arrived at 2 distinct conclusions. Yang Fan believed that a specific condition was necessary for the appearance of the crimson Qilin fruit, whereas Lu Qi theorized that it was a remnant from the past. It was akin to 2 top students in a class providing different solutions to the same problem. Chapter 23. Consciousness Exploration and Truth. Yang Fan was not entirely confident in his deductions, but he trusted that Lu Qi, like him, was largely speculating regarding the situation of the crimson Qilin fruit. Beneath the abyss, there surely existed strange beasts. Yet neither of them knew how many there were, nor whether these creatures were concealed within the chambers or roaming outside the caves. Each held their own strengths and weaknesses. Who would be the first to locate the crimson Qilin fruit remained an unknown. Watching Lu Qi and the others vanish into the darkness, Yang Fan felt a slight relief. At least for the time being, the probability of encountering Lu Qi and the others had decreased significantly, allowing him to search for the crimson Qilin fruit with greater composure. Zhang Jie was likely utterly devoted to Lu Qi now. He would have to exercise extra caution in his presence. Yang Fan muttered to himself. Once Lu Qi and the others departed, Yang Fan was not yet inclined to venture out. He chose to remain hidden at the cave entrance for the moment. After approximately 10 minutes, he approached the cave entrance on his left, and before leaving, he made sure to leave a mark on the wall of the original cave with his gray pine spear. Serving as a signal, standing at the entrance, just as Yang Fan was about to step inside, he paused, suddenly struck by a thought. Checking each cave one by one would be exceedingly time-consuming. If only there were a way to assess the conditions within the chambers from outside the caves. Each entrance appeared quite similar, all exuding a steady stream of black mist. Upon seeing the black mist, Yang Fan was suddenly taken aback. Had I been mistaken from the beginning? Throughout the Qilin cave, this black mist was omnipresent, permeating every cave and every space, even spreading to the periphery. Initially, Yang Fan had relied on intuition to perceive this black mist as a form of fog, thus attempting to sense it through touch or smell. Following his previous exploration, Yang Fan had confirmed that the black mist emanated from the polluted Morwa Qinsho. However, the spiritual flesh of strange beasts and the heavenly fragrance fruit did not emit black mist. These 2 examples indicated that contaminated entities should not be directly observable. Did the spiritual flesh of strange beasts emit black mist? What about the heavenly fragrance fruit? Their very essence did not exude black mist. So why did the Morwa Chin show? In the first chamber, Yang Fan had observed that with each pulse of the green light within the Morwa Chincho's vines, some black mist would be generated. Realizing this, Yang Fan's eyes widened as he slapped his forehead. How foolish of me. I have conflated the concept of black mist. Although the Morwa Chincho did not attack Yang Fan, there was no doubt that it was a living entity. And importantly, it belonged to a highly advanced biological classification, one that Yang Fan had never encountered before. Old Bai's library was filled with books on biological research, and one of them mentioned that studies indicate plants also possess consciousness. Therefore, it is needless to say that a creature like the Morwa Chincho would be even more advanced. Each pulse was akin to its breath. While I may not know how the Morwa Chincho expels the polluted gas from its body, I am certain that this gas is not something perceivable through physical means, Yang Fan asserted confidently. With this realization, Yang Fan finally understood why he had been unable to sense the existence of the black mist. The state of the black mist bore some resemblance to the ghosts described in horror stories. Even if one could see a ghost, it might not be touchable or tangible, and yet it could possess a human body. Though I have never truly seen a ghost, this is how ghost stories generally describe them. As a child, Yang Fan had certainly heard his fair share of ghost stories. It seems that this cultural right is inescapable for the people of Huaxia. If that is the case, then to perceive the black mist, one must not rely on the five senses, but rather on consciousness. As for how to utilize consciousness to sense the black mist, Yang Fan had already devised a plan. The crux of the matter lay with the mysterious orb. After nearly 2 days of trials, Yang Fan had gradually grasped some characteristics of the orb's ability to sense polluted gas. First, the orb cannot perceive polluted gas within living entities. Even the spiritual flesh of strange beasts contains this gas, indicating that many strange beasts may harbor some degree of this pollution. Yet, the orb had never issued a warning. The same goes for plants. As for why it could sense the Morwa Chincho, that is easily explained. It is due to the black mist that permeates everywhere here. Secondly, the orb possesses an exceptionally keen ability to sense the dispersed polluted gas. It detected the existence of the Chilan cave from over 10 kilometers away, which speaks volumes. Based on these two characteristics, while it is difficult for the orb to analyze the state of pollution in the Morwa Chincho directly, it should not be challenging to differentiate based on the black mist emanating from the cave entrance. As for the remaining matters, Yang Fan would have to analyze them himself. If successful, it would save him a considerable amount of time. Yang Fan exclaimed with excitement. Uncertain of the progress on Lu Qi's side, Yang Fan felt there was no time to waste. He promptly entered the realm of consciousness. Upon arriving in this space, the situation remained stable, with the mysterious orb resting at the position of Yang Fan's lower abdomen, casting a faint glow that enveloped his entire being. Yang Fan conveyed his thoughts within his mind, carefully discerned the concentration of polluted gas at each cave entrance. The moment he transmitted this thought, the orb began to glow slightly. Simultaneously, Yang Fan suddenly realized that his consciousness overlapped with his physical form, and he stood at the cave entrance, facing the pitch-black tunnel. However, he could distinctly sense the black mist lightly brushing against his skin. With the orb's assistance, Yang Fan had genuinely perceived the black mist for the first time. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes. He remained standing at the cave entrance, facing the dark void, with the black mist still enveloping him, but this time, he could no longer distinctly sense its presence. Yang Fan smiled faintly and shook his head. Was this the difference between consciousness and the physical body? The same world, yet the sensations were entirely distinct. I wonder if my previous state was what is referred to as spiritual separation, he mused, then quickly set aside his excitement and returned to the first cave entrance to once again use his consciousness to sense the black mist. 2 minutes later, Yang Fan furrowed his brow. The black mist emanating from the 2 cave entrances appeared somewhat different. In the second cave, the polluted gas was even more concentrated. Regardless of whether the conditions of the 2 caverns are identical, Yang Fan must embark on an exploration, for the method of perceiving the foul energy through consciousness also requires validation. He cautiously returned to the second entrance, delving into the passageway, and after 7 or 8 minutes of traversing, he beheld the chamber at the passage's end. This corridor was half the length of the previous one. Yang Fan briefly compared the differences on either side. Upon reaching the chamber's terminus, he immediately noticed the magical Morwa Chincho, which enveloped the entire floor and walls of the chamber. Through the surface of the vines, he could discern a green liquid flowing rhythmically, pulsating like a breath. Each time it glimmered, black mist would emanate. As Yang Fan surveyed the chamber, he suddenly froze upon noticing the left wall. On a slender branch of the vines that covered the wall hung a small, dark green fruit. The fruit was oval-shaped. Reminiscent of a walnut in size and form, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that gave the impression of being inscribed with runes. With each breath of the Morwa Qinsho, the fruit would also illuminate, causing the patterns on its surface to glow in unison, creating an otherworldly beauty. Yang Fan promptly raised his wrist screen. Morwa Qinsho fruit, based on the fruit's patterns, it is identified as a qilin fruit. The qilin fruit is a rare cultivation material, rich in energy, with mild medicinal effects, suitable for direct consumption. However, caution is warranted, as it requires ample time for digestion. The weaker the physical body, the longer the time needed. Otherwise, energy overflow may result in severe damage, possibly even permanent injury. Referring to cultivation time, the third breakthrough requires over 12 hours, the second over 24 hours, the first over 48 hours, and an ordinary person requires over 72 hours. Specific times vary by individual. It's a qilin fruit. Yang Fan's eyes widened. Though this fruit was not crimson, it was undoubtedly a qilin fruit. The method of consciousness exploration is indeed viable. Alas, it is a tainted fruit. Yang Fan sighed and turned to leave, but paused after taking just 2 steps. After a few seconds, he turned back, approached the qilin fruit, plucked it, and tucked it into his pocket before exiting the chamber. Chapter 24. The Ordinary Man. After exploring the previous 5 or 6 caverns, Yang Fan re-entered each one following his consciousness exploration. After several validations, he had ample reason to trust the accuracy of this method. He also owed gratitude to the Morwa Qinsho for releasing black mist. In other locations, this method would indeed be ineffective. As he muttered to himself, he exited the passageway. In online videos, some wilderness survival experts unanimously assert that the greatest adversary in the wild is not wild beasts, but the feeling of isolation. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie could chat with him, while he could only converse with himself. Of course, if one were to consider companions, the mysterious orb could barely qualify. Yet in Yang Fan's mind, the orb increasingly resembled a part of his own being. He could hardly engage in idle conversation with his own right hand. With the feasibility of consciousness exploration confirmed, Yang Fan's pace of exploration accelerated dramatically. As long as he spent 2 or 3 minutes at the cave entrance sensing the black mist, he could ascertain whether there was a qilin fruit inside or any anomalies. None. Still none. After consecutively examining over a dozen caverns, Yang Fan couldn't help but express his frustration. Not even an ordinary qilin fruit. Could it be that Lu Qi was indeed correct, that the crimson qilin fruit was absent from all caverns? Lu Qi's words echoed in his mind, declaring that Yang Fan must die. Yet, his luck did not improve, as the subsequent dozen caverns yielded no rewards. Although consciousness exploration saved Yang Fan considerable physical energy, its frequent use rendered him exceedingly weary, both physically and mentally, exhausted beyond measure. I can't go on. Yang Fan stood before a cavern entrance, one hand resting against the wall as he took a moment to recuperate. Even though he was competing with Lu Qi for the crimson qilin fruit, his current condition could not sustain further searches. Survival remained the paramount goal, despite his concerns that Lu Qi might gain the upper hand. He needed to devote time to recuperate. After an entire day of exertion, Yang Fan was utterly drained and chose to rest in a chamber overnight, awakening only the next day. Glancing at the time displayed on his wrist screen, he realized it was the 3rd day of the entrance trial. The 3rd day heralded yet another endeavor to explore the caves. By noon, fatigued both physically and mentally, compounded by hunger, Yang Fan consumed his 3rd piece of exotic beast spirit meat in a chamber. Following his customary practice, he conducted a self-assessment. Strength, 82, speed, 77, stamina, 70. This time, the enhancement was substantial, with all 3 metrics increasing by approximately 30. Notably, stamina surged by 40. However, Yang Fan believed that this was not solely attributable to the exotic beast spirit meat. His body had not been inherently weak. Rather, it was the result of prolonged bed rest leading to developmental issues and muscle atrophy. Although his upper limits were certainly inferior to those of an ordinary person, the high-intensity activities over the past few days would naturally yield some improvement. The increase in stamina served as compelling evidence. 3 months of rehabilitation training had yet to fully restore his stamina to its maximum potential. and the recent exertions had contributed to some recovery. The risk screen indicated that first-tier exotic beast spirit meat could enhance metrics by approximately 20, which was quite accurate. After recovering, Yang Fan resumed his exploration of the caves. By 8 that evening, he discovered another Chilean fruit in a cavern. However, this fruit was also dark green, significantly deeper in hue than the Morwa Qianshou's main body, bearing no resemblance to crimson. Another tainted one. Yang Fan shook his head, plucking the Chilean fruit and stowing it in the pocket of his other pants leg. Finding two, neither of which were what I sought. After a day of exhaustive exploration, Yang Fan found himself on the brink of collapse at the next cave entrance. Leaning against the wall, he assessed his condition, feeling utterly powerless to continue. Just as he resolved to take a break, his hand inadvertently brushed against a crack in the wall. He quickly inspected the fissure. After exploring each cavern, Yang Fan had marked the entrances to avoid redundant searches and to facilitate his record-keeping. "It's my mark. I've explored all the entrances?" Yang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. A total of 341 caverns, all thoroughly examined. 341. Damn it, the crimson Chilean fruit is not in any of these caverns. He and Lu Qi both held certain conjectures, but it appeared that Lu Qi was closer to the correct answer, possibly finding the crimson Chilean fruit ahead of him. Wait? Yang Fan struggled to rein in his emotions. Although the crimson Chilean fruit was not in any of the caves, the exotic beast was absent as well. I've circled the Chilean cave for 2 full days. It hasn't he come to find me. The exotic beast likely guards that crimson Chilean fruit. If that is the case, Lu Qi cannot easily obtain the Chilean fruit. With this thought, Yang Fan felt a slight sense of reassurance. His contest with Lu Qi might not yet be over. To steal the Chilean fruit from the exotic beast, he must ensure that his stamina is replenished. I must rest well. On the 4th day of the entrance trial, Yang Fan consumed his final piece of exotic beast spirit meat. His metrics underwent another transformation. Strength, 100, speed, 91, stamina, 86. Staring at this set of data, Yang Fan stood in place for a long while. Strength 100. Yang Fan clenched his fists tightly. After several life-and-death trials, he had finally attained the physical condition of an ordinary person. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie surely possessed superior physical conditions, but Yang Fan paid little mind to that. Whispers echoed in his ears. Look at that waste, just here to meet his demise. A third-rate cripple, pathetic stats, Tiske, still attempting the trial. How laughable. Yang Fan, I regret to inform you that even if you pass the trial, no team will want you. Having spent 4 days in the Shanghai world, Yang Fan had witnessed individuals torn to shreds by exotic beasts, observed the depths of human cruelty for profit, and seen those who unwittingly strayed from the right path. This must be the true nature of the world. Yet, through it all, Yang Fan had never cared. He simply longed for that person. If she were still here, even the smallest of achievements would surely make her proud. Xiao Fan, I know you will awaken. Mother believes in you, Mother. I can now be like a normal person. How wonderful it would be if you could see me now after witnessing his mother's tragic death. Yang Fan had never revealed his heart to anyone, but in this moment, he was alone. Mother, I miss you so much. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan's gaze hardened once more. He grasped the gray pine gun at his side, rose to his feet, and discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his left arm as he walked toward the cave exit. The crimson Chilean fruit is not within the caverns. So the unsearched areas must be the heart of the abyss. With a total of 341 caverns, evenly distributed around the base of the cliff, each cave was approximately 8 meters apart, suggesting that the circumference of the Chilean cave was around 2,720 meters. Calculating based on a circular shape, the radius would be about 50 meters. There, he might encounter the exotic beast guarding the crimson Chilean fruit, and perhaps even Lu Qi, who sought to bring about his demise. Regardless of whether it is the exotic beast, Lu Qi, or Zhang Jie, none shall hinder me. Yang Fan stepped out of the cave, heading toward the heart of the abyss. Chapter 25. The 3-layer sphere. Upon exiting the cavern, Yang Fan pondered briefly before searching along the rock face for something. With extraordinary vision, Yang Fan swiftly located a slender rope hanging high on the cliff face. This rope was all too familiar to him. It was the very one that had lowered him down. Since the rope remained, it was evident that Lu Qi and the others had not departed. Yang Fan knew full well that had they left, they would never have left the rope behind for him. However, What struck him as peculiar was that the end of the rope dangled a full 10 meters above the ground. Though the rock face was not perfectly straight or smooth, it was relatively even, indicating that the original owner of the Chilean cave had meticulously renovated his palace. With no handholds on the cliff, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to climb such a height unaided. Even if Lu Qi and his companions possessed exceptional physical prowess, it was improbable they could reach the rope directly, especially considering the need to account for any emergencies. The considerable height reserved would only complicate escape in a crisis. Why had they not let the rope down further? Was there a shortage of iron spider silk? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan dismissed this notion. He distinctly recalled that he had severed the rope only after reaching the bottom, which indicated that Lu Qi and the others had ample iron spider silk to extend it to the abyss's depths. If material scarcity was not the issue, the answer was glaringly apparent. Lu Qi had deliberately ensured that Yang Fan could not use the rope to escape. Only 3 individuals below could potentially utilize the rope for escape. Lu Qi and Zhang Jia must have devised another method to swiftly ascend the rope, and the height they had left was a precautionary measure to thwart Yang Fan's escape. Should Yang Fan manage to grasp the rope, he might even have the opportunity to tamper with it, which Lu Qi would naturally wish to prevent. How astute! Had they anticipated my potential inspection of the rope? Yang Fan scoffed softly. Gazing at the rope suspended high above, he hesitated for a brief moment. It seemed he had an alternative option: to find a way to reach the rope and return to the cliff above before Lu Qi and the others, thereby waiting for them to unwittingly walk into his trap. Yet, he quickly abandoned this thought. Firstly, Yang Fan could not conceive a method to grasp the rope at such a height. Furthermore, his primary objective was to seek out the crimson Chilean fruit. Not to eliminate Lu Qi. If Lu Qi and his companions had not acquired the crimson Chilean fruit, or worse, had perished below, what purpose would it serve for him to return to the cliff prematurely? Lu Qi should be unaware that Yang Fan's physical condition had nearly returned to that of an ordinary person, and he likely still believed Yang Fan's left leg was injured. Even so, the considerable height they had reserved indicated the meticulousness and caution of Lu Qi's planning. Shaking his head at the rope above, Yang Fan recognized that he could not afford to expend significant time and energy attempting to solve the dilemma of the rope. Lu Qi had already ventured into the central area ahead of him. He could not afford to delay further. It seemed he must now act according to circumstances. With that thought, Yang Fan turned and made his way toward the abyss's center. After spending 2 days in the depths, his vision had adapted increasingly to the darkness. The black mist engulfed the entire space, yet Yang Fan could still discern objects approximately 10 meters away. Previously, he had estimated the abyss's radius to be around 50 meters, which was not particularly far. Of course, the closer one approached, the greater the risk of encountering danger, and 10 meters of visibility offered no assurance of safety. Moving toward the central area meant that he would no longer have known cover. Thus, for safety's sake, Yang Fan opted to crawl along the ground. He heightened his senses, proceeding cautiously, stopping intermittently to survey his surroundings. Oddly, although he had crawled about 10 meters toward the center, the scent of beasts had not intensified. Instead, the aroma of the Mo Luo Qian Shou had become increasingly pronounced. The scent of Mo Luo Qian Shou now overwhelmed all other odors, making it nearly impossible to discern the location of any bizarre beasts through smell alone. Having previously encountered the branches of Mo Luo Qian Shou, Yang Fan was well acquainted with this scent. As the aroma intensified, it completely masked all others. The scent of the beasts was substantial, now obscured, let alone that of Lu Qi and Zhang Jia. Yang Fan could not locate the two through smell alone. Presently, all threats likely coalesced in the central area. The closer he drew to it, the more concentrated the danger became, necessitating even greater caution from Yang Fan. After crawling slowly for about 20 meters, he feared that any moment a beast might leap forth to rend him asunder. Yet, no beast emerged. Instead, Yang Fan spotted a massive shadow of a spherical object in the area ahead. What could that be? Yang Fan widened his eyes, fearing he might be imagining things. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that, approximately 10 meters away, the entire area was entangled with the vines of Mo Luo Qian Shou. Countless thick vines sprawled across the ground, far more robust than those in the cave, resembling giant pythons coiling in the darkness. In the central area, some root systems intertwined and ascended, forming this spherical space. Yang Fan crawled closer to the nearest vine. Examining it closely, indeed, these were the vines of Imo Luo Qian Shou. However, what puzzled him was that the Imo Luo Qian Shou in the blood cave emitted a rhythmic green glow, whereas these vines appeared devoid of such phenomena. Exuding a lifeless air, following the thick vines with his gaze, perhaps they were not merely vines but roots, as they were even more robust and powerful. Yang Fan deduced the reason for their lack of luminescence. They had all been severed. They were dead roots. Who could sever the roots of Imo Luo Qian Shou? Could it have been that Qianlin? Given that these roots had been cut, and no green sap flowed within them, Yang Fan tentatively touched one and confirmed it was indeed unresponsive. The chaotic roots could serve as a potential hiding spot. With many dead roots surrounding him, varying greatly in height, Yang Fan finally found a suitable cover. Rising, he pressed himself against one of the dead roots, carefully approaching the central sphere. Through the chaotic interweaving of the dead roots that enveloped the spherical structure, Yang Fan glimpsed deeper within, where numerous root vines lay. However, these inner vines differed from the outer dead roots. They pulsed rhythmically, emitting a soft blue luminescence, lighter in hue than the Imo Luo Qian Shou in the cave. The blue glow was faint, nearly entirely obscured by the outer layer of root vines, and the remaining feeble light was swallowed by the surrounding black mist, which had caused Yang Fan to overlook the illumination here for the past 2 days. Moreover, he noticed that each time they pulsed, no black mist erupted. Instead, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth. Though they pulsed, the inner vines exuded a sense of purity and freshness. Were these vines untainted? Yang Fan's eyes widened. He found it hard to comprehend why the same Imo Luo Qian Shou, with over 300 branches contaminated, would have untainted roots. Wait. Yang Fan's brow furrowed. He seemed to have stumbled upon a hypothesis. What if the contamination spread from the branches towards the center? This could explain why the branches were tainted while the root systems remained unscathed. One point could validate Yang Fan's conjecture. When he completed the first ring of the dual objectives, he had merely found a branch to fulfill it. If contamination radiated from the root systems outward, he should have sought the center of the root systems to truly complete the first ring's objective. Realizing this, Yang Fan continued to observe the roots of Imo Luo Qian Shou. TOC, through 2 layers of root vines was no easy feat for an ordinary person, but fortunately, Yang Fan's vision had improved slightly over the past few days, enabling him to discern some details. Peering through the roots that emitted a blue glow, he saw several tender branches growing upward from all sides, converging at the top to form yet another sphere. He could no longer see the internal conditions, but he discerned a faint orange glow within the inner sphere, pulsating gently. Upon seeing that orange light, Yang Fan's heart raced. The sap of Imo Luo Qian Shou was dark green. The contaminated Qianlin fruit emitted a green luminescence, and even the untainted root vines shone with a pale blue glow. Thus, the orange light was likely the coveted crimson Qianlin fruit. The second ring of the dual objectives lay before him. And Yang Fan's breath quickened. Yet, he was reluctant to act hastily. Firstly, Lu Qi and Zhang Jia's whereabouts remained uncertain. Currently, Yang Fan had not spotted any bizarre beasts, suggesting a considerable likelihood that Lu Qi and Zhang Jia were still alive. Although he had not located them, Yang Fan was certain they must be within this relatively small area of 100 square meters. They could very well be hiding just behind another vine not far away. Secondly, while the scent of the beasts was faint, it certainly existed. Without visual confirmation of any bizarre creatures, he dared not reveal himself. Most crucially, this place was exceedingly strange. Why had the surrounding root vines perished? Whether there were other dangers concealed within the space enveloped by the roots remained a mystery. The crimson Qianlin fruit was likely not so easily obtained, being encased by 3 layers of vines. Yang Fan could not afford to act recklessly just yet. He decided to remain still and observe for any changes. After waiting patiently for approximately 10 minutes, the Imo Luo Qian Shou finally exhibited some alterations. Surrounding the crimson Qianlin fruit, there were 3 layers of protection. The first layer consisted of tender branches, the second layer comprised the untainted root vines, and the third layer was made up of dead roots. Now, the situation was unfolding with the second layer. The previously faint blue glow of the second layer of root vines suddenly transformed, with the light at the base shifting to a green luminescence. Though it hadn't yet reached the depth of the cave, the color had intensified compared to before. At this moment, the second layer of vine roots suddenly began to grow with unprecedented vigor. Their growth rate far exceeding that of ordinary plants. In mere seconds, they expanded outward, completely snapping the four roots of the third layer. Once the third layer's roots were broken, they fell away, causing the outermost sphere to collapse with a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, the original second layer of vine roots, for reasons unknown, managed to halt the flow of internal sap, losing all luster. Amidst this drastic transformation, the innermost tender shoots also rapidly developed, pushing outward. These tender shoots remained untainted, emitting a faint azure glow with each rhythmic pulse. Yang Fan stared in astonishment at this scene. When the second layer encountered contamination, the Mo Luo Qian show immediately severed the sap supply to the second layer, rendering it a dead root and replacing the original outermost defense. The original innermost defense thus became the new second layer of protection. It was valiantly resisting the contamination. Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. The Mo Luo Qian show, colossal in size, could draw energy from the earth, but how much energy could a single plant with all its branches tainted possibly absorb? This was the last sanctuary of the Mo Luo Qian show, which, in its desperate struggle to protect this sanctum, was willing to sacrifice its limbs and expend all its energy in a fight to the death. Who could have imagined that the most breathtaking battle within the Qilin cave would occur here? Even though it was merely a plant, Yang Fan felt a deep-seated admiration for it. He had indeed discerned that the Mo Luo Qian show possessed a certain level of consciousness, but he never anticipated that it would go to such lengths to resist contamination. The former innermost tender shoots quickly transformed into the new second layer of defense, yet no new tender shoots were rapidly generated at this time. Consequently, the innermost defense was now vacant. Seizing the opportunity while the tender shoot layer was still incomplete and the gaps were considerable, Yang Fan finally glimpsed the situation within. There not only was a crimson Qilin fruit growing, but astonishingly, a white egg lay nearby. The egg was filthy, emitting a foul odor, which was fortunately diluted somewhat by the surrounding Mo Luo Qian show. Without it, the stench would have been far worse. The egg, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, was roughly oval-shaped, tapering at the top and widening at the bottom, and it now stood alongside the crimson Qilin fruit. At that moment, Yang Fan finally comprehended one crucial fact. Why had he sensed the presence of a strange beast but never encountered one? Because this strange beast was merely an egg at present. Why was there an egg? Yang Fan was taken aback, as it seemed recently hatched. Could it be a Qilin egg? He questioned whether the Mo Luo Qian show was protecting the crimson Qilin fruit or this egg. Just then, a voice erupted to Yang Fan's right. Zhang Jie, the sphere can only change 5 times a day, and we have already failed 3 times. We must secure it this time. Lu Qi? Yang Fan's heart raced. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie were indeed hiding less than 10 meters away from him. It was worth noting that when Yang Fan and Lu Qi initially made their assessments about the crimson Qilin fruit, Yang Fan's deduction appeared more accurate, as it indeed seemed to have been nurtured in a unique environment in pursuit of the crimson Qilin fruit. Yang Fan had spent 2 days exploring 341 chambers, consuming the flesh of strange beasts and practicing with the orb. However, Lu Qi's hypothesis was not entirely erroneous. It now seemed highly probable that this crimson Qilin fruit was indeed left for this egg by the Qilin, a remnant of its lineage. Furthermore, Lu Qi's unconventional thinking had provided the most direct advantage. Shortly after their descent, they headed straight for the center of the abyss. They had arrived here 2 days earlier than Yang Fan, thus observing the situation for an additional 2 days. That span of time was sufficient for them to grasp the dynamics at play. Upon witnessing the 3 layers of Mo Luo Qian show's defense shift, it would have been impossible for Yang Fan to act decisively. Moreover, even if he had intended to intervene, he would not have known how to proceed. Yet Lu Qi and his companions, having gained a temporal advantage, had discerned the pattern of the defense shifts, which occurred 3 times a day, and it appeared they had already devised a plan to seize the crimson Qilin fruit. In fact, Lu Qi had just mentioned that their previous 3 failures indicated they had attempted this numerous times. They certainly had not wasted their time during those 2 days. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie emerged from their concealment among the dead roots, standing before the sphere. Zhang Jie immediately drew his bow and fired an arrow, which zipped through the air. Yang Fan's gaze followed the arrow, only to realize that it was not an arrow at all, but rather a stone. Moreover, this stone was tied to a thin thread, presumably made of iron spider vine, with the other end secured to Zhang Jie's waist. The weighted stone flew forth, though not at an alarming speed. tracing a slightly parabolic trajectory. In the next moment, Lu Qi drew and released 3 arrows in rapid succession. Lu Qi's first shot released 2 arrows simultaneously, instantly surpassing Zhang Jie's stone. The 2 arrows connected by a slender iron spider vine. The arrows deftly navigated through the gaps in the outermost deadroot defense. The second layer of defense was still incomplete, and it could not obstruct this strike. The 2 arrows, one left and one right, sliced through the stem of the crimson Qilan fruit, perfectly severing it from the Mo Luo Qian Shou's vine branches. In the following second, Lu Qi's third arrow struck the stone that Zhang Jie had previously launched. At that moment, the stone was positioned directly above the egg and the crimson Qilan fruit, and upon impact from Lu Qi's arrow, it exploded. A fine net unfurled from within, enveloping both the egg and the crimson Qilan fruit. Zhang Jie hurriedly pulled on the thin thread in his hand, dragging the net and extracting both the Qilan fruit and the egg. Truthfully, Yang Fan was astonished by the skill displayed in their archery. Zhang Jie performed well, but it was Lu Qi's 3 arrows that were crucial. Now it seemed his archery had reached a level of extraordinary mastery. Even after multiple failures, accomplishing such a feat was nothing short of miraculous. Yang Fan pondered with curiosity about Lu Qi's past endeavors. However, a more pressing concern arose. Lu Qi had obtained the Qilan fruit. This was bad. Lu Qi had gained too much of an advantage. Did Yang Fan need to resort to forceful tactics? His mind raced, contemplating that to seize it would mean risking everything, and he estimated his chances of success to be no more than 20%. Just as Yang Fan's anxiety peaked, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble violently. A robust vine burst forth from the earth beside him, flipping Yang Fan over completely. It wasn't just Yang Fan. It seemed the entire abyss was beginning to quake. Whether due to the theft of the crimson Qilan fruit or the egg, the Mo Luo Qian Shou was furious. Chapter 27. I have one. Lu Qi looked around in shock, snatching the fine net from Zhang Jie's hands and shouting, "Run!" Yet at that moment, from a tangle of dead roots just a few meters away, a figure was hurled out. Lu Qi focused his gaze and immediately recognized the figure with murderous intent. Yang Fan. Just as he spoke, he drew an arrow, preparing to shoot the intruder. However, at the instant he released the arrow, the ground shook violently, causing the arrow to graze Yang Fan's cheek before embedding itself in the earth. Lu Qi, if you don't leave now, you will die here. Zhang Jie urgently pulled Lu Qi to flee outward. Yang Fan quickly got to his feet, yanked the arrow from the ground, and dashed towards the periphery. Now, it was not only the central area that trembled. The entire base of the abyss was crumbling. Thick roots erupted from the ground, swaying violently. Whether Lu Qi, Zhang Jie, or Yang Fan, none of them could afford to think of anything else as they raced frantically towards the rope hanging from the cliff. Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, endowed with exceptional physiques among ordinary people, quickly outpaced Yang Fan. Initially, all 3 had been sprinting in the same direction, knowing that the lifeline was there. However, Yang Fan's speed ultimately proved insufficient. He could only watch as the distance between him and the 2 widened, unable to catch up. Remembering that Lu Qi had left 10 meters of rope, even if he reached the top first, he would be unable to ascend. The Mo Luo Qian Shou possesses consciousness. I did not seize the crimson Qilan fruit or the egg. It should not be pursuing me. Considering this possibility, Yang Fan altered his course, rushing towards a nearby cave. Thus, the escape routes of the 3 diverged, with Yang Fan taking a turn. Yang Fan's understanding of the Mo Luo Qian Shou's consciousness was undoubtedly deeper than that of Lu Qi and Zhang Jie. And facts proved that his deduction was correct. The main direction of the Earth's collapse was indeed focused on pursuing Lu Qi and Zhang Jie. Meanwhile, Yang Fan found temporary safety by hiding at the cave's entrance. As numerous vines burst forth from the earth, a green luminescence illuminated the entire abyss. Yang Fan glanced back at the chaotic center of the abyss. A mass of darker than ever black mist coiled around the spot where the roots had been, seemingly vying for a delectable treat. The Mo Luo Qian Shou had ceased its defense against the encroaching contamination, rampaging wildly through the land. Yang Fan suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he were witnessing someone who had lost everything, recklessly spiraling into madness. Was it because your last belief had crumbled? Why must the secondary objective of the trial strip you of your final resolve? Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, utilizing their superior physical prowess, ultimately outran the Mo Luo Qian Shou's pursuit and soon found themselves near the cliff. From a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Both shot their arrows simultaneously, each arrow tethered to a rope, landing precisely near the rope dangling from the cliff face. They quickly climbed using the arrow's rope, nearly synchronously reaching the point where they could grasp the rope above. Vines, extending from the center in great numbers, relentlessly pursued the two individuals, climbing swiftly along the rock face. "Lu Qi, you go first. Hurry!" Zhang Jie shouted anxiously. This time, Lu Qi did not hesitate. He grasped a section of rope and quickly began his ascent. Zhang Jie followed closely behind, seizing the rope as well. Just when they believed they were about to escape danger, a vine ensnared Zhang Jie's ankle, gripping him tightly. Undoubtedly, if he were to be pulled down, his demise would be certain. In a moment of panic, Zhang Jie clutched Lu Qi's ankle with one hand, shouting, "Lu Qi, save me!" Lu Qi glanced down at this scene, and without a moment's thought, roared, "You fool! Let go! You'll get me killed! Help me, Lu Qi! You promised we would face adversity together!" Zhang Jie pleaded desperately. "Cut the vine! Let us escape together! The rope can't hold much longer!" Lu Qi retorted urgently, "Don't drag me down with you." As he spoke, he fiercely kicked Zhang Jie in the head with his other foot. Strangely enough, though Zhang Jie was being struck repeatedly, at that moment, he felt more alert than ever. It dawned on him that Yang Fan had not deceived him. Lu Qi had not abandoned him because he still found him useful, but now, he was of no further use and even posed a threat to Lu Qi's safety, prompting him to act without hesitation. "Lu Qi, I misjudged you. You fool, you should have seen this coming," Lu Qi scolded angrily. "Then I'll drag you down with me," Zhang Jie retorted furiously. As Zhang Jie refused to let go, the vine tightened around Lu Qi's thigh, the immense force threatening to snap the iron spider vine at any moment. Lu Qi drew an arrow, bent down, and plunged it viciously into Zhang Jie's hand. Zhang Jie clung desperately to Lu Qi's ankle, his hand quickly becoming a bloody mess, until he finally relinquished his grip in exhaustion. During his descent, Zhang Jie's gaze remained fixed on Lu Qi. "Lu Qi, I considered you a friend. You despicable scoundrel. I will haunt you even in death." Lu Qi paid no heed to these words, hastily severing the rope beneath him. Just then, the net bag at his waist suddenly loosened, causing the white egg to fall as well. "Damn it!" Lu Qi exclaimed, eyes wide with rage, desperately covering the net bag while feeling a pang of regret. "Forget it, the Kirin fruit is more important. Once I gain strength, I can acquire anything I desire." With this thought, he resolved not to dwell on it, summoning all his strength to climb rapidly. The egg plummeted from a height of over 10 meters, crashing into the ground. Astonishingly, it did not break. Yang Fan observed the entire spectacle. He was not surprised by Zhang Jie's fate. Even without this incident, given Lu Qi's character, Zhang Jie would ultimately meet an unfortunate end. However, the durability of that egg was remarkable. He wondered if it was damaged. About 30 minutes later, the ground gradually returned to a state of tranquility. The surrounding dark energy grew increasingly dense, the significance of which remained unclear, but at least for now. The Emo Luo Qian show had ceased its rampage. Yang Fan approached the egg, picked it up, and checked it with his wrist screen. Unknown beast egg. It seemed the wrist screen lacked X-ray vision. Leaving the species of the egg a mystery. It could possibly be a Kirin egg, but then again, it may not be. Yang Fan pondered. The Kirin fruit was indeed a remnant of the Kirin. Yet for a divine beast possessing such a vast palace, it was entirely plausible for the affluent Kirin to overlook a few fruits. No one knew when the Kirin had departed, nor if other beasts had entered the area before the pollution had escalated. Ultimately, Lu Qi had secured the Kirin fruit, a testament to his formidable strength. Nevertheless, Yang Fan did not despair. If he could survive and escape, even if no team would accept him, it would not deter his resolve for vengeance against his mother's death. Most importantly, he had uncovered the secrets surrounding meteors, other realms, scavengers, and boundary breakers. Surely, they wouldn't administer memory-erasing drugs to me again. Yang Fan shook his head. With the mysterious orb, he was not afraid of enduring it once more. At that moment, Lu Qi's maniacal laughter echoed down from the cliff above. "Yang Fan, I have ultimately triumphed. I, Lu Qi, have obtained the Kirin fruit. I am the true protagonist. I couldn't kill you this time. Live well, for next time. I will personally send you on your way." Yang Fan snorted coldly, choosing not to respond as he prepared to turn away. Just then, he heard a faint grunt behind him. Navigating through the thick vines scattered on the ground, he caught sight of a bloodied figure, twisted and contorted, gazing up at him helplessly. Zhang Jie? Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're still alive? Yang Fan, may I ask you for a favor? Zhang Jie uttered weakly. I know I'm not worthy, but I still wish to ask. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Seeing Zhang Jie in this state stirred a sense of compassion within him. Zhang Jie was not inherently bad. Had he not honored his promises, Yang Fan would not have been able to use the gray pine gun to sever the rope and escape. Not everyone in this world was destined to be a leader. Zhang Jie had merely followed the wrong crowd. If he had not encountered Lu Qi, perhaps his fate would have been entirely different. Speak, I have a wife and child at home. When you have the chance, please check on them. Don't mention Lu Qi to them. Also, relay the warning you once gave me to my son that I don't want him to repeat my mistakes. Yang Fan lowered his head and sighed. As long as I can survive and escape, I will. A trace of comfort washed over Zhang Jie's pained expression, his voice growing ever fainter. Yang Fan, I'm sorry. I wanted to let you go several times. But I was too useless. It's not Lu Qi's fault. It's my own greed and selfishness that desires strength to protect my family. Pollution. What exactly is pollution? Perhaps none of us are pure. Yang Fan, survive. And be wary of Lu Qi. You still don't know that he actually is. Before he could finish, Zhang Jie quietly closed his eyes. Chapter 28. Level 3 Disturbance. Zhang Jie departed this world without uttering his final words. Gazing at Zhang Jie's mangled corpse, Yang Fan let out a long sigh. Though Zhang Jie's demise could be deemed self-inflicted, it nonetheless evoked deep reflection within Yang Fan, particularly when he recalled the unknown newcomer devoured by Meng Ji, which stirred within him a sense of melancholy in an unknown otherworld, perishing at the hands of creatures he had never imagined, leaving behind no remains, not even his family aware of his fate. Was this the destiny of a scavenger? With this thought, Yang Fan could not bear to leave Zhang Jie's body beneath the vines. He dragged Zhang Jie's corpse out from the foliage. Beside Zhang Jie, Yang Fan spotted the longbow he had used and several scattered arrows. Though sadly, the bow was broken beyond use. Yang Fan collected the arrows. At Zhang Jie's waist, he found a simple pouch woven from iron spider vine. Upon inspecting the pouch, he discovered a bundle of coiled iron spider vine, 2 mountain peach fruits, and a rounded object wrapped in leaves. Unwrapping it revealed a purple-brown pill, a beast essence pill. Yang Fan tucked the pill into his pants pocket, then found a relatively intact patch of ground nearby. Digging a pit to inter Zhang Jie's body, after burying him, Yang Fan forcefully planted an arrow in the mound. This arrow would serve as Zhang Jie's gravestone, a testament to his existence. Having completed this task, Yang Fan cradled the beast egg and returned to a nearby cave entrance to rest, consuming a mountain peach fruit to replenish his strength. Yang Fan was acutely aware that his crisis was far from over. Lu Qi seemed to possess some special identity. Recalling Zhang Jie's dying words, Yang Fan contemplated. Lu Qi is truly a formidable opponent. He intentionally declared his departure from the cliff, likely to catch me off guard. Once he completes his body's transformation, he may well descend to kill me. Lu Qi's mind is meticulous. His loud proclamations from the cliff most likely aim to lower my guard, given his nature. He would not wish to leave any loose ends. Furthermore, the core of the Mo Luoqian show has already been tainted. Although it appears calm now, Yang Fan could not ascertain what might transpire next. In any case, he must find a way to escape the abyss. However, the rope meant for their escape had been taken by Lu Qi. Yang Fan furrowed his brows, finally resting his gaze on the scattered arrows at his feet and the coiled iron spider vine. Perhaps with these items, he could find a way to ascend. Yang Fan recalled the scenes of Lu Qi and Zhang Jie escaping earlier. They had shot arrows into softer sections of the rock face, using the rope tied to the arrows to climb upward, ultimately reaching the long rope that had fallen above. Now that the long rope was gone, Yang Fan could employ a similar strategy. By embedding arrows into the rock for grip and footholds, and using the iron spider vine to connect the arrows to himself, he could continuously retrieve the arrows while enhancing his safety. Ascending the cliff step by step, however, utilizing this method to scale a 60-meter-high cliff would require immense physical strength, and given Yang Fan's current state, he might very well fall midway. Damn it. Lu Qi has secured the Kirin fruit. If he could complete the transformation, it would indeed be worth a try. Meanwhile, Lu Qi had reached the outskirts of the Kirin cave. he found a hiding spot not far from the black soil area. Lu Qi's choice of location was astute. Although the dark energy posed no immediate threat, it was unsettling. By choosing a position untouched by the dark energy, he could evade potential dangers. Near the Qilin cave, it is essentially devoid of any monstrous beasts. One could assert that this locale is the safest within the entire trial region. Once Lu Qi confirmed the surroundings were secure, he retrieved a crimson fruit from his net bag. The Qilin fruit, Lu Qi's gaze ignited with fervor. The endeavor to seize the Qilin fruit was fraught with peril, yet miraculously, he succeeded in the end. Although the demise of Zhang Jie was indeed regrettable, he had some utility and could have potentially assisted me in achieving my ultimate objective. Circumstances at the time left me with no other alternatives. Reflecting on that previous scene, Lu Qi shook his head. He truly did not wish to abandon Zhang Jie, this capable assistant, unless absolutely necessary. The thought of Zhang Jie inevitably led him to another individual. Yang Fan, he was still alive. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. How could he possibly be so swift after sustaining injuries? Had he not been meant to perish beneath the roots of the Mo Luo Thousand Hands? Such severe injuries should require 100 days for recovery. How could he be fully restored so rapidly? Lu Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, a possibility occurred to him. It was improbable that such a recovery could be achieved through normal bodily healing alone. Unless aided by external substances. Beast essence pills? No, that's not it. It must be the flesh of the otherworldly beasts. Lu Qi suddenly awakened to this realization. The beast essence pills are utilized to break through physical limitations, while the flesh of otherworldly beasts serves to enhance and transform the body. Consuming the latter could very well heal his leg injuries. Damn it. He must have completed a preliminary objective before we hunted Meng Ji. Previously, Lu Qi had only considered that Meng Ji had been poisoned by Yang Fan, never suspecting that Yang Fan had already completed a preliminary objective. When he hunted those two Meng Ji, he was merely repeating his earlier accomplishment. Damn it, I initially underestimated him. Yet how could someone with such poor data achieve all this? Though Lu Qi's mind was sharp, he was utterly at a loss. Unable to grasp the reasons, Lu Qi decided not to waste any more time. I had deliberately informed him of my departure. First, I will complete the breaking of my physical limits, and then I shall see. If the Mo Luo Thousand Hands shows no abnormalities, I shall launch a counterattack. In the entrance examination hall for the scavengers, nearly 30 minutes had elapsed since the newcomers entered the otherworld. By calculating the time-flow ratio, the newcomers had already spent 4.5 days in the otherworld. As the assessment reached its midpoint, the various team leaders anxiously converged towards the examiners. Old Li, Wang Miao, and Ma Yue have already completed their assessments. What were the results? Li Mingfeng impatiently regarded the crowd, exclaiming, "What are you all so anxious about?" Wang Miao and Ma Yue are not new to this. They are professionals and will conduct their assessments in due time. Before long, a man emerged from the passage leading to the beast realm, walking slowly while remarking, "Look at how anxious you all are. The meteorite energy has experienced a level 1 fluctuation." At those words, the veteran members erupted with excitement. Someone must have achieved a preliminary objective. Lu Qi is the most likely candidate. Huang Jintao and Li Xuedong also stand a good chance. This batch of newcomers is quite impressive. It seems there are those who can complete the objectives of the otherworldly trials. What a pleasant surprise. Let us hope the survival rate is somewhat elevated. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, another figure hurriedly dashed out from the opposite passage. Observing the newcomer's anxious demeanor, the crowd fell silent, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Old Li furrowed his brow and inquired of the man, "Wang Miao, what is the matter?" The dark-skinned man steadied his breath, scanning the crowd before speaking in a grave tone. "Level 3 fluctuations." "What? Level 3 fluctuations?" Some individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. In just half an hour, someone has achieved a threefold objective. Who could it be? Qin Hao, however, remained nonchalant, disdainfully stating, "Are you all fools? Who else could it be but Su Qianqian? To be honest, I knew she was undoubtedly powerful, but I never expected her to be attempting a threefold objective after 4.5 days. Upon hearing this name, the crowd eagerly pressed for details. Who is Su Qianqian? Qin Hao suddenly recalled that he had learned of Su Qianqian through whispers. While some in the vicinity were aware of her, others were left in ignorance. Old Qin, do enlighten us. They urged. Qin Hao regretted having spoken, Muttering to himself, I'm going out for a smoke. He hastily pulled Anya along. What are you still doing here? Let us retreat. Chapter 29. The contaminated Chilean fruit Yang Fan had been closely observing the Luo Thousand Hands. Its core had been overtaken by dark energy, and a brilliant light was emanating from that region. A greenish hue marred by impurities, gradually dimming. The very presence that instilled fear in otherworldly beasts suggested that once the Luo Thousand Hands was completely tainted. I would not survive either, however. It seemed that pollution also required time. The Luo Thousand Hands, with its immense form, could repeatedly generate 3 layers of defense, indicating that its core was likely far more resilient than I had previously perceived. A centipede, even when dead, remains unyielding. It should still be able to endure for several days. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan extracted a few items from his pocket, 2 beast essence pills, one obtained by himself and the other belonging to Zhang Jie, and 2 green Chilean fruits, which had been contaminated. When he first spotted these 2 Chilean fruits, he had casually taken them. Yang Fan fixed his gaze upon the 2 azure Chilean fruits. In the contest against Lu Qi, he had ultimately been at a disadvantage, failing to procure the crimson Chilean fruit and settling for 2 azure ones instead. Yet, remaining here would lead to either death at the hands of the Luo Thousand Hands or at Lu Qi's. At this juncture, it was time to go all in. Yang Fan picked one up, narrowing his eyes. Would consuming this lead to his immediate demise? Yang Fan attempted to search the wrist screen database for answers. But alas, there were no relevant records. This indicated that no one had previously undertaken such an action. Or perhaps someone had, but without leaving any documentation. In any case, he found nothing pertinent to his inquiry. Would I be able to digest the turbid energy within? A waste product? Let us see if I can turn refuse into treasure. With that, Yang Fan bit into the fruit. Just as he did so, a surge of dark energy erupted forth. Yang Fan disregarded all else, hastily consuming the Chilean fruit. The flavor was a blend of sour and sweet, lingering on his palate. After a few moments of calm, Yang Fan suddenly felt an intense burning sensation coursing down his throat, ultimately settling in his abdomen. Immediately thereafter, it felt as though his internal organs were being scorched, and he expelled a torrent of black smoke from his mouth. At this moment, Yang Fan was oblivious to his own appearance. Had there been a mirror, he would have seen his eyes alternately turn completely black and then return to normal, oscillating rapidly between these 2 states with no discernible pattern. However, Yang Fan was far too preoccupied to notice, as his mind began to spiral into chaos, causing a splitting headache. He beheld scenes that had never manifested before. An arrow pierced through his heart, and in the distance, Lu Qi was watching him with a triumphant laugh. Yang Fan, our conflict is destined to conclude with my victory. Do not blame me. I simply refuse to be the defeated. The pursuit of power is an intrinsic aspect of our nature. Zhang Jie was crushed by the Luo Thousand Hands, his body contorted beneath its weight. Yet, there was no trace of anguish upon his face. Rather, a faint smile lingered, as if he thought, if I were strong enough, I could survive and protect my family. The scene shifted to a pitch-black room, where a hand dragged Yang Fan beneath the bed. Instantly, the scent of blood filled the air. A foreign voice echoed in his ears, "Weakness is your sin. Why do you refuse the power that can make you strong?" An increasing cacophony of voices surged forth, expressing an insatiable longing for power, as if countless souls were whispering in his ears. These voices threatened to shatter Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan uttered a pained wail, clutching his head tightly, collapsing to the ground, curling into a ball, rolling back and forth. Black smoke poured from his mouth, ears, and even his eyes. At this moment, he was utterly incapable of entering the consciousness space with any finesse. Just as these voices were poised to entirely engulf Yang Fan, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. "Xiao Fan, in Mama's heart, you are the strongest person, though you may not possess the tall and robust physique of others. Your will is stronger than anyone else's. If you give up, Mama's efforts will be in vain. Yet, throughout these years, you have never wavered. Mama knew that you had not succumbed to illness. You have always persevered and fought. I believe you will awaken. You certainly will." It was the repeated calls of his mother that had miraculously allowed Yang Fan to survive beneath the chains of the 9 celestial nebula. It was also a decade of trials that had forged Yang Fan's iron while in the midst of excruciating pain. Yang Fan resolutely clung to his consciousness, laboriously propping himself up to maintain a seated position. Do you think you can invade my consciousness? You are far too inexperienced, Yang Fan declared fiercely, and without hesitation, he seized an arrow from the ground beside him, disregarding whether Zhang Jia had smeared it with the juice of the tianxiang fruit or a hallucinogenic poison. Driving it deep into his thigh, the excruciating pain finally jolted Yang Fan's consciousness back to temporary clarity, allowing him to focus and enter the consciousness space. Upon arrival, he found himself enveloped in a thick shroud of dark energy. The radiant orb within his body was nearly obscured entirely by the encroaching black mist. Among the 9 chains, the one connected to the distant golden nebula trembled violently, eager to strike first. Yang Fan's eyes glinted with fierce determination as he shouted, "I am not dead yet. Stay far away." Immediately following, he silently chanted in his heart, "From purity arises impurity. When the pure is disrupted, it becomes turbid. When the turbid sinks, the pure emerges. In the hearts of heaven, earth, and humanity, there is often murkiness. Through intention, it can transform, allowing the turbid to give birth to the pure. Even when mountains crumble before me, my heart remains unmoved. When the heavens fall upon my head, my spirit does not falter. When faced with a strong enemy, I remain tranquil. My heart is still as water, devoid of leakage." The dim orb, under immense resistance, began to rotate slowly, and a thin veil of white light enveloped Yang Fan's body. Though it paled in comparison to the thick black mist, as long as consciousness endured, the white light would not extinguish. As Yang Fan's mental state attained tranquility, even the sounds around him gradually faded away. As the orb turned languidly, the surrounding black mist began to follow suit, with trace amounts being drawn into the orb. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Yang Fan felt as if he had traversed an eternity. The peculiar sounds had long since vanished, and his mind had never been this serene. He slowly opened his eyes. The black mist that once surrounded him had completely dissipated, leaving only the orb in his abdomen, now radiating an even more intense white light, enveloping him. The nebula chains, though still fixated on Yang Fan, seemed to have lost their will to attack. Yang Fan regarded the now serene realm of consciousness with indifference. What astonished him was that the orb had doubled in size at that moment. A new piece of information appeared in his mind. Tier 3, Basic Sound Barrier. Basic Sound Barrier, a rudimentary state that enhances auditory perception, strengthening the connection between consciousness and the ears, capable of blocking sounds that intrude upon the mind for a limited duration. Had he truly broken through to Tier 3? Since the last time the orb had advanced, Yang Fan's training had been brief, far less than the ample 3 months of previous practice. Yet, a single tainted Qilin fruit had propelled the orb up an entire tier. Basic Sound Barrier. I thought it would enhance my hearing, but it seems I've become deaf instead. However, Yang Fan reconsidered. Although Basic Sound Barrier appeared less beneficial in combat compared to the Tier 2 breakthrough of Basic Spirit Condensation, its true significance was far greater. For instance, had he been eroded by the turbid energy earlier, he might have struggled to enter his conscious realm. If he had possessed the Basic Sound Barrier, he could have shielded himself from the sounds infiltrating his mind, thereby avoiding such peril. In simpler terms, the Basic Sound Barrier was an immensely valuable ability for entering the conscious realm. Following the breakthrough, his 5 senses had also seen considerable enhancement. Compared to improved hearing, the Basic Sound Barrier proved even more useful. Yet, beyond the orb's advancement, what thrilled Yang Fan further was the unmistakable transformation within his body. He opened his eyes and gazed intently at his hands and arms. It felt as though every finger brimmed with strength. Had he successfully absorbed the energy of the Qilin fruit? Yang Fan was taken aback by his own astonishment. He promptly began to assess his physical data. Strength, 174. Speed, 138. Stamina, 122. Your values have reached the current physical limit. A physical breakthrough can be initiated. Yang Fan stared at his current figures, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Were these statistics truly his? Compared to his previous data, they were astronomical. Had he truly reached his physical limit? However, it seemed that compared to others, his physical upper limit might be among the weakest. Beast spirit flesh and Qilin fruits could enhance physical strength. Yet they could not transcend limits, and Yang Fan's physical constitution was ultimately inferior to others, resulting in a lower ceiling. Yang Fan could not alter his physical qualities, since he was now capable of a breakthrough. He prepared to consume the beast essence pill. Just then, that ever-present mysterious voice echoed in his ear. "You have found the crimson Qilin fruit?" Huh. Yang Fan froze momentarily. Had the second ring of the dual objectives been completed? How had he found the crimson Qilin fruit? Where was it? He was bewildered for a while until he carefully recalled and contemplated, finally discerning a clue. The reasoning was simple. Since the tainted Qilin fruit had been successfully purified by Yang Fan, it was indeed the crimson Qilin fruit. If all went as expected, the crimson Qilin fruit should be within him, specifically the one he had absorbed. Upon receiving this news, Yang Fan's heart soared with joy. He had nearly given up on completing the ultimate objective, as without fulfilling the dual objective, the ultimate goal could not be unlocked. Yet now, he was just one breakthrough away from the dual objective. And he still possessed 2 beast essence pills, making it a foregone conclusion. I still have a chance to achieve the ultimate goal. Yang Fan was beside himself with excitement. He hastily glanced at the time on his wrist screen. Refining the Qilin fruit had consumed 3 whole days. There was still a day and a half left. He wondered if he would have enough time. Yang Fan quickly grabbed a beast essence pill and popped it into his mouth, inadvertently noticing an arrow still lodged in his leg. Ignoring the pain, he yanked it out. The process of consuming the beast essence pill was, in comparison to the Qilin fruit, a sheer delight. A warm current nourished his entire being, and he could hear the faint sounds of his bones, likely the beast essence pill transforming his body. The beast essence pill surprisingly contained a small amount of turbid energy, roughly equivalent to that of a piece of beast spirit flesh, which Yang Fan easily refined. Approximately 2.5 hours later, the warm current within him gradually subsided, and the sounds of his bones faded away. Yang Fan took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled lightness throughout his body, an indescribable sense of euphoria from head to toe. For a man who had been a vegetative state for 10 years, he had never experienced such a sensation. Yang Fan found himself utterly enraptured. Yet it was the same mysterious voice that interrupted his reverie. "You have completed the first physical breakthrough. The second objective has been achieved." At this moment, Yang Fan felt physically liberated and emotionally elated, especially at the thought of the rewards awaiting him, which only heightened his excitement. However, after waiting several minutes, the legendary Qilin Claw did not appear before him as the beast essence pill and beast spirit flesh had. Hello? Are you still there? Have you forgotten something?" Yang Fan could not help but inquire. Silence enveloped him. "Hello, my reward," Yang Fan reminded. Perhaps pressed by Yang Fan's insistence, that voice finally broke its silence to respond. "The reward has been allocated to another." Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? Was it customary for beings from other realms to renege on their word? Yet, as he pondered, he realized the reasoning behind this situation. There was only one crimson Qilin fruit, and Lu Qi had already obtained it. Appeared he had completed the first physical breakthrough ahead of Yang Fan, thus making him the first to fulfill the dual objective. And naturally, the reward went to him first. Moreover, Yang Fan's circumstances were extraordinarily unique. Even the overseer of the trial likely could not have anticipated that someone else could complete the dual objective. Consequently, his reward was forfeited. Till this day, Yang Fan had yet to discern the source of this mysterious voice. Not only he, but even the examiner had previously mentioned that the origin of the voices in this realm remained an enigma. Whether it was a living entity or akin to some form of artificial intelligence, or something entirely different, Yang Fan could not speculate. If it were a real creature, it might compensate for the lost reward. But if it were merely a program, it likely could not replace the reward. Although Yang Fan had prepared himself psychologically for the possibility of not receiving the reward, he still sought to contest it. "So, my reward is lost? You never specified that only the first to complete would receive a reward." Yang Fan attempted to communicate with the voice. "At least give me an explanation." The voice remained silent, offering no further clarification. Yang Fan shook his head and sighed. It seemed the voice had no intention of compensating him. "Alas, this trial of yours, to be frank, lacks professionalism. Forget it, forget it. I won't hold it against you. The dual objective has been completed, and the third can now be initiated. Surely the third objective cannot be restricted to just one person." Who knew? Just as Yang Fan finished speaking, the voice abruptly re-emerged, rare in its display of fluctuation. What did you say? Yang Fan jumped in surprise. Previously, this exceedingly mysterious voice had only briefly introduced the otherworld and objectives, never appearing again or exhibiting any fluctuations. Yet this time, it sounded quite agitated. The sudden intensity of the mysterious voice left Yang Fan momentarily at a loss for words. I said you should initiate the third objective. Not that, the previous sentence. The voice barked fiercely. Yang Fan took a moment to recall what he had just said I said your trial is somewhat unprofessional. You dare say I am unprofessional? The voice retorted angrily. How can such insolence be tolerated? Yang Fan stood there, dumbfounded. This seemed dire. The mysterious voice was furious. The consequences could be severe. He might even be ejected from the otherworld. Esteemed one. Yang Fan struggled to find an appropriate title and settled on esteemed one for the time being. I understand this isn't your fault. It's my mistake. I don't want the reward. Just tell me what the third objective is, I beg you, in a way. The mysterious voice bellowed, Kid, I detect that you look down upon me. No, that is not what I meant at all. It is a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding. Yang Fan is aware that one can provoke anyone here, but this particular individual is to be avoided at all costs. From the very beginning, he proclaimed, This is my trial. This trial belongs to him, and it is certainly not something one can afford to provoke. The mysterious voice likely never anticipated that it would engage in such an extensive conversation with the challenger. You feign apologies, yet harbor contempt for me within, the enigmatic voice remarked. Faced with such a haughty and proud tone, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. However, what you seek is not unreasonable. Thus, while I have no rewards to bestow upon you, it would not be a challenge to procure some within the realms of Shanghai. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan could scarcely believe his ears. He could still receive a reward. What reward? The Phoenix Flowing Flame Herb, for instance. What is the Phoenix Flowing Flame Herb? I shall only grant you this reward. I bear no responsibility for anything else. The voice stated coldly, returning to its previous aloof demeanor. You need only be aware that this reward surpasses the Qilin Claw in value. I will guide you to its location and ensure your safety. After you have harvested it, you shall continue to partake in the trial as you always have, with no further distinction. Do you understand? I understand. But the issue is, I am currently trapped here. How am I to harvest it? Yang Fan only heard the mysterious voice let out a resigned sigh, expressing disbelief at encountering someone like him who would force it to break the rules. Very well, since I have granted you a reward. I must deliver it to you, lest you prattle on foolishly. The 19th chamber on your left has the Emo Luo Qian, show vine that has already fallen. There is a secret passage behind it through which you may escape. Yang Fan stood in stunned silence for a moment. If he was not mistaken, Lu Qi would likely come to kill him. Although he too had achieved a breakthrough in his physical form, his foundational attributes were too weak. In comparison to Lu Qi, who had also broken through, the gap had not only failed to narrow but had likely widened. Lu Qi's physical limits were undoubtedly far superior. Yet, no matter how clever Lu Qi might be, he would never suspect that Yang Fan would escape through a secret passage. Time was of the essence. Yang Fan hurriedly gathered his belongings, clutching the beast egg, and quickly sought out the chamber. On the wall, he indeed discovered a spot where numerous vines had fallen away, revealing an opening. Yang Fan recalled that this area had shown no abnormalities previously, suggesting that the Emo Luo Qian show had been attacked by concentrated miasma, leading to its core being neglected, compounded by insufficient adhesion at the entrance, resulting in the vine's detachment. The opening was quite narrow, roughly 1.5 meters high, and was certainly not left by the Qilin, but rather possibly excavated by another strange beast. However, none of that mattered. What was crucial was that this opening was sufficient for Yang Fan to make his escape. Yang Fan hastily approached the secret passage. Chapter 31. Not for your consumption. Emerging from the tunnel, Yang Fan discovered that the exit was situated far from the Qilin cave, well beyond the reach of the black miasma. His position was likely on the opposite side of the Qilin cave's entrance. He could only wonder who the owner of the tunnel was, daring to extend it to the home of the Qilin divine beast. Was the intention to steal the Qilin fruit? That tunnel, being quite narrow for the beasts of the Shanghai realm, suggested that the excavator was not a particularly large creature. It was unexpected that such a small creature would have the audacity to disturb the domain of a powerful entity. Much like how mice might invade the home of humanity, the apex of all beings, this encapsulates the marvels of nature. From Yang Fan's vantage point, he could still see the vicinity of the Qilin cave shrouded in dark miasma. Relieved to have finally escaped, he took a deep breath of the fresh air. The mysterious voice resounded, instructing him to walk approximately 5,000 meters westward to reach the Thousand Beasts Lake. Then follow a northern tributary for another 1,000 meters to find Phoenix Mountain. Submerging into the tributary of Thousand Beasts Lake and entering the depths of the underground cavern on the southern side of Phoenix Mountain would lead him to the Phoenix Flowing Flame Herb. During this time, you need not worry about encountering any strange beasts. You should swiftly procure your reward. Yang Fan nodded. Please wait a moment. I have quite a bit of gear to organize for the journey. The voice was silent, seemingly granting permission. Yang Fan tore open Zhang Jie's waist pouch, fashioning it into a makeshift net to secure the beast egg, which he then strapped to his back. He also retained the arrows left by Zhang Jie, intending to use them for climbing the cliffs, but decided to simply hang them at his waist. He stuffed a spare beast essence pill and a contaminated Qilin fruit into his pocket. While a mountain peach fruit was tied to the arrow with iron spider vine, he continued to carry the gray pine spear, which could help clear away underbrush and vines along the way. Once prepared, Yang Fan glanced at his watch. After breaking through his physical limits, he noted that his data had remained unchanged. Strength 174, speed 138, stamina 122. Had there been no improvement post-breakthrough? After some contemplation, Yang Fan deduced the reason. The essence of strange beasts and the Qilin fruit could strengthen the physical body, but the beast essence pill was meant to break through the physical limits. Only after surpassing those limits could one further enhance their physique. Otherwise, no matter how much beast essence or Qilin fruit one consumed, they would remain bound by their current limits, so that was it. The essence of strange beasts and Qilin fruit were entirely different types of substances. Strengthening and breaking through required distinct materials. Yang Fan silently noted this distinction. While the breakthrough had not enhanced his physical attributes, his current condition was unparalleled, brimming with vitality. With everything in order, Yang Fan set off towards Thousand Beasts Lake. Throughout his journey, he encountered no strange beasts, allowing him to travel with ease. Perhaps feeling overly at ease, Yang Fan found his mind drifting to other matters. Predecessor, may I initiate the triple objectives now? The voice remained silent. I am simply concerned. Yang Fan continued, parting the brush in front of him. Lu Qi must have already activated his ultimate goal, right? Although you have compensated me with a reward, I am still trailing behind him, as he meandered. Yang Fan shifted some of the blame onto the mysterious voice's owner. He heard a sigh beside him. The voice was evidently exasperated by Yang Fan's persistence. The triple objectives are, in fact, the ultimate goal. To seek either the Buddhist heart blue lotus or the ghostly annihilation fragrance, and to infiltrate the Qilin cave to destroy the fully contaminated Mo Luo Qian show. Before Yang Fan could respond, the voice continued, indeed, while your pursuit of the Phoenix Flowing Flame Herb will expend stamina and time, I have simultaneously allowed you to evade the ambush of your adversary. If you deem this unfair, you may return to the Qilin cave, and I will find another reward for you. But whether you can survive to claim it is no longer my concern. No, 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 it is quite fair, very fair, Yang Fan hastily replied. The mysterious voice confirmed Yang Fan's previous suspicions. Lu Qi had indeed not departed. That fellow was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. They had both completed their physical breakthroughs. Yet their foundations and limits differed, meaning the effects derived from consuming the Qilin fruit would also vary. Lu Qi's physical prowess was certainly superior, and he held an undeniable geographical advantage on the cliff. Yang Fan would expend great effort to climb, and would likely find it exceedingly difficult to escape with his life in light of this. Losing the initiative on the ultimate goal was undoubtedly a steep price. Predecessor, where are the Buddhist heart blue lotus and the ghostly annihilation fragrance located? Ah, the Buddhist heart blue lotus lies to the west, while the ghostly annihilation fragrance is to the east. The voice seemed to have resigned itself to the situation. Yang Fan nodded, recognizing that he was heading westward, which meant that after acquiring the Phoenix Flowing Flame Herb, he could conveniently seek out the Buddhist heart blue lotus. Between Lu Qi and the Buddhist heart blue lotus lay the Qilin cave, which was a chasm. However, outside it was a rocky mountain. Lu Qi would not likely take the long way around to find the Buddhist heart blue lotus, but would be more inclined to pursue the ghostly annihilation fragrance. His primary task remained to accomplish the ultimate goal, and avoiding Lu Qi would be most advantageous. It appeared that the owner of the mysterious voice had carefully considered bestowing the phoenix flowing flame herb upon him, likely fearing that he would continue to press for more. After a period of quiet travel, Yang Fan grew restless once more. "Predecessor, may I inquire about your true form?" Silence ensued. "I am quite curious." The Mo Luoqian show was still resisting the contamination and should have been able to endure longer. "Why did you require us to harvest the scarlet Qilin fruit, which effectively forces it to relinquish its resistance? Yet in the end, you still intend to destroy it. Why this arrangement?" Silence persisted. "Predecessor, the first two objectives were not easy, and the ultimate goal must be even more perilous. Surely, the Buddhist heart blue lotus cannot be so easily harvested? Predecessor, on what basis do you claim that the phoenix flowing flame herb is superior or equal to the Qilin claw? Predecessor, what exactly is contamination? Where does it originate?" A sigh echoed, followed by continued silence. It seemed that extracting further information from this voice would prove futile. Nevertheless, while he engaged in conversation, Yang Fan did not allow himself to be delayed. With only a day and a half remaining until the trial concluded, coupled with the time needed to obtain the phoenix flowing flame herb, he was left with little time to achieve his ultimate goal, judging by the difficulty of the first two objectives. The ultimate goal of locating one of the two spiritual herbs and depositing it into the Qilin cave to destroy the Mo Luoqian show would likely entail significant risk. The mere act of depositing one of those two spiritual herbs into the Qilin cave to destroy the Mo Luoqian show would be a trivial task. Thus, the challenge must lie in acquiring one of those two spiritual herbs. As the ultimate goal, the level of danger was self-evident. Yang Fan wondered how Lu Qi was faring. While contemplating his ultimate objective, Yang Fan followed the guidance of the mysterious voice to locate the tributary from Qian Beast Lake leading to Phoenix Mountain, and he descended into an underground cavern situated to the south of Phoenix Mountain. After swimming along the subterranean river for several hundred meters, he unexpectedly encountered a waterfall. At the base of the waterfall, a dense mist rose, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of vapor. Yang Fan hastily took precautions, swimming to the shore and grasping onto a stone pillar to hoist himself onto dry land. He approached the cliff's edge to peer down. The underground water cascaded downwards for 1,000 meters, and at the waterfall's terminus, streams of crimson magma flowed languorously like veins. When the water met the magma, a significant amount of vapor was generated, rising into the air. "What on earth? Did you not say I would not encounter any danger? If I were to fall, there would be no chance of survival," Yang Fan remarked, his heart racing. The mysterious voice finally responded, "I had not yet reminded you. Yet you have already ascended on your OW, and it appeared that his vision had surpassed the expectations of the mysterious voice. The phoenix flowing flame grass is located beside the cliff," it continued. Yang Fan scanned the cliffside and, indeed, spotted a plant approximately 5 to 6 meters from the precipice. It was a small grass entirely crimson in hue. Its roots nestled within the crevices of the cliff's rocks, swaying vigorously under the onslaught of the waterfall's mist. Yet, despite such adversity, it remained resolutely anchored to the rock face. Yang Fan promptly aimed his wrist screen at the grass. With no obstructions nearby, the wrist screen swiftly provided the results. Phoenix flowing flame grass, a rare high-level spiritual plant, thriving in exceptionally harsh environments, found only where water and fire collide. This spiritual plant contains a potent dual elemental energy of water and fire, consumable only by those of exceptional constitution. Staring at the description, Yang Fan remained in a daze for quite some time. Was he of special constitution? Did his frail physique qualify? "Senior, why are you presenting me with such a thing? Do you believe I can make use of it?" Yang Fan questioned at this moment. "It is indeed of no use to you," the voice replied promptly. "Moreover, my initial intention in providing you with the phoenix flowing flame grass was not for your consumption. In any case, should you wish to take it, pluck it swiftly, being cautious not to damage the roots. If you do not desire it, that is your own concern, unrelated to this trial." Yang Fan sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, the database's assessment of the phoenix flowing flame grass was exceedingly rare, indicating its undeniable value. Having come this far, he had no reason to abandon it. The grass grew at the cliff's edge, not too far from the summit. With the aid of the iron spider's vine, he could descend a few meters to reach it. Once in possession of the spiritual plant, Yang Fan felt no difference and simply stuffed it into his pocket. The exit is behind you. Proceed westward from the cave's mouth, and the Buddha heart blue lotus lies in that direction, the mysterious voice instructed. Well, the reward has been granted. From now on, I will only provide hints as you approach the Buddha heart blue lotus and will not guide you further. Yang Fan took a deep breath. The phoenix flowing flame grass was merely a minor interlude. The ultimate goal lay ahead. Chapter 32. The ultimate dilemma, navigating through the intricately structured limestone cave for several minutes. Yang Fan finally beheld the cave's mouth ahead. He glanced back at the concealed underground chamber. Without the mysterious voice's guidance, he returned to a state of heightened trepidation, acutely aware that he could encounter a foreign beast at any moment. If he chose to retreat now, he could easily await the conclusion of the trial in this underground sanctuary. Having accomplished the secondary objective, even if his physical form were to shatter, he would likely not be overlooked based on his current performance. If circumstances permitted, no one would wish to linger in the mountain sea realm for an extra moment. The foreign beasts here were formidable. In their presence, humanity seemed utterly insignificant. Yet, even among his own kind, one could become a deadly adversary, rendering such days fraught with anxiety nothing short of a nightmare. Nevertheless, after some reflection, Yang Fan steeled himself and advanced towards the cave's mouth. The ultimate objective. Yang Fan's resolve solidified once more. For others, reaching this stage would suffice, but for him, it was merely insufficient. Given his current standing, there would undoubtedly be those who would desire him, yet the crux of the matter was that he still lacked the power of choice. He had to join Qin Hao's team. Only then could he continue to investigate the perpetrator behind his mother's demise. Exiting the cave, Yang Fan had already activated all 5 of his senses. He cautiously concealed himself within the underbrush, sparing no effort in being vigilant as he moved westward. After nearly 8 days of survival in the mountain sea realm, relying on his acute sensory perception and a few tracking techniques learned from Lu Qi and Zhang Jie, Yang Fan currently remains safe. You are 500 meters from the Buddha heart blue lotus, the mysterious voice intoned, yet it no longer provided specific guidance, similar to previous indications regarding the location of the Qilin cave. Devoid of emotion, the closer he approached the Buddha heart blue lotus, the more focused Yang Fan became. After advancing another 200 meters, he caught a whiff of the scent emanating from a foreign beast. This aroma was remarkably distinct, far more potent than that of a juvenile Mengji, and he could ascertain with absolute certainty that a foreign beast lurked just to the west. A roar reverberated from the distance, deep and resonant, sending shivers through him. The location of that sound was precisely where the Buddha heart blue lotus resided. Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. It's an adult foreign beast. A typical foreign beast like Mengji could reach the 3rd tier upon maturation, meaning there was at least a Tier 3 foreign beast in the vicinity of the Buddha heart blue lotus. What were the attributes of a Tier 3 Mengji? Yang Fan hastily checked his wrist screen. Strength 1800. Speed 1200. Stamina 700. Gasping in astonishment at those figures, he thought, what a joke. The ultimate objective is to pluck the Buddha heart blue lotus right under the nose of a Tier 3 foreign beast? It is worth noting that within this trial, the highest support only permits the shattering of one physical form, and in the face of a Tier 3 foreign beast, that is akin to being made of paper. In comparison to the ultimate objective, the secondary task seemed trivial. The primary objective could be achieved through the accumulation of time, and with a stroke of luck, one might even obtain some spiritual pearls, allowing the foreign beast's flesh to elevate him to the level of shattering one's physical form, thus seeking the opportunity to slay a juvenile beast of the 1st tier. The challenge of the secondary objective lay in reaching the abyss's depths, stealing the crimson Qilin fruit from the core of the demonic Mara, and evading the frenzied Mara. Although perilous, it was not unachievable. However, the ultimate objective was entirely different. He was up against an adult foreign beast. Adult foreign beasts were not nearly as easily deceived as their juvenile counterparts. Damn it. Now I understand why Old Bai said that in the National Cleansing Pathway entrance examination, it might take a whole year for someone to accomplish the ultimate goal. This level of difficulty is simply insurmountable. Are you kidding me? Is there truly someone capable of completing this ultimate objective? Hiding behind a small hillock, Lu Qi stared in terror at a colossal foreign beast. It was a horned giant beast, resembling a bull, draped in long fur. Approximately 10 meters from this beast stood a striking purple plant, standing out amid the greenery. Lu Qi lowered his head again to confirm on his wrist screen. Adult C? A common foreign beast. This foreign beast can autonomously reach Tier 3 upon maturation and may also cultivate to break through Tier 3. Reference data for Tier 3 is as follows. Strength 2400. Speed 1600. Stamina 1700. Lu Qi glanced at his own statistics. Strength 249. Speed 197. Stamina 220. What is this? That creature could eliminate me in an instant. In the presence of an adult foreign beast. The shattering of one's physical form is utterly insignificant. Lu Qi's gaze inevitably fell upon that striking purple plant. That was the ghostly extinguishing fragrance. If he could pluck that flower and return to the Qilin cave, tossing it into the abyss, the rest would be left to the ghostly extinguishing fragrance, fulfilling his ultimate objective. The mysterious voice had not mentioned what the reward for the ultimate objective was, but it was certain to be far superior to the Qilin claw. Lu Qi looked at the bone claw strapped to his waist, which was as long as his arm, with 3 razor-sharp claws that needed to be bound with roots to avoid injuring himself. The information provided by the wrist screen indicated that this was a claw from a 3-clawed juvenile Qilin, among the weakest of Qilins. Yet, even the weakest is still a claw from a divine beast. With this claw, he could easily carve deep gashes into a giant tree, and the claw would remain unscathed. If he brought the Qilin claw back, the cleansing pathway should have a way to forge it into a weapon, providing him with immense convenience for future adventures. Was there a possibility of utilizing the Qilin claw to slay the sea? After some contemplation, Lu Qi promptly dismissed that notion. Though the Qilin claw was sharp, encountering others could result in a one-hit kill. Hence, he could consider that option. However, the sea was covered in thick fur, and with his current strength, it would be difficult to use the Qilin claw to deliver a fatal blow. Weapons do not kill on their own. It is the wielder who brings death. Lu Qi was acutely aware that with his meager strength of just over 200, he could not hope to slay the adult sea with a single strike. And even hitting it might be a challenge, given the 1600 speed was no trifling matter. What was most troublesome was that a foreign beast always guarding the ghostly extinguishing fragrance likely already possessed some level of cultivation. Otherwise, why would it be protecting the spiritual plant? The wrist screen could not evaluate the foreign beast's precise data. Yet Lu Qi surmised that this sea could potentially exceed Tier 3, given how terrifying the attributes of Tier 3 already were. If it were Tier 4, there would be absolutely no chance. Although the reward for the ultimate objective would undoubtedly be superior, he simply could not defeat an adult sea. The formidable physical attributes of adult foreign beasts were one aspect. What was even more daunting was their combat prowess. Undoubtedly, they were far more lethal. With my current achievements, I have become the object of competition among various teams, and having already acquired the Qilin claw, I am merely a day away from completing the assessment. There is absolutely no need to take such a risk. After much deliberation, Lu Qi quietly retreated from the earth embankment, moving in the opposite direction. Before long, he located the hiding place he had previously occupied, a concealed crevice in the rocks, too narrow for the strange beasts, yet perfectly accommodating for a human. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qi exhaled in relief. It was best to avoid unnecessary risks, for survival was paramount. Be wise simply waiting here for a day, he could complete the entry assessment. With the Qilin claw fashioned into a weapon, he would undoubtedly maintain a significant advantage. With this thought, all the pressure on Lu Qi dissipated, and he felt remarkably at ease. The dual objectives, breaking through the physical limits and acquiring the Qilin claw, had yielded exceptionally satisfactory results. The only downside was that the pesky young fan had managed to escape. After completing his physical breakthrough, he had returned to the depths of the Qilin cave, but despite searching high and low, Lu Qi could not find him. He even excavated Zhang Jia's grave. Yet Yang Fan was nowhere to be found. It was possible he was hiding in some cave. There were too many caves. If not for the concern regarding the Molo Qinsho, Lu Qi would have searched each one. Determined to eliminate him, alas, it seemed this time, luck was on Yang Fan's side. Faced with this ultimate challenge, 2 exemplary students had made rational decisions. One had weighed the pros and cons and had already given up on the ultimate objective. The other lay concealed in the grass, cautiously approaching the target. Finally, Yang Fan spotted the colossal beast. Adult sandwolf, ordinary strange beast, capable of reaching the 3rd tier upon maturity and can break through to the 3rd tier with training. 3rd tier reference attributes. strength 1800, speed 1800, stamina 2200. It was 10 times my own. Yang Fan fixated on the sandy yellow giant wolf that prowled back and forth, fearing that it might possess abilities beyond the third tier. Subsequently, Yang Fan's gaze shifted from the sand wolf to the plant at the center of the pool behind it. In the midst of azure leaves bloomed a yellow flower resembling a lotus. Serene and exquisite. The Buddha's heart blue lotus thrived in the water. However, to harvest it would require considerable time. Competing for that time under the sand wolf's watch was utterly impossible. With this thought, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming headache, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Chapter 33. The soul solution temporarily retreating, Yang Fan recognized that the wolf's sense of smell far surpassed his own. He had no idea if the sand wolves in this world of mountains and seas were similarly endowed. He certainly did not wish to be attacked by the sand wolf before he was adequately prepared. Fortunately, the sandwolf showed no intention of leaving the Buddha's heart blue lotus. Retreating 500 meters away, Yang Fan's taut nerves began to slightly relax. I cannot kill this sandwolf. Yang Fan immediately reached that conclusion. However, the ultimate objective did not demand that I slay an adult strange beast, so this goal was not entirely unattainable. The only viable method was to devise a way to lure the sandwolf away. Yet, the sandwolf continued to loiter near the Buddha's heart blue lotus, showing no signs of departing. If my guess is correct, it is guarding the Buddha's heart blue lotus. Luring it away is exceedingly difficult. After much contemplation, time passed second by second. Considering the time needed to return to the Qilin cave, Yang Fan had little time left. Stay calm. Yang Fan endeavored to steady his thoughts. Upon careful reflection, he realized that the three objectives were interconnected. By killing the juvenile beasts, he could obtain beast essence pills, which were crucial materials for breaking through physical limits. Thus, the reward for the secondary objective should relate to the completion of the ultimate goal. Yet, the reward for the secondary objective was the Qilin Claw, which could serve as a formidable weapon. However, even with the Qilin Claw, he dared not provoke the sand wolf. This was perhaps the crux of the ultimate objective's difficulty. The disparity in challenge was too vast, making it arduous to utilize the secondary objective's reward to achieve the tertiary one. Yang Fan recalled the phoenix flowing flame grass. Although I had exchanged my reward, could it also assist in completing the tertiary objective? The sandwolf was guarding the Buddha's heart blue lotus. It should be interested in spiritual plants, and the phoenix flowing flame grass is also a spiritual plant. Perhaps I could use it to lure the sandwolf away. However, if successful, the usefulness of the phoenix flowing flame grass would far surpass that of the Qilin Claw. Yang Fan felt that the owner of the mysterious voice would likely not grant him such favorable conditions, for it would disrupt the balance of fairness in the trial. The description of the phoenix flowing flame grass stated that a special physique was required to consume it. Did the sandwolf meet that criterion? It seemed unlikely to be so simple. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he concluded that this was the only feasible method at present. He could only give it a try. But it would be wise to retain a backup plan in case the scheme failed. Leaving him without recourse, it was easier said than done. Facing an adult sandwolf, once exposed, Yang Fan had virtually no chance of survival. Even he felt a surge of helplessness at the daunting challenge of the ultimate objective, which left him with little room to maneuver. Lu Qi's situation should be quite similar to mine. Would he continue to pursue the ultimate goal? Yang Fan empathized, considering that if he were Lu Qi, he would likely choose to abandon the quest. But alas, he was not Lu Qi. Lu Qi could forfeit, but he could not. With a sigh, Yang Fan shook his head, pondering why the sandwolf insisted on guarding the Buddha's heart blue lotus. Was it for the sake of training? He was not a sandwolf, so he could not fathom its thoughts. Regardless, he had to make an attempt. With this in mind, Yang Fan consumed the last of the mountain peach fruits to replenish his energy, then entered his consciousness space to cultivate, aiming to optimize his mental acuity. The time ahead could very well be a fight for his life. He concealed the strange beast egg within a pile of grass and inspected his current equipment. The phoenix flowing flame grass would serve as bait. He utilized all of Zhang Jie's iron spider vines, totaling around 30 to 40 meters, and combined them with others he had obtained, creating over 80 meters in length. After securing the phoenix flowing flame grass, Yang Fan attached a convenient stone for throwing near the sandwolf. Once the sandwolf noticed the phoenix flowing flame grass, he could tug on the iron spider vines to lead the sandwolf away. 12 arrows, rendered nearly useless without a bow, became a burden. So Yang Fan discarded 10 of them, keeping only 2, binding iron spider vines to their shafts. Before entering the water, he secured the arrows, knowing that once he obtained the Buddha's heart blue lotus, pulling the rope ashore would be quicker. Apart from that, Yang Fan was left with only 1 blue Qilin fruit in hand. Gazing at the tainted Qilin fruit, Yang Fan shook his head. If he could absorb this Qilin fruit beforehand, it would enhance his physical attributes. The trials in this otherworldly realm only stated that they supported breaking through physical limits. As long as he did not surpass the second physical breakthrough, he could still gain considerable improvement, thus increasing his chances of survival. Unfortunately, the current time and environment did not permit this. He recalled that the first time he consumed a Qilin fruit took 3 days, and he would endure intense backlash thereafter. At that time, he had exuded dark energy, likely appearing terrifying. To consume it here would be akin to delivering oneself to danger. This substance was of no use. Yet fortunately, it was far more convenient to carry than a strange beast egg. Yang Fan nonetheless tucked it into his pocket. Tio utilized the available items to pluck the Buddha's heart blue lotus from beneath the adult sandwolf's nose. Yang Fan felt utterly mad. Once in optimal condition, he cautiously approached the direction of the Buddha's heart blue lotus. Circumventing any significant obstructions, he concealed himself behind a massive rock about 70 to 80 meters away from the sandwolf. In a swift motion, he sprang up and hurled the stone towards the sandwolf. The stone landed accurately a mere dozen meters from the sandwolf. Yang Fan fixed his gaze on the creature, gripping the iron spider vine tightly. At that moment, his hands trembled slightly from the tension. The sandwolf's size far exceeded that of ordinary wolves, standing over 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its gaze exuding a chilling aura. Even during its patrol, it kept its mouth agape, revealing razor-sharp teeth that inspired dread. It leisurely patrolled its domain. A faint sound suddenly echoed nearby, drawing its attention. It lowered its head to sniff the air, then began to approach the source of the sound slowly. Did it take the bait? Yang Fan could hardly believe his eyes. Holding his breath, he steadied his trembling hands, shifting sideways while using the boulder as a pivot to continue pulling the rope closer. Thus, as the sandwolf approached the phoenix flowing flame grass, Yang Fan also maneuvered around it, edging closer to the Buddha's heart blue lotus. Finally, the phoenix flowing flame grass snagged against the boulder, and Yang Fan found himself merely 20 meters from the pond. He observed as the sandwolf cautiously approached the phoenix flowing flame grass, gritting his teeth and crouching low as he inched toward the pond. Almost there, almost there. Yang Fan dared not even exhale, finally making it to the pond's edge. He forcefully plunged the 2 arrows into the muck. Gripping the rope tightly, before entering the water, he cast one last glance at the sandwolf. At that moment, the sandwolf had located the phoenix flowing flame grass. As long as it remained interested in the phoenix flowing flame grass, Yang Fan should be able to retrieve the Buddha's heart blue lotus. Excellent, very obedient. Just like that. That rare spiritual plant would undoubtedly assist you more in your training, Yang Fan thought, just as he prepared to turn and plunge into the water. However, in the final second of his turn, he suddenly noticed the sandwolf lifting its head at turned its gaze toward the direction of the Buddha's heart green lotus. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The sandwolf had lost interest in the phoenix flowing flame grass, its sole focus now fixated on the Buddha's heart green lotus. At that moment, the sandwolf had already spotted the sneaky figure, and it let out an enraged roar. Immediately thereafter, it charged toward Yang Fan with an astonishing speed. It's over. The 2 words flashed through Yang Fan's mind, nearly saturating his thoughts. Yet reason implored him to remain rational if he wished to survive. He forcibly suppressed the despair and fear swelling within him, striving to keep his mind operational. Fighting for his life? Impossible. There was not the slightest chance. An escape through the waterway? The pond was too small. There was nowhere to flee. So, what options did he have left? Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Fan. Why was the sandwolf so fixated on the Buddha's heart green lotus? It was as if it could not bear to be out of its sight for even a minute. Was it merely for the sake of cultivation? That seemed unlikely. If that were the case, wouldn't it simply consume the Buddha's heart green lotus for a more effective result? Why was it continuously guarding the Buddha's heart green lotus? Why? On the brink of life and death, Yang Fan's mind raced at a speed that perhaps surpassed even that of the sand wolf's movements. Just then, Yang Fan felt a refreshing sensation at the location of his thigh. Looking down, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, a swirling mass of white mist was enveloping the pocket of his right pants. Inside the pocket was the tainted Chilan fruit. In that instant, Yang Fan understood. It turned out that you were not cultivating with the Buddha's heart green lotus. You were using it to hide. As he gazed at the enormous figure rushing toward him, Yang Fan felt a strange calm wash over him. How foolish I am. I had forgotten that within this jungle, there are still things that instill fear. With that, Yang Fan retrieved the green Chilan fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. It was the tainted Chilan fruit that was the only solution to the ultimate goal. Chapter 34. The end of the world is within reach. Upon consuming the Chilan fruit, peculiar voices immediately echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Aren't you also in pursuit of power? Why do you refuse this gift? Do not resist. Do not turn a deaf ear to the voice within your heart. Familiar and unfamiliar voices, some shouting hoarsely, others whispering softly, merged into a cacophony that incessantly invaded his consciousness. Yang Fan's body could no longer bear the weight of such dense dark energy. Black mist surged from his mouth, ears, nostrils, and eyes, yet it was all in vain. He opened his mouth, expelling copious amounts of black mist, while his eyes occasionally turned pitch black. With all his might, Yang Fan repeatedly recited the cultivation mantra in his mind. The enemy is strong, but I remain calm. My heart is like still water, free from leaks. Finally, Yang Fan's heart found a measure of tranquility, and he immediately focused, activating his basic soundproofing. The voices invading his mind finally ceased. However, Yang Fan's consciousness still fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, like a person struggling between wakefulness and drowsiness when overwhelming fatigue sets in. The colossal sand wolf had pounced before him, raising its forepaws to launch an attack. But suddenly, Yang Fan was enveloped in swirling black mist. Witnessing this, the sand wolf hastily skidded to a stop, its eyes filled with terror. In the next moment, the sand wolf glanced at the Buddha's heart green lotus beside Yang Fan, daring not to approach, and ultimately could only emit whimpering sounds before turning tail and vanishing into the forest. Yang Fan watched the sand wolf flee, a cold smile gracing his lips. I was right. The area surrounding the Chilan cave was nearly devoid of any traces of exotic beasts, indicating that even the sand wolf dared not approach the source of pollution. It had guarded the vicinity of the Buddha's heart green lotus, not to cultivate, but rather to utilize the restraining effect of the lotus's pollution to avoid contamination. The Chilan fruit originated from the devil's hand of Mara, and it was no wonder that the sand wolf fled in fear upon witnessing this scene. It was unlikely that the sand wolf would dare return. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and turned to the water, plucking the entire Buddha's heart green lotus. At last, it was in his grasp now. All he needed to do was return to the Chilan cave and, suddenly, Yang Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His thoughts abruptly severed. He shook his head violently, attempting to regain his clarity. It must be the nebula chains attacking my consciousness. If I were to be imprisoned by the nebula chains once more, Yang Fan would succumb to unconsciousness. Although he was not particularly fearful of falling into a stupor now that he had the orb, the issue was that his consciousness space was undoubtedly filled with a significant amount of dark energy. Should he faint, he would have to refine this dark energy, and that process had taken 3 days and nights last time. I cannot lose consciousness. As Yang Fan spoke, his eyelids began to droop. At that moment, a rush of refreshing energy surged toward him, momentarily reviving his spirits. Yang Fan glanced at the Buddha's heart green lotus in his hand, lifted the spiritual plant, and inhaled deeply. Instantly, the refreshing essence filled his nostrils, penetrating to his very core, invigorating him and restoring his alertness in an instant. This item could counteract the miasma, though the Buddha's heart green lotus possessed the ability to combat the miasma. Yang Fan was also aware that its effects were equally beyond his capacity to endure. After all, this plant was meant to confront adversaries of the caliber of the devil's hand of Mara. And the most crucial point was that the ultimate goal was to destroy the devil's hand, not to purify. If he did not wish to be destroyed himself, he would have to exercise caution. Seizing the moment of clarity, Yang Fan swiftly searched the nearby woods for a gray pine cone, hollowed it out, and covered the Buddha's heart green lotus. If he could no longer bear it, he would inhale another breath. For the time being, There was a strategy to deal with the troubles in his consciousness space, but Yang Fan now felt the searing heat within his body, akin to a wild stallion running amok, furiously crashing about within him. The primary use of the Qilin fruit was to enhance physical strength, and given Yang Fan's current condition, he would need at least 2 days and nights of uninterrupted digestion. Clearly, Yang Fan did not have that much time. He needed to return to the Qilin cave. Clutching the gray pine cone, Yang Fan staggered back along his path, first putting away the phoenix flowing flame grass, then locating the exotic beast egg he had hidden, and proceeded toward the direction of the Qilin cave. The energy within him was spiraling out of control, causing him excruciating pain, yet he knew that time was running short. Clenching his teeth against the agony, he pressed onward. The journey from the Qilin cave to this location had taken 4 to 5 hours. Ordinarily, that would be sufficient time. However, having traversed less than a tenth of the distance, Yang Fan's consciousness began to blur again. He hastily retrieved the Buddha's heart green lotus to awaken his awareness. The situation improved slightly, but the intense pain finally erupted. Suddenly, a mist of blood burst forth from his chest. An excruciating pain surged through him, rendering Yang Fan unable to rise. Ugh, the Qilin fruit, though its effects were mild, was not something an ordinary person could endure. I must complete the ultimate goal. Yang Fan gritted his teeth. Using the gray pine spear to prop himself up, struggling to stand and continue toward the Qilin cave. Along the way, Yang Fan's consciousness blurred countless times. Repeated inhalations of the Buddha's heart green lotus's essence resulted in continuous bleeding from his 7 orifices. His physical body could hardly withstand the energy of the Qilin fruit, leading to repeated ruptures of capillaries. His chest, limbs, and back were all drenched in blood. Not only had Yang Fan transformed into a blood-soaked figure, but the exotic beast egg he carried had also turned into a bloodied egg. Yet, despite this, that diminutive figure of only 1 meter and 66 centimeters stubbornly staggered toward the Qilin cave. I will not die. I cannot die. Yang Fan's eyes were bloodshot, exuding dark mist, as the dual torment of spirit and flesh rendered him an unrecognizable wretch. Is this world red? Is it black? Why is the earth shaking? Where are the exotic beasts? Where are the others? Am I all alone? Have I fainted? What of the Buddha's heart green lotus? The dark mist and blood obscured his vision, but they could not impede his forward momentum. The journey of 4 to 5 hours felt like an endless expanse. Each step seemed to bring him closer to his destination, yet felt ever so distant. With a thud, Yang Fan collapsed to the ground, his blood staining the grass beneath him, and even the gray pine cone containing the Buddha's heart green lotus rolled aside. Yang Fan gasped for breath, expelling black mist and blood, yet this time, no matter how he struggled, he could not rise again. Even if you pass the assessment, no one will want you. If you wish to choose a team, you must complete the ultimate goal. Complete the ultimate goal? In the scavenger's newcomer assessment, it might take a year to find one. Ultimately, will it still be unachievable? Have I reached the limit of my efforts? A voice gently echoed in Yang Fan's ear. This time, it lacked the emotional detachment or impatience of before. It felt like a soft reminder to someone on the verge of slumber that it was time to awaken. Yang Fan, you are 500 meters away from the Qilin cave. It was that mysterious voice. Whenever a trial taker neared their target, it would offer a simple reminder. However, this time, the reminder came at just the right moment. It was as if a light had been lit for Yang Fan in the darkness, rekindling his motivation to rise. Suddenly, Yang Fan's eyes snapped open. 500 meters. Only 500 meters left. Summoning all his strength, Yang Fan crawled toward the gray pine cone, trembling as he stood up once more. Almost there. The 500-meter path took Yang Fan half an hour to traverse, and at this moment, a warning sounded from his wrist screen, indicating that there was exactly 1 hour remaining until the conclusion of this trial. Standing before the abyss, Yang Fan was astonished to discover that the concentration of dark energy within the depths of the chasm had increased by over 10-fold compared to before. One could see the dark mist roiling below even from the cliff's edge. The Devil's Hand of Mara had been completely contaminated. Amidst the dense, dark mist, one could occasionally glimpse robust vines writhing like the tentacles of an octopus, swirling within the oppressive atmosphere. This was the grim consequence of utter pollution. Simultaneously, Yang Fan felt a sharp chill emanating from his hand, swiftly followed by a surge of white vapor erupting from the gray pine cone. In an instant, the gray pine cone detonated. The Buddha heart blue lotus soared from Yang Fan's grasp, ascending into the abyss above. Its azure leaves radiated a piercing cold, while a brilliant golden light burst forth from the yellow flower at its center. Suspended above the dark mist, this blue lotus seemed to embody a divine presence. Below, the dark mist appeared to sense the arrival of the Buddha heart blue lotus, becoming agitated and tumultuous. Vines shot upwards from the blackness, resembling the image of the Buddha heart blue lotus. In the face of the colossal, thousand-fold larger demon lord with a myriad of hands, the Buddha heart blue lotus bloomed serenely, then began to spin, diving from the heights into the abyss. Chapter 35. The assessment concludes beneath the abyss. Golden light clashed with the dark mist, causing the earth to tremble and the heavens to rend asunder. The tremendous vibrations threatened to topple the Qilin cave. Yang Fan, disregarding the final outcome, dragged his injured form towards the exit. Debris rained down from the ceiling, yet the beast egg behind him shielded him from much of the falling stones. As Yang Fan burst from the cave's mouth, the entire rocky mountain was engulfed by a torrent of ashes, consuming Yang Fan, who had barely escaped. Within the haze, a fierce gust of wind swept Yang Fan several meters away, landing him amidst the grass. Although he had merely been tossed by the wind and landed in a thicket, Yang Fan had reached his limit. He could no longer rise. The excruciating pain immobilized him, yet he was unexpectedly aware that he was no longer expelling dark mist. His consciousness had also ceased to be muddled. Could it be that when the Buddha heart blue lotus unleashed its energy, it purged the impurities from within me? With his consciousness restored, Yang Fan swiftly entered his mental space for inspection. At that moment, the orb within him emitted a brighter glow than before. Surrounded by no dark mist, 9 starry chains locked onto him, yet refrained from launching an attack. Hissed, contemplating the current state before him. Yang Fan considered another possibility. The power of the Buddha heart blue lotus was immense. If it were to cleanse the impurities within him, his life would surely be at stake. Judging by the orb's present condition, although it had not broken through to the 4th level, it was indeed somewhat brighter, likely due to its absorption of the dark mist. Thus, it seemed the disappearance of the impurities within him was not a direct result of the Buddha heart blue lotus's actions. Could it be that during the eruption of the Buddha heart blue lotus's energy, it fortuitously assisted the mysterious orb within him in absorbing the dark mist? Currently, Yang Fan remained uncertain about the situation. He had been too compromised at the time to notice the changes within his mental space. If given the chance, he would seek out another Buddha heart blue lotus to investigate further. While his mental space had unexpectedly returned to normal, his physical body was still enduring tremendous agony. Yet this was not what troubled Yang Fan the most. What truly gnawed at him was that the ultimate objective remained unfulfilled. The ultimate goal required the destruction of the completely polluted demon lord with myriad hands, and witnessing its current state left him unsure whether the Buddha heart blue lotus could indeed obliterate it. Yang Fan returned to reality, glancing at his wrist screen, which displayed that only 5 minutes remained until the trial concluded. Had he still not completed the objective? The slightest movement brought him unbearable pain. As seconds ticked away, the rocky mountain above the Qilin cave rumbled ominously, causing the ground beneath Yang Fan to tremble. In anxious anticipation, he watched the countdown on his wrist screen reach 0. Just 5 meters away from him, a stone materialized in midair. It was the very meteorite from the entrance examination's colossal stone edifice. A beam of white light descended from the meteorite, landing not far from Yang Fan. In that moment, the despair and frustration in Yang Fan's eyes reached a peak. After enduring countless hardships to fulfill the ultimate objective, he had faltered against the relentless march of time. Wait, the node gate can exist for 10 minutes. I still have 10 minutes left. The scavenger security company, Xinjiang branch in the expansive hall within the massive rock structure, people anxiously observed the 2 passageways leading deeper into the interior. The time for the entrance examination had elapsed, and this batch of newcomers was about to emerge one after another. From the right passageway, a man clad in a black security uniform, clutching a Type 95 automatic rifle, rushed out in a panic. Half an hour prior, he had already burst forth in a similar state of anxiety. Li Mingfeng furrowed his brows and inquired, Ma Yue, what is the matter? Ma Yue exclaimed excitedly, the meteorite has reached the critical point of level 3 fluctuations. It will explode in 10 minutes. The crowd erupted in a clamor. My goodness, Someone has completed the triple objective. The examination meteorite should only have 3 objectives, meaning he has achieved the ultimate goal. Old Qin, where's Old Qin? You ran before. This time you can't hide. Tell me, is it Su Qianqian? Qin Hao kept his head down, pretending to be invisible, yet he was quickly apprehended. A group of people surrounded him, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of stars gathering around the moon. What are you doing? I don't have X-ray vision. How would I know who it is? Regardless, they'll be out soon. You'll find out then. Old Li, this is your territory. You should manage them, Li Mingfeng said sternly. You're all seasoned veterans. The newcomers are about to emerge. Be mindful of your demeanor. I know you're accustomed to life and death, but I must remind you of one thing. Each newcomer who completes the examination has essentially walked through the gates of hell. Consider their feelings. Furthermore, while some will emerge, others will remain forever in the other world. This statement silenced the previously chaotic hall. Shortly thereafter, from the right passageway, a ragged man, supported by an older team member, emerged, appearing weak and barely able to stand. The twin beauties behind Li Mingfeng quickly checked his wrist screen while assisting the newcomer. Standing before the crowd, Zhao Ziyu has completed the entrance examination. No objectives completed. Li Mingfeng approached Zhao Ziyu, nodding slightly. Congratulations on passing the entrance examination. Please rest over there for a moment. Various team leaders and season members swiftly recorded details on their prepared lists. Anya found Zhao Ziyu's information on the list. Strength 107, Speed 105, Stamina 106. Although not particularly outstanding, he can still be considered excellent with balance capabilities. Captain Qin, if you draw a good lot in the second round, this individual could be worth considering. Qin Hao leaned in for a glance, shaking his head. Second round, dream on. This person will surely be chosen in the first round. Qin Hao is Anya's captain, and with so many witnesses present, Anya couldn't afford to lose her temper, resorting only to a fierce pinch, causing Qin Hao to nearly bite through his pipe in pain. Zhao Ziyu was the first, and soon after, newcomers began to emerge one after another. The seasoned members immediately entered a tense phase of tallying. That moment, the twin examiners reading the results paused, noticing a newcomer from the ghost realm. A flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Upon seeing her expression, the seasoned members became alert. Yuan Qing has a situation. Listen closely. Yuan Qing glanced at the newcomer, nodded slightly, and then turned to announce, Li Xuedong has completed the entrance examination, achieving 1 objective. The crowd below erupted in excitement. Wow, finally someone has completed an objective. How impressive. Li Xuedong, let me see. His base data is quite commendable, averaging above 115. Just wondering if he will be drawn to us. We hope to see more newcomers with potential. Our Team S number 5 draw is quite crucial. After Li Xuedong set the precedent, another newcomer from the Ghost Realm accomplished 1 objective as well. Huang Jintao has completed 1 objective. Following suit, more good news flooded in, with Shun Yanhong from the Beast Realm also completing 1 objective. Shen Yanhong has completed 1 objective. Anya excitedly marked a large 5-pointed star next to Shen Yanhong's name. Currently, only Huang Jintao and Shun Yanhong share the same 5-pointed star. Both had completed 1 objective, and their base attributes were exceptionally high, indicating greater potential than the others. Captain Qin, who will you choose between Huang Jintao and Shen Yanhong? Anya inquired. Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Let us not rush. There's still Lu Qi. Besides, what if Su Qianqian, just hypothetically, wants to stay? Anya scoffed, unceremoniously retorting, You've said she's the unattainable one. I think you're the one dreaming now. You woman, why are you so vindictive? I was merely speculating. Our top draw must be chosen carefully, Qin Hao replied with annoyance. Chapter 36. He has not emerged. The node gate could only remain for 10 minutes. Yet most individuals eagerly wished to return at the first sight of it. Based on past experiences, within the first 3 minutes of the node gate's appearance, nearly all newcomers able to return had typically done so. With only a select few delaying their return. 3 minutes had elapsed since the node gate's emergence, and Anya calculated the current data. Currently, there are 14 individuals who have completed the examination from the Ghost Realm. Out of 22, 14 completed the examination, maintaining a survival rate similar to previous instances, hovering around 70%. What is surprising is that 3 individuals completed 1 objective: Huang Jintao, Li Xuedong, and Cheng Kong. In the past, there were typically 1 or 2 individuals, but this time, the emergence of 3 newcomers has genuinely exhilarated the captains. The circumstances within the beast realm are somewhat less favorable. Currently, only 12 individuals have completed the assessment, with 2 achieving the first-tier objective, Shen Yanhong and Tianfeng. A comparison of the foundational data reveals a clear trend. Those with superior foundational metrics tend to yield better results. Among the 5 who have achieved the first-tier objective, their foundational data ranks within the top 10.3 minutes later. The passageways to the left and right abruptly fell silent. Qin Hao furrowed his brows, concerned that Lu Qi, whom he had designated as a primary seed, had yet to emerge. Could it be that he had met with misfortune? While foundational data is undeniably significant, seasoned participants are well aware that possessing strong metrics does not guarantee excellent outcomes. Indeed, there are many who fail to complete the assessment altogether. It is peculiar, though, that even if Lu Qi encountered an unfortunate incident, what could possibly be delaying Su Qianqian's exit? After a moment's reflection, Qin Hao deemed his worries to be unfounded. The imminent destruction of the Ghost Realm's meteorite indicates that someone must have fulfilled the ultimate objective. However, as of now, none of the newcomers have completed the second-tier target. She must still be inside. Before long, a stunning young woman emerged from the right passageway, following Ma Yuwei. Upon sighting her, Li Mingfeng was the first to approach. Qianqian, why have you only just come out? The crowd's ears were keen, and someone immediately gasped in hushed astonishment. Is she Su Qianqian? No way. How old is she? Old Qin. Is this the Su Qianqian you mentioned? She's not on my list. Qin Hao, irked, replied, I've never seen her before. How would I know? You should ask Old Li. Su Qianqian addressed Li Mingfeng with a calm demeanor. I didn't want to disrupt the trials of others. Her words, though subtly articulated, were immediately understood by the veteran participants. Was she implying that she could have completed the ultimate objective long ago? To avoid prematurely opening the node gate, did she wait until the final day to accomplish it? Goodness, is this even something a human would say? When she stepped out, she didn't even require assistance from others. Whose child is she, truly? Yuan Qing, adhering to tradition, announced Su Qianqian's results. Su Qianqian has completed the assessment and achieved the ultimate objective. Although many had prepared themselves mentally for this outcome, the announcement still sent shockwaves through the crowd. Those resting in the corners lifted their heads to gaze upon the girl. She appeared serene, reminiscent of a lily, her beauty almost ethereal, with a hint of youthful innocence. Yet, who could have anticipated that this 13 or 14-year-old girl would accomplish what others dared not even contemplate, all while maintaining such an air of tranquility? Qin Hao stared at the girl on stage, murmuring, what an extraordinary talent! If only she could join our team. Anya sighed. Hey, Qin, wake up. Observing the enraptured expressions of the crowd, Li Mingfeng felt compelled to clarify the situation. Ahem, everyone, please refrain from recording Su Qianqian's results for now. First, her completion of the ultimate assessment means she gets to choose her team, not the other way around. Second, she was never within the selection pool to begin with. A captain beside Qin Hao sighed. I had a feeling it would come to this, but it still feels disheartening. Just then, a dismissive mutter emanated from Qin Hao's direction. Self-absorbed Li Mingfeng turned to Su Qianqian, his stern expression immediately transforming into a warm smile. Qianqian, could you share how you accomplished the ultimate objective? It would be a valuable learning opportunity for all newcomers and seasoned participants alike. Su Qianqian nodded obediently. Let us wait for the node gate to disappear. Perhaps there will be others who survive. As her words faded, the 4 guardians stationed at the left passageway escorted a tall man into view. He appeared to be in excellent condition, able to walk without assistance. However, Yuan Hong still guided him to his sister's side. Yuan Qing cast a quick glance at the man's wrist screen, her eyes widening in shock as she regarded him. The man smiled slightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yuan Qing's unusual reaction did not go unnoticed, and as he was the last to emerge, all eyes shifted from Su Qianqian to him. Even Su Qianqian looked on with curiosity. Yuan Qing took a deep breath and announced to the crowd, Lu Qi has completed the assessment and achieved the second-tier objective. A wave of excitement swept through the audience. No way, he completed the second-tier objective. Lu Qi is on the list. He is one of our choices. To complete the second-tier objective unscathed is truly remarkable. Qin Hao, brimming with enthusiasm, stuffed his pipe into his pocket and snatched Anya's list, repeatedly tapping Lu Qi's name. Him. It has to be him. This time, we hit the jackpot. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed to Qin Hao's side. Old Qin, listen to me. Give me this round's top pick, and I'll trade you for the next 2 selections. This Lu Qi should be ours. Others chimed in eagerly. Qin, I'll trade you my next 2 top picks for Lu Qi, please. Qin Hao waved dismissively. No trades. I want this person. Lu Qi regarded the commotion below with calm amusement, while the seasoned participants merely smiled faintly. Indeed, achieving the second-tier objective is already an outstanding performance. He then glanced at the group of newcomers, confirming one by one, his excitement mounting. Among them, there was no sign of that individual. The node gate had now been visible for 5 minutes. If that person could have emerged, they would have by now. Yang Fan, even if I didn't T-slay you, you still failed to survive. The reaction to Lu Qi's appearance was even more intense than for Su Qianqian, as she was not a viable choice. Whereas Lu Qi was no wonder the captains were stirred. Li Mingfeng observed the scene, shaking his head. The words he had just shared had been completely forgotten. Ahem. Everyone, please settle down. We are not yet at the selection stage. Li Mingfeng stated firmly. There are 4 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. I ask everyone to be patient, as this is a sign of respect for the trial participants. Yuan Qing, Yuan Hong, please bring in the chairs. Once the node gate closes, we will proceed to the selection and the second round of drawing lots. Yuan Qing and Yuan Hong went to fetch the chairs in the final 4 minutes. Everyone present focused intently on the 2 passageways, one leading to the ghost realm and the other to the beast realm. In the ghost realm, of the 22 participants, 15 had completed the assessment, leaving 7 unaccounted for. In the beast realm, out of 22, 13 had successfully finished, with 9 still absent. Anya was engrossed in reviewing the list when a melodious voice interrupted her. Sister, could you help me find someone? Anya looked up to find that it was Su Qianqian speaking to her. The presence of such an esteemed individual seeking her assistance left Anya feeling both surprised and honored. Of course. Who is it? His name is Yang Fan. Anya paused, realizing she had almost forgotten about him. Yang Fan's name was easy to locate. He was the last one listed. Previously, she had been exhilarated at the prospect of selecting a formidable newcomer like Lu Qi. But upon seeing that familiar name, her spirits suddenly plummeted. He did not emerge. Though she should have been prepared for this, seeing that clean slate, devoid of any marks, left Anya feeling deflated. Did not come out. Do you know him? Su Qianqian asked, taken aback as she looked at Yang Fan's foundational data. Yang Fan, 20 years old, height 1.66 meters, weight 42 kilograms, strength 45, speed 43, stamina 31. She had noticed Yang Fan in the hall and instantly recognized his weakness. Yet she had never imagined him to be so feeble. Is this even the data of a normal human? After a moment, Su Qianqian regained her composure and replied to Anya's earlier question. I don't know him. I just thought he seemed a bit special before the trials began. Anya smiled wryly. Special? More like particularly weak. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. A dull thud echoed from the right passageway. The newcomers felt a surge of anxiety, while the veterans remained composed. That was the sound of the ghost realm's meteorite self-destructing. Normally, meteorite nodes can be reused. However, certain unique objectives, once completed, render the opportunity for others to achieve the same goal impossible. The meteorite phase may see the introduction of a new objective of similar rank, or it may not. The disappearance of a unique objective hinges on the meteorite's condition. Only upon the completion of the ultimate objective does the meteorite detonate. It is as if the mission has been fulfilled and thus, that meteorite ceases to exist. Meanwhile, Anya's gaze remained fixed on the left passageway, its brightness gradually dimming with the passage of time. Kid, if you don't hurry up and crawl, you'll never get out, a mysterious voice echoed in Yang Fan's ear. I know. The excruciating pain had rendered him unable to stand. Fortunately, the node gate was right before him, and in the very last moment before the white light vanished, Yang Fan crawled through. The meteorite disappeared, and the realm of mountains and seas returned to its former state. A gentle breeze swept through the dense primeval forest, and leaves turned to ashes, carried away by the wind. The stout trunk gradually decomposes, while various monstrous beasts, with their colossal forms, dissipate like sand paintings caressed by the wind. Within a certain cave, a human skeleton has turned to ashes, at the base of a cliff. A battered corpse mingles with fallen leaves, fading away. Inside the Kirin cave, the dark mist has dissipated, and a body caked in mud vanishes alongside the immense, thousand-armed devil vine. The entire realm of mountains and seas appears to be vanishing. In the place where Yang Fan departed, the wind and sand faintly outline a graceful silhouette, her 3,000 strands of hair flowing in the breeze. A woman's voice resonates. Yang Fan, truly a troublesome fellow. I hope you can persevere. Her words, along with her figure, soon waft away with the gentle breeze, fading into oblivion. When Yang Fan materializes upon a circular platform, he suddenly hears a dull thud above. As a fragment of rock crashes down upon a beast egg, with a crack, the stone shatters. Yang Fan surveys his surroundings, confirming that he has returned. Regrettably, not a soul remains before him. The excruciating pain coursing through his body torments him, and no one is there to lend a hand. He leans against the wall, struggling to rise, and stumbles toward the end of the passage, leaving behind 2 long trails of blood on the ground and walls. Chapter 37. It is 10 minutes have elapsed. Li Mingfeng turns to the crowd below, gravely stating that a total of 16 individuals failed to return. We express our heartfelt condolences for those newcomers who remain in the otherworld. We will also ensure that compensation is deposited into the accounts of their direct relatives. Anya lowers her head, quietly gazing at the last name on the list. That fellow has lost even his only family member. Qin Hao, noticing Anya's despondency, glances at the list in her hands and sighs softly. You must have considered that, given his physical condition, it was impossible for him to pass the assessment. He is merely a physically intact, disabled person. How could he achieve what even a normal person finds challenging? Qin Hao takes a puff of his cigarette, raising his gaze to stare blankly ahead, murmuring, "Sometimes I ponder, although that fellow consumed the memory-erasing pill. Did he not sense that his only kin had departed, prompting him to resolutely choose this path to end his life?" Anya recalls Yang Fan's 3 months of rehabilitation training. Such a state is not characteristic of one who has relinquished hope. However, she lacks the inclination to argue with Qin Hao. Qin Hao pats Anya's shoulder, reiterating, he cannot become a boundary breaker. Do not overthink it. The selection process is about to commence. Qin Hao's words remain as unpalatable as ever. Yet Anya acknowledges their truth. After a deep breath, she finally raises her head, by chance. She notices Su Qianqian seated beside her. Observing this mysterious and formidable girl, Anya cannot help but reflect. Perhaps this is the essence of disparate fates among individuals. What Anya fails to notice is that, although Su Qianqian appears to be gazing toward the platform, her attention is fixated not on Li Mingfeng, but rather on the passageway to his left behind him. Has that person perished? In truth, he does not strike her as an impulsive individual. Yet, after reviewing Yang Fan's data, Su Qianqian finds herself increasingly perplexed. Someone once told her that the human heart is the hardest to decipher. And indeed, her understanding remains shallow. Upon hearing Li Mingfeng announce the commencement of the selection phase, Lu Qi privately scoffs. During the recent break, he learned of Su Qianqian's achievement in accomplishing the ultimate goal, surpassing him in the process. Nonetheless, Lu Qi also heard of Su Qianqian's peculiarities from others, which eased his concerns. Excluding Su Qianqian's uniqueness, it seems he has emerged as the pinnacle among this batch of newcomers. Noticing that no one is paying him heed, Lu Qi smirks slightly, murmuring in a tone only he can hear, "Zhang Jie, I owe my success today to you. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise and surpass everyone." Li Mingfeng continues, "We now enter the selection phase. The top draft pick belongs to Team 12. Captain Qin Hao, please step forward and make your selection promptly. Remember to draw the second round's pick afterward." The assessment process proceeds, transitioning into the next segment. Qin Hao rises, completely disregarding the envious gazes of numerous team leaders as he strides toward the platform, casting a glance back at Lu Qi, as if fearing he would lose this opportunity. Anya shakes her head. Qin has made his intentions abundantly clear on his face. How desperately he covets Lu Qi. "Old Qin, will you switch picks? Don't regret it if you don't." Someone threatens. Qin Hao seems oblivious, hastening to the stage, brimming with pride, and decisively declares, "Our Team 12 selects Lu." The entire venue falls silent, all eyes fixated on Qin Hao, both seasoned members and newcomers alike. Just then, a voice emerges from behind Qin Hao and Li Mingfeng, shattering the stillness of the selection scene. Wait! It is evident that the speaker is exerting their utmost effort to shout, yet the voice remains feeble, barely audible over Qin Hao. However, the most pressing concern is that the voice emanates from the passageway behind. Even Qin Hao halts, incredulously glancing toward the left passage. Everyone stretches their necks, astonished. gazing in that direction. Is there still someone alive? Hasn't the gateway been sealed? The lighting within the passage is dim, yet people finally glimpse a figure, propped against the rocky wall, limping out from around the corner. It's this moment. Some begin to comprehend the situation. 10 minutes have passed, but traversing from the gateway to the hall requires time. Ordinarily, one might take merely a few seconds, easily overlooked. Yet this individual, grievously injured, has taken over a minute. There is indeed someone. Li Mingfeng is astounded. He has never encountered such a scenario before, staring in shock at the newcomer. The first impression of this person is diminutive. Judging by stature, it seems to be a man. Yet he is both short and slender, possibly only around 1.65 meters. This is. Yuan Hong stands momentarily frozen, forgetting to assist in past assessments. It is exceedingly rare for someone severely injured to complete the evaluation. For the reason is simple. In the other world, blood attracts enemies with great ease. In the absence of teammates, it is tantamount to a death sentence. Everyone, including the previously agitated Qin Hao, holds their breath, incredulously gazing toward the passage. Anya's eyes widen. She yearns to pierce the darkness and discern the identity of that person. Such height and build conjure an image in her mind, alongside an unfathomable answer. I choose to join the cleaners. Anya, I do not regret it. Is it him? Is it him? Lu Qi has unknowingly risen from his seat, staring incredulously at the figure in the passage. Is it him? The ever-quick-witted Lu Qi feels as though his mind has short-circuited. As the figure approaches the entrance of the cave, taking another step would bring him into the light. He cannot exit like this. It would be too humiliating. Gritting his teeth, he inhales deeply, suppressing the agonizing pain, and relinquishes his hold on the wall. He slightly straightens his posture, takes a step forward, and emerges from the shadows. His current appearance is utterly terrifying. He is drenched in blood, his hair disheveled and wet, making his features indistinguishable, save for those stark black and white eyes, fixed resolutely ahead. His body trembles violently, every inch of his skin tearing at his nerves of agony. The path he has traversed is stained red with his blood. Yet he stands there. Everyone present rises from their seats, their eyes filled with astonishment, emotion, and disbelief, even without a clear view of the person's face. His physique is too distinctive, his data too abysmal. No elder is unaware of him. Even among the newcomers, none would forget the individual who once quietly stood in a corner, labeled as a useless being. When Anya catches sight of those eyes, her heart jolts as if struck fiercely. Yang Fan. He has completed the assessment. He succeeded. Su Qianqian furrows her brows tightly. That data so dismal that it rendered her incredulous. Yang Fan has indeed completed the assessment? Impossible. He seems to be that useless, that Yang Fan. I recall his attributes barely reached 30 or 40. With all that blood, he must have encountered a beast. How could he possibly have emerged alive? The most astonished of all is, surprisingly, Qin Hao. Qin Hao stands with his mouth agape, his face a mask of disbelief, squinting his eyes as he fixates on Yang Fan, as though witnessing the most implausible occurrence of his life. At this moment, Qin Hao's mind cannot reconcile what his eyes perceive, nor can his eyes trust what his mind believes. Yang Fan turns to Qin Hao, nodding. Captain Qin, I have completed the assessment. That utterance of Captain Qin. Now, Qin Hao's mind cannot believe his eyes cannot believe his ears, and his ears cannot believe his mind. Chapter 38. By luck, Yang Fan has emerged alive. The individual whom no one initially regarded with any hope has completed the assessment. Qin Hao quickly shakes his head, still unable to believe it all. How could this fellow how did he manage to do it? Only now does Li Mingfeng react, hastily urging Yuan Qing and Yuan Hong to welcome Yang Fan. Given Yang Fan's severe injuries, he should not be touched. Thus he shakes his head at Yuan Hong. I can walk by myself. You are in such a state. Are you sure you will be all right? Yuan Hong hesitated as she glanced at Yang Fan, yet she did not forcibly assist him. With her experience, she could roughly discern that touching Yang Fan's body now would be akin to pricking him with thousands of needles. I'm fine, senior. If possible, I hope you can assist me, Yang Fan said weakly. Yuan Hong frowned and inquired, what is it? I brought something back from the beast realm, but I can't carry it at the moment. It's temporarily placed in the passage. Could you retrieve it for me? It's by the teleportation platform, and it's Seeing that speaking was a struggle for Yang Fan, Yuan Hong readily agreed. All right, I understand. Don't worry. With that, she swiftly made her way into the passage on the other side. Yuan Qing was fulfilling her duties and addressed Yang Fan. I need to check your personal device. Yang Fan raised his left wrist, and after Yuan Qing input a password, a message appeared on the wrist screen. When she saw the message, she was stunned for a full 5 seconds, then slowly lifted her gaze to look at Yang Fan as if he were a monster. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yuan Qing said nothing and dashed deeper into the passage. This scene left everyone bewildered. The twin sisters, Yuan Qing and Yuan Hong, were known for their professionalism. Why had they both rushed inside upon encountering Yang Fan? What was going on? Yang Fan was still unclear about the subsequent procedures. He knew Yuan Hong was retrieving something for him, but he was perplexed as to why Yuan Qing had run inside. However, none of this was his primary concern. He was more worried about Qin Hao's selection process. The promise of 2 seniors coming to welcome him had now devolved into just himself. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he limped onto the platform and said to Li Mingfeng and Qin Hao, examiner, Captain Qin, I heard you were selecting candidates just now. Captain Qin Hao, I wish to join the 12th squad of the cleaners in Xinjiang City. Captain Qin Hao finally snapped out of his stupor caused by the immense shock, his scattered thoughts reassembling. Yang Fan, this. Qin Hao hesitated. Although he had never held high hopes for Yang Fan, from a pragmatic standpoint, Yang Fan was someone he had carried back from the rental apartment. To be honest, seeing Yang Fan complete the assessment filled Qin Hao with a sense of relief. However, relief did not equate to Qin Hao being willing to forfeit this rare opportunity of selecting a top candidate. Even if Yang Fan had survived, the gap between him and Lu Qi remained vast. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao sighed, I'll be frank that it's akin to a lottery. We often say winning is improbable. And indeed, for the vast majority of us, it is. However, while we may not win, someone inevitably will. You have completed the assessment, but to be blunt, you did so through extraordinary luck. Some say luck is a part of strength. And while I do not deny this, I must also acknowledge that luck can only carry one so far. We cleaners cannot rely solely on luck. I harbor no personal prejudice against you. But my team needs trustworthy comrades, those to whom we can entrust our backs. Can your luck guarantee that? Immediately, someone in the audience shouted, Isn't Yang Fan the one who completed the assessment? Every new recruit over there has completed the assessment. We can't give him preferential treatment just because he's weaker. Qin Hao glanced at the speaker, instinctively stepping in front of Yang Fan, and coldly retorted, Zhu Jun, shut your mouth. Zhu Jun scoffed, crossing his arms and tilting his head at Qin Hao. Oh, what's this? Are you starting to protect him? If you like him so much, then choose him. Qin Hao refused to indulge Zhu Jun, snorting in response, when it comes to selecting candidates, it's not up to you. Zhu Jun, to instruct me. In the eyes of the crowd, it was rare for Qin Hao to engage in disputes in the past. He had always managed to avoid conflicts with Zhu Jun, yet this time. In front of the newcomers, Qin Hao showed no mercy to Zhu Jun, indicating he was genuinely angry. Though Zhu Jun was also a captain, in terms of qualifications, he ultimately fell short of Qin Hao. Recognizing Qin Hao's serious demeanor, he wisely chose not to press further. Hurry up. We are all waiting. Seeing Zhu Jun relent, Qin Hao turned back to Yang Fan, furrowing his brow as he pondered, where was I? Yang Fan scowled, unwilling to repeat the rejection he had just faced. You said I completed the assessment through luck, and my luck cannot ensure my teammates' trust, Yang Fan summarized. Qin Hao slapped his forehead. Yes, that's precisely the reason. Therefore, I'm sorry, but even though you completed the assessment, I still want to choose you. Just as Yang Fan was about to explain, a figure suddenly burst forth from the tunnel. Yuan Qing dashed out first, her expression frantic, making Ma Yue's earlier demeanor seem leisurely by comparison. Yuan Qing rushed directly onto the platform, barely catching her breath before exclaiming at Qin Hao, Qin Hao, are you an idiot? Qin Hao was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden insult. What is going on? He had known Yuan Qing for several years, and she had always held him in high regard. Why was she scolding him now? What did I do wrong? He asked. Yuan Qing shot him an exasperated look, her expression one of disappointment. Qin Hao, lost in confusion, stared back at her, while the audience was equally stunned. Looking at Yuan Qing in disbelief. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Yuan Qing approached Yang Fan and said, I apologize, Yang Fan, but I need to take another look at your wrist screen. Yang Fan cooperatively raised his wrist, and after Yuan Qing took another glance and confirmed her vision was clear, she announced loudly, previously, I hadn't declared Yang Fan's results. Now, I will. Yang Fan has completed the assessment of the beast realm. The crowd had already noticed that Yuan Qing had not finished her sentence. Could it be? Anya's eyes widened as she fixated on Yuan Qing's every move. Completed. Indeed, there was more to come. He had completed a primary objective? Anya gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. The ultimate objective. The final 4 words prompted all those who had not yet stood to rise in unison. The expressions on everyone's faces were almost identical. Utterly shocked, with a loud clatter, Qin Hao dropped the pipe that Anya had gifted him. One he had used for several years, yet at that moment, he felt nothing. His mind was buzzing. He couldn't possibly have completed the assessment? No, not only had he completed the assessment, but he had also achieved the ultimate objective. As everyone was engulfed in astonishment, Zhu Jun was the first to react, shouting, "Impossible. We've all seen Yang Fan's data. How could such data accomplish the ultimate objective? That's sheer fantasy. Furthermore, if he had truly completed the assessment, the meteorite should have already self-destructed." Yuan Qing glanced at Zhu Jun nonchalantly, extending her right hand, revealing an irregular small fragment resting in her palm. Firstly, the risk screen has never erred when recording the completion of objectives. We have never doubted the achievements of any other newcomers, so we should not doubt Yang Fan's. Additionally, I just checked the teleportation platform, and the meteorite at the Beast Realm node has indeed self-destructed. If anyone doubts this, they may verify it for themselves. Besides Yang Fan, no one else accomplished the ultimate objective in the Beast Realm. So the meteorite's self-detonation correlates with his completion of the objective. No one doubted Yuan Qing would lie in front of so many people in such a setting. The way people looked at Yang Fan had completely transformed. Yang Fan, the ultimate objective. Goodness, after 7 years as a cleaner, I have never encountered such a situation. If he had merely completed the assessment, one could attribute it to luck, but completing the ultimate objective, what could explain that? At this moment, Qin Hao desperately wished to return home. After so many years as a captain, today marked his most humiliating moment. He had repeatedly emphasized to Anya not to pin her hopes on Yang Fan, as that could only lead to unrealistic fantasies. Yet, the fantasy had become a reality. I occasionally lose my way. When did my judgment also go awry? Qin Hao plunged into deep self-doubt. Yang Fan gratefully nodded to Yuan Qing. "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. You've spared me much trouble." Yuan Qing smiled gently at Yang Fan, her eyes filled with admiration, before turning to Li Mingfeng. Li Mingfeng had been observing the unfolding drama for several minutes. Had it not been for Yuan Qing's gaze upon him, he might have continued watching, as the events were simply too surreal. The poised Li Mingfeng stammered for a moment before stepping forward to establish his position. Ahem. According to regulations, completing the ultimate objective allows one to choose their team autonomously, and the selected team will lose a round of selection opportunity. Yang Fan, you may choose from 15 teams at your discretion. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into frenzy. Yang Fan, over here, choose our 7th team. Unlike Qin Hao, I'm more than willing to entrust my back to you, shouted a young team member beside him. Yes, join our 7th team. Don't just say you'll protect our backs. I'd let you have anything. Just as he finished, the team captain slapped him on the head. 7th team, have some dignity. Will you? Yang Fan, choose our 3rd team. Though we may not know each other well yet, I believe we have ample time to familiarize ourselves. There's a young lady in the team of similar age, and she is single. My heavens, the ultimate objective, and Captain Qin Hao is still hesitating. Opportunity has arrived. Yang Fan, look here. Team 5, currently the most formidable squad in Xinjiang, is leading the team rankings by a wide margin. Join our team, and together we shall forge a splendid future. Yang Fan, come to Team 15, and I shall personally reward you with a car worth 400,000. The speed at which the captains changed their expressions was nothing short of astonishing. However, one must acknowledge that their previous frenzy over Su Qianqian stemmed from her being unattainable. Now, as a newcomer who has also achieved the ultimate goal, no one would let such an opportunity slip by. Basic attributes? In the face of the ultimate goal, they truly pale in significance. Those who can accomplish the ultimate goal, even with inferior basic attributes, undoubtedly possess remarkable qualities in other areas. Conversely, if one with poor basic attributes can achieve the ultimate goal, it indicates that they excel terrifyingly in some other aspect. In the entirety of Huaxia, a talented individual emerges only once a year, and one must scramble for such a chance. Qin Hao was utterly bewildered. He finally comprehended why Yuan Qing had called him an idiot. Chapter 39. Yang Fan's egg in the hall. The scene could not be described as merely chaotic. It was entirely out of control. The newcomers were fortunate to witness the internal conflicts of the cleaners, while the veterans were nearly on the verge of fighting over recruits. Amidst the agitated crowd, Anya quietly observed Yang Fan. A hint of satisfaction gracing her smile, he succeeded. Though she was unsure how he achieved it, the results clarified his earlier peculiar behavior. This lad is not merely a madman, oh no, he seems to embody both madness and brilliance. The profundity of Chinese characters truly astounds. As the chaos intensified, Yang Fan finally spoke. I choose. The hall felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. Silence enveloped the space, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Team 12. Having spoken, Yang Fan smiled at the still-dazed Qin Hao. Yang Fan had never contemplated joining another team. Team rankings, single beauties, and trivial matters were far from his concerns. His objective had always remained unchanged. What? Hadn't Qin Hao just turned him down? Why then choose Team 12? Yang Fan, do take a look at the sincerity I offer here. Alas, what is unattainable forever stirs the heart. The one I love is not my beloved. Lamented a captain, singing a sorrowful tune. Li Mingfeng approached Qin Hao, deliberately nudging him with his shoulder, whispering, "Hey, old Qin, you've hit the jackpot. Your top pick is null and void. Come draw a second-round pick." No sooner had he finished speaking than another person stepped onto the stage. I also choose Team 12, the crowd gasped, turning their astonished gazes toward the speaker, Su Qianqian. The captains below the stage wore expressions of utter despair, slumping into their seats with a resigned demeanor. Wasn't Su Qianqian supposed to be out of the selection range? How brazen. How could our esteemed Team 5, long reigning as the top team in the city, fall short? Is the lotus of Team 12 more tender than ours in Team 7? The young members of Team 7 shook their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom why two individuals who had completed the ultimate assessment would resolutely choose Team 12. Why did they have the top pick? It was merely a weaker team. Why did prodigies flock to weaker squads? Li Mingfeng hurriedly pulled Su Qianqian aside, asking quietly, "Qianqian, are you certain you wish to stay?" Su Qianqian nodded, "Yes. However, I will not participate in any assessments or battles. For the breaking of barriers, I will only engage in solo endeavors. Is that acceptable?" "Of course. We are more than eager to have you. As for the rest, I will discuss it with Qin Hao later." "You need not worry." In Li Mingfeng's eyes, as long as Su Qianqian was willing to stay, she could do as she pleased. After receiving Li Mingfeng's affirmative response, Su Qianqian reported to Qin Hao, "Captain Qin, I am Su Qianqian. I apologize for the inconvenience." Qin Hao, still reeling from the joy of hitting the jackpot twice, nodded numbly. Then Su Qianqian approached Yang Fan, casting another appraising glance at him. "Yang Fan, you truly astonish me. We haven't properly introduced ourselves yet. Hello, Yang Fan. I am Su Qianqian." Su Qianqian extended her hand politely. Yang Fan returned the gesture, but at the moment of contact, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. "Yang Fan, you are gravely injured. Captain Qin, we have already chosen our members. Let us return." Yang Fan seems to have residual energy within him that he has yet to digest, and pushing further could be perilous. Yang Fan was somewhat taken aback. This girl had discerned his predicament at a glance. Qin Hao was still in a daze when Anya rushed onto the stage, pulling Qin Hao along, while leading Yang Fan and Su Qianqian away. "Sister and wait, I still have something in the corridor." In truth, Yuan Hong had returned long ago, but had remained at the corridor entrance during Yang Fan's critical selection moment. The reason for her waiting at the entrance was simple. Holding the object in her hands, Yuan Hong took a deep breath. "Yang Fan, are you trying to scare us to death?" Shaking her head, Yuan Hong stepped out of the corridor. "Yang Fan, I have brought back your item." "Is this it?" The captains, who had previously worn expressions of despair, suddenly sat up, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the object in Yuan Hong's hands. She held a red egg, an egg brought back from the Shanghai realm. A modicum of thought reveals it to be anything but ordinary. An exotic beast's egg. Oh my. This must be the reward for the ultimate goal. A newcomer ventures into an alternate realm and immediately acquires a battle pet. I must rush to the hospital for an eye examination. My eyesight is clearly failing. The one I love is not my beloved. The song echoed with an even more sorrowful tone, as some lamented their regrets. If only they had encountered Yang Fan sooner, or had offered him warmth when everyone else scorned him, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Anya took the exotic beast's egg from young Fan. Looking at him in astonishment, is this the reward for the ultimate goal? Young Fan shook his head. No, this is something I stumbled upon. The reward for the ultimate goal is, young Fan, brothered. Su Qianqian smiled at young Fan, gently shaking her head. Do not readily reveal your strength. This applies to everyone. You are now a true barrier breaker, and I trust our captain will provide you with detailed guidance on the precautions for barrier breakers. With Team 12 having already acquired 2 newcomers, their first and second round selection slots were rendered moot, and Anya led the group away. As they departed the hall, young Fan turned back, catching a familiar gaze among the newcomers. Lu Qi was staring intently at him. This fellow truly had remarkable composure. It was Lu Qi who should have been the most skeptical of young Fan completing the ultimate goal, as he was the one who had obtained the Crimson Qilin fruit. The Crimson Qilin fruit only grows at the core of the Imoluo Thousand Hands. He and Zhang Jia had observed for 2 days, and it was impossible for there to be a second Crimson Qilin fruit. How then did Yang Fan accomplish the secondary and tertiary goals? However, despite his doubts, he did not reveal them. This composure was far beyond what those petty clowns could compare. Facing Lu Qi's sinister gaze, Yang Fan sneered. Both of them knew their matters were far from concluded. After activating the autopilot, Qin Hao leaned back in his chair, stealing a glance at the 2 individuals in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The prodigious young woman Su Qianqian and the infamous Yang Fan, both achievers of the ultimate goal, were accompanying him back to the camp. Everything felt so surreal. Qin Hao glanced at the smoking pipe in his hand, hesitated, and ultimately returned it to his pocket. Indeed, reducing second-hand smoke emissions is beneficial for the nation and its people. Otherwise, he would not have encountered such a fortuitous circumstance. Captain Qin, why aren't you smoking? Anya in the front passenger seat looked at Qin Hao with curiosity. Cough, cough, it's nothing, just don't feel like smoking. Oh, you have moments when you don't want to smoke. Hey, how should we arrange these 2 newcomers? Qin Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Oldly mentioned Su Qianqian's situation. She will merely be nominally part of our team, with other activities at her discretion, I understand. Anya turned to glance back. Su Qianqian was curiously examining the exotic beast's egg. This girl is extraordinary. Although she remains in our small team, she can only be considered half a member. Young Fan, on the other hand, reclined in his seat, eyes tightly shut, clearly struggling with discomfort during the ride, but there was no recourse but to endure for now. I'm referring to Young Fan. Qin Hao considered briefly and said, first, take him to Old Bai for treatment and handle his onboarding procedures. Have Old Sha give him a few lessons, so he knows what to expect moving forward. Just as they were discussing, a voice emerged from the back seat. Captain Qin, Sisterin, may I ask you a question? What is it? Anya turned back, her curiosity piqued. Can this egg truly hatch into an exotic beast? Anya shook her head. I don't wish to dampen your spirits, but while obtaining an exotic beast's egg is exceedingly difficult, it is not just the cleaners. Among experts in other organizations, only a few possess exotic beast pets. Moreover, I can tell you that most of those who own exotic beast pets did not begin their training with exotic beast eggs. This underscores a fact. The success rate of hatching an exotic beast's egg is extraordinarily low. As of now, we have yet to fully master this technology. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a skill. We remain in the dark about how, on this earth, we humans might incubate eggs of otherworldly beasts. At this moment, Su Qianqian unexpectedly interjected, Brother Yang Fan, I also possess some knowledge regarding the beast eggs. Incubating these eggs necessitates numerous conditions, among which, but not limited to, temperature, humidity, and even a certain special mental connection with the beast egg, or perhaps other unique links. Moreover, the conditions for incubation vary according to the type of beast egg. For this reason, beast eggs are rare, but incubating them is even more challenging. Anya couldn't help but cast a glance at Su Qianqian. The girl spoke with more detail than herself, and some of the information was unknown to her. For instance, the need for a mental connection with the beast egg for successful incubation. She was curious about where Su Qianqian had acquired that knowledge. After finishing her explanation, Su Qianqian carefully placed Yang Fan's egg beside him, saying, Brother Yang Fan, I genuinely hope you succeed in hatching it, for I am also quite curious about what this egg will bring forth. After expressing his gratitude to the 2 of them, Yang Fan fell into deep contemplation. The complexity of incubating beast eggs was astonishing. He wondered whether the mental connection mentioned by Su Qianqian had anything to do with his consciousness space. Chapter 40. The iron door, how is it a left turn? I distinctly remember it being a right turn. Qin Hao was questioning the route of the autopilot when he caught sight of the camp not far away. Anya shook her head in exasperation. This guy could get lost even at his own doorstep. Qin Hao, known as Captain Qin, was formidable, nicknamed Ghost Foot Qin. It was said that he was a man who appeared in the most unexpected places, quite intimidating, perhaps largely due to his navigational blindness. This time, Yang Fan finally glimpsed the mystery of the building. As the vehicle entered the garage, a red infrared beam scanned it, causing the inner wall of the garage to rise. And the vehicle drove into the elevator hidden behind the wall. It turned out that this seemingly unremarkable 4-story building concealed such secrets. No wonder he had been unable to locate the elevator in the hospital. It was cleverly hidden here. Lao Bai had been waiting at the elevator entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Yang Fan, he was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Damn, you actually came back alive. What on earth happened to you? Covered in blood. How much have you bled? Hurry, Anya, help him down. Lao Qin, come with me to prepare the operating table, quickly." Clad in a white coat, he dashed down the corridor. 5 days later, Yang Fan awoke from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes. This time, it was not an assault from the nebula chains on his consciousness, but rather the injuries to his body that had rendered him unconscious, a genuine unconsciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. The leaves outside obscured much of his view, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting dappled light within the ward. Birds chirped incessantly in the trees, creating a slight cacophony. The air was thick with the scents of leaves, antiseptic, and various unknown medications. On the bedside table lay a stack of books, with the topmost one being the second volume of junior high physics. Neatly placed, a golden lace bookmark peeked out from the pages. Yang Fan took a deep breath. He had finally returned. He examined his injuries. Aside from his arms being wrapped in white bandages, the rest of his wounds had remarkably healed. The extensive rupture of capillaries would typically result in severe disfigurement, yet his skin remained unblemished, even smoother than before. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Moments later, Lao Bai pushed the door open. Seeing Yang Fan lifting his hospital gown, Bai Zhe immediately understood his thoughts and chuckled. "Are you astonished by my medical skills?" Yang Fan looked at Lao Bai in surprise, nodding emphatically, "Not a single scar left." "Brother Bai, you are truly incredible." Bai Zhe laughed heartily, approaching Yang Fan and unwrapping the bandages on his arm. "You are quite gullible. Given the current level of medical science, achieving such complete skin restoration is nearly impossible. You should thank Captain Qin. He provided you with a Tian-Gon Runwu Dan, which not only dissolved the excess medicinal energy in your body, but also facilitated the regeneration of your skin and muscles. Your hand injury was quite severe, with skin abrasion and muscle tearing likely caused by prolonged crawling friction. However, you need not worry. It should not pose a significant issue." Bai Zhe unwrapped the bandage on Yang Fan's left arm, revealing intact skin, and smiled gently at Yang Fan. "After all, you are still young. Your recovery is remarkable." Gazing at his restored skin, Yang Fan mused that exploring other realms was perilous, and a healing elixir like the Tian-Gon Runwu Dan was undoubtedly the best remedy. If he could keep some on hand, it would provide an extra layer of security. Moreover, he did not wish for Qin Hao's generosity to go unrewarded. Having utilized such a precious resource, he felt compelled to repay him. Thus, Yang Fan inquired, "Brother Bai, how can I obtain another Tian-Gon Runwu Dan?" Bai Zhe looked at Yang Fan with a mocking expression, as if gazing at a naive child asking an ignorant question. "Save your breath. You won't be able to acquire that thing at this stage, as for the reason, you lack the clearance to know. However, I can share a tidbit of information with you. To my knowledge, within the entire Cleansing City scavenger team, there are no more than 3 individuals who possess one." Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the Tian-Gon Runwu Dan was so scarce. He was astonished that Qin Hao, who had always been skeptical of him, would unhesitatingly produce such a valuable elixir to aid his recovery at this critical moment. After Bai Zhe checked Yang Fan's various health indicators and confirmed everything was normal, he sighed in relief and sat by the bedside, regarding Yang Fan with significant intent. Feeling the weight of Bai Zhe's gaze, Yang Fan queried, "Brother Bai, why are you looking at me like that?" Finally, Bai Zhe spoke. "Others only know that you accomplished the ultimate goal, but only I am aware of what you have sacrificed. You were unconscious for 5 days, not merely due to your surface injuries, but because your internal organs suffered severe trauma at that time. Your body contained a substantial amount of unrefined energy, which was far too powerful for you. It rampaged within you like a wild stallion. The pain was akin to undergoing surgery without anesthesia. I truly did not expect you to endure it, Besieged chuckled, slightly alleviating the heavy atmosphere in the ward. Had you arrived just half an hour later, even Tiangonrunwu Dawn would not have saved you. Young Fan offered a faint smile, Brother Bai. I didn't just survive. However, I am unsure when I will be able to repay Captain Qin for the Tiangonrunwu Dan. By the way, Brother Bai, I believe I brought an egg with me. Have you seen it? Bai patted Young Fan's shoulder, reassuring him, rest assured. I placed it in the incubation chamber. My responsibilities here extend beyond merely treating you. However, he continued, the incubation chamber merely provides a suitable temperature. Relying solely on it to hatch the beast egg is impossible. If you wish to truly hatch that egg, you must explore it on your own. Lao Qin instructed that there are still some matters you need to attend to. When you leave, I will take you to retrieve them. Young Fan nodded, relieved that the beast egg was safe. Now that you are well, do not linger in bed any longer. Go to the lowest level. Oh, that would be the third basement, and seek out Lao Sha. Hurry up and complete your employment procedures. When you passed out, I had already recorded your biological information. After scanning, you will be able to enter. Young Fan hastily got out of bed and made his way downstairs towards the garage. Lao Sha, he recalled the night his mother was murdered. It was Qin Hao who had sent him to handle the scene. Surely, he must know something. Regrettably, he could not directly inquire, lest Captain Qin discover that he retained memories of the past. Captain Qin, Sister Lao Sha. The answers were so close, yet remained elusive. Upon arriving at the garage, the infrared scanner swept over him, the inner wall rising, and for the first time, Young Fan entered the true base of the Cleansing City scavenger team. The layout of the third basement resembled that of the medical department, yet the atmosphere was starkly different. The medical department exuded a sense of brightness and cleanliness, while this space felt considerably cramped and dim. Just a few meters from the elevator entrance stood a heavy black iron door, which sealed the corridor, contributing to the confined ambience. The iron door was firmly shut, and adjacent to it, one room stood open. It seemed that on this level, aside from the unknown status of the room beyond the iron door, this was the only room present. Young Fan approached the door and beheld an elderly man with graying temples. Hunched over in concentration at his desk, he faced the door, yet appeared oblivious to Young Fan's presence. Just as Young Fan intended to gently knock and draw the man's attention, a sound emanated from behind the iron door. The sound seemed to come from the distant end of the corridor, indescribable as either ethereal, profound, or low and hoarse, akin to a singular voice, so synchronized, yet distinctly separate. Upon hearing this sound, a wave of unprecedented terror washed over Young Fan. A chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Strangely, even amidst his profound fear, a peculiar sensation rose within him, as if that voice were calling out to him, compelled by an inexplicable force. Young Fan lowered his hand, which had been poised to knock, and turned to face the iron door. The iron door opened at an unknown time, revealing a pitch-black corridor that stretched into the distance. A faint glimmer of light flickered at the far end. Instinctively, Young Fan stepped towards the iron door. Just then, a sudden cough jolted him awake. His eyes widened as he stared at the iron door, which remained firmly shut. Had it been an illusion? Young Fan was astounded. This is the first lesson for every newcomer. Someone in the room spoke up. Remember, if you lack the strength, do not venture to the lower levels. Especially, do not approach this iron door. The individual raised his head, and upon spotting Young Fan, his gaze lingered on him for a few seconds before softening considerably. You must be the madman Qin Hao mentioned. Young Fan, come in, and be sure to close the door behind you. Chapter 41. The Rules of the Boundary Breakers Sha Yu. The man stood and introduced himself with a smile, extending his hand. I see you're quite young. You may call me Sha Bo, or simply Lao Sha like the others. Hello, Sha Bo, Young Fan replied, shaking his hand. The office was notably spacious, as it was the only room on this floor. Apart from the desk and chair facing the entrance, there was a beige fabric sofa against the wall and a row of bookshelves brimming with various texts. Young Fan glanced at the shelves, which housed an array of books, from complete collections of classic literature to leisure magazines, online novels, newspapers, and even Buddhist scriptures. the Book of Changes, and the classic of Mountains and Seas. It was a veritable treasure trove. Catering to both refined and popular tastes, Xiaoyu noticed young Fan's gaze and casually remarked, "Once you are qualified to come down for duty, you can ask Qin how to procure any books you wish. The expenses will be reimbursed." Young Fan nodded, his attention drawn to a provocative photo book featuring voluptuous women, a glimpse of a white woman's form tantalizingly obscured by a sheer veil, with a furrowed brow. He inquired, "Xiaobo, who requested the purchase of this fashion attire? It seems quite popular, considering its worn state." Xiaoyu hesitated, stammering a hymn, "I'm not sure who bought it, but if there are books, we might as well read them. After all, our thirst for knowledge is quite profound. Now, let us discuss serious matters." With that, Xiaoyu retrieved several documents from his drawer. "This is a confidentiality agreement. Please review it and sign if there are no issues." Young Fan skimmed the document, which primarily stated that he must not disclose his identity as a boundary breaker, nor any information regarding the cleansing organization to ordinary individuals. Satisfied, he promptly signed his name. Xiaoyu tucked away the confidentiality agreement and continued, "Now, let me briefly introduce the work of the cleansing organization." From Xiaobo, Young Fan learned that he essentially held two identities. The first was that of a boundary breaker. This role did not offer a basic salary, yet boundary breakers could earn a substantial income through various means. Each month, they were entitled to one free boundary exploration opportunity. Currently, Young Fan was a first-tier boundary breaker. Limited to initial-level explorations, if he successfully completed an exploration, he would receive a base reward of 10,000 yuan and earn one boundary breaker point. Completing a first-tier objective would yield 30,000 yuan and 3 points, while a second-tier objective would grant 70,000 yuan and 7 points. Achieving the ultimate goal could bring in 150,000 yuan and 15 points. Although the bonuses may not seem substantial, Xiaoyu stated, "We all understand that the true reward of boundary exploration lies in the enhancement of strength. Thus, monetary gain is merely supplementary. Furthermore, as one's boundary breaker level increased, the bonuses from different tiers of alternate dimensions would also vary. Additionally, higher levels would unlock more sources of income, but for now, it sufficed to know that such opportunities existed. Specifics would become clear once Young Fan reached that level. Now, regarding boundary breaker points, they can exclusively be utilized within the cleansing organization. We have an internal marketplace. Simply download an app and fill in your details to begin trading. By the way, do not underestimate the points. The items available on the trading platform are all sourced from alternate dimensions, and some are permitted for external sale. To ordinary people, these items are treasures, and with the right sales channels, financial concerns will never be an issue." Young Fan's second identity was that of a member of the cleansing organization, specifically as security personnel for the cleansing security company. This role provided a stable income, a base salary of 17,000 yuan, with a 5-day workweek and an 8-hour workday, including meal and rest breaks. The income from security work was linked to the boundary breaker level, and at his current level, his monthly salary would be 17,000 yuan, Xiaoyu explained. Security work was divided into day and night shifts. Presently, he was only eligible for the day shift. A single individual could manage the day shift without needing to patrol externally. His primary duty was to remain on site, ready to respond to emergencies. The duty room would receive calls in the event of any incidents, and he would be required to secure the scene and keep others at bay. A designated liaison from the police department would assist him. As they were not a traditional police force, having police support made operations considerably easier. Of course, the potential for income growth within the cleansing organization was significant. For instance, as his boundary breaker level increased, or if he had the opportunity to participate in night shifts, 17,000 yuan was on the lower end, but it carried minimal risk. By the way, we do not provide the 5 insurances and 1 fund. This is due to special government permission. The funds for insurance are disbursed as part of the salary. However, during holidays, we do distribute items like cooking oil, rice, mooncakes, and shopping vouchers. The benefits are quite decent. Young Fan, still somewhat bewildered, nodded. Although he had awakened from a comatose state for over 3 months and had even visited the mountain and sea realm, his understanding of money remained unclear. A monthly salary of 17,000 yuan seemed rather modest, especially when many online boasted annual incomes in the millions. Nonetheless, he decided it was sufficient. His purpose was not to amass wealth. After explaining the job benefits, Xiaoyu produced another document for Young Fan's signature. Young Fan glanced down and saw it was a bonus application form, stating that he had passed the entry assessment and completed the ultimate goal, entitling him to a reward of 150,000 yuan. Is there a bonus for passing the entry assessment as well? Yang Fan asked in surprise. Sha Yu smiled slightly. Of course, the alternate dimension you visited was not fictitious. I heard you were in a coma for an extended period. And since you live alone, your rented garage has been released by the landlord due to your absence. This money will be just right for renting a new place and purchasing a phone. We have dedicated communication devices for work, but outside of work, we communicate via mobile phones. Most importantly, you must use a phone to contact your angelic officers. Sha Yu paused before adding, the officers we liaise with are typically referred to as angelic officers. Given their significant responsibilities and the necessity for complete mutual trust between us, we often need to employ special methods to locate our angelic officers. What methods? Yang Fan asked curiously. Sha Yu smiled mysteriously. Things will unfold in due time. Don't rush. Anya will assist you with arrangements, and you'll know then. Let us take this step by step and sign the form first. Yang Fan, eager to seize the opportunity for easy money, readily signed his name. After collecting the bonus application, Sha Yu retrieved a badge and a long, rectangular beige box approximately 20 centimeters in length. He then bent down to pull out 5 sets of clothes, each bundled in plastic bags. The desk was soon piled high with an assortment of items. Sha Yu took his time to introduce each one. This is your cleansing organization badge, serving as your work identification. These are your cleansing organization uniforms, 2 sets for summer, 2 for spring and autumn, and 1 thick winter outfit. There are no specific dress codes during casual times, but you should adhere to the requirements during formal occasions. In this box are our internal communication devices, which include a secure phone that requires voice, facial, and fingerprint verification, a Bluetooth headset, and a charger. The phone lacks a location function. If you can track it, that means others can locate you as well. It also does not have any smart features. It is solely for communication and can be charged via solar power, reducing the need for additional charging. Yang Fan opened the box to find a compact black phone measuring 6 to 7 centimeters long and 3 to 4 centimeters wide, accompanied by a Bluetooth headset and charger. The phone screen was narrow, likely displaying only a single line of numbers, and its back featured a clip, presumably for attaching it to a bag or other surfaces. The wrist screen you have is now your personal property, and no one has the right to access it. The password for retrieving important information is 8 ones. This is the same password that Yuan Qing used during your entry assessment. You should change it to something more personal, as others will not have the authority to view it. This entire collection of items now belong to Yang Fan, a security company, upon my entry, bestowed upon me such an abundance of items. Truly indicative of generous benefits. Just as Yang Fan believed that the distribution had reached its conclusion, Sha Yu abruptly swept everything off the table and regarded Yang Fan with utmost seriousness. Very well, I have clarified all matters pertaining to daily necessities. Now, you must remember what I am about to say, for these are the crucial points. Yang Fan furrowed his brow as he gazed at Sha Yu. There are 3 rules that must never be violated, Sha Yu stated with great gravity. Firstly, do not inquire about matters beyond your level of authority. Hierarchies dictate permissions. If something exceeds your authority, it is undoubtedly beyond your comprehension and capability to address. And thus, you need not concern yourself with it present. You are at the first level, which implies to reach the second layer of the first level. You must first achieve a breakthrough in your soul. The ghost realm is a critical dimension for enhancing one's soul, meaning you must visit the ghost realm at least once to attain this level. Furthermore, a first-level breaker, even one at the 9th layer, lacks the capacity to confront the adversaries encountered during special events. They are only able to undertake daytime assignments. Yang Fan's heart was struck with astonishment. Team Qin and Anya had discovered him and his mother at night, indicating that they were not first-level breakers. Their evaluation of that assailant was that he was formidable. This clearly illustrated that the assailant's strength far surpassed that of a first-level breaker. Only now did Yang Fan genuinely grasp the warnings issued by Team Qin and Brother Bai. That individual was indeed not someone an ordinary person could contend with. Sha Bo, is the pinnacle of the first level indeed the 9th layer? Yang Fan inquired. Sha Yu pondered for a moment before responding. It is not strictly so, yet it is advisable not to exceed 9 breaks. When you reach that level, you will understand why. Continuing on the previous topic, Sha Yu stated, secondly, you must remember that the relationships among breakers are exceedingly delicate. At times, we are compelled to entrust our lives to one another, yet ironically, we cannot fully trust any breaker, even if they share a close bond with you or have once saved your life. Therefore, we shall not pry into what you have encountered or acquired in the other realms, nor will we inquire into your exact level of advancement. Even the internal trading platform of the cleaners does not require binding personal identification information, and all transactions are conducted anonymously. Only when you have ascended to the second level and require a change in treatment can you apply to the captain. However, many do not necessarily apply immediately upon breaking through to the second level. Yang Fan was left utterly bewildered. Those whom one should be able to entrust with life and death ought to be the most trusted individuals, yet one cannot place complete trust in them. What an extraordinary relationship. No wonder Sha Bo previously asserted that angelic officers are the most trusted figures among breakers. And finally, Sha Yu continued, in Xinjiang City, we, the cleaners, are not the only breakers. Numerous other factions exist, and one must exercise greater caution when engaging with these other forces. These 3 points are to be etched in your memory, regardless of the time. Yang Fan stared blankly at Sha Yu, and after a lengthy pause, he nodded, Sha Bo, I shall remember. Chapter 42. Do not venture outside after dark. Upon returning from Sha Bo's presence, Yang Fan was enveloped in an indescribable feeling. Initially, his decision to join the cleaners was solely driven by a desire for vengeance for his mother. However, upon truly becoming a member of the cleaners, he suddenly realized that the very profession of a breaker exuded a suffocating essence, especially that rule which stated that one must entrust their lives to one another while simultaneously being unable to fully trust anyone. The disparity between his observations and experiences was staggering. It felt as though they constantly needed to be on guard against one another. Team Qin and Jie and Brother Bai appeared to genuinely care for him. Could it all be an act? Suddenly, Yang Fan recalled the words of the examiner, Li Mingfeng. Passing the assessment is merely the beginning of the nightmare. Fortunately, it seemed that the enemies of the cleaners were those who preferred to lurk in the shadows, such as the one who killed his mother. This alone was sufficient for him to remain steadfast. No, I believe they are not those kinds of people. Yang Fan shook his head, growing more confident in his judgment. As he ascended the stairs, he encountered Brother Bai, who guided him to the incubation room. The surface of the beast egg remained a vivid red. Brother Bai explained that the bloodstains had seeped in and could not be washed away. Anya informed me that there are no suitable candidates at the precinct. After some time, I will take you to find your angelic officer. Yang Fan nodded absently. Your injuries have healed. You cannot remain here indefinitely. Over the next few days, seek out a place to rent. Your bonus should arrive within a day or two, and if you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to let me know. Oh, and do purchase a mobile phone and get a SIM card. Upon exiting the base, the morning still lingered, and as Yang Fan surveyed the towering skyscrapers and the bustling crowds, he felt a momentary sense of disorientation. He had resided in the base for so long, subsequently participating in the assessment, and today marked his true, meaningful encounter with society, a society he had been away from for a decade. If these people were aware that among them existed a group of individuals traversing different realms and that terrifying creatures lurked in the shadows, would they continue to live their lives as they did now? In that moment, Yang Fan suddenly felt that the cleaners were akin to a band of nocturnal wanderers, concealed within the darkness, bearing unimaginable dangers alone. Returning to the present, Yang Fan finally addressed the pressing issue at hand. Sha Yu was the individual who had managed the scene initially. He had informed Yang Fan that the rental property had already been leased out, and regardless of whether the rationale was genuine, the outcome certainly was not false. Renting a place? Where should one seek to do so? The middle school textbooks and short videos he had encountered had never touched upon such matters. Having been estranged from society for so long, he genuinely found himself at a loss for survival. Yang Fan grappled with this dilemma. A girl's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Yang Fangage! Yang Fan turned in surprise to see a girl dressed in a blue and white school uniform jogging toward him. Upon seeing her, he recalled a phrase. Whether a school uniform looks good is not about the uniform, but about the person. Hu Qianqian somehow infused a simple school uniform with the essence of a youthful idol drama. As she approached, she exclaimed, "You're better now. I was just about to come check on you." "Thank you. I'm all right now," Yang Fan replied, observing the words Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School emblazoned on her attire, and curiously asked, "You're still in school?" "Yes, I attend No. 1 Middle School, which is quite close, just one bus stop away." Yang Fan immediately furrowed his brow. "You chose Team 12, not merely because it was near your school, right? That was a consideration, but more importantly, it's because Su Qianqian gazed at Yang Fan with her large eyes. I am very curious. Yang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. He did not wish for anyone to be overly curious about him. After lying low for 10 years, his social skills had also deteriorated significantly, and upon reaching this point, he found himself at a loss for words. Yang Fangij, where are you headed? Su Qianqian inquired. Me? I'm going to rent a place and buy a phone. Yang Fan turned to look at the bustling street and towering buildings. Instinctively displaying a troubled expression, I'll go with you, Su Qianqian said enthusiastically. Huh? That's unnecessary, right? Aren't you supposed to return to your team? It doesn't matter whether I go back or not. You must be unfamiliar with the surroundings, right? I'll take you. I know this area well, Su Qianqian declared, pulling Yang Fan forward. Yang Fan was quite reluctant to have Su Qianqian accompany him, yet considering his current situation, he ultimately followed along. To his surprise, Su Qianqian proved to be quite the bargaining expert. She managed to negotiate the rent of 2,800 down to 2,500 per month through her persistent efforts. When they went to buy a phone, the sales clerk, upon seeing Su Qianqian, a complete stranger, looked at her with an abundance of affection, offering a plethora of gifts including headphones, a charger, a water bottle, and a mouse pad. Thank you, sister. You're so kind. Su Qianqian beamed, her smile sweet enough to melt the clerk's heart. Yang Fan watched from the side, questioning his own existence. Was being good-looking accompanied by such hidden perks? When he had inquired about prices earlier, the clerk had stated that nothing was complimentary, yet as soon as Su Qianqian arrived, she rummaged through the store, securing all possible gifts and prompting the clerk to invite her to visit again. Yang Fan had originally intended to merely gather information, yet with Su Qianqian's presence, both matters were settled, and she even paid on his behalf, leaving Yang Fan feeling quite embarrassed. After accompanying Yang Fan to obtain a bank card, he gazed at the young girl beside him and felt a deep sense of guilt. Qianqian, having accompanied me to so many places, you must be hungry now. Ideally, I should treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude. But as it stands, Yang Fangij, I am a bit hungry, let us go. I'll treat you to a meal, Su Qianqian insisted, dragging Yang Fan toward a nearby upscale Western restaurant. Goodness, not only was the meal being treated by Su Qianqian, but now Yang Fan could only hope for his bonus to arrive promptly so he could repay her. Faced with the steak before him, Yang Fan felt somewhat at a loss, prompting Su Qianqian to cut her steak into pieces and swap plates with him. Yang Fangij, you can have mine. Yang Fan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. How wonderful it would be to have a sister like her. Alas, even Chen Yueheng was merely his foster mother. Where would he find a sister? Yang Fan, I learned from Sister Anya that you have not engaged with society for quite some time. You must remember to refrain from going out at night, especially recently. Once your work is done, return home, as your residence is conveniently nearby. Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if something had transpired recently. Su Qianqian glanced at Yang Fan, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice to say, recently, there have been disturbances in the vicinity. Its favorite pastime is to disembowel individuals and devour their hearts and brains. Sometimes, it even strikes during the day. What? Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. It can act in broad daylight? Isn't it afraid of being discovered? Is it lurking near our team's camp? Su Qianqian nodded, affirming, indeed. As of now, no survivors have emerged. Moreover, you haven't seen Captain Qin and Sister Anya these past few days. Have you? Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully. Disemboweling individuals? Is it that murderer? Chapter 43. Work environment. The apartment is fully furnished and equipped with appliances, though there are a few items that one must purchase independently. After dining, Su Qianqian accompanied Yang Fan to acquire some daily necessities. Most importantly, Yang Fan needed to purchase a mobile phone, as it was a critical requirement emphasized by Xiaobo. Fortunately, Yang Fan had recently experienced a significant enhancement in physical strength, which allowed him to endure the hustle and bustle. With the assistance of the store staff, Yang Fan activated his phone, and Su Qianqian promptly entered her phone number. Upon returning home, Su Qianqian helped Yang Fan tidy up his new abode briefly before leaving without even taking a sip of water. Likely due to her own pressing matters, Yang Fan felt a pang of guilt. A 20-year-old man and a teenage girl were bustling about, even delaying her own affairs. Yet, Su Qianqian seemed entirely unperturbed. After bidding farewell to Su Qianqian, Yang Fan settled onto the sofa, surveying his new home. The space was modest, around 60 to 70 square meters, but the one-bedroom layout was sufficient for his solitary existence. The apartment boasted excellent lighting, with airflow from both the north and south. The appliances and decor were relatively new. As the landlord mentioned, the place had been vacant for several years. He hoped young Fan would maintain cleanliness. Being on the top floor, it also featured an open balcony, which, though undecorated, was pristine and surrounded by empty flower pots. It appeared the landlord had once intended to cultivate flowers here. The open balcony was young Fan's favorite aspect, as the previously viewed options, while spacious, felt like confining cages. Shouldn't humans be intimately connected with the great outdoors? During his time with Su Qianqian, young Fan had contemplated inquiring about the ghost realm. To transcend to a breaker, he would need to venture into the ghost realm at least once to achieve a shattered spirit. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so, as he was unsure of the delicate relationships among breakers. Since Su Qianqian had not mentioned the matter, he felt it was inappropriate for him to bring it up. By the way, Su Qianqian mentioned that the internal trading platform for the cleansers could only be downloaded and accessed via the base's intranet, which provided him an opportunity to retrieve his belongings. Seizing the remaining time, young Fan returned to the company. After downloading the cleanser's market and completing a simple registration, he sought out Old Bai. In addition to the beast egg, young Fan had also brought back his blood-stained clothing. Old Bai, being an experienced physician, followed a highly regulated process for treating individuals who had just returned from the other realm. Ensuring young Fan's clothing was preserved professionally, as young Fan rummaged through his pants pocket, he discovered the phoenix flowing flame herb. Upon returning home, young Fan held the pale red beast egg, examining it closely. This was the first time he had the opportunity to thoroughly study the egg. He turned on his phone's flashlight and shone it against the shell, but the shell was too thick for light to penetrate. After meticulous observation, he noticed that aside from the bloodstains appearing somewhat faded, there was nothing else to discern. Wasn't it said that the bloodstains were impossible to wash away? Why had they faded? Unable to see through it with the naked eye, young Fan recalled Su Qianqian's earlier remark that hatching a beast egg required certain special connections. He entered his consciousness space, attempting to perceive the beast egg while in that state. Yet he could not sense anything unusual. Ultimately, young Fan resigned himself to abandon the observation. Perhaps it was simply not the right time. That night, as he prepared for sleep, young Fan wrapped the beast egg in the newly purchased blanket and placed it beside his bed. As he lay on his side, he gazed at the egg for a long while, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sprang up, embracing the beast egg in his arms, deciding to hold it while he slept. Hatching, hatching. How can I not hatch it? Young Fan mumbled to himself. The following morning, young Fan discovered that the beast egg had been kicked beneath the bed. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough. Otherwise, his pet's fate would have been sealed with a single kick. After freshening up, young Fan used a damp cloth to wipe the beast egg, carefully wrapping it up and placing it back in the bedroom. Perhaps influenced by his mother, even in the face of an impossible-to-hatch beast egg, young Fan did not forget to bid it farewell. All right, little fellow, I'm off to work. You behave yourself at home. This marked young Fan's first day at work. On his way, he encountered his colleague, Brother Bai. Bai Zhe, wearing silver-framed glasses, donned a dark green casual t-shirt paired with black dress pants, his hair impeccably styled. Clutching a black leather bag under his arm, he approached young Fan.At first. Young Fan did not recognize him, but it was Bai Zhe who spotted him first. Upon seeing young Fan, Bai Zhe quickened his pace and called out, "Young Fan, starting work today, huh? This is your first time at the company in this capacity, right? Come, let me show you around." As Bai Zhe led young Fan, he began to introduce the usual workings of the company. Our small team consists of 8 official employees: Qin Hao, Anya, myself, Old Sha, Yu, Su Qianqian, Xiaming, and Long Fei Yu. Su Qianqian doesn't schedule shifts. For the day shift, it's Yu, Xiaming, Long Fei Yu, Qin Hao, and Anya. Old Sha works the night shift, while I alternate between both shifts. Frankly, I'm not needed much. But when I am, it can sometimes be for several consecutive days. Young Fan nodded, understanding that Brother Bai, as the team doctor, only needed to come in when necessary. "Brother Bai, why are you here today?" he inquired. Being idle at home is rather dull. Coming to the office to enjoy the air conditioning and do some research is far more interesting, Bai Zhe replied. Young Fan chose not to pry further. There are 3 informal logistics personnel, Bai Zhe continued. Oldly, the security guard. As you know, there are seldom any outsiders here, but we cannot rule out the possibility of a boss needing to consult a security company. His primary duty is to chase away such individuals. I haven't seen him, Young Fan remarked, glancing towards the reception area. He is either playing chess online, chatting with some Andes, or sleeping, Zay said nonchalantly. Our entrance has biometric recognition, so you don't need to worry about badges. It will automatically scan and recognize you. If any outsiders do come in, he will be notified. Young Fan was quite astonished. Old Lee's leisure activities seemed remarkably vibrant. No wonder, he had never encountered this legendary security guard despite multiple entries and exits. Meeting him was even rarer than encountering Captain Sheen. Brother Bai? Does Old Lee know what we do? Young Fan asked. No, we don't mention it, and he never inquires. After all, he earns 11,000 a month, with meals and lodging right there in the reception area. He is quite satisfied. Moreover, with how busy he is, he hardly has time to concern himself with our affairs, Zay explained. Young Fan found himself momentarily speechless. Old Lee truly exemplified an extraordinary individual. There are also two other logistics staff who count as half of our team, Zhang Shan and Zhou Mantai. They are aware of our identities and primarily handle the phone calls during the day shift, remote dispatching, and various mundane tasks. Young Fan pondered for a moment, then curiously asked, who manages the night shift? The night shift? Zay smiled slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. The night shift doesn't require dispatching. Beyond personnel, Zay formally introduced the dilapidated building before them. The daytime work area spans the first to fourth floors. The first floor comprises the lobby, duty room, and monitoring room. The second floor is designated for the cleanser's day shift staff. The third floor serves as the medical area, and the fourth floor is the team activity center. The basement level contains the storage room and night shift staff area, while the second basement level houses the special medical area. And the third basement level, as Oldby mentioned, features a reading room and that iron door. The company owns 3 vehicles, one for the day shift, one for the night shift, and a self-driving vehicle designated for Qin Hao. Upon reaching the building, Zay headed to the basement, and the two parted ways. As Young Fan prepared to ascend to the second floor, a woman poked her head out from the duty room, calling out to him, "Hey, you must be Young Fan." Young Fan nodded, somewhat bewildered. "And you are?" "I'm Zhang Shan, part of our logistics team that I'm on duty today," she introduced with a smile. Zhang Shan was a slightly plump girl, but her proportions were well balanced, and she had a lovely appearance. Her smooth, long hair complemented her graceful and competent demeanor, and her smile radiated warmth. Young Fan nodded in response. "Hello, Sister Zhang, I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Mutual support," Zhang Shan replied with a smile. "You are heading upstairs, right? I want to keep you. We'll be seeing each other often from now on." As he ascended to the second floor, the hallway led directly to a hall. Upon surveying the current work environment, Young Fan could not help but furrow his brow. Rather than describing this place as his workplace, it would be more fitting to characterize it as a vast recreational facility that seamlessly integrates fitness, entertainment, and relaxation. The perimeter of the hall is adorned with a single layer of glass, providing an excellent view. Beside the windows, several treadmills, stationary bikes, stretching devices, as well as barbells and dumbbells are arranged. Adjacent to the equipment area, there is an expansive sofa facing a wall on which a large LCD screen is mounted, currently connected to a gaming console, while a coffee table is strewn with bags of chips. Not far away, there exists a billiards table and a ping-pong table, right next to a bar counter, where a cabinet displays 6 or 7 rows of alcoholic beverages. To the right of the bar, a coffee machine stands, and the refrigerator is stocked with a variety of drinks, primarily functional beverages, along with fruits and pastries. To the left of the bar, a small area for internet access features several aesthetically striking computers, while a nearby coffee table is neatly arranged with assorted snacks. Further along the corridor, signs indicate the direction of the showers and restrooms, suggesting that continuing forward would lead to them. Young Fan stood in a daze for some time, musing that indeed, a job that pays around 10,000 yuan is relatively easy. After all, with a lower income, other benefits must certainly keep pace. Chapter 44. The Widow of Zhang Jiao on the wall. A notice detailing work guidelines was affixed, and the handwriting indicated it was not printed but rather handwritten. Young Fan stood before the bulletin board, reading intently. All equipment and food within the premises may be used freely, with no additional payment required. The equipment is specially designed for various levels of boundary breakers. Please exercise caution and control when using the equipment to avoid injury. If any damage occurs, please report to the logistics personnel for repairs or replacements. If you wish to stay overnight, there are bedrooms located behind the showers. How many times must I say this? Do not ask me for leave. Resolve your own matters. You are not required to clock in, and it will not count as absenteeism. Stop bothering me for leave. The first 3 points were relatively normal, but the last one was clearly pinned by Qin Hao. No leave requests? Resolve matters on your own? Yang Fan had a lingering feeling that the rules at the cleansing crew were somewhat different from those at other places. Brother Bai had mentioned that there were 2 others working the day shift alongside him, but neither was present now. He wondered if they had gone off to resolve their own affairs. Just then, Yang Fan's phone buzzed. You have received 150,000 yuan to your construction bank debit card ending in 7440. Before Yang Fan could check the details, someone hurriedly ascended the stairs from below. Shabo? Yang Fan looked at the newcomer in surprise. Shabo approached Yang Fan, glanced at the work notice on the wall, and remarked, "Is this still hanging here?" Yang Fan replied, "Did you receive the money?" He nodded in affirmation. "What about the points?" "Check the cleansing crew market." "Where do I find the points?" Yang Fan inquired. "In your wrist device. The wrist screen cannot communicate in the other realm, but it can connect to the intranet here." Yang Fan checked his wrist screen and indeed found that 15 points had been credited. "Shabo, the points have also arrived." Shayu nodded. "All right, manage the money as you see fit. For the points, use the wrist screen to access the cleansing crew market. Select the points you wish to inject, and you can recharge. Due to the anonymous nature of the market, which aims to safeguard your privacy, future points will only be credited to your wrist screen device. You will need to inject them when you wish to use them. If you want to sell something in the future, it will also be done through the wrist screen in conjunction with the cleansing crew market app. Just follow the prompts on the wrist screen at that time." Yang Fan nodded in confused acknowledgement. Looking around the empty hall, Shabo shook his head. "There are 2 guys on the day shift with you, but they rarely come here, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching. When benefits are distributed, you should have the opportunity to meet them." Yang Fan curiously asked, "Shabo, didn't you tell me the day shift is from 9 to 5? What if something happens and the 3 of us are not here?" 9 to 5 is indeed 9 to 5, but just because it is 9 to 5 does not mean you must be here the entire time. For newcomers like you, enhancing your strength takes precedence above all else. Hence, many newcomers seize every opportunity to improve their abilities. In fact, the day shift is generally quite uneventful. Shabo explained, "If something urgent arises and you are all absent, it's simple. The logistics team will directly call your phones." Yang Fan was taken aback. Although the job salary was average, was it really appropriate to be so brazenly slacking off? "They don't know my phone number, do they?" Su Qianqian has already posted it in the group. "By the way, I'll add you to the group. First, download a chat application." Under Shabo's guidance, Yang Fan joined a group. Chat.it was the work group for the 12th team of the cleansing crew. The group leaders were Qin Hao and Ya and Shabo, with Brother Bai in management, alongside Yang Fan, Su Qianqian, Xiaming, Long Feiyu, Zhang Shan, and Zhou Mantai. As soon as Yang Fan joined the group, Su Qianqian responded, "Yang Fangij, you're here. I only learned the group number today. Otherwise, I would have had you join yesterday." Immediately afterward, Xiaming sent a welcoming emoji for newcomers. "Warmly welcome the newcomers, 2 ultimate goal newcomers. So impressive. I'm preparing for the next boundary-breaking event these days and 1 TB at the company. We must get to know each other well during the Mid-Autumn Festival," Bai Zhe added. "Xiao Fan, welcome to officially join our team. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll come find you to hang out." Shabo glanced at the screen and patted Yang Fan's shoulder. "The captain and Anya are busy with a recent case and should still be asleep. Xiaming joined 5 months before you. He was selected in the 2nd round. However, his adaptability is remarkable, and he has made rapid progress recently. Long Feiyu, on the other hand, is quite reserved and joined a year ago. He was recruited with a 2nd-round pick that the captain traded 3 first-round picks for. His main competitor is Shun Feng, who was the 1st overall pick in the same period. That round's entry assessment was one of the most surprising. Aside from you and Su Qianqian. Is said that both of them are very close to their ultimate goals in both realms." Shabo continued, "In previous competitions, Long Feiyu narrowly defeated Shin Feng. But it was a close call. The team competitions are about to begin again, and both are working hard to enhance their strength. At this point, Shabo turned to Yang Fan, imparting a meaningful warning. The entry assessment has already passed, and your starting point is not significantly better than others. Many first overall picks have ultimately been surpassed. Cultivating is akin to rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back. Young Fan nodded solemnly. Thank you, Shabo. I will remember that. With his task complete, Shabo breathed a sigh of relief. All right, take your time to familiarize yourself with the work environment. I'll head off now. Shabo. Young Fan suddenly called out. During the entry assessment, there was a newcomer who once helped me, but unfortunately, he did not pass the assessment. He urged me to check on his family. Shabo frowned slightly, contemplating. Visiting his family does not violate regulations. However, be cautious not to reveal your identity as a boundary breaker, and if you genuinely care for his family, it's best to resolve everything in one go. What was his name? I'll look it up and send it to you. His name is Zhang Jia. Thank you, Shabo. After noting the name, Shabo turned and departed. Young Fan settled onto the sofa. Glancing at the game controllers on the coffee table, finding no interest in them, he was not inclined to practice with the equipment either. As for the computer, he truly did not know how to use it without assistance. Thus, Young Fan pulled out his phone and opened the Cleansing Crew Market app. The app is divided into two pages, the Cleansing Crew Mall and the Personal Trading Area. On the mall page, only 4 items were currently displayed. First tier exotic beast spirit meat, not for external sale, costing 1 point. Basic otherworld tickets, for both the beast realm and the ghost realm, also not for external sale. Each costing 1 point, and 20,000 yuan, costing 1 point. Additionally, at the bottom of the page, 2 lines of small text read, spend points to upgrade market level. The higher the level, the more items available for purchase. Click on the personal page to check market level. The personal trading area was completely inaccessible. Clicking on it prompted a pop-up window. Market level must reach level 5 to enter. Following the prompts, Young Fan opened his personal homepage. ID 178303. Account balance 0 points. Market level 0 level. Clicking the question mark button revealed a description regarding market levels. Spend 10 points to upgrade to market level 1. Wait, there's a level requirement to buy things. The market level indeed reflects one's strength, as only through completing more explorations into other realms can one earn more points to facilitate purchases for upgrades. Without sufficient strength, reaching market level 1 would require a considerable amount of time. Now, he was contemplating whether to sell the Phoenix Lu Yin grass, and yet he couldn't even access the personal trading area. Young Fan could only helplessly put away his phone. Not long after, Shabo sent a message with Zhang Jie's home address. He added a note. Regardless of what happens in the other realm, it is beyond verification. I just want to remind you, under no circumstances should there be any retaliation against the families of other boundary breakers. Should such an event occur, the consequences will be severe. This message from Shabo likely stemmed from a concern that Young Fan might be deceived. If a conflict were to arise between Zhang Jie and him in an alternate realm, and Young Fan's true intention was to harm Zhang Jie's family, he would then unveil the regulations of the boundary breaker as a warning. However, Young Fan had never intended to take revenge on Zhang Jie. After noting the address, he put away his phone and proceeded downstairs. By noon, Young Fan arrived near Zhang Jie's residence. It was a relatively new upscale community, where Zhang Jie resided in Unit 118 of Building 4. Holding a fruit basket in his hand, Young Fan stood before the door and heard footsteps from within. He knocked gently. Shortly after, the door opened a crack, revealing a young woman standing behind it, cradling a 3- or 4-year-old boy in her arms. The woman's hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes swollen, and her condition appeared quite poor, yet she seemed to be on edge. She looked at Young Fan, furrowing her brow, and asked, "Who are you looking for? Is Zhang Jie living here?" The woman's eyes widened suddenly as she attempted to force the door shut. Young Fan, quick on his feet, grasped the doorknob firmly. The woman, taken aback by the strength of this seemingly frail individual, was unable to close the door and lost her grip, stumbling backward. Fortunately, she managed to protect the child in her arms, preventing any injury. Young Fan swiftly opened the door, set down the fruit basket, and helped the frightened woman to her feet. "Are you all right?" The woman immediately broke free from Young Fan's grasp, hurriedly moving back with her child. Her gaze filled with terror. Who are you really?" Chapter 45. A strange sound. Upon seeing Young Fan's clear gaze, the woman sensed that he bore no ill intent, and her emotional state began to stabilize somewhat. Who are you? What is your relationship with Zhang Jie?" Although the fear in her eyes had not entirely dissipated, she held her son tightly and maintained a distance from Young Fan. When he looked up, he noticed a family portrait hanging on the living room wall, with Zhang Jie as the man depicted. The woman and child resembled the mother and son in the photograph. Yang Fan reassured her. Please, do not be alarmed that I am a friend of Zhang Jia. After learning about his situation, I came to check on you both. A friend. The woman regarded Yang Fan with suspicion, noting the palpable fear in the child's eyes. Yang Fan felt a twinge of doubt. It was natural for a wife to lose control upon receiving news of her husband's death, yet both she and her child appeared to be gripped by a deeper fear beyond their grief. Sister, it seems you are afraid of something. Would you mind sharing? Yang Fan inquired. Afraid? The woman seemed intrigued by the question and scoffed. We are in dire need of money. They compensated us handsomely, but Zhang Jia is gone. I have lost my husband, and my child has lost his father. I cannot even see his remains. Suddenly, the woman became agitated, releasing her child and grasping Yang Fan's collar. You are Zhang Jia's friend? So tell me, what exactly happened to him? Understanding her anguish, Yang Fan allowed her to shake him in distress, leading to an outburst of tears. At this moment, no words could soothe her sorrow. Seeing her increasingly unhinged, Yang Fan could only hold her tightly. Sister, he may be gone, but you still have your son. He is still young. You must be strong. This statement shattered the woman completely. Perhaps what she needed was a shoulder to lean on. She collapsed against Yang Fan, weeping freely. After several minutes, the woman's emotions finally calmed. Observing the slight, frail man before her, who had allowed her to vent her pent-up grief, her defenses began to lower. I'm sorry. She stammered, wiping her tears, appearing somewhat disoriented. All right, I understand, Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile. Once she regained her composure, Yang Fan discovered that Zhang Jie's wife was quite composed. Their conversation gradually returned to normalcy. Zhang Jie's family was not well off, especially after their child was diagnosed with leukemia, leaving them unable to pay their mortgage. It was during this time that a friend of Zhang Jie introduced him to a lucrative job, which Yang Fan recognized as that of a cleaner. Zhang Jie's son was well-behaved, remaining close to his mother, attempting to lend her support with his small, fragile frame. Following Zhang Jie's request, Yang Fan chatted with the child, offering advice on friendship. Seeing the mother and son stabilize emotionally and shed their earlier fears, Yang Fan initially assumed that Zhang Jie's wife had reacted so strongly due to her overwhelming sorrow, and thus refrained from pressing further. Ultimately, his connection with Zhang Jie was limited. Having fulfilled his promise, Yang Fan deemed it inappropriate to linger any longer. Bidding farewell, Zhang Jie's wife accompanied him to the door, seemingly hesitating to speak, and as she watched him depart, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Returning to the living room, the woman picked up her child, her gaze landing on the fruit basket. Initially unnoticed, she now observed that the basket contained 2 stacks of cash, presumably amounting to 20,000 yuan. That moment, a resolve surged within her as she abandoned her child and bolted from the room. Yang Fan was just about to take the elevator downstairs when he suddenly spotted the woman rushing out. I beg you, can you help us? The panic and fear resurfaced in her eyes, filled with desperation and pleading. Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Seated on the living room sofa, Yang Fan gazed out the window while the child succumbed to sleep, and the woman was in the bedroom. Soothing him to slumber, a gentle lullaby floated from the bedroom, clear as day, evoking memories of someone he longed for. With a soft sigh, Yang Fan returned to his earlier thoughts, reflecting on the woman's words. Her terror and loss of composure were not solely a result of her husband's death. Yet, it was indeed because Zhang Jie could no longer return. The cleaner had evidently completed their aftercare. Having previously calmed the mother and child, yet recent events had left the woman sleepless at night. It began 2 days ago. Each night she heard noises echoing through the corridor. She described the sound as resembling a gigantic rat gnawing on food, producing a chomp-chomp noise. Simultaneously, she could detect a pungent, metallic scent of blood. Each time she opened the door, nothing was there. This ordeal had persisted for 3 days, every night without fail. After being tormented by this occurrence for several days, it was no wonder her emotions were so heightened. That moment, Song Ruolin emerged quietly from the bedroom. Xiao Chue has fallen asleep. She sat across from Yang Fan and continued, Zhang Jie's death, I had already mentally prepared for. The day before he left, he spoke of strange things, saying he wanted to take a gamble. If he won, he would have money for Xiao Chue's treatment. If he lost, he would still gain a large sum, and then he urged me to remarry into a good family. The woman's expression grew somber. When I suddenly received the 50,000 in my phone, I knew Zhang Jie had lost his gamble. Yang Fan felt a pang of sorrow. Had he encountered Zhang Jie earlier, the fate of both him and his family might have been altered. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, the woman raised her gaze to Yang Fan. There have been strange rumors circulating online. Even if those messages swiftly vanish from the internet, no one is foolish nowadays. People are afraid to go out at night. We common folk are aware that the security situation is dire. Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. This was not the police's responsibility. The woman sighed after learning of Zhang Jie's death. About 3 days later, I began hearing that sound. As a woman, I was terrified, but with a child to care for, I steeled myself and tried to peek through the peephole to check the surveillance, but found nothing. But you must understand, the inability to find anything is the most terrifying part. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. If Song Ruolin had seen a wild dog or even a shadow, at least she would know to call the police. However, due to the absence of any evidence, she felt it futile to report anything. Yang Fan, I know this sounds unbelievable, and I don't know how to convince you. I used to ask Zhang Jie about everything, but now I truly don't know what to do. I feel like I'm going insane. Sometimes I wonder, could it be that Zhang Jie has returned? Yang Fan observed the helpless, panicked, and fearful woman, lost in thought. Upon hearing her account, he immediately thought of those special cases. However, although these cases fell under the jurisdiction of the cleaner, he was merely a fledgling boundary breaker. Lacking the authority to handle such matters, should he report it to the captain? It seemed the captain had been preoccupied with another case lately. Moreover, the pressing issue was that Song Ruolin remained in a state of high tension, which could easily lead to delusions or hallucinations. To verify this, the best course of action would be to witness it firsthand. Yet, this could potentially be dangerous, as he currently lacked even his angelic police officer. Encountering trouble would likely lead to significant complications. After a moment of silence, Yang Fan lifted his head to face Song Ruolin, calmly stating, "Would you mind if I stayed here tonight?" Song Ruolin looked at Yang Fan, who quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I will sleep on the sofa. If I hear that sound too, at least there will be another witness if we need to call the police." Song Ruolin hesitated. A widow whose husband had just passed away, spending the 7th day of mourning with a stranger. Such a revelation would surely weigh heavily on her. Yang Fan noticed her apprehension and remarked, "I saw that the room next door appears to be unoccupied." Song Ruolin nodded earnestly, "Yes. The couple are members of my husband's club and have been abroad for several years. This property is their investment, yet it remains unfurnished. They have left a key with me, asking me to occasionally keep an eye on it." Yang Fan nodded, stating that he would stay there tonight. Chapter 46. The Monster in the Night. Song Ruolin led Yang Fan into the adjacent unfinished apartment. She intended to help him set up a makeshift bed, but Yang Fan simply requested an old bedsheet to be laid on the ground, needing nothing more. "You should go back," Yang Fan said. "And remember, no matter what sounds you hear tonight, do not open the door." Song Ruolin nodded in confusion. Now alone in the room, Yang Fan turned to explore each area. The apartment had never been renovated, featuring a layout of 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, with a small balcony on the outer side of the living room. The balcony faced north and was not enclosed. Standing at the edge, Yang Fan opened the 2 large windows and looked down. The apartment was on the 4th floor, beneath which several electric bicycles were parked, with a large tree about 5 or 6 meters away. This building was the last in the row on the north side of the community, and the northern gate was temporarily closed. From this vantage point, he could see that a viaduct was under construction along Chongping Road outside the north gate. The main structure of the viaduct extended from the east side of Chongping Road, reaching in front of the community, and continued westward, with no indication of when it would be completed. The window frames were secured tightly, and the glass was of sturdy material. The developer had indeed used quality materials. After surveying the surroundings, Yang Fan approached the front door. There was a peephole in the iron door, which he cleaned inside and out before closing it again. Taking a deep breath, he sat on the bedsheet. To be honest, he was unsure why he had chosen to stay and assist Song Ruolin. Although Zhang Jie was not the main perpetrator of his suffering, he was still an accomplice. It was already a considerable act of kindness to check on his family. Yang Fan was keenly aware that if Song Ruolin were truly facing a monster, with his current strength, he would stand no chance against it. He didn't even possess a gun, let alone a weapon to combat a creature. While he had slain Meng Jie's cubs and repelled third-tier sandwolves in the beast realm, those were actions taken out of necessity, Under normal circumstances, he would never risk his life. That entity had appeared several times without breaking in. For the time being, Song Ruolin and her child should still be safe. He only needed to ascertain the identity of the target and report it to the captain later. Just as he finished his thoughts, there was a knock at the door. Song Ruolin had returned. This time, she surprisingly held a thick rebar in her hands for self-defense. Here is something for you to protect yourself. Also, I don't have your contact information. Song Ruolin approached, placing the rebar beside Yang Fan while taking out her phone to add him as a friend. Confirming there was nothing else, she turned to leave, glancing back anxiously. Ultimately, she said nothing more, closing the door behind her. Yang Fan stared at the rebar beside him, momentarily speechless. Goodness, Song Ruolin truly thought ahead, just as he lamented not having a weapon. Now he had one. However, he was not so easily swayed by this makeshift armament. Sister and could easily leave an imprint on the solid steel, and it would likely prove useless against a monster. If it's not possible to go out, then I won T. Unbeknownst to him, the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the sky. Yang Fan took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged as he entered his consciousness space to cultivate the orb. After breaking through the third level of the initial ceiling, Yang Fan had yet to find any impurities to continue refining the orb. However, during his time in the beast realm, he had only just made the breakthrough. Continuing his practice could enhance his sensitivity across the 5 senses and prepare him for the next level. Moreover, he needed to maintain a heightened state of awareness. In the consciousness space, it was challenging to perceive the passage of time. When Yang Fan finally opened his eyes, he was startled to find that it had become utterly dark outside. The room was devoid of light, and the outside world was just as pitch black. Checking his phone, he realized it was already 11 o'clock at night. At this hour, the myriad lights of his childhood memories had vanished. Through the window, he could only see a massive, indistinct shadow looming over the construction site. The half-finished viaduct resembled a colossal beast lurking in the night. At that moment, Yang Fan's phone lit up. Song Ruolin had sent a message. Are you still there? Yes, Yang Fan replied. It's about that time when it should appear. I am feeling a bit scared. Do you think Zhang Jie has really returned? I don't know, but if he has, I believe you need not fear. He wouldn't harm you or the child. Although Zhang Jie had failed to uphold his stance, he had never wavered in one regard. He would risk his life for his family. After a while, Song Ruolin replied, Thank you. I never heard Zhang Jie mention a friend named Yang Fan before. Yang Fan understood that Song Ruolin intended to alleviate her fear through their conversation. I'm merely confirming the situation for you. If real danger does exist, you and your child should move away tomorrow. And leave the rest to the police. I've been wanting to leave, but I'm somewhat reluctant to part with this place. Yang Fan was at a loss for words and changed the subject. How much more do you need for the child's medical treatment? Zhang Jie exchanged his life for 500,000. That should be enough for now. If it's insufficient in the future, I'll sell the house, and no matter the cost, I will not give up on treating him. Reading this, Yang Fan felt a pang in his heart. He could almost envision a frail figure, carrying her unconscious foster child, struggling to survive in this world. Yang Fan refrained from replying, needing to calm his own emotions. Time passed slowly, and as he gently closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the blanket, he let go of his sensory perceptions. Meanwhile, in another room, Song Ruolin had extinguished all the lights, tightly holding her child as she huddled in a corner behind the sofa, her eyes wide open, piercing through the darkness as she fixated on the door. The child in her arms was equally alert, clenching his small hands around his mother's collar, glancing back towards the door. The hallway was silent. The emergency exit sign glowed a reassuring green. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide, fearfully staring towards the door. A wave of bloodthirst was approaching. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps were drawing nearer. Then came a series of squelching sounds. The stench of blood intensified several-fold. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from about 3 to 4 meters outside the door, followed by more squelching sounds. That thing was right before Yang Fan's door, feasting on something unknown. Yang Fan slowly moved his arm, gripping the rebar tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Moments later, the sounds from outside abruptly ceased. Yang Fan frowned slightly, cautiously inching towards the door, careful not to make a sound. Although the noise had stopped, Yang Fan was certain that the creature had not departed. The scent of blood lingered. When he approached within 7 or 8 meters of the door, Yang Fan vaguely perceived movement through the peephole. He immediately employed the basic form of spirit concentration. His focus disregarded the surrounding environment, locking onto the peephole eye in the next instant. He clearly saw what lay beyond it. A towering creature, over 2 meters tall, was clutching 2 bloody hearts and a liver in its hands, while a severed human head was tucked under its arm, directly facing the door of Song Ruolin's home. Its figure was neither fully human nor entirely beastly. The upper body was bare, while it wore black pants on its lower half. Its skin appeared a grotesque bluish-purple under the green light. The back was exaggeratedly muscular, giving it a slight hunch. Its head seemed disproportionately small compared to its broad back, with a uniquely shaped skull that bulged at the temples, stretching the skin into a severe distortion, causing its facial features to be gravely misaligned. The exposed portions of its head displayed the same bizarre blue-purple hue, save for a small patch at the back, where short black hair remained. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. It was his first encounter with such a horrifying entity. Compared to the creatures he had faced in the beast realm, which, though powerful, were still normal animals, this being was utterly repugnant. What kind of creature is this? A ghost? A beast? Or perhaps? Yang Fan's gaze fell upon the hair at the back of its head. Only humans possessed such hair. Moreover, it was wearing pants. Yang Fan noted the black trousers on its lower half, but upon closer inspection, he was struck dumb, his body trembling involuntarily. On the side of the pants, there was a label that read, Summer-Long Pants. 183, Male, Cleaner Security Company, Chapter 47. A mother's courage. The basic form of spirit concentration was already taxing on one's energy, and the immense shock left Yang Fan feeling disoriented. Song Ruolin was not imagining things. There was indeed something outside the door. Yang Fan was aware of the existence of cleaners, tasked with dealing with unimaginable entities. He believed he was mentally prepared for whatever the entity might be, a human, a demon, a monster, or even the spirit of Zhang Jie. None of it would surprise him. The being at the door did not exceed Yang Fan's preliminary expectations, but one thing caught him completely off guard. That creature was a member of the cleaners. The warnings that had puzzled him earlier echoed in his ears. I regret to inform you that the trials you are about to face will present threats more brutal than death itself. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entrance examination marks the onset of a nightmare. Young Fan, you must remember that the relationship among scavengers is exceedingly delicate, at times. We must entrust our lives to one another, yet we can never fully place our trust in each other. Why? Why has he become like this? A deep terror gripped Yang Fan's heart. Until now, he had never truly engaged in the handling of scavenger cases, their real work truly as he had imagined, a battle against those enigmatic entities. Could the murderer of his mother be one of the scavengers? If he were to join their ranks, would that not mean becoming akin to the one who took his mother's life? Sisterin had said that to acquire powers beyond the ordinary, one must pay a corresponding price. Could this, then, be that so-called price? At that moment, Yang Fan's phone lit up. Yang Fan, are you still there? Did you hear that sound? It seems to have left. The message from Song Ruolin jolted Yang Fan from his stupor. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not abandon Song Ruolin and her child. I am here. It has not left. It is still at your doorstep, though not make a sound. Just moments ago, Yang Fan had witnessed that figure staring blankly at the door of Song Ruolin's home. Perhaps its momentary pause had led her to mistakenly believe it had departed. Song Ruolin mentioned that she had previously checked the door but saw nothing. This allows for a preliminary judgment that this entity possesses an exceptionally keen sense of perception. Upon hearing Song Ruolin's footsteps, it fled at once. Yang Fan's mind raced. It seemed that it did not wish to harm Song Ruolin. Could it truly be Zhang Jie? No, that thought was immediately dismissed. Although the entity's size might have changed, the size on its pants indicated it was originally 183 centimeters tall, a height that Zhang Jie did not possess. Furthermore, Zhang Jie had not passed the examination. He had not joined the scavengers and thus could not possibly wear their uniform. Just then, a sound echoed from outside the door. Peering through the peephole, Yang Fan vaguely saw the creature lowering its head, seemingly consuming something in its hands. After pausing for so long, it took another step toward the door of Song Ruolin's home. Almost simultaneously, a message from Song Ruolin arrived. I heard it too. It is closer to the door than before. Every time I hear a sound, it feels as if it is nearer. Is it trying to come in? Should I go out and scare it away? Yang Fan hurriedly replied, "Do not move, do not make a sound." An important piece of information that Song Ruolin had just shared with him struck Yang Fan. This creature had approached several times, each time getting closer to the door. It felt as if it was continuously breaking through some limit. What was it breaking through? Yang Fan furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Suddenly, he recalled his experiences in the beast realm. After swallowing the Qilin fruit, strange voices had incessantly lured him at that time. He had relied on the pearl to refine the pollution, but others who did not cultivate the pearl might gradually lose themselves in those voices. Yang Fan suddenly felt a clarity of thought. Even the polluted Mo Luo Qinsho had fiercely resisted, let alone humans. Thus, pollution was not an instantaneous event. It incessantly eroded the host's will. Of course, for most hosts, it was likely that they would ultimately succumb to the invasion of pollution, but it was undeniable that pollution required a process. Returning to the strange behavior of the entity outside the door over the past few days, it seemed to explain its changes. Its core consciousness appeared to have been resisting approaching that door. Yet due to the escalating pollution, its core consciousness gradually weakened. Each time it came, it drew closer to that door. Upon realizing this, Yang Fan felt no thrill, but rather a chill coursed through him. The entity continued to approach Song Ruolin's door, meaning its core consciousness was becoming increasingly feeble. The polluted consciousness would undoubtedly kill Song Ruolin and Xiao Chue, for they were the last bastions of the core. Only by eliminating them could it completely pollute the core. Hence, its aim this time was not merely to linger at the door. Do not come any closer. Yang Fan stared intently at the indistinct figure. Finally, it took another step toward the door. This is bad. Another message from Song Ruolin arrived. Yang Fan, it seems to be right at the door. What should I do? Are you still there? At that moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Song Ruolin's message. He understood that if he rushed out now, it would likely only serve to feast that creature, and he would not be able to save Song Ruolin and her child. Yet, as the situation developed, if that entity took another 2 steps forward, judging by the viscera and head it held, the fate of Song Ruolin and her child was all but sealed. Yang Fan remained silent, and it seemed Song Ruolin sensed something. Yang Fan, you have seen what is outside. Haven you. It is terrifying. Isn't it? It seems to be getting closer. I can feel that it is different this time, as if it truly intends to enter. There was something I had not told you. I am not afraid of death. With Zhang Jie gone and Xiao Chue so gravely ill, I have long grown weary. But do you know? Every time we face danger, Xiao Chue stands by my side. I know he is terrified. Yet despite his severe illness, he still wishes to protect me. The reason I have endured thus far is simply that I want to give him hope, not wanting him to give up. A creature, resembling neither man nor beast, stood between 2 rooms, while the inhabitants of those rooms were exchanging messages via their phones. Yang Fan, you are a good person. I know you must be very frightened right now. The entity outside is likely not of ordinary origin. I have a request. I will go out shortly to try to draw that thing away if I succeed. I ask that you take Xiao Chue with you. Of course, if I fail, then our family can reunite underground. Yang Fan read each message from Song Ruolin. He clenched his fists tightly. The current Song Ruolin bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother. When his mother was murdered, he could do nothing. Now, another mother was about to face the same fate, and he felt utterly powerless. A sound erupted from outside, and before that iron door, the creature hesitated only slightly before raising its robust arm. Yang Fan took a deep breath and activated the internal communication of the scavenger team 12. Then, in a normal tone, he spoke, calling the captain. This is Yang Fan. Soon, Qin Hao's voice crackled in his earpiece. Aren't you on the day shift? What is it? Yang Fan, peering through the peephole, saw the creature seemingly turn its attention toward his direction. In the Qinshui Bay community, Building 24, a pollutant has appeared. I will do my utmost to hold it off and will move toward Chomping Road. An immediate roar erupted from the earpiece. Who told you to operate at night? Are you out of your mind? Qinshui Bay community. Damn it, Inya, how do we get there? Yang Fan removed the earpiece. Gripping the rebar tightly, his eyes fixed on the door. The figure was turning, approaching this way. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, whispering to himself, I will not die. I cannot die, in the dead of night. Chongqing Road lay desolate, a black SUV racing swiftly from west to east. A man clad in a black leather trench coat sat in the driver's seat, puffing away at his pipe. The beautiful woman in the passenger seat wore a grave expression, lost in thought. The vehicle was on autopilot. Suddenly, the man spoke in a low voice. Navigation, how long until we reach Chongping Road? The intelligent navigation system replied, 22 minutes. Chongping Road is currently under construction for an elevated bridge and requires a detour via Guangxin Road. Stop the car, the man commanded coolly. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. The man turned to the woman beside him and said, "Get out." The woman looked at him with anger. "Why? I said to get out," he barked. "This is an order." With no choice but to comply, the woman reluctantly exited the vehicle. As she closed the door, the man took a deep drag from his pipe and placed his hand on the steering wheel. What a piece of junk. I'll have to drive myself. Chapter 48. The mysterious route in the Qinshui Bay community. Yang Fan stared intently at the increasingly close, indistinct figure. He could not flee just yet. Only by ensuring that the entity intended to hunt him could he guarantee Song Rulin's safety. Thus, Yang Fan had to wait for the creature to break through the door. Taking this moment, he quickly replied to Song Rulin's message with voice notes. "Trust me, your son does not wish to lose you." Perhaps no one was more qualified to express such words, and no matter what sounds you hear, do not step outside. At that moment, the peephole had transformed into a murky darkness. The creature had reached the door. Yang Fan took a deep breath, glancing back at the window for just a moment before refocusing on the door. The entity was clad in black security attire. Qin and wore similar uniforms, but they donned them only on certain special occasions, such as when they had escorted him to the examination. During night shifts, they seemed to wear different attire. Yang Fan vaguely remembered Qin Hao wearing leather back then. From this detail, it seemed that the entity might be, like him, a member of the day shift. If the inference is correct, then the disparity in strength between him and his opponent is certainly not absurdly vast. Of course, Yang Fan is well aware that a first-tier breaker can only operate during daylight hours. He, being at the first tier and merely at the first level, is akin to a novice, while his adversary, at the first tier but at the 9th level, is equally a novice. Just the enhancement of his physical body after breaking through has significantly bolstered Yang Fan's physical prowess. Yet the strength of someone at the 9th level is undoubtedly beyond his capacity to contend with. Thus, his sole strategy is to flee. He wonders if Team Qin will arrive in time. A soft sound emanates from outside the steel door, and astonishingly, the tightly locked door is pushed open along with its frame. The cement wall at the frame is severely damaged, with the surface crumbling and the inner bricks destroyed. From the sheer force of the opponent, Yang Fan realizes he is no match for it. Soon, the door is fully ajar, revealing a formidable figure blocking the entrance. Its eyes, misaligned and uneven, and its mouth. The skin stretched taut, exposing a mouthful of bloodied teeth. In its grasp is the dismembered head of a human male, still largely intact, with a length of spine still attached, evidently yanked off with brutal force. The deceased appears to be a middle-aged man, his skin pallid and sagging from lifelessness, but the expression etched on his face reveals he had been struck with profound terror at the moment of his demise. Gazing at the creature before him, Yang Fan, having endured numerous life and death trials, finds himself barely able to suppress his fear. He sneers at the monstrosity. "Are you also a reaper?" To his astonishment, a flicker of wariness flashes in the creature's eyes. As he speaks, Yang Fan stealthily retreats. "I see you now, and I shall expose your deeds to the world." With a swift motion, the creature crushes the head in its hand. Witnessing this, Yang Fan knows he has successfully captured the creature's attention. The two reapers exchange glances for a fleeting moment, and suddenly, Yang Fan pivots and dashes toward the balcony. The creature lunges forward, barely a step behind, its speed surpassing Yang Fan's. The distance within the house is no more than a few meters. Yet it closes in on him in an instant. At that moment, Yang Fan raises a steel rod and brings it down forcefully onto the glass before him. With a resounding crash, the glass shatters, and he leaps through the window. His target is the tree in front of the house, and with his current speed, he manages to reach it successfully. After a series of collisions, Yang Fan tumbles to the ground. However, when he raises his head, he discovers the colossal creature leaping from the 4th-floor height toward him. Without a second thought, Yang Fan turns and sprints down Chongping Road. Although his speed is inferior to that of the creature, he has previously surveyed the terrain and can continuously alter his direction, leveraging his keen eyesight to utilize obstacles and maintain distance from the monster. Trees, cars, electric bikes, and billboards all become his lifelines. Yet, despite Yang Fan's agility, he cannot shake off the monstrous pursuer. Its speed far exceeds his. With every ounce of strength, Yang Fan flees desperately. Ahead lies a surrounding wall, and he leaps over it, aiming for the construction site beyond. There, a multitude of heavy trucks, cranes, and bridge piles await. His chances of shedding the creature should be greater. However, as he lands, a dark shadow leaps over his head, landing directly in front of him. Yang Fan dares not hesitate for an instant and veers sharply to the side. Ahead, towering sand piles obstruct his path, but in his panic, he has no choice but to charge up the mound. Yet the creature's speed is far too great. Within mere strides, it closes in on him. Faced with prey so tantalizingly close, the monster leaps high into the air. Yang Fan hurriedly glances back, seeing the shadow above him, and despair washes over him. Is this the ghastly entity hidden in the night? It is overwhelmingly powerful. After breaking through, he stands no chance against it. Regrettably, the orb cannot extract impurities directly from a living being. To survive, he must escape the clutches of this creature. In a moment of desperation, Yang Fan suddenly halts, bends down, and scoops up a handful of sand, hurling it at the creature's face. The monster's vision obstructed, it lands and begins rubbing its eyes incessantly. Once its sight returns to normal, it finds Yang Fan has already escaped to several towering bridge piers ahead. Yang Fan knows that he cannot outrun the creature in terms of speed. Direct confrontation is an utterly impractical notion. His only recourse is to exploit the terrain. The bridge piers, still devoid of a constructed overpass, are merely bare stone columns, towering over 10 meters high and sturdy enough to leap between them, an optimal choice for buying time. Utilizing the excavator's arm beside the pier as a springboard, Yang Fan leaps, reaching a height 3 to 4 meters from the top of the pier, and plunges the steel rod into the surface, gripping it as he hoists himself upward, finally managing to grasp the edge. With all his strength, Yang Fan pushes himself upward and stands atop the pier. However, he is still not safe. While he can use the excavator, so too can the creature. Moreover, it requires no steel reinforcement to leap up directly. Realizing this, Yang Fan hastily retreats a few steps and leaps toward the top of another pier, 7 to 8 meters away. The creature quickly closes in, and Yang Fan can only continue leaping toward the next pier. Yet, through this method, he manages to evade the monster for the time being. After leaping across a dozen piers, just as Yang Fan prepares to leap again, he suddenly freezes. There are no more piers ahead. No way. Yang Fan anxiously gazes forward. He can only jump down from the pier, but once he does, he will be pursued in an instant. Damn it, there's no way out. Yang Fan looks back and sees the creature leaping between the piers, now only 2 piers away from him. Jump down now? That would lead to a quicker demise. Not jumping down. That means waiting here to die. Although he has exerted every effort to evade the creature, it has likely only been 7 or 8 minutes. Team Chin is still unaccounted for, and crucially, Chongping Road has long been closed off, making vehicular access impossible. For Team Chin to reach him, they would need to enter through the community's southern gate and traverse the entire neighborhood. Yang Fan glances toward the direction of Qinshui Bay Community, where an eerie stillness prevails, devoid of any vehicle lights. Just then, the creature reaches the nearest pier directly across from Yang Fan. It gazes hungrily at its prey. Its mouth splitting into a grin as it rasps. You cannot escape with that. It leaps high into the air. This is it. He is truly going to die here. Suddenly, Yang Fan hears the rapid approach of vehicles from the elevated bridge behind him. An elevated bridge? Wasn't it still closed off? No, it hasn't even been completed. Yet the sound of the vehicles grows ever closer. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, a heavy off-road vehicle hurtles down from the incomplete gap of the elevated bridge. Plummeting from a height of over 10 meters, Yang Fan is left astounded by the sight. The black SUV, illuminated by the moonlight, resembles a chariot soaring through the skies. During its descent, the driver's door swings open, and a hand reaches out, gripping the edge of the vehicle. Exerting a powerful pull, a figure emerges from within, performing a backflip to land atop the vehicle. Clad in a black leather trench coat, the figure bursts into the air, with a smoking pipe at the corner of his mouth, presenting himself as a dark knight descending from the heavens. "You scoundrel, I'll deal with you later." The familiar voice of the captain resonates. And the next moment, that figure leaps from the roof of the vehicle, hurtling toward the monstrous entity. Chapter 49. Closest friends. Qin Hao, like a blade of darkness, strikes the creature simultaneously as his weapon glints coldly. A silver flash sweeping forth. In the next instant, the creature's grotesque, twisted head is cleanly severed from its robust body. Yang Fan's eyes widen, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Before the monster, he could barely flee. Yet before the captain, the creature had no time to react at all. What a staggering disparity in power! Incredible! Due to inertia, the creature's body collapses before Yang Fan, releasing a stream of black mist that dissipates rapidly. Impurities? As the dark mist escapes, the creature's body begins to shrink, gradually regaining the form of an ordinary human. This moment, Qin Hao lands on another pier, retrieving the creature's head before lightly leaping to land steadily before Yang Fan. A shadow of darkness settles in front of him. Without sparing a glance at Yang Fan, he approaches the creature's body to inspect its condition. The head had just released a wisp of dark mist. Yet due to the severe distortion of its skull, its original visage remains unrecognizable. Qin Hao raises his wrist device and presses a button. A small box pops out from the wrist screen, containing several silver needles. He extracts one, piercing the body to extract some blood, then reinserts the blood-stained needle back into the device. Shortly thereafter, information appears on the wrist screen. Yang Fan glances at his own device. Noticing it lacks any buttons, he can only quietly stand behind Qin Hao, utilizing his superior eyesight to surreptitiously observe the displayed information. Wang Qian, Reaper, Xinjiang Branch, Team 6 member, passed the entry assessment 4 months ago. Participated in a total of 5 recorded interdimensional explorations, successfully completing 1 second-tier objective and 1 first-tier objective, exhibiting commendable performance during the Team's tenure, with no violations, and successfully recommending 1 individual for the July newcomer assessment. Qin Hao frowns slightly. No wonder he is so weak. It turns out he has only recently joined the Reapers. However, a first-tier boundary breaker would not typically succumb to such contamination unless faced with extraordinary circumstances. He promptly sought out more detailed information. Zhang Jie, recommended by Wang Chun. The two were classmates at Xinjiang Nan Street Experimental Primary School and Nan Street Foreign Language Middle School, maintaining a close relationship. Zhang Jie participated in the July entrance assessment to enter the Junior Beast Realm but failed to pass. Qin Hao stood up, seemingly deep in thought, his gaze still fixed upon the lifeless body. So it was, he must have been overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow over the death of his dear friend, causing him to lose control. After silently absorbing this information, Yang Fan formulated a further hypothesis. Song Rulin had previously mentioned that it was Zhang Jie's friend who recommended him for his new job, and it now became evident that Wang Chun was that friend. He finally grasped the reason behind the monster's repeated appearances at Song Rulin's doorstep, and why it had only attempted to enter the room today. As Zhang Jie's close companion for nearly 2 decades, Wang Chun undoubtedly had no intention of harming Song Rulin and her child. It was simply unfortunate that he could not hold on in the end. Qin Hao adjusted his Bluetooth headset and spoke. Anya, I am at Chomping Road in front of Qinshui Bay Community, near the elevated road construction site. The contaminator responsible for the recent daytime assaults should have been located. Its physical characteristics correspond gently with the traces left at the scene. However, there is one point of clarification. This individual is not a 4th tier but rather a 1st tier. On the other end of the line, Anya was saying something he could not discern. Qin Hao cast a fleeting glance at Yang Fan, noting his survival. This fellow is quite resilient. When will you arrive? All right, I will wait for you. After ending the call, he contacted another individual. Old Shah, come and handle the scene. I'm over at Chomping Road in Qinshui Bay. Bring Old Bai along. There's a contaminator here, and the body needs to be transported back. What? The vehicle cannot reach. This area is still inaccessible by road. Which route did I take? How would I know? I was lost at the time. All right. I came down from the elevated road. I know the construction is not completed, which is precisely why I descended. Damn it. I didn't even see that section of the elevated road was still unfinished. Ugh, figure out a way to get here quickly. Yang Fan gazed at the captain in astonishment, never expecting that the captain's cinematic-like maneuvers were merely a result of being lost. After finishing his communication with the team, Qin Hao finally turned around, his eagle-like, piercing gaze fixed on Yang Fan, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The intensity of that stare made Yang Fan's heart race with unease. The captain had just mentioned seeking him out for retribution. Now it appeared that time had come. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. At last, Qin Hao spoke, his tone icy. Not bad. Indeed, as a newcomer who has accomplished the ultimate objective, you've already emerged for the night shift on your very first day. Quite impressive. Yang Fan dared not respond, acutely aware of the barbs embedded in the captain's words. This line of work had few restrictions, yet you managed to violate regulations on your very first day. If I had arrived just a moment later, you would have perished right here. Yang Fan, do not presume that your induction into the cleaners grants you immunity. Let me make this clear. You cannot voluntarily leave the cleaners, but the cleaners possess the authority to expel you. Once Anya arrives, you must recount the entire sequence of events to me. We will impose appropriate penalties based on the circumstances. After chastising Yang Fan, Qin Hao took a drag from his cigarette and approached the body, hoisting Wang Qin's lifeless form onto his shoulder with a curt command. Let us go, Captain. How do we descend from this height? Qin Hao paid him no heed, leaping down. Descend the same way you came up. Yang Fan, fully aware of his culpability, could only retrace his steps, locating the excavator he had previously used and jumping from the bridge pier to the excavator's arm before returning to the ground. A little over 10 minutes later, Anya arrived from the eastern end of Chongping Road. Upon spotting Qin Hao and Yang Fan, she hurried over. After grasping the situation, Anya shook her head at Yang Fan, stating, Yang Fan, Shayu did not advise you against overstepping your bounds. Qin Hao sat nearby, smoking, and coldly addressed Anya. Enough talk. You're here now. Yang Fan, recount the events in full detail. We will determine your punishment based on the situation. Yang Fan sighed, detailing his visit to Song Rulin. Initially, I thought that should any danger arise, I would absolutely not open the door. Yang Fan continued, however. Wang Chun was about to force his way into Song Rulin's home. After a brief silence, Yang Fan resolutely stated, I was frightened as well, and I recognized that I was no match for Wang Chun. I should have remained inside and reported to you the following day. Yet when I saw Song Rulin prepared to sacrifice herself to protect her child, Yang Fan turned his face away, struggling to suppress the emotions swelling within. I simply could not bear to stand idly by and watch. That's the situation. The messages Song Rulin sent me are all on my phone. I am aware that I violated the cleaners' regulations, but I must defend myself. I did not intentionally break the rules. Captain Anya, you may proceed with whatever punishment you deem fit. I harbor no grievances. Nevertheless, both Anya and Qin Hao remained silent. Anya kept her gaze fixed on Yang Fan, her eyes gradually misting over. From Yang Fan's account, it was evident that he had initially been uncertain of the dangers he might encounter. Labeling him as overstepping seemed somewhat forced. From Song Rulin's perspective, it was hard to discern whether it was a mere prank or if she had experienced auditory hallucinations. While Yang Fan's intent appeared solely to ascertain the source of the strange sounds, devoid of any intent to engage physically. Ultimately, had someone else acted as Yang Fan did, they might have deemed him reckless and impetuous. However, both Qin Hao and Anya understood Yang Fan's background. His mother had perished under similar circumstances. Even though Yang Fan's memories had been erased, the bond with his adoptive mother remained intact. The situation of Song Rulin and her child mirrored that of Yang Fan and his adoptive mother, which was precisely why he could not stand idly by. Anya turned to Qin Hao, who was still verifying the message records on his phone, confirming they matched Yang Fan's account precisely. Captain, considering his situation, it amounts to passive contact with the contaminator, right? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, repeatedly drawing from his cigarette. Anya, feeling impatient, snatched the cigarette from him, exclaiming, How are we handling this? You ought to speak up. Rising from his seat, Qin Hao surveyed Anya and then Yang Fan. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and uttered, The greatest taboo for a boundary breaker is to act on emotion. I will report this situation. Anya, take him back and await the decision. Chapter 50. The punishment decision. Early the following morning, as Yang Fan arrived at the office, he was summoned by Zhang Shan to attend a meeting on the 4th floor. Before departing, Zhang Shan spoke mysteriously, Hey, Yang Fan, you've become quite famous now. Ah? Yang Fan responded, bewildered. Zhang Shan elaborated, I was in the group chat for the Xinjiang cleaners captains, and there was quite the uproar last night regarding your incident. Let me tell you, our captain is quite formidable. Yang Fan caught the scent of gossip. It seemed Zhang Shan could provide a wealth of information. What happened with the captain, to keep you here? He had a fierce argument with the other captains. Anyone who suggested letting you go faced his wrath. The other captains were so intimidated they didn't dare speak up. It's been ages since I've seen him so fierce. Oh, and he even issued a military order in front of the leaders. Yang Fan frowned, surprised to learn that the seemingly cold captain would argue vehemently with others on his behalf. All right, that's all I can tell you. Hurry up and go. All the team members are present today. Zhang Shan urged Yang Fan along. Yang Fan hurried upstairs. Along the way, he recalled the entrance assessment hall when he had yet to join Team 12. How Qin Hao instinctively shielded him when Zhu Jun displayed disdain, silencing the latter. He envisioned the captain behaving out of character, berating others like a shrew for his sake. He thought of the individual who had plunged down from the elevated road, saving him from the contaminator at the critical moment. On the 4th floor in the conference hall, 7 individuals were seated. Qin Hao, Anya, Bai Zhe, Shayu, Su Qianqian, and 2 unfamiliar young men. They sat in a row, facing a solitary empty chair. What a peculiar seating arrangement. As Yang Fan stood at the doorway, all eyes turned toward him. Su Qianqian discreetly winked at him but quickly resumed a serious demeanor. You're here, Qin Hao stated coldly. Take a seat. Yang Fan approached the lone vacant chair, realizing it was prepared specifically for him. He sat down, facing the 7, feeling a weight of pressure akin to a public trial. With himself as the subject, the young man with short hair beside him nodded, smiling faintly at him. Qin Hao cleared his throat. The young man immediately adopted a serious expression, refraining from any further antics. Yang Fan, you severely violated team discipline last night, and I have reported this to higher-ups. Violating discipline incurs consequences. The results are now in. Yang Fan, observing Qin Hao's stern countenance, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Qin Hao cast a glance at Anya, signaling her to make the announcement. Anya retrieved a document and began to read aloud in light of Yang Fan's serious violation of the scavenger regulations. It has been decided to impose the following penalties on Yang Fan, a member of Team 12, a deduction of half a month's salary, amounting to 8,500 yuan, for the next 3 months. No leave will be permitted. Except in the case of unforeseen emergencies, no excuses will be accepted for failing to participate in the 6 months later company-hosted primary boundary breakers competition, where a rank within the top 20 must be achieved. Upon finishing, Anya set the document down. Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Was that it? The first 2 penalties were tolerable, but what did the third entail? He was required to participate in the primary boundary breakers competition and secure a position within the top 20. He could hardly fathom the implications of such a ranking. Regardless, Yang Fan had not been dismissed, confirming that the captain had indeed won the argument. He had prepared himself for expulsion, and the current punishment was far more lenient than he had anticipated. However, the final stipulation seemed to be the crux of the matter. Perhaps this clause represented a military order issued by the captain. After Anya finished reading the disciplinary decision, Qin Hao fixed his gaze on Yang Fan and stated, as for the last condition, achieving a top 20 rank in the primary indiscriminate competition, you need not concern yourself with it. This punishment is intended to serve as a lesson. Should you repeat this transgression, I won't even need to report it directly. I'll simply have you dismissed. Yang Fan nodded in response. Understood. Qin Hao acknowledged him with a nod and then turned to the others. Everyone else should take this as a warning. Especially you two, Xiaoming and Long Feiyu. Su Qianqian was not included in the warning list, clearly enjoying a different treatment. The man who had just smiled and nodded at Yang Fan hurriedly interjected. Captain, I haven't caused any trouble in a long time. Shayu shot him a disdainful look. Xiaoming, just behave yourself. Is there even one among you newcomers, aside from Qianqian, who is not troublesome, Brother Bai? Xiaoming attempted to protest, but Qin Hao had already risen, declaring, all right, the disciplinary meeting is concluded. The night shift should return to catch some sleep, and those on the day shift. He glanced at Xiaoming and Long Feiyu. Shaking his head, get back to whatever you were doing. As soon as Qin Hao left, the once somber meeting room transformed into a lively atmosphere. Yang Fan, I'm Xiaoming. If you find the day shift boring, I'll come keep you company, said Xiaoming. Long Feiyu, a handsome man with a stylish hairstyle, approached Yang Fan. So you are Yang Fan, it's a pleasure to meet you in person, if I have time. I'll come by during the day shift too. Oh, Long Feiyu, you've spoken more today than in the entire past week. You're actually initiating conversation. Xiaoming complained indignantly. You only spoke your first word to me after I had been here for a month. Brother Bai walked over to Yang Fan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Not bad. The case that the captain couldn't crack for a week, you managed to solve in a single night. Xiaobo joined him, old by confirmed Wang Qin's level last night. He's at the first tier, third layer, and after being tainted, his strength nearly reaches the first tier, fourth layer. How on earth did you manage to survive his clutches? Anya interjected, Young Fan, this matter is behind you now, but coming into contact with the tainted will have some effects. You must be cautious. One more thing. Do not inquire further about the tainted for now. Just know that Wang Qian is an exception, and you need not worry about the taint at this moment. Xiaoming remarked, Sisterin, you always say that we newcomers should not concern ourselves with the taint, but after a few months in the scavengers, we will inevitably encounter it. Can't you give us some advance notice? Anya immediately adopted a stern expression, retorting, you want to be punished, don't you? Xiaoming quickly capitulated, repeatedly apologizing, no. I won't ask. Faced with the enthusiasm of his peers, Yang Fan found himself somewhat at a loss. The fact that he had been penalized so disgracefully seemed to matter little to them. Instead, they appeared even more enthusiastic than before. Anya and the others, having exhausted themselves the previous night, chatted with Yang Fan for a while before departing. Xiaoming and Long Fei, you also needed to prepare for the boundary break. Each taking their leave. It was only at this moment that Su Qianqian approached Yang Fan, smiling as she looked at him. Yang Fan go, do you know why they are so friendly towards you? Yang Fan, puzzled by this very question, asked, why? Su Qianqian smiled gently, even though you broke the rules, you have earned the respect of your teammates. You couldn't bear to see Song Rulin and her son harmed, so you chose to stand up for them. Regardless of what others may say about you being foolish or overreaching, to your teammates, you are someone they can rely on. Yang Fan finally understood why even Zhang Shan was willing to share some information with him. In simple terms, after this incident, he had truly been accepted by the team. Qianqian, do you know what this competition entails? Yang Fan inquired. Why did the captain say I need not consider it? Su Qianqian smiled slightly. It is an internal competition among the scavengers, aimed at enhancing the strength of each team. Essentially, every organization has such internal contests. Since the precise levels of boundary breakers are considered private, they typically employ indiscriminate competitions, among which the primary indiscriminate competition is tailored for newcomers, requiring participants to be at the first tier. However, it only restricts the major tier. The minor tier is unrestricted. Both first tier, first layer participants and those at first tier, ninth layer can compete. If I am not mistaken, the most severe aspect of this punishment is this competition. The captain's intent is likely to help you recognize your own strength, so you won't act so impulsively in the future. As for why, you need not worry. I have heard that the captain established a military order to retain you, which should relate to this matter. If a military order has been established, then why did he say I need not consider it? Yang Fan asked. Yang Fan go, I'm merely speculating. The military order was set by him. If you fail to fulfill it, the one punished will be him, not you. With Captain Qin's qualifications and strength, even the gravest consequences would not lead to his departure from the scavengers. But you are different. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Su Qianqian's conjecture seemed highly plausible. Thus, it was not that this punishment was unremarkably light, but rather that someone had already shouldered the responsibility for him. Chapter 51. The shortcut to strength. Upon returning to the second floor, Yang Fan sat in a daze on the sofa, contemplating everything that had transpired. He made his way to the duty room on the first floor. Zhang Shan was reading a magazine. Upon seeing Yang Fan approach, she set it down and smiled. Are you satisfied with the outcome of the punishment? Yang Fan, burdened with thoughts, did not respond directly. Sister Zhang, you are in the captain's group, so you must have seen their conversations? Zhang Shan nodded. Then, Sister Zhang, could you tell me what military order the captain established? Zhang Shan involuntarily withdrew her smile, appearing quite troubled. Well, Yang Fan pondered for a moment, then said, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then let me ask you this. If I guess correctly, you just need to nod your head, and that way it won't count as you telling me. After some hesitation, Zhang Shan finally nodded. If I cannot secure a top 20 rank in the competition, the captain will face punishment? Zhang Shan nodded. Indeed. Yang Fan continued to press. Will the punishment the captain faces be severe? Zhang Shan nodded once more. Yang Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. Is he going to leave the scavengers? Zhang Shan shook her head. Be demoted? She shook her head again. Transferred? Zhang Shan shook her head once more. Seeing that Yang Fan was still guessing, she finally could not hold back, saying, he must venture into the death boundary. Since its opening, No one has survived, and 6 captain-level powerhouses have already perished. The captain hasn't gone into the boundary for a long time. Young Fan struggled to suppress the shock in his heart, retreating as he spoke. Don't worry, I didn't hear anything. I won't mention this to anyone. After returning from the duty room to the second floor, Young Fan once again sat on the sofa, lost in thought. So much had transpired over the past few days. The incident with Wang Chun had a profound impact on him. Who was the one responsible for murdering his mother? Was it a boundary breaker or something else? Where did this pollution originate? What kind of power was it? Young Fan muttered to himself. Although there were entities like the Buddha's heart blue lotus and the ghostly destruction fragrance in the boundary that could counter the pollution, they were extraordinarily rare, and moreover, when they purified the taint, they also annihilated the source of the pollution. Did boundary breakers possess alternative methods to control the taint? These questions eluded Young Fan for now. The second profound shock brought by the Wang Qin incident was the strength of the boundary breakers. The cold light that the captain unleashed while executing Wang Chun had already surpassed his current understanding. And if Qin Hao was merely a squad leader in a third-tier city overseeing 15 squads, then what level of power could even stronger boundary breakers possibly reach? What kind of strength did the murderer of his mother possess? Aside from the Wang Qin incident, the next pressing matter was the military order established by the captain. If he did not achieve a top 20 rank, he would have to venture into the death boundary. Zhang Shan had already provided the most crucial information. Since its opening, no one had returned alive. To ensure Young Fan's continued presence, the captain was risking his life. After successfully joining the scavengers, Young Fan had initially intended to focus his primary efforts on investigating his mother's case. However, it now seemed that even if he uncovered the identity of the murderer, he would lack the strength to seek revenge. Furthermore, he did not wish for the captain to take such great risks on his behalf. He must enhance his strength, whether for revenge or to protect the captain. Young Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, taking out his phone and opening the scavenger market to check the upcoming openings of primary boundaries. In the realm of beasts, 12 days later. Once again, within the world of beasts, Young Fan exited the app, contemplating before sending a message to Su Qianqian. This girl had always maintained a mysterious identity. Despite her youth, her strength was formidable, and she possessed knowledge far exceeding Young Fan's own. Qianqian, must we solely rely on the scavenger market to enter the other world? After a while, Su Qianqian replied, Brother Young Fan, do you have time this evening? I'll take you to a place. At 8 o'clock that night, a Maybach came to a halt beneath Young Fan's building. As he approached the sleek black car, he furrowed his brow. Su Qianqian had mentioned she would be in a black vehicle, yet he was uncertain if this was the one. It seemed many people purchased this model, as it was popular online. The back door swung open, revealing Su Qianqian seated within. Brother Young Fan, please get in. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, whom Su Qianqian affectionately referred to as Uncle Chun. Through the rearview mirror, Chen regarded Young Fan with a smile. Hello, Young Fan. Qianqian often speaks of you. I've been her chauffeur for 7 or 8 years. Yet this is the first time she has invited someone else into the car. Su Qianqian pouted playfully. Uncle Chen, don't say that. Brother Young Fan might feel pressured. All right, I won't say anything. Uncle Chen chuckled warmly, his eyes gleaming with affection for Su Qianqian. Now, let's south hit the road. The car glided smoothly along the desolate streets, where, at this hour, traffic had nearly dissipated. Yet Uncle Chun remained remarkably calm, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Brother Young Fan, worry not. With Uncle Chen around, while I cannot guarantee safety everywhere, we shall encounter no danger in Qianqian's realm. Young Fan gazed at Su Qianqian in astonishment. What kind of confidence allowed her to make such declarations? He understood Su Qianqian's exceptional background and decided it best not to pry further. Qianqian, where are you taking me? You inquired about alternative pathways to enter the other world, did you not? Young Fan nodded in affirmation. Su Qianqian smiled. The scavengers are not the only organization of world breakers. Generally, other organizations reserve their other worlds for their own members. As the powers of world breakers stem from those realms, the other world signifies both peril and power. Hence, unless an organization requires assistance for a particularly challenging otherworld, the chances of accessing another organization's realm are minimal. However, there is one exception. For some world breakers, the otherworld embodies strength, while for others, it represents wealth. I intend to take you to the underground trading market of world breakers. The underground trading market? Young Fan furrowed his brow. Taken aback by the existence of such a place, Su Qianqian maintained her gentle smile, nodding, indeed, there. Everyone must wear a mask to conceal their identity, engaging in transactions strictly in cash. Furthermore, you must be cautious. You may encounter the corrupted. Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just heard. You mean the corrupted? Yes, Su Qianqian affirmed with a nod. I cannot explain it all now, as some knowledge may be too burdensome for you at this stage. Understand that not all corrupted are like Wang Qinai in the trading market. Even the corrupted dare not resort to violence. Even in the smaller trading markets of Xinjiang, formidable forces maintain a watchful presence. After approximately an hour and a half of travel, they soon entered a winding rural road. After a bout of jolting bumps, Uncle Chen halted the car. He exited to retrieve 3 masks from the trunk, donning a Peking opera mask himself, while handing Su Qianqian a fox mask and Yang Fan a Sun Wukong mask. He then returned to the trunk to produce 2 hefty black briefcases. We'll proceed on foot from here, Uncle Chen stated. Observing the heavy briefcases in Uncle Chen's hands, Yang Fan felt an intoxicating scent of currency wafting through the air. Uncle Chen shadowed Su Qianqian and Yang Fan closely. Su Qianqian appeared remarkably at ease, suggesting this was not her first visit. Brother Yang Fan, many people frequent the underground trading market. Long Feiyu and Xiaming also come here. Otherwise, their strength wouldn't have surged so rapidly. The scavengers offer only 1 free passage to the otherworld each month, which is rather scarce. Yang Fan felt the weight of her words. Yet, it must be noted that the otherworld was not merely a leisurely excursion. The more one visited, the greater the dangers one faced. It was astonishing how many were willing to disregard peril in their fervent pursuit of power. Yang Fan remarked, You too, Qianqian, are pursuing greater strength without even realizing it. Are you not? Once you surpass the novice phase, you will understand how alluring the power of the otherworld can be. Moreover, even if we fear the dangers of the otherworld and choose not to venture forth, how can we evade the threats of reality? Once we become world breakers, we cannot escape facing the dangers of the real world. Since both reality and the otherworld harbor risks, why not choose the otherworld, where we might have the chance to grow stronger? One had to admit, this girl, merely in her teens, possessed a perspective and insight that greatly benefited Yang Fan. After walking for about 10 minutes, Uncle Chen calmly remarked, We've arrived, but Yang Fan, remember that the path we just traversed is not safe. In the future, try to avoid walking alone. The earlier stretch of road had been perilous. Yet they had encountered no dangers, likely due to Uncle Chen's presence. As they rounded a hillside, a bright light illuminated the area ahead. From a distance, Yang Fan could see a throng of people gathered. That was the underground trading market of world breakers. Yang Fan felt himself gradually stepping into the role of a genuine world breaker. 6 months. He slightly squinted, instinctively quickening his pace. Chapter 52. The enthusiastic owner. The underground trading market resembled a hidden village. The structures appeared aged, with uneven dirt and stone paths crisscrossing throughout. The buildings were relatively concentrated, primarily constructed from earthen materials. Simple lights adorned the corners of many structures, illuminating the signs that hung before their doors. Most of the buildings were single-story, with only a few multi-story edifices, the most prominent being an ancient 3-story structure, the highest and most conspicuous in the area. Surrounded by mountains, only a north-south road provided access to the village. At the village's entrance stood a large billboard, illuminated by nearby streetlights, showcasing a map of the trading market along with several lines of text. You have entered the Shengshi trading market, operated by the Shengshi Group. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the market and within 5 kilometers of its vicinity. Violators will bear the consequences. The Shengshi trading market operates on a voluntary basis. Once a transaction is agreed upon, it is final and cannot be retracted. Beneath, in smaller print, was an additional note. The market features self-operated stores by the Shengshi Group. Feel free to visit if you require anything. For rental inquiries regarding store spaces, please approach the markets. The map indicated the location of the Shengshi Group's self-operated store, situated at the village's center, occupying the largest area. Yang Fan glanced up at the village. It seemed that the highest 3-story building was indeed the Shengshi self-operated store. He was surprised to see so many people in the market at this late hour. The passers-by donned a variety of masks, men and women alike, traversing the winding paths in small groups. Many carried leather suitcases, and no one raised their voices. Instead, vigilant eyes hidden behind masks scrutinized their surroundings. As Yang Fan and his companions entered the trading market, The crowd immediately cast wary glances in their direction. Among the three, although Yang Fan was the only young man, his slight stature made it difficult for him to attract attention, causing most gazes to overlook him and Su Qianqian, focusing instead on Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen maintained a calm demeanor, merely carrying the briefcase and silently trailing behind Su Qianqian and Yang Fan. Observing the buyers around him, Yang Fan could not help but ponder which of these peculiar masked figures might be the corrupted. Su Qianqian leaned slightly closer, whispering, "Here, I cannot address you by name, do not worry. This place is safe." Even in a small market like this, the Shangshi group typically assigns at least one fourth-order powerhouse for protection. Fourth order? Yang Fan was astounded. How many trials in the other world must a fourth-order world-breaker endure? Su Qianqian smiled faintly. In a small place like Xinjiang, unless under special circumstances, a fourth order is usually sufficient. Even if a super powerhouse of higher rank were present, upon seeing the name Shangshi, they would think twice before causing trouble. Yang Fan inquired, "How does Shangshi compare to us?" Su Qianqian pondered before replying, "I do not know much about Shangshi's intricacies. Their background is shrouded in mystery." With a smile, Su Qianqian continued, "Every organization has its own trump cards. I cannot claim to fully understand the scavengers." Yang Fan reflected. Even someone as enigmatic as Su Qianqian hesitated to assert her understanding of every organization. It seemed rather whimsical for him to attempt to grasp it all. Su Qianqian turned back to Uncle Chen, signaling him with her eyes, prompting him to approach and hand a briefcase to Yang Fan. Confused, Yang Fan looked at Su Qianqian. She smiled gently, "I need to purchase a few items and cannot accompany you the entire time. There is no danger inside the market. We shall reconvene once our business is concluded. You likely have not prepared either. Here are 5 million. Consider it a loan from me. Should you come across anything you require, feel free to make a purchase to avoid a fruitless trip. Please notify me when you are about to leave, and ensure you wait for my response. Remember, even if you are unable to acquire anything, do not reveal your personal circumstances to anyone." Yang Fan nodded. Shabo had mentioned that the relationships among the boundary breakers are delicate, and it is precisely due to this peculiar dynamic that each individual harbors their own secrets. Even those who travel together refrain from entering shops in tandem. They wait patiently outside. 0.5 million does not seem like a substantial amount, but since it is a loan, Yang Fan accepted it. "Thank you. I will return it to you as soon as possible," he said. Su Qianqian merely smiled and left with Qian Bo. Yang Fan turned to capture a map of the trading market before stepping into the bustling marketplace. As he moved forward, he spotted a shop and glanced up at its name. Various Materials, Meteorites, a shop offering meteorite resonators with small-scale otherworld purchases. It was the first time Yang Fan had encountered such an idiosyncratic shop name. Despite its casualness, the name was quite self-explanatory. With a mindset of browsing since he was already there, Yang Fan stepped inside. The shop was rather small, roughly 12 to 13 square meters. There were no traditional display cabinets. Instead, he found a woman clad in a red, off-shoulder, high-slit gown, lounging on a sofa with her legs crossed, engrossed in her smartphone. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with a golden hairpin, while a few strands cascaded down from either side of her forehead, revealing her snow-white shoulders and right thigh, which were alluringly exposed. She donned a red butterfly mask, her large eyes accentuated by a vibrant red lipstick. When a customer entered, she finally set her phone down. But upon seeing him, her brows furrowed slightly. Perhaps out of professional instinct or perhaps due to the size of the suitcase in his hand, the woman managed to smile and inquired, "What would you like to purchase?" "Handsome?" Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by the shop's peculiar ambience. He had entered hoping to see various items for sale, yet aside from the woman, he found nothing on display. Noticing his hesitation, the woman smiled gently. "If you are not in a rush, why not take a seat? Perhaps I can offer you some advice. Rest assured, I have been conducting business here for 3 years, and I have yet to encounter anyone bold enough to cause trouble. Are you really worried I might harm you?" To be honest, in this place, Yang Fan did harbor such concerns. Nevertheless, recalling the mysterious and formidable power of the Shangshi group, he approached her. The absence of displayed merchandise seemed to be a hallmark of this establishment. Wealth should not be ostentatiously flaunted, and merchants naturally kept some cards close to their chests. Since it was no different regardless of which shop he entered, he decided to engage in conversation. Sitting across from the woman, he placed the suitcase at his feet. "Do you have any materials that can assist in breaking through the spirit realm?" he asked. The prospect of directly purchasing materials for such a breakthrough appealed to him far more than risking his life in the other world. The woman wore a sensuously alluring smile and replied, "Handsome, I do not possess enhancement materials or breakthrough materials, nor does the Shangshi self-operated store. Each boundary breaker risks their life in the other world to grow stronger. Why would they sell such precious resources? Even if someone were to offer them for sale, they would have been snatched up long before you arrived." Yang Fan's heart sank in alarm. He was not alone in his thoughts. Many shared his aspirations. It seemed that in this establishment, one could only purchase items attainable through wealth, while those obtainable through peril remained out of reach. "I noticed your shop's name mentions various materials," Yang Fan remarked. "What kind of materials do you offer?" The woman explained, "Primarily auxiliary materials." She refrained from elaborating further, sensing that his inquiries were more about gathering intelligence than making a purchase, and thus, there was no need for her to divulge intricate details. "Handsome, the rule here is simple. If you wish to buy materials, just tell me directly. Only then can we continue our conversation," Yang Fan pondered. Since there were no enhancement or breakthrough materials available and the proprietor was so vigilant, there was little point in pressing further. "So, you sell meteorites and include a resonator as a gift?" he inquired. The woman smiled charmingly, her allure palpable. "Indeed, should you purchase a meteorite, I will include a resonator. The higher the grade of the meteorite, the better the resonator I shall provide." She scrutinized Yang Fan before adding, "If you buy a primary meteorite, the resonator I provide will allow for 3 openings of the node gate." Yang Fan frowned slightly. He recalled that during the entrance assessment, the meteorite was surrounded by disc radar devices. When those devices were activated, they emitted sounds, and shortly thereafter, the meteorite would project a luminous ring through which they entered the other world. That was the so-called resonator, which presumably served to activate the meteorite's core. The very apparatus of the node gate. "How much does a primary meteorite cost?" Yang Fan asked. The woman smiled faintly, glancing at the suitcase by his feet. "Is that the only suitcase you brought? That may not suffice." Yang Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was the price of a primary meteorite truly so exorbitant? Concluding that he lacked sufficient funds, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the woman called out to him, "Hey, handsome." After a moment's thought, she continued, "You don't necessarily have to buy a meteorite outright. Those who purchase meteorites from me are doing so for the organization, to be used by the members." Yang Fan furrowed his brow. "I intend to buy a meteorite. If I don't have enough money, I shall look elsewhere." The woman shook her head and stepped closer to him, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. "Are you purchasing a meteorite to venture into the other world? My suggestion was not to dissuade you from that path. Here's the deal. Business is about mutual benefit. Perhaps we will have an opportunity to collaborate in the future. Allow me to share a cost-saving tip." "What kind of tip?" Yang Fan inquired. "The Shangshi self-operated store has open access to various other worlds of all levels and types. For a small fee, you can purchase an entry ticket to one of them." She paused, then added, "However, I must clarify that the other worlds available there have had many targets completed. So when you choose, be sure to assess the status of the objectives carefully." Yang Fan regarded the woman with suspicion. "By sharing this information, aren't you undermining your own business?" The woman laughed, her exuberance causing her ample figure to sway. After a moment, she composed herself. "It's evident you are here for the first time. If you were to visit a few more shops, you would naturally come to know this information. It's not a significant secret. Besides, since you cannot afford a meteorite, by providing you with this information, you may remember my kindness and perhaps return to make a purchase next time." Yang Fan nodded, hoping for the opportunity to visit her shop again in the future. With that, he left the establishment. As he exited, he heard the woman's voice calling after him, "Hey, kid, make sure you come back alive. I would hate to have been kind for nothing. I look forward to your future patronage." Chapter 53. Something different on his way, Yang Fan visited several more shops, finding them similar to the one run by the woman in red. The names of the shops were lengthy, suggesting a wide array of offerings. Yet upon entering, he discovered nothing on display. It became evident that materials for enhancing levels and breaking through realms were unattainable here. Thus, he proceeded to the Shangshi self-operated store to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the 3-story building adorned in classical style, Yang Fan realized that this was indeed the busiest location in the entire market. The edifice featured doors on all sides and was quite spacious. The first floor alone housed over a dozen distinct rooms, With a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting, in front of each of the 4 doors stood informative signs outlining the primary offerings within. For instance, the south door sold spiritual herbs, the west door offered forging materials, the north door sold other materials, while the east door, which attracted the most customers, advertised boundary-breaking services. Yang Fan decided to explore the other 3 doors first. Upon entering, he was immediately attended to by staff. However, their manner of speaking was quite similar to that of the woman in red. They required precise articulation of the desired items to continue the dialogue. Yang Fan observed that some customers, after articulating their requests, were escorted through the back doors, while others were led to the second floor. Without a guide, entry to the back doors and second floor was prohibited. The woman in red certainly conducted her business with integrity. Turning away, Yang Fan made his way directly to the east door. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious hall that could accommodate at least 30 to 40 people. A robust man wearing a black mask was addressing the crowd in a loud voice. Attention, new guests. This floor provides first-level boundary-breaking services, currently offering 4 difficulty selections ranging from level 1 to 4. Both categories of first-level Otherworlds, Beast, and Ghost realms are available. Please select your desired difficulty and type, and make a prepayment before entering the selection room behind me. Once you enter, even if you decide not to proceed into the Otherworld, the prepayment will not be refunded. For those seeking higher-level boundary-breaking services, they were instructed to consult the service personnel, who would escort them to the second floor. Yang Fan noticed that behind the man, there were 4 doors, each labeled with the respective difficulty levels. Most of the individuals in the hall had already begun to disperse into the 4 rooms. The cashiers at the doorway received stacks of cash, verifying it before tossing it into large burlap sacks behind them. Yang Fan, despite not being particularly savvy about money, was still taken aback by the sheer volume of transactions taking place. It is no wonder that there are boundary breakers willing to invest their time and energy into business. The speed at which they generate profit is truly astonishing. Although Xinjiang is merely a third-tier city, there are countless markets like this, and the Shangshi Group alone is a formidable entity. Yang Fan mused to himself. While surveying his surroundings, he noticed a detailed pricing standard on the wall and approached to familiarize himself with the costs. The advance payment for the 4 levels of difficulty varied. For level 1, it was 170,000 yuan. Level 2 was 250,000 yuan. Level 3, 330,000 yuan. And level 4, 410,000 yuan. The payment made was merely a deposit. The final charge would be determined based on the completeness of the otherworldly objectives. For instance, if one were to enter an otherworld with a complete 3-fold objective under level 1 difficulty, the fee would be 170,000 yuan. The seller, however, did not concern themselves with how many objectives could be accomplished once inside. If the level 1 objective had already been completed by someone else, leaving only the second and third objectives, the fee for that otherworld would drop to 100,000 yuan. Should the second objective be absent, leaving only the first and third, the price would plummet to 80,000 yuan in the event that both the first and second objectives were unachievable, leaving solely the ultimate goal. The cost would be minimal at just 20,000 yuan. Such a pricing system may seem peculiar at first glance, yet upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. Following his previous exploration of the Beast realm, Yang Fan recognized that there often exists a connection between the 3-fold objectives of otherworlds. The absence of the first objective significantly escalates the difficulty of completing the second and third, justifying the price drop of 70,000 yuan. The second objective directly impacts the third. If the second is missing, the completion of the third becomes exceedingly challenging. However, since one can still achieve the first objective, the price only decreases by 20,000 yuan in that scenario. As for the final case, where both the first and second objectives are absent, the challenge of completing the third is deemed nearly impossible, thus only a nominal fee of 20,000 yuan is charged. Regardless of the situation, the 3-fold objective invariably exists. Should the ultimate goal be achieved, the meteorite would cease to exist. Yang Fan pondered the necessity of the advance payment process set by Shangshi, which indeed increased their workload. He speculated that if one were unable to emerge alive, the extra money would be forfeited to Shangshi. Truly, there is no business without cunning, he cursed. Nearby, several individuals were also scrutinizing the price list, likely first-time visitors. Many were engaged in discourse. They must enter the selection area to ascertain the completeness of the otherworld's objectives. Yet, upon entering the selection area, regardless of the completeness, one must commence exploration. Indeed, It is eloquently stated as a means to protect each guest's privacy, but in reality, it serves to lure us in. A friend remarked that it is generally challenging to encounter an otherworld with complete threefold objectives. As long as one survives, they may request a refund. The key lies in ensuring one's survival. Someone quickly pointed out a critical aspect, despite many visitors being dissatisfied with the existing limits on boundary crossings. Most possess some degree of strength, but who can guarantee their survival? For every life lost, they profit further. A rather nefarious scheme. Enough of this. Even if dissatisfied, we must proceed inside. That moment, Yang Fan observed 6 or 7 individuals exiting through the level 1 difficulty door. While others entered, they stood out as they departed. 2 of them were engaged in hushed conversation. Amid the surrounding clamor, their words were barely audible. However, one individual was listening intently. This recent otherworld's difficulty was manageable, akin to an intra-level assessment. Merely expelling the vengeful spirits from the desolate village would suffice to fulfill the first objective, and those spirits were not particularly formidable. Unfortunately, the second objective was lost. His companion lamented, "Indeed, what a pity. We initially aimed for the second objective. Such a minor loss." Having grasped the situation, Yang Fan turned and departed the hall. On his way back to the village entrance, he passed by the shop selling various materials, meteorites, and small otherworlds along with a meteorite resonance device. Upon seeing Yang Fan, the woman in red appeared somewhat surprised, but then approached him with a confident stride. "You didn't venture into the otherworld?" she inquired. "No." Yang Fan replied candidly. "Miss, may I have your contact information? If a phone call is inconvenient, we can communicate through other means." The woman regarded him with a mix of astonishment and amusement. "What do you intend to do?" Yang Fan responded calmly. "If you happen to learn of a complete otherworld under level 1 difficulty, please inform me. I can offer a fee for the information." Her expression shifted to one of further curiosity. "Hasn't your friend mentioned the necessity of concealing one's strength here?" "Indeed, but I need not adhere strictly to others' advice." Yang Fan smiled slightly. "Moreover, you must have gauged my strength upon first seeing me. Similarly, I discerned your disinterest from your initial glance. You, my young friend, possess quite the discerning eye," she remarked, raising her chin slightly, revealing her elegant neck, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "Your level likely does not exceed the first tier. Yet your audacity surpasses that of many in the second or third tiers. I have operated this shop for several years, yet you are the first uniquely spirited individual I have encountered. Initially, I held no interest in you, but I must admit, my curiosity is piqued now." Yang Fan regarded her with a calm demeanor. The woman pulled out her phone. "Let us exchange numbers. Since you're unperturbed by the prospect of me causing you trouble, I am equally untroubled by the thought of you causing me any." After exchanging contact information, Yang Fan exited the shop. As he departed, the woman continued to gaze after him, reflecting, "What a clever young man. Initially feigning ignorance, yet he possesses both boldness and discernment." Upon returning to the village entrance, Yang Fan sent a message to Su Qianqian. "Sister Yang, I'm all set, on my way." Shortly thereafter, Su Qianqian and Uncle Chun emerged from a nearby alley. Su Qianqian did not shop at the Shengshi self-operated store, but Yang Fan knew better than to pry. He handed his suitcase to Uncle Chun, stating, "I didn't spend any money. Please check inside." Uncle Chun smiled slightly. "No need. Let us head back." Once in the car, Su Qianqian looked at Yang Fan curiously. "Didn't you go to the other world, Brother Yang?" Yang Fan shook his head. "Not this time." "Are you planning to prepare more?" Yang Fan nodded. "I initially came with no preparations. My main intention was to broaden my horizons and understand the market. I'll return next time." Chapter 54. The Complete Ghost Realm. After returning home, Yang Fan washed up and lay in bed with the beast egg. Today, he had witnessed the market for boundary breakers and was astonished to discover such a realm existed. He was uncertain of the woman shopkeeper's true identity, yet he chose to risk revealing his strength for valuable information. Among all the shops, only hers lacked any sense of pollution, Yang Fan recalled. Reflecting on the mysterious orb's feedback, he could not directly perceive pollution from living beings. Nor did he know if it was due to the orb's insufficient level. However, considering the shopkeeper had been in business for years, if she were a polluter, her shop should retain some trace of pollution. In the other shops, he sensed varying degrees of it, although it could also be remnants left by other customers. Nonetheless, upon repeated comparison, the shopkeeper's establishment seemed far purer, which was why Yang Fan was willing to take the risk. Moreover, time was not on his side. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly to maximize his capabilities within 6 months. Contemplating his impending journey to the ghost realm, Yang Fan felt uncertain. Restless and unable to sleep, he rose and inspected the phoenix luyin grass he had transplanted into a pot. Uncertain of this mystical plant's properties, he had planted it temporarily alongside the beast egg in his room. It seems to be wilting. Yang Fan sighed at it, shows no change in my pocket, yet it appears droopy in the pot. Perhaps the environment is unsuitable. He recalled the demanding external conditions required for the phoenix luyin grass to thrive, particularly in regions of fire and water. His home was certainly not conducive to its needs. If worst comes to worst, I can consult Old Bai. At the very least, I can seek ways to preserve it. As for the entry-level assessment, Yang Fan had also acquired an extra beast essence pill, which might prove useful for future breakthroughs, so he decided to keep it for now. Additionally, Yang Fan had gained another reward. After completing the ultimate objective, he received a set of movement techniques named Flying Swallow Chasing Clouds, the details of which were directly stored in his mind. The minimum requirements for executing Flying Swallow Chasing Clouds necessitated achieving a breakthrough in both physical and spiritual realms. Lacking either would render it impossible to perform. Since Yang Fan had yet to reach a breakthrough in his spiritual realm, he was unable to utilize this technique. If I manage to complete the first breakthrough of my divine soul in the realm of spirits, I will ascend to the second tier of the first level, and I will also be able to utilize the technique Fian Zhu Yun, which may become my greatest asset. However, since I am uncertain whether the target in the spirit realm is at the first or second level, I must enter a highly complete spirit realm. Regarding the Phoenix Flow Flame Grass, I will inquire with Lao by tomorrow. For now, I shall leave it untouched. Yang Fan glanced once more at the beast egg cradled in his arms. He had been incubating the egg with his own body for 2 days, yet it showed no signs of hatching, leaving him uncertain whether it would ever hatch. Is it just me? Or does this egg feel hot one moment and cold the next? Could it be deteriorating? Yang Fan examined the beast egg closely. The color has faded again. Originally a vibrant red, it had turned pink, and now it was approaching a pale pink, almost white. Yang Fan was perplexed by this development. Regardless of whether it hatches, I shall continue to incubate it. Little one, I hope you can hatch soon. Gently caressing the eggshell, he said, I will practice for a while, then I will keep you company as you sleep. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed as he entered a meditative state. He did not notice that as he settled into his practice, the egg began to tremble slightly on its own. Since Yang Fan was reprimanded, he had been required to clock in and out punctually for several months. Xiaoming and Long Fei Yu had promised to keep him company, yet both had yet to appear. During his last visit to the underground trading market, he was unsure whether they were present. After waiting all day, he still had not seen Lao Bai. Perhaps he was too weary to come to work today. Sha Bo did pay him a visit, stating that he was there to check if Yang Fan had been absent from work as instructed by the captain. If you have nothing to do, you could play some games. Noticing the desolate hall, Sha Bo suggested, you could also watch some films. I have a few DVDs, just message me if you'd like to see them, and I will bring them to you. Yang Fan had no interest in the DVDs. With Lao Bai absent, he could only turn to Sha Yu. Sha Bo, I would like to ask how to preserve the spirit plants brought back from other realms? Sha Yu was about to leave when he heard Yang Fan's question and returned. He did not ask for further details, but reflected for a moment before replying. Different types of spirit plants have unique characteristics and preservation methods. However, most spirit plants, particularly high-level ones, do not require special preservation. They absorb the essence of heaven and earth, so it is unlikely they will simply perish, and even if they wither, the energy they contain will not diminish. Yang Fan recalled the lethargic appearance of the Phoenix Flow Flame Grass. How does that align with what Sha Bo said? Unsure how to inquire further, he remained silent. Yang Fan, I cannot be away for long. In any case, remember that you must first understand the effects of the spirit plants. Otherwise, do not use them recklessly. Oh. Sha Bo had already left, leaving Yang Fan still bewildered. Spirit plants do not simply die. Especially the higher tier ones. Oh, what is the Phoenix Flow Flame Grass sulking about? At that moment, Yang Fan's phone chimed. Could it be a message from the landlady? He picked up his phone to check the message, only to find it was from Sister An. Are you behaving yourself at the company? Sister An, I'm at the company. There's something you need. Very good, by the way. There is a new list of candidates for angel officers. And there are several promising candidates. If all goes well, the selection for formal angel officers will commence in a week. I have already identified a few for you. You should watch the entire selection process. All right, sister, and good. I will notify you then. Thank you, sister, and one more thing. If you have nothing to do during the day, you can go chat with Zhang Shan and the others. You seem a bit withdrawn. You need to interact more with people after such a long time away from society. I will try my best. Putting down the phone, Yang Fan shook his head. Indeed, he had not interacted with anyone for quite some time. Even when he was with Su Qianqian, who was several years younger, it was often she who initiated the conversation, while he remained passive. Aside from matters concerning the boundary breaker, he rarely engaged with anything else. Sometimes, he envied Xia Ming for his cheerful personality. However, Long Fei Yu also seemed quite reserved. The phone chimed again, and wondering what additional message Sister An might have, Yang Fan picked it up, only to discover it was a message from the landlady. Kid, you're in luck. Tonight you will get what you want. Remember to pay me the information fee, 20,000. All right. Yang Fan set down the phone. He had previously received nearly 150,000, gave 20,000 to Song Ruolin and about 10,000 to Su Qianqian, leaving him with 120,000. Adding the 20,000 information fee brings the total to 190,000, still short by 70,000. It seems he will have to borrow from Su Qianqian. Wasn't it said that boundary breakers do not need to worry about finances? Why, just 3 days into my job, do I need to borrow money to get by? Having just messaged Su Qianqian, she promptly arranged for someone to deliver the money. Uncle Chun drove a Cullinan and parked downstairs, AT first. Yang Fan did not recognize him until Uncle Chun got out of the car and personally handed him 100,000. Thank you, Uncle Chun. I will repay you as soon as possible. After finishing work in the afternoon, Yang Fan changed clothes, wrapped the Sun Wukong mask and clothing, and hurriedly rode a shared bicycle towards the outskirts. He would need to ride for at least 3 hours. The underground trading market opened at 8, and the timing was just about right. 3 hours later, panting heavily, Yang Fan stood before the shop. To his surprise, the landlady was already waiting at the entrance, wearing a blue butterfly mask and a blue long dress. She stood with her arms crossed, smiling brightly at Yang Fan. Yang Fan handed her the money, hoping she had not deceived him. The landlady chuckled. Would I deceive you over a mere 20,000? Seeing your integrity, I will gift you an additional piece of information for free. You are not the only one waiting for a highly complete other realm. Regardless of where you come from, now that you are a boundary breaker, you should understand that the other realm is a place devoid of moral constraints, so it would be wise to exercise caution. I do not wish for my future major client to meet an untimely end. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to gaze at the 3-story building. Thank you, I will not perish. I cannot perish. With that, Yang Fan strode directly toward the building. Chapter 55. A gathering of experts. The area of the other realm that had been opened was currently bustling with people. Today, there were even more boundary breakers than the previous day. Having familiarized himself with the environment yesterday, Yang Fan made his way directly to the entrance for level 1 difficulty. After the imposing figures of 6 or 7 individuals ahead of him completed their transactions, Yang Fan approached the cashier and handed over a prepayment of 170,000. Having received advance notice, he knew this other realm was of particularly high integrity. Once he paid this amount, regardless of his success or failure, even in life or death, the money would be non-refundable. In hindsight, the greatest benefit of joining the cleaners was not the daily supplies provided during festive seasons, but rather the monthly opportunity for a free boundary-breaking venture. As Yang Fan made his payment, the cashier couldn't help but glance at him a moment longer. His stature seemed particularly frail and diminutive in comparison, which made his Sun Wukong mask particularly fitting. However, the cashier did not comment. Customers were customers, and as Yang Fan's payment was in order, she immediately displayed a courteous smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Please enter the preliminary selection area. There will be staff to guide you in choosing the type of other realm. All right. Yang Fan turned and entered through the door. Upon stepping inside and walking a few meters, he found himself facing a staircase that descended. He followed the staircase down into the underground shared hall. On the opposite side of the shared hall, there were 2 passageways, each guarded by 2 rather attractive women dressed in uniforms, standing straight as they awaited guests. Upon seeing Yang Fan, they both bowed slightly. The long-haired woman on the left politely inquired, Sir, do you require services from the beast realm or the spirit realm? Of course, Yang Fan desired to enter the spirit realm, but he purposely asked one more question. Are there any other services available besides these 2? The woman was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a laugh. Sir, you truly have a sense of humor. We are indeed a legitimate establishment. Legitimate? Yang Fan furrowed his brows slightly. He never insinuated they were illegitimate. Unfazed by the guest's teasing, the woman maintained a gracious demeanor. Sir, I know you are merely joking. After all, no one would cause trouble in a flourishing era. Yang Fan understood this statement. If there were other types of other realms available, they would not have issued such a warning. It appeared that the only realms accessible to him at present were the beast realm and the spirit realm. Having gleaned this information, Yang Fan ceased to prolong the conversation and stated directly, "The spirit realm. Very well, please follow me." The long-haired woman indicated for Yang Fan to follow her down the passageway. After walking a few meters, the lighting ahead brightened, revealing a rather spacious hall. The woman halted, turned to Yang Fan, and said, "Ahead is the teleportation hall. There are 47 minutes remaining until the other realm opens. Please wait patiently." With that, she turned to welcome the next guest. Yang Fan entered the teleportation hall and took a moment to observe his surroundings. After 2 layers of screening, there were only about 20 individuals scattered throughout the hall. Most of these individuals were equipped with weapons, albeit wrapped in cloth bags, making it difficult to ascertain their exact nature. Yang Fan had no weapons, while Lu Qi possessed the Qilin Claw, though he was unsure if it had been forged into a weapon. The inhabitants here possess an astonishingly high proportion of weaponry. At this moment, Yang Fan feels increasingly aware that those who have come to participate in the dimensional breach possess formidable strength. In the center of the grand hall stands a rectangular structure entirely made of glass. Through the transparent walls, one can observe 4 radar-like disc devices installed in each corner, their pointers all directed towards a hovering meteorite above. The entrance of this glass enclosure, for robust men clad in matching black suits stand with their hands clasped behind their backs, maintaining an upright posture. This scene bears resemblance to the entrance examination for the cleaners, albeit here, it appears to be a means of conserving space, or perhaps to allow clients to view the meteorite as soon as possible. As the hall is juxtaposed with the teleportation area, separated only by the glass structure. Upon Yang Fan's entry, many turn their gazes toward him. His stature is not only short but also frail. Even with a mask on, he would hardly be mistaken for a minor. Look over there. A third-rate cripple has arrived. With such a poor physique, he dares to be a dimensional breacher. The more of such individuals, the better. They take up one of our slots, effectively reducing our competition. Having long grown accustomed to such remarks, Yang Fan sought a quieter corner, consumed a couple of slices of bread, and leaned against the wall to rest his eyes. With nearly 50 minutes remaining before the dimensional breach opens, the wait feels rather prolonged. After all, the establishment seeks to maximize its profits by allowing more individuals entry. After riding for 3 hours, though not utterly exhausted, he had certainly expended considerable energy, making this a perfect opportunity for recovery. After a period of adjustment, Yang Fan opened his eyes, having optimized his state. The number of individuals preparing for the breach had increased significantly, now totaling around 40. Just then, a wave of excitement rippled through the hall. Hey, look at those 2. Are they not the legendary black and white duo? Indeed, it is them. No way, they are here too? Haven't they yet broken through to the first level? 3rd tier? I thought they had already succeeded. It is said they have collectively achieved the ultimate goal 4 times. Such figures are seed-level newcomers anywhere. Hearing the chatter around him, Yang Fan turned toward the entrance. The discussions revolved around 2 men standing at the hall's entrance. They were nearly identical in height, around 182 centimeters. One was clad in a white Zhongshan suit, his tall figure appearing quite dignified. With silver-gray hair slicked back neatly and his face adorned with a white ghost mask, the other man, possessing a similar physique, wore a black jacket and black athletic pants, sporting long hair and a dark-faced ghost mask. Most striking were the items they bore on their backs. The white figure seemed to carry a long sword, its blade entirely wrapped in white cloth. The black figure wielded a much longer weapon, also shrouded in black fabric, its overall shape reminiscent of a spear. At that moment, the white figure happened to glance in Yang Fan's direction, his sharp eyes lingering on him for a brief second before swiftly moving on. From his reaction, it seemed he was merely taken aback by Yang Fan's notably frail stature as a dimensional breacher. The 2 men strode confidently to the opposite side of the hall. Ignoring the surrounding comments and standing there in silence, as the time for the dimensional breach drew nearer, The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense with the arrival of the black and white duo. However, just as one wave of excitement subsided, another arose. 2 or 3 minutes later, a man appeared at the entrance, reigniting the commotion within the hall. This stir was even more intense than that caused by the black and white duo. How could he be here? Didn't he prefer the beast realm? This calls for caution. My friend warned me that this guy is a lunatic, seemingly with numerous lives on his hands. Damn, if we can tolerate the black and white duo, this clown, I might as well consider this money thrown into the water. My life is more important. I'm out. Instantly, 7 or 8 individuals began to leave the hall in succession. Yang Fan cast a glance at the flamboyantly dressed man in a vibrant purple suit, his disheveled long hair crowned with a clown mask. This individual could compel others to withdraw from the dimensional breach. Is he truly that fearsome? After the clown's entrance, as the opening of the dimensional realm approached, a man clad in a red coat, white athletic pants, and a Transformer's mask burst in. Thank goodness, I made it just in time, he exclaimed, panting heavily as he tousled his smooth hair. While most entrants maintain silence or whisper among themselves, this man disregarded all decorum, his voice ringing loudly in the hall. Once he caught his breath, he spotted the black and white duo in the corner, alongside the solitary clown, appearing quite exhilarated. Hey, black and white duo. Clown, you all made it too. Ha ha ha, this dimensional breach might finally be entertaining. Nearby, an individual sauntered toward the entrance, muttering, good heavens, the black and white duo, the clown, and now another red transformer. What's the point of even attempting? Those trailing behind echoed his sentiments. Exactly. If these 4 engage in conflict, we might only be fodder. Let's leave. Let us find another venue. Strangely, after the arrival of the red transformer, the number of attendees dwindled further. Now reduced to about 20. At this moment, the man in black at the entrance glanced at his watch and called out, esteemed guests, the ghost realm will open in 5 minutes. Allow me to reiterate the guidelines. Aside from clothing and wrist-mounted devices, only items retrieved from the other realm may be brought into the ghost realm. Please ensure to check your belongings. The energy from this meteorite lasts for 3 days. Excluding the time when the gateway exists, the time ratio is 1:1, meaning 3 days inside the realm equates to 15 minutes outside. The gateway will remain open for 10 minutes. This realm contains 3 complete tiers of objectives. If there are no further questions, those preparing to enter the ghost realm may step into the teleportation array. The gateway will activate in 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Chapter 56. The Soul-Eating Ghost. As a beam of white light descended, Yang Fan embarked on his second journey through the dimensional breach. When the light dimmed, the external scenery had undergone a dramatic transformation. The night was thick with darkness, the moon concealed behind heavy clouds. Yang Fan squinted slightly, surveying his surroundings. He found himself at the edge of a forest, with a pitch-black wilderness looming behind him. Shadows looming in clusters, suffocating in their presence. Before him stood an even larger shadow, quietly erect. From the silhouette, it resembled an ancient city. The gate, adorned with several layers of archaic architecture, towered above the surrounding walls, lending it an imposing stature. The gates of the city stood wide open, revealing a vague glimpse of numerous shadows within. Uncertain if they were structures, a chill breeze wafted from the city gates, sending a shiver down Yang Fan's spine. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed in his ear. Your trial has commenced. This was not Yang Fan's first encounter with such a mysterious voice. It seemed every dimensional realm possessed its own, albeit distinct DMY trial is the ruins of Sin City. Sin City? Thus, the focal point of the exploration should be that city. Yang Fan pondered. During this trial, the highest level of spiritual essence can be elevated to 1 breach. Successful completion of this trial permits the extraction of items. With a base quantity of 3, this trial comprises 3 tiers of objectives. Completing a prerequisite objective unlocks the next tier. Each completed objective yields specific rewards. First tier objective. Seek a soul sacrificial herb within the Forest of Sin, with a minimum requirement of a single leaf soul sacrificial herb and a maximum of 5 leaves, while slaying a sufficient number of first-tier wraiths or specters to nurture the herb with their souls. Objective reward. Recovering the soul sacrificial herb grants 1 to 5 soul pills, with the quantity corresponding to the number of leaves on the herb. This objective can only be completed once. Upon the initial completion of this objective, the next tier will unlock. The total number of times the first-tier objective can be completed is 200. Current completions stand at 158, leaving 42 remaining. This first-tier objective in this realm starkly contrasts with the previous one in the mountain and sea realm. Firstly, this objective can only be completed once per individual each entry, and additionally, there is a limit to the total number of completions, a limit on total completions. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Could the second-tier objective and the ultimate objective also have completion limits? Given the current remaining numbers, it appeared many had ventured into this realm before, with only about 1/5 left. The reward for the first-tier objective consists solely of soul pills, judging by the quantity. These items likely do not serve as breakthrough materials, but rather as enhancement materials akin to the spiritual flesh of exotic beasts. Thus, to achieve the spiritual essence breakthrough, one must complete the second-tier objectives. The soul sacrificial herb grows in the forest of sin. Could it possibly be in the very forest behind me? Yang Fan glanced back. Dark shadows stood tall, their lush branches and leaves shrouded in the night, resembling monstrous claws reaching out from the darkness. Though I have yet to encounter any peril, the difficulty of the initiation assessment cannot possibly exceed what I face here. Thus, danger may lurk at any moment. Yang Fan vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. In the realm of spirits, the significance of olfactory senses pales compared to that in the realm of beasts, leaving him primarily reliant on his vision and hearing. He immediately activated his sensory perception, noting the stillness around him before turning to venture into the forest. Even in the absence of any aberrant creatures, Yang Fan dared not let his guard down. During the initiation assessment, the mortality rates in the spirit realm were comparable to those in the beast realm, indicating that the danger presented by the spirit realm was scarcely inferior to that of the beast realm. Furthermore, beyond the inherent threats of the otherworldly domain, one must remain vigilant against others as well. Cautiously, Yang Fan advanced through the sinister forest, simultaneously using his wrist screen to identify the surrounding flora. The most prevalent species here included the white vein tree, pine bamboo, weeping wind tree, other shoregrass, yin-yang flower, and the soul offering grass. After traversing merely a few dozen meters, Yang Fan stumbled upon a patch of soul offering grass. This type of grass bore a striking resemblance to the weeds on earth, growing in clusters. How fortuitous to find it so easily! Yang Fan crouched down to examine the green plants beside his feet. Soul offering grass, a common plant in the spirit realm, possessing the ability to absorb the power of souls. It cannot directly digest these energies, but can store them. Though not a spiritual plant, if the leaves harbor soul power, they can be combined with other shore flowers and residual soul incense to create a minor soul pill, which, when consumed, can enhance one's soul power to a limited extent. The classification of soul offering grass is determined by the number of leaves sprouting from the same stalk, categorized into 1-leaf, 2-leaf, 3-leaf, 4-leaf, and 5-leaf variants. The greater the number of leaves, the more soul power it can store. Upon reading this description, Yang Fan observed the number of leaves on the soul offering grass before him. Here, the predominant variety was the 2-leaf variant, with most being single-leaf. Yang Fan could not help but furrow his brow. While the initial objective indicated that single to 5-leaf soul offering grass could fulfill the requirements, the rewards differed according to the number of leaves. The minor soul pill could only provide a modest enhancement to soul power, likely comparable to the effects of aberrant beast flesh. Yang Fan frowned. If he were to consume just 1 or 2 minor soul pills, it might prove insufficient to meet the requirement for breaking through to the first level of soul power. Each otherworld was unique. Who could say if this realm possessed any materials comparable to the Kirin fruit for enhancing soul power? To be prudent, it would be best to seek out more leaves of soul offering grass. The chilling winds intensified around him, causing Yang Fan to shiver involuntarily as he quickly raised his head to scan his surroundings. Was something just now moving ahead? In the darkness, only the vague shadows of branches and leaves swayed, making it difficult to discern if anything was hidden behind them. Damn it, my olfactory advantage is gone here. The scent of aberrant beasts is usually overpowering, yet I have yet to detect any unusual odors. Yang Fan dared not linger any longer and swiftly plunged deeper into the forest. This time, he recalled the strategies employed by Lu Qi and Zhang Jie previously and climbed up a tall weeping wind tree, concealing himself amidst the dense foliage 10 meters above the ground. The weeping wind tree boasted a stout trunk with numerous hollow cavities. When the wind passed through these openings, it produced a mournful wail. This tree was taller and more luxuriant than others, rendering it more suitable for concealment. While examining the soul-offering grass earlier, Yang Fan sensed the presence of something nearby. Now, he remained still, prioritizing his safety. The shadows around him swayed with the wind, likely mere branches and leaves, with no immediate threats detected. Yang Fan chose not to descend immediately. Opting for caution, he continued to wait above. Approximately 10 minutes later, from a cluster of fragmented shadows, a silhouette slowly emerged. Yang Fan immediately held his breath, fixated on the figure. Its form was peculiar, half-human, half-ape, with robust and elongated hind limbs resembling human thighs, while its forelimbs were slender and agile. Akin to arms, it primarily relied on its powerful hind legs for movement, although its forelimbs assisted in climbing. The creature approached the weeping wind tree where Yang Fan was concealed, glancing about, seemingly searching for something. Could it be that I have been discovered? Yang Fan dared not make a single movement or utter a sound. As dark clouds shifted, the moon briefly illuminated the sky, casting a beam of moonlight down. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan scrutinized the creature's appearance. Its muscles were densely packed and developed, its head resembling that of a human, adorned with long, sparse hair that hung in disarray. Its eyes mirrored those of a human. Yet from the nose down, its skin was absent, exposing decayed muscle and an entire dental arch, presenting a ghastly vis. Yang Fan sensed the departure of the soul-eating ghost, yet he chose not to exit his meditative state, continuing his cultivation for an additional hour. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes. Perched upon a tree, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that the soul-eating ghost had indeed left, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. The previous encounter had been perilously close. He had nearly met his demise at the hands of that ghostly entity. This creature was not a ghost in the conventional sense. It emanated a foul stench of decay. Logically speaking, how had he failed to detect its presence in advance? Such a potent odor should have been discernible to any normal person from a distance of several meters. Moreover, Yang Fan's sense of smell was far superior to that of an average individual, yet he had not detected it earlier, which struck him as rather peculiar. The odor emanating from that entity seemed to be masked by something, its scent dissipating quickly, only detectable at close range. As Yang Fan pondered this mystery, he noticed some strange powder on his arm. Could this be the residue left by the soul-eating ghost as it had trodden upon him? The powder was pink and abundant. Furrowing his brow, Yang Fan recalled that during his journey, he had identified various plants, yet none had produced such powder. Furthermore, his heightened sense of touch should have made it impossible for him to have accumulated so much powder without noticing. It must have been left by the soul-eating ghost. After much contemplation, he decided to utilize his wrist screen for identification. Odorless flower pollen. Pollen from the odorless flower, found in some regions of the beast realm, capable of masking scent information. The beast realm? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. How could a creature from the ghost realm possess pollen from the beast realm? If there were also soul-eating ghosts in the beast realm, they would surely not be classified as ghost realm entities in the wrist screen. Thus, it seemed that only a boundary breaker could traverse both realms. Someone was conspiring against him. He was uncertain of the identity of this adversary. In the beast realm, Yang Fan had encountered Lu Qi and initially thought him an anomaly. Now it seemed there were many like him. Unfortunately, the clues were scant, and after the incident with the soul-eating ghost, Yang Fan had already wasted nearly 2 hours. He had no time to uncover the identity of the puppet master. Finding the 5-leaf soul-offering grass was imperative, but at the very least, he needed to locate the 4-leaf variant. Yang Fan muttered to himself. At that moment, the ethereal, mysterious voice echoed once more. 1-tier objective, 41 attempts remaining. Yang Fan was taken aback. Had someone already completed a 1-tier objective? They had only been transported here for just over 2 hours. Was this the chasm that separated him from the masters? The disparity was staggering. Good heavens, how swiftly they progressed. After a moment of shock, Yang Fan regained his composure. The more anxious one became, the more prone to mistakes they were. In this foreign realm, even a minor error could cost him his life. The achievements of others bore no relevance to him. He simply needed to maintain his equanimity. Following his previous line of thought, Yang Fan continued to contemplate how to seek out the soul-offering grass. The sinful forest was fraught with dangers unknown, and his current strength did not permit him to roam aimlessly. It would be prudent to analyze the potential locations where the 4-leaf and 5-leaf soul-offering grass might be found. Seeking a shortcut, after his recent cultivation, young Fan found himself in an unusually favorable state, his thoughts exceptionally clear. The earlier mysterious voice had reminded him that only 42 attempts remained for the one-tier objective. Originally, there had been 200 attempts. Now, only 42 remained. Wait, did this not imply that many individuals had entered this foreign realm before their group? Young Fan felt he had stumbled upon a revelation and continued to explore this line of reasoning. With only 1/5 of the attempts left, it was evident that numerous individuals had come before, among them, certainly many masters. He dared not venture into the sinful forest, but others would, if he sought the 4-leaf and 5-leaf soul-offering grass. Those masters would undoubtedly share the same desire. The 4-leaf and 5-leaf variants must be exceedingly rare. After several rounds of searching, they would be quite difficult to find. Thus, the only potential locations for the 4-leaf and 5-leaf soul-offering grass would be in areas seldom frequented by others. But where could that be? A bold thought struck young Fan. Surely, no one would dare to venture into the territory densely populated by soul-eating ghosts. Yet, fortuitously, after his previous attempts, it seemed he might just be able to proceed. Chapter 58. The nest of the soul-eating ghost. Young Fan descended slowly from the tree, realizing that some time had passed since the soul-eating ghost's departure. I could track the ghost I just encountered. With a stroke of luck, I might discover more of them, he mused. Relying solely on the tracking skills he had learned from Lu Qi and Zhang Jia, young Fan was uncertain whether he could successfully follow the trail of that particular soul-eating ghost. However, the one who had conspired against him unwittingly aided him. The pollen from the ghost would help him ascertain the direction to follow. The unknown dangers lurking in this sinful forest necessitated constant vigilance. Young Fan reminded himself in the dense underbrush to the east. He noticed signs of something having trampled the foliage. Approaching to investigate, he found traces of pink pollen on the leaves. This was the direction. Young Fan gazed at the thicket before him, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. The visibility in the darkness was poor, and young Fan primarily relied on the state of the surrounding plants to discern the path of the soul-eating ghost. Should he encounter an ambiguous situation, he would need to meticulously search the flora for the pink powder. Thus far, young Fan had not encountered any other monsters, nor did he know if the creatures of the ghost realm adhered to territorial claims. Perhaps this entire area belonged to the soul-eating ghosts, as expected. Soul-eating ghosts were incredibly physically robust. Following the trail left by this creature proved to be quite the endeavor, requiring him to navigate twists and turns and even stop to rest twice. A testament to the creature's formidable stamina. Fortunately, young Fan was able to continuously locate the pink pollen, indicating he had not lost the ghost trail, by around 3 or 4 in the morning. Young Fan suddenly caught a faint whiff of a rancid odor in the as he ventured further. The stench intensified. It was the scent of decay emanating from the soul-eating ghost. Young Fan immediately halted his steps. The ghost he was tracking had a faint odor, only detectable at close range. Yet this stench was overwhelmingly pungent. Young Fan climbed to a higher vantage point in a tree to survey the area. Ahead, it seemed there was no path left to traverse. The end of the trail was marked by an enormous rock face that appeared to stretch endlessly. Peculiarly, from a distance, he could see numerous pitch-black holes dotting the rocky surface, densely packed together like a beehive, eroding the stone. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of shadowy figures scaling the steep rock face, only to vanish into the openings. This sight, young Fan couldn't help but shudder. Those shadows were undoubtedly the soul-eating ghosts, and the honeycomb-like holes in the cliff were their nests. Yet the sheer number of soul-eating ghosts here was staggering, even if each hole housed but a single ghost. There appeared to be thousands upon thousands of them. Good heavens, could this be the home of all the soul-eating ghosts? Young Fan had merely sought a nest of a soul-eating ghost. Little did he know. He had stumbled upon their ancestral dwelling. While assessing the situation, young Fan spotted patches of soul-offering grass at the base of the cliff. Previously, he had discovered only small clusters of soul-offering grass. But in comparison to the quantity here, they seemed utterly insignificant. Moreover, the soul-offering grass here was over twice as tall as those he had previously encountered. He had noted that 2-leaf soul-offering grass grew sturdier than the 1-leaf variant. And given the height of the soul-offering grass here, it was likely at least 3-leaf. Young Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a doubt, this was an ideal location for the 4-leaf or even 5-leaf variants to thrive. Perhaps others had discovered this treasure trove, but the issue remained that few would dare approach it. Even Yang Fan felt a pang of hesitation regarding his ability to safely gather soul-offering grass here. Sitting atop the tree, he meticulously recalled his previous encounters with the soul-eating ghosts. At that time, he had been in a meditative state. Though such a state rendered him undetectable, it also inhibited his ability to act. Soul-eating ghosts lacked sensory functions, yet they possessed the ability to hunt souls. Yang Fan found himself pondering the nature of the soul-eating ghost perception. What exactly did it sense? Without clarity on this matter, venturing forward recklessly would be perilous. The previous soul-eating ghost had been mere inches from him, its claws even having grazed his leg, yet it had been entirely unaware of his presence. Although he had been in a meditative state at the time, his consciousness had remained intact, and his soul had not departed from his body. Thus, it appeared that the soul-eating ghost perception was not attuned to consciousness or the soul itself. The wrist screen had indicated that one must maintain a tranquil mindset when encountering a soul-eating ghost. Suddenly, Yang Fan experienced a moment of enlightenment. Oh, that was it. The soul-eating ghost could sense fluctuations in one's mental state. In other words, as long as Yang Fan could maintain a calm and steady mindset, devoid of any disturbances, he could think and even move freely. If he could keep himself in a state of tranquility akin to meditation while on the move, he would be able to safely gather soul-offering grass. Not only could he collect the grass, but he might also have the opportunity to slay the soul-eating ghost. With this revelation in mind, Yang Fan resolved to test his hypothesis. Just as he descended from the tree, the mysterious voice echoed again in his ears. One-tier objective remaining quantity, 33. Several individuals had already completed their one-tier objectives, while Yang Fan had yet to gather any soul-offering grass. Indeed, those who had taken the initiative outside were all formidable. However, Yang Fan chose not to concern himself with such matters. His only hope was that the mysterious voice would not suddenly manifest while he was collecting the soul-offering grass. After some contemplation, Yang Fan suddenly addressed the empty air. "Hey, senior, I urgently need to maintain extreme concentration to ensure my mind remains tranquil. If others complete their objectives later, could you refrain from vocal reminders?" Most individuals likely lack experience in conversing with mysterious voices. Yet Yang Fan understood that the enigmatic sounds from other realms possessed their own consciousness, much like the rather proud entity from the beast realm last time. The mysterious voice remained silent. After all, it owed Yang Fan nothing. Shaking his head, he decided to simply be more vigilant. Subsequently, Yang Fan focused on adjusting his state, aiming to concentrate all his attention on the soul-offering grass. Unfazed by the potential collapse of the heavens, his heart was as still as water. Gathering soul-offering grass, gathering soul-offering grass. No matter what I encounter or see, my sole purpose is to collect the soul-offering grass. Yang Fan continuously reminded himself while gradually approaching the lair of the soul-eating ghosts. From a distance of approximately 100 meters from the cliff face, he reduced his distance to merely 10 meters. Witnessing countless dark figures flitting in and out of the ominous holes, remarkably, none of the soul-eating ghosts detected his presence. Even several passed by within 20 or 30 meters of him without any awareness. After confirming that this method was feasible, Yang Fan felt a surge of emotion. At that moment, several dark figures emerged from the nearby caves, their red eyes fixated on Yang Fan's location, darting toward him in an instant. Yang Fan's first instinct was to turn and flee. Yet reason dictated that in such a scenario, remaining calm was paramount. "I am merely here to collect the soul-offering grass. I am here to collect the soul-offering grass." Yang Fan slightly narrowed his eyes and silently chanted 3 times in his heart before reopening them. A dozen soul-eating ghosts of varying sizes were now merely 2 or 3 meters away from him. Searching for something, Yang Fan, however, walked straight towards the area abundant with the soul-offering grass. Chapter 59. Completing the objective in the sinful forest, the lair of the soul-eating ghosts lay beneath a hive-like multitude of their nests. Where a human was bent over, intently examining the soul-offering grass at his feet. Behind him, several soul-eating ghosts were scurrying about. This scene was undeniably bizarre. One might find it hard to believe if recounted. Among the numerous 3-leaf soul-offering grass, Yang Fan discovered a relatively tall 4-leaf specimen. However, he did not rush to harvest it but continued to inspect along the patch of soul-offering grass. After finding several more 4-leaf specimens, he finally spotted the most conspicuous one among a small cluster. The stalk of this particular soul-offering grass branched out into 5 leaves. Previously, a slight disturbance in his mental state had immediately attracted the soul-eating ghosts. So Yang Fan knew he could not afford to be distracted now. He quickly subdued his excitement and plucked the plant, stowing it in his pants pocket. He then closed his eyes, allowing himself to enter a meditative state. Having successfully harvested the soul-offering grass right under the noses of the soul-eating ghosts, Yang Fan's confidence surged. If he could collect the soul-offering grass, then a bolder thought naturally emerged. I am here to slay the soul-eating ghosts. I am here to slay the soul-eating ghosts. Regardless of what he encountered or witnessed, his mental state would not waver in the slightest. Yang Fan continuously hypnotized himself. Once he confirmed he had reached a stable state, he made his way towards a cave at the cliff's base. A foul odor emanated from within, indicating the presence of soul-eating ghosts. Upon entering the cave, the light grew dimmer, nearly rendering him unable to see his own hand. Yet, thanks to his exceptional sense of smell, he had locked onto the location of the creature inside. The cave was shallow, merely 4 or 5 meters deep. Upon entering, Yang Fan kicked a pile of bones, producing a significant noise. However, the soul-eating ghost had no hearing. No amount of noise would disturb it. Reaching the cave's end, Yang Fan indeed found a soul-eating ghost curled up and asleep. It clutched a long bone in its embrace, one end gnawed to form a sharp spike. Without hesitation, "Yes, Senior, there is no need to maintain such an aloof demeanor. I am aware that you can hear my words. By the way, Senior, previously at the lair of the food spirits, why were some of their souls unable to enter the soul-offering grass? Is it possible that the props here are flawed?" That voice continued to disregard Yang Fan. This senior felt far less approachable than the one he had encountered before. Yang Fan couldn't help but grumble, uncertain of what thoughts occupied this senior's mind at that moment. But setting that aside, others have their own paths to tread, and I have mine. Yang Fan quickly adjusted his mindset. His mother once told him that comparing oneself to others does not foster improvement. It only cultivates distorted emotions. However, comparing oneself to oneself can lead to genuine growth. The current mental strain was immense, so he decided to consume a minor soul pill, aiming to restore his energy while seeking an opportunity to break through to the first level of the soul realm. Having said that, Yang Fan climbed the large tree behind him, concealing himself among the leaves. As per routine, he activated the wrist screen for identification. Minor soul pill, a low-tier elixir that enhances soul power, suitable for those at the first or second level of the realm breaker, crafted from the soul-offering grass that has already hosted a departed spirit and the yin-yang flower. Minor soul pills made from different strains of soul-offering grass cannot be consumed simultaneously, while those made from the same strain can be taken together. So, does this mean I can consume 5 at once? Since the 5 leaves of the same strain of soul-offering grass he submitted were rewarded with pills crafted from the grass he provided, he could indeed take them all at once. Contemplating this, Yang Fan lifted his head and swallowed all 5 minor soul pills simultaneously, then immediately entered a meditative state. The flesh of exotic beasts contained impurities. He wondered if the minor soul pill would as well, so he prepared himself for any eventuality. Chapter 60. Convergence at the City of Lost Souls. Upon consuming the minor soul pills, Yang Fan first felt a sensation in his brain akin to being pricked by countless fine needles, each nerve tingling. Was this a reaction to the enhancement of his soul? Yang Fan was uncertain. However, aside from this slight prickling, he felt no other discomfort, choosing to disregard it for the moment and redirecting his focus to his consciousness space. Indeed, wisps of black mist appeared around the orb. 5 in total, swiftly coalescing into a mass that encircled Yang Fan's conscious form. Having had multiple experiences refining impurities, Yang Fan remained remarkably composed, seamlessly coordinating with the orb and quickly digesting the black mist. Unfortunately, the orb did not break through to the 4th level. Once the refinement was complete, Yang Fan noticed the prickling sensation in his head had dissipated. At this moment, he felt invigorated, his mind clear, accompanied by a peculiar sensation. His perception of the surrounding environment was sharper than before. This feeling did not stem from his sensory organs, but was an extraordinary awareness. How strange, this sensation felt distinct from the enhancement brought by the cultivation orb. What exactly is the soul? Yang Fan had nurtured the orb for a decade and had been cultivating it for several months now, maintaining this routine without interruption. Based on his understanding, it should be a product of the mental realm. The enhancement of the soul seemed to represent an elevation of mental prowess. Yet, the two phenomena were not identical. Yang Fan's soul level had not surpassed that of others despite his prolonged sharpening of mental acuity. Could it be that mental prowess possesses different branches? After some reflection, Yang Fan helplessly shook his head. Such profound inquiries would likely take time to unravel. Better to focus on completing his objectives. After enhancing his soul power, Yang Fan attempted to self-assess using the wrist screen. Current personal data: strength 174, speed 138, stamina 122. First detection of soul capability fluctuation. Evaluation data: 236 points. Your soul value is notably high. When you experience sporadic, intense headaches, you may utilize soul breakthrough materials to attempt to complete the first level of the soul breakthrough. Yang Fan gazed at his soul data. Following the typical data format for realm breakers, the average score for an ordinary individual is recorded as 100 points, and now his soul value had reached an impressive 236 points. Moreover, at present, he felt no headache, indicating that his soul value had yet to reach its current limit. Even if Yang Fan completed the first level of the physical breakthrough, his three physical attributes remained rather low. To put it bluntly, despite having achieved the first level of the physical breakthrough, his current metrics were akin to those of a top-tier ordinary individual. Yang Fan harbored no grievances regarding this, for his initial circumstances were far inferior to those of others. Nevertheless, while his physicality may not measure up to that of others, in terms of soul prowess, Yang Fan was by no means inferior. In fact, he surpassed many. Finally, he possessed a capability worthy of recognition. With a triumphant hum, Yang Fan reveled in the substantial enhancement of his mental strength after consuming the minor soul pill. Feeling thoroughly invigorated, with the second level objective now activated, Yang Fan proceeded towards the city he had previously observed. The time was already past 7 in the morning, and consuming the minor soul pill had consumed over 7 hours. What is this situation with the daylight? Is there no morning in this ghost realm? By 9 o'clock, Yang Fan finally returned to his point of arrival, amidst the woods surrounding the ancient city. Gazing at the towering structure silhouetted against the night, it emanated a tranquil yet oppressive aura. The ever-open gates evoked the famed tale of the empty city stratagem. Yet this time, Yang Fan had to venture inside. Had no one else completed the second-level objective in such a long time? Strange, even the information regarding the first-level objective had vanished. Just as he pondered, a realization struck him. It seemed he had been the one to suggest halting the reporting service. He had merely mentioned it casually, not anticipating that the mysterious voice's owner would acquiesce to his request, albeit silently. "Senior, this is rather unfair. I merely intended to discuss it with you, if you were so agreeable. Might it be counted as me having directly completed the ultimate objective?" Suddenly, Yang Fan heard a few faint coughs nearby, as if someone had been so enraged they nearly spat blood. However, the coughs were soft, only echoing twice before fading into silence, leaving no further sound. The mysterious voice remained aloof, and Yang Fan chose not to engage in idle chatter. The gate lay before him, and he simply needed to approach it. Though he felt a twinge of concern about potential dangers lurking ahead, the city was surrounded by towering walls, making it impossible to scale them. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed through the main entrance. As Yang Fan hesitated on whether to enter, a sudden movement caught his eye. A red figure darted from the woods to his right, approximately 30 meters away, swiftly crossing the open space before the city gates and vanishing through the entrance. The figure moved rapidly, yet Yang Fan's keen eyesight allowed him to discern every detail. Clad in a bright red coat and a transformer mask, he recognized this individual distinctly. It was that red transformer? That fellow seemed to be quite skilled, though his hurried entrance suggested he too was wary of potential dangers. Having witnessed the red transformer successfully enter the city of lost souls, Yang Fan waited a few moments before emerging from the woods. He endeavored to follow the path taken by the red transformer. Since that individual had succeeded, it would be safer to tread in his footsteps. Just as he prepared to pass through the gate, he suddenly spotted some pink powder on the ground. Pollen from the odorless flower? Yang Fan's eyes widened. However, he was currently in the open space before the city gates, and his pace was not particularly swift. Uncertain if there were others lurking in the woods, he did not linger any longer and promptly dashed into the city. Shortly after Yang Fan entered, a figure clad in purple reappeared nearby. Donning a clown mask that was that Sun Wukong? That fellow had also completed a first-level objective. The clown mask's cracked red mouth appeared particularly eerie in the night, and that individual intrigued him. He would seek him out for some amusement. With a cold chuckle, he mused that completing the first-level objective was child's play. If those inept individuals believed they could not slay multiple first-level spirits or monsters, they could simply seek out a single-leaf soul offering grass to fulfill their task. Those who came to participate in this additional exploration of another realm must possess some level of skill and resources. The spirits of the ghost realm were relatively competent in terms of soul power, yet their physicality paled in comparison to that of the beast realm, as long as they remained cautious. Defeating one or two should pose no challenge for them. I have been stationed here for 3 hours, and already 4 individuals have entered. It is evident that passing through the city gates carries no danger. The clown remained unhurried, continuing to watch for a few more minutes. Now that one individual had completed the second-level objective, it was clear that it was not the duo of black and white. Those two were always together, and if one achieved success, the other would not take this long to catch up. It was also not the red transformer. This meant that among this group, there was yet another hidden expert. The first-level objective was trivial. Now that everyone was gathered within the city, the real performance was only just beginning. With that, the clown swiftly darted into the city. The night was thick, with some moving ahead and others lurking in the shadows. All eyes fixed on the remaining 4 second-level objectives. Perhaps there were even more watching the ultimate goal of this interdimensional exploration. Chapter 61. A weighty presence upon entering the City of Lost Souls. Yang Fan found the surrounding streets eerily deserted, prompting him to swiftly take refuge inside a humble dwelling. The houses here were constructed in an ancient style, nearly all one door to one household. The doors were unlatched, and upon entering, Yang Fan quickly inspected the 2 rooms within. The furnishings appeared to belong to an ordinary citizen, with the eastern room being more spacious, serving as the main quarters, while the western room was smaller, serving as the kitchen, separated only by a cloth curtain. Next to the stove in the western room stood a round table, the wooden material suggesting it had seen better days. Upon the table lay a bowl of white rice, a plate of sweet and sour fish, half a dish of stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of egg drop soup. A pair of chopsticks stood upright in the rice. Yang Fan gazed in astonishment at the chopsticks, furrowing his brow involuntarily. This scene invariably instilled a sense of discomfort. However, with little time to ponder, Yang Fan quickly confirmed that the house was vacant. He promptly shut the door and moved to the windows on the east and west sides, poking several small holes in the paper screens. He traversed between the 2 rooms, peering out through the small openings. The surroundings were devoid of life, and the outlines of the houses lining the street stood silently in the darkness. Apart from the occasional howling wind, no other sounds pierced the stillness of the city. The entire Duanhuan city was unsettlingly quiet. Human fear often springs from the unknown. The emptier the surroundings, the more anxious one feels. After all, this was the realm of spirits, and it was naive to assume safety here. For the moment, however, Yang Fan felt he was secure within these walls. Having successfully infiltrated a dwelling, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Reflecting on his secondary objective, Yang Fan recalled that he had entered Duanhuan City to seek the Zhaohun realm and rescue one of the 20 pure white souls. Originally, there had been 20 secondary objectives, perfectly aligning with the number of pure white souls. Now, with only 4 remaining, it indicated that 16 pure white souls had already been rescued. To locate these pure white souls, it seemed that the Zhaohun realm was the key. But where could he find the Zhaohun realm? Was he to search each house one by one? Strangely, it felt as if the house was inhabited. But where were its occupants? For reasons unclear, Yang Fan had an unsettling sense that he was not alone in this house. It felt as if someone were watching him. Unable to articulate why he felt this way, Yang Fan noted that his senses had detected nothing amiss, yet the perception lingered. Could this sensation stem from the spirit? Regardless of the accuracy of this feeling, Yang Fan meticulously searched the house once more. This time focusing on the main room. He opened the wardrobe and discovered an array of ancient garments neatly arranged inside. Yes, he reached for a piece of clothing to examine it. His hand froze upon contact with the fabric. This clothing. Yang Fan's face was filled with disbelief. It was made of paper. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He dashed to the kitchen and touched the rice and dishes. The moment his hand made contact with the food, The entire spread turned to ashes. A shiver ran down Yang Fan's spine. Despite having endured trials in the beast realm, he still felt a profound chill upon entering the realm of spirits. At that moment, it dawned on him. He had seemingly identified the inhabitants of this place. This was indeed the spirit realm, and those dwelling here were not ghosts. Yang Fan swallowed hard, standing in the corner, striving to keep the entire room within his line of sight. The dim interior, with its various furnishings, resembled a tranquil oil painting, utterly motionless. Suppressing his rising panic, Yang Fan attempted to speak. Are you the master of this place? I apologize for the intrusion, if I have offended. I can leave immediately, yet silence enveloped him, with no response forthcoming. After a moment of waiting, Yang Fan resolved to return to the main room. Perhaps his earlier haste had clouded his observations, for now, he noticed a dressing table positioned at an angle across from the bed. Upon the dressing table lay various cosmetics, eyebrow pencil, ink, crimson lip balm, and assorted hairpins. Though Yang Fan could not identify them all, however, his gaze was drawn to the central copper mirror on the table. A mirror? Could it be the Zhaohun realm? Yang Fan cautiously approached the dressing table. The copper mirror reflected a frail man wearing a Sun Wukong mask, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. A copper mirror. Its reflective quality was undoubtedly inferior to that of modern glass. Yang Fan squinted, studying his reflection in the mirror. His doppelganger also squinted, mirroring his movements, posture, and expression perfectly. Was this merely an ordinary mirror? Just as Yang Fan was about to depart, he caught a glimpse of something shifting in the darkness behind him. Gradually, a woman's visage became discernible in the reflection of the copper mirror. Her face, pallid and obscured by a veil of mist, bore two pronounced eyebrows and crimson lips. Momentarily taken aback, Yang Fan realized that during extreme shock, one's body could indeed become paralyzed. Fortunately, his mind remained alert, and he quickly roused his body, propelling himself sideways with widened eyes. He fixed his gaze on the location from which he had just seen the woman. Yet, all that greeted him was a pitch-black void. There was no trace of the peculiar woman. I am definitely not imagining things. Yang Fan was resolute. He had truly seen that woman. Yes, a female ghost. My lady, I mean no disturbance, if I have offended. I beg your pardon. Yang Fan stared intently at his surroundings, yet nothing revealed itself, and there was no reply. A sudden realization struck Yang Fan. During the entrance examination, why did those emerging from the spirit realm appear so dazed and lost? In stark contrast to those from the beast realm, who merely bore physical injuries yet remained mentally intact. Such startling experiences were bound to leave one in a state of bewilderment. He longed to escape through the paper window behind him, but reason cautioned that the outside world was undoubtedly far more perilous. Was it truly a female ghost? Yang Fan scanned the room, finding no sign of her. Strangely, the sensation of being watched had vanished. Could she have left? Summoning his courage, Yang Fan approached the dressing table once more, glancing back intermittently to ensure the ghost was not following him. Why did it feel as though his body had become heavier? Yang Fan brushed aside the thought and finally reached the dressing table. However, upon looking at it, his heart leapt into his throat. Damn. His mother had always taught him to be polite, yet here in the spirit realm, he had already cursed twice. Entirely instinctual reactions. In the copper mirror, a woman clad in a long, flowing red dress was cradling his head. Had he not retained a shred of composure, witnessing such a scene would have elicited not just curses, but likely screams as well. The ghost was pressing down on him. Chapter 62. The clown, the female ghost, embraced Yang Fan's head as if clutching a treasured possession. My lady, let us converse. Could you possibly release me? Negotiations yielded no results. What astonished Yang Fan was that although the woman held his head, he felt no physical sensation from his body. He was utterly unaware of when this ghost had taken possession of him. Nevertheless, his body felt more burdensome than before. Thankfully, his current physical condition was several times stronger than in the past. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to move. Especially around his shoulders, a sharp pain occasionally pierced through. Akin to bearing a heavy load. The examiner had mentioned the differences between the beast realm and the spirit realm, noting that the two realms were not so dissimilar, one emphasizing the physical, the other the spiritual. It was indeed evident now, in the spirit realm, lacking a robust physical form made passing the trials exceedingly challenging. Were it not for the copper mirror in the room, Yang Fan might still be oblivious to the fact that he had been possessed. This suggested that for an ordinary person, evading possession by a ghost was impossible, although a spectral presence now loomed above him. And she showed no signs of relinquishing her hold. The ghost had not yet resorted to any aggressive actions against Yang Fan. For the moment, he could still bear the weight she imposed. There was another piece of good news. Yang Fan glanced at the copper mirror on the dressing table. He could now ascertain that this mirror could reflect souls, making it likely the Zhaohun mirror. The dressing table was crafted from solid wood, not paper. Yang Fan resolved to unfasten the copper mirror. A mysterious voice echoed softly in his ear, declaring, "You have found the Zhaohun mirror." Yang Fan shook his head and sighed. Thus, locating the Zhaohun mirror was not particularly arduous. Given that Duanhuan City was likely inhabited by spirits, their mirrors would naturally reflect souls. The challenge lay in the unavoidable reality of being possessed. Contemplating the entity above him, Yang Fan felt discomfort yet found himself powerless against her. Wait a moment. My naked eye cannot perceive spirits, so is Duanhuan City truly as empty as it appears? With this thought, Yang Fan cautiously propped open the paper window, extending the copper mirror outward, positioning it just right to glimpse the reflections through the pre-poked holes. The copper mirror revealed the scene of the street. To his astonishment, the once desolate street was now teeming with shadows, figures wandering back and forth, ceaselessly. Upon witnessing this, Yang Fan gasped sharply, retracting his arm and shutting the window with haste. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, soaking his back. Damn, why heavens! Had I not entered this house in time, I might have perished outside. Just imagine, had Yang Fan lingered even slightly upon entering Duanhuan City, the spirits above him would have suffocated him. This place was on par with the Shanghai realm. In the Shanghai realm, he had to tread carefully. One misstep could lead to encounters with ferocious beasts. Here, he had already been possessed by a female ghost, indicating that even encounters with spirits did not guarantee death. Yet, the dangers of the spirit realm were undoubtedly no less than those of the Shanghai realm, perhaps even more enigmatic. What now? I cannot escape. Yang Fan gazed at the copper mirror in his hand, and within its reflection, a female ghost gently caressed his head, yet he felt nothing. The soul-reflecting mirror had been located, but given the current circumstances outside, how could he venture forth to seek the pure white soul? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan sighed. Remaining hidden here would undoubtedly prevent him from accomplishing his secondary objective. It was easy to imagine that most individuals would choose to cower indoors until the appointed time arrived. However, Yang Fan could not afford such luxury. Team Qin had sacrificed their lives, and the murderer of his mother remained at large. I have said it before. Whether it be another realm or even hell itself, I shall forge ahead. His gaze grew resolute. It was precisely due to the perils outside that most people remained confined to their homes, while someone like him, devoid of resources or physical advantages, might find an opportunity. With this thought, Yang Fan inhaled deeply, striving to restore his inner tranquility. My lady, if you wish to remain above, then do so. I hope you harbor no intentions to harm me further. With that, Yang Fan approached the vanity, retrieving the wooden disc that had previously secured the copper mirror. Returning to the eastern window, he slightly opened the paper window, affixing the copper mirror outside while utilizing the small aperture to observe the surrounding souls returning home with great scrutiny. What troubled Yang Fan was that these returning souls were not merely passing by. They wandered ceaselessly, almost perpetually traversing before the window. Navigating through them undetected seemed utterly impossible. He could not traverse the street, as it was likely teeming with wandering spirits. He needed to swiftly enter the next house. As for whether there were souls within that house, that was a concern for another time. At worst, he might be possessed by a few more spirits. Given his current physical state, he could endure the burden of an additional 5 or 6. The question remained, where would the pure white soul be found? After some reflection, Yang Fan arrived at a conclusion. There were 20 opportunities for the secondary objective. 16 individuals had already succeeded. If the white soul resided in a secluded location within the City of Severed Souls, it was likely that such places near the city gate had already been uncovered. This reasoning paralleled the search for the 5-leaf spirit grass. It necessitated moving through as few houses as possible. Delving deeper into the heart of the City of Severed Souls, Yang Fan had determined a general strategy for seeking the pure white soul, yet an insurmountable issue loomed. how to traverse the street. Should he rely on speed? He recalled that upon entering the city gate, he had not been hunched over, so if he could move swiftly enough, there was a chance to slip into a house. However, he was currently burdened, and his speed would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Moreover, he needed to minimize the number of houses he entered, which meant the running distance would be considerably longer, making it challenging to avoid possession by spirits. Pondering this conundrum, Yang Fan found no solution. Just then, a swift sound of the door being pulled came from outside, but as Yang Fan had locked the door from within, the noise eventually ceased after several attempts. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from the west. Yang Fan hurried to the west window to peer through the opening. He caught sight of a figure swiftly darting into the adjacent house, promptly shutting the door upon entry. Much like he had, before long, several holes appeared on the paper window facing Yang Fan's side. Yang Fan quickly pressed himself against the wall. The house he had chosen was situated close to the city gate, likely making it a preferred choice for many. Unfortunately, it had already been claimed by him, leaving the newcomer with no option but to retreat to the neighboring dwelling. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone was nearby. The individual must have realized there was someone inside his house. While many windows bore holes, it was uncertain if they were recent, but the fact that Yang Fan's house had been locked from within was enough evidence to indicate occupancy. After encountering Lu Qi, Yang Fan had learned a vital lesson. In another realm, the last people one could trust were their own kind. A wary heart was essential. He had to remain vigilant against his new neighbor. At that moment, a series of knocks reverberated through the wall from next door. "Friend, I know you are there." The person leaned against the window, addressing Yang Fan. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, considering that since the other party was aware of his presence, there was no need to hide. We are both here to pursue the secondary objective. Since there are still 4 opportunities remaining, I assure you I will not betray you. Let us join forces for a greater chance of success." The individual lowered his voice to speak. To be honest, Yang Fan was genuinely inclined to seek a partner, yet the lessons of the past weighed heavily on his mind. During the exorcist assessment, some individuals would resort to lethal means when confronted with future colleagues. How much more so in this lawless environment, with people he did not know, likely to have no future interactions? Such individuals were even less trustworthy. After some contemplation, he replied, "I'm sorry, but I prefer to work alone. You do your thing, and I shall do mine." Come now, my friend. Is it truly necessary to be so cautious?" The stranger responded. Currently, 14 individuals have completed the primary objective, and 1 has achieved the secondary objective, leaving only 4 remaining. This expedition is rife with skilled individuals. The black and white twins, the red colossus, the clown. It will be nearly impossible for us to seize the secondary objective from them. What chance do we have left? We are both newcomers to the city of severed souls. If we do not join forces now, we may never have the opportunity to complete our secondary objectives. Yang Fan squinted slightly. Through the small hole in the paper window, he glimpsed a flash of purple clothing. Few wore such attire. He recalled that the clown donned purple garments. To confirm this, Yang Fan discreetly activated his basic spirit gaze. His vision pierced through the layers of paper window holes, revealing the silhouette of the individual within. The figure deliberately maintained a distance of 2 to 3 meters from the aperture, relying on the darkness to obscure their features. Unfortunately, while Yang Fan's physical condition was lacking, his eyesight certainly surpassed that of ordinary individuals, especially with the aid of basic spirit gaze. It was the clown. A slight disturbance stirred within Yang Fan. This individual had just mentioned the clown, only to be the clown himself. From this, Yang Fan understood that the stranger's intentions were far from benevolent. From the accounts of others, the clown was rumored to have taken several lives, prompting some to forfeit their 17,000 advance payment and withdraw from the expedition. This indicated that the rumors were not unfounded. How unfortunate it was to encounter this individual. Yang Fan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The previous red colossus possessed odorless pollen. He could very well have been an adversary, and now the notoriously infamous clown was attempting to lure him into an alliance. Among the 4 formidable figures, he had already encountered 2, excluding the black and white twins. Now that he had confirmed the identity of the individual hiding next door as the clown, who was actively trying to deceive him, Yang Fan needed to devise a countermeasure. The clown had persistently sought to form a partnership, yet if Yang Fan continued to reject him, the clown might become aggressive and storm in. He would be no match for him in combat. Wait, my advantage lies not in combat, but in the fact that I have already found the soul-reflecting mirror and am aware of the existence of spirits. I must leverage this advantage. The spirits posed a threat to him, but they were equally a danger to the clown. With this in mind, Yang Fan feigned hesitation before resolutely stating, "You make a valid point. However, I have one condition. Should we have the chance to achieve the secondary objective, allow me to complete it first, and then I shall assist you with yours." Yang Fan's demand was indeed rather excessive. After all, only 4 opportunities remained for the secondary objective, and he wished to complete his first. The clown was of top-tier strength, and logically, he would not acquiesce to such a condition. However, the response from across the way came swiftly. "No problem." Yang Fan's heart harbored a cold smirk. The more readily the other party agreed, the more it suggested ulterior motives. "Very well, since you propose the alliance, come over here. I shall unlock the door for you," Yang Fan declared. The reply came, "You best not deceive me. Though I have yet to encounter a fearsome spirit in the city of severed souls, it still feels rather unsettling. Who knows what one might encounter after lingering outside for too long?" Yang Fan chuckled. "It's merely a wooden door. If I don't open it, won't you just break it down? What is there to fear?" Chapter 63. Truly encountering a ghost? In the dimly lit room, a man donning a clown mask gradually melted into the shadows, approaching the door. Suddenly, the clown mask transformed into that of a transformer, and his coat changed color to a vibrant red. Had Yang Fan witnessed this scene, he would have gasped in astonishment. This individual was not the clown at all, but rather the seemingly cheerful young man. The Red Colossus. He appeared to notice the alterations in his mask and attire, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the crimson fabric of his coat. The disguise technique had failed once more. As expected, the effectiveness of the ultimate technique provided by the first-tier difficulty was subpar, requiring reapplication after a short period. The man clasped his hands together, his eyes closed, envisioning the distinct features of the clown. Gradually, his mask morphed back into that of the clown, while his red coat transformed into a purple suit. Upon witnessing his transformation, the man smiled in satisfaction. The clown identity was indeed the most advantageous. With a little effort, he could adopt a clown guise. If he wasn't a villain, who was? Even though he had taken a few lives prior, none had ever suspected him. The Red Colossus had entered the city of severed souls ahead of Yang Fan. Lurking in the shadows, having witnessed Yang Fan's subsequent entry, this individual had somehow survived the soul-eating ghost. A person with such poor physical prowess had managed to defeat a soul-eating ghost. He wondered what treasures the young man possessed. "Humph, Sun Wukong, is it? Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. No matter how many transformations you employ, you cannot escape my grasp." The man sneered coldly. "Just now, I merely confirmed your presence. Now that I have ascertained it, even if you refuse to team up, do not expect to survive to accomplish your dual objectives. I never anticipated that this fellow would actually agree to join forces with me. Perhaps it is due to his feeble strength, prompting him to seek companionship in action. This arrangement makes things all the more convenient. Once he opens the door, I can swiftly eliminate him and seize the treasure. I am truly eager to witness the expression of terror that will grace his face upon realizing I am the Joker." With this thought, a triumphant smile unconsciously spread across the man's face. Before long, a purple figure darted out from the house, swiftly approaching the entrance of Yang Fan's abode. Just as he was about to reach the door, Yang Fan's voice resonated from within. "Mr. Joker, you've arrived? Why the delay? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Do come in promptly." The red giant stood at Yang Fan's doorstep, observing the wide-open door, while Sun Wukong sat casually in front of it, nonchalantly crossing his legs, gazing at him with a composed demeanor. Upon witnessing this scene, the red giant was momentarily taken aback. How could Sun Wukong determine he was the Joker without even seeing him? Given the notorious reputation of the Joker, it was unlikely anyone would willingly encounter him. Yet this individual was evidently aware of his identity and still agreed to ally with him. Perhaps he was even a tad too eager? Staring at the open door and the leisurely waiting Sun Wukong, the red giant found himself reminiscing about the open gates of soul-severing city. Both doors were ajar, yet everyone knew the dangers that lurked inside. Had this fellow set a trap at the entrance? "You know I am the Joker?" the red giant inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Yang Fan turned his gaze ever so slightly, his peripheral vision catching sight of the soul mirror he had strategically positioned. As he heard the approaching footsteps, he timed it perfectly, swiftly pushing the door wide open and taking a seat on the prearranged wooden chair. The location of the soul mirror was cleverly concealed, the doorframe obstructing the Joker's line of sight, rendering him oblivious to the image reflected in the copper mirror, of course, as light travels in a straight line. If the Joker could not see the mirror, then naturally, the mirror could not reflect the Joker, but it could still capture the scene at the eastern corner outside Young Fan's door. Since the soul mirror was unable to detect the Joker, Young Fan remained unaware of whether or not the Joker was possessed by a spirit. However, the good news was that in the eastern alley, spirits were already making their way toward this direction. Just a little longer. Young Fan calmly regarded the Joker. Of course, I am aware, and I know you are here to kill me. In truth, Young Fan did not realize that the Joker standing before him was not the genuine article. Yet he had discerned the Red Giant's intentions. That is precisely why I am here waiting for you. His words left the Red Giant momentarily speechless. The panic-stricken expression he had envisioned from Sun Wukong never materialized. Instead, the latter appeared composed and seemingly prepared. That moment, as he gazed once more at the open door, uncertainty filled his mind. After a brief pause, the Joker suddenly flashed a smile. My friend, you are mistaken. When I said I would team up with you, I meant it sincerely. Although I have indeed taken lives, was it not ultimately to achieve our goals? Since you are aware of my identity, you should also recognize my strength. Our chances of success would only increase, would they not? As spirits swiftly surged toward the Joker, Young Fan realized he could no longer afford to delay. Time was of the essence. He slowly rose, bending to retrieve the soul mirror and tucking it into his cloak. Then, with a smile directed at the Joker, he remarked, Mr. Joker, your words are inconsistent. Do you truly believe I would trust you? I may not wish to harm others unprovoked, but neither will I allow anyone to harm me first. Oh, and by the way, there are no traps at the entrance. In fact, you should have entered earlier. Had you done so, I would have had no chance to escape. With that, Young Fan suddenly sprang to his feet and leaped toward the eastern window. The Red Giant cast a glance at the door before him. Still hesitating to enter, as he focused on the direction Young Fan had jumped, he prepared to pursue, but at that very instant, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering him unable to move, let alone give chase. His eyes widened in realization. Damn it, he was being possessed. In soul-severing city, it was not merely vengeful spirits but actual ghosts. I have lingered here for far too long. Fortunately, his physical constitution was exceptionally robust, allowing him to forcefully drag his heavy body forward, as if trudging through a swamp, step by agonizing step toward the door. If Young Fan had set a trap here, the Red Giant might well meet his demise. Thankfully, Sun Wukong had not deceived him. There were indeed no traps at the door. The Red Giant finally entered the room, quickly shutting the door behind him before collapsing heavily to the ground. Given his current weight, he must have at least 50 ghosts clinging to him. They were likely clinging to his body, legs, and arms. With great difficulty, the Red Giant managed to extract a verdant jade pendant from his pocket, which emitted a gentle glow that gradually infused into his body. The pressure weighing down upon him began to dissipate, and the Red Giant's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he gritted his teeth and declared, Sun Wukong, I will undoubtedly kill you. Meanwhile, Young Fan was sprinting wildly. The Joker had successfully attracted the spirits in this direction, creating a clear path. The soul mirror indicated that there were no spirits on the road, but after running approximately 50 meters, spirits once again appeared ahead. Spotting a nearby house, Young Fan noticed only a window. As the door was not visible, he had no desire to be possessed again. In a moment of urgency, he leaped through the window. After rolling on the ground, Young Fan had just regained his footing when he discovered someone standing before him. There was indeed someone in this room. However, the individual donned a purple suit and wore a sinister smiling Joker mask, staring in shock at the sudden intruder, Sun Wukong. That moment, Sun Wukong's expression was far more captivating than that of the Joker. Even with a clear and meticulous mind, Young Fan found his thoughts momentarily short-circuited. Damn, this was the third time he had cursed. Standing before him was undeniably the Joker. What on earth was happening? Chapter 64. The true and false Jokers. The two individuals in the room stood frozen, gazing at each other, as if the very air had solidified in that instant. Young Fan could not fathom how the Joker, who had just been tricked into his own room, could possibly appear here. Meanwhile, the Joker was equally perplexed as to why someone had suddenly leaped through the window. After a moment of hesitation, both seemed to arrive at the same conclusion, simultaneously producing copper mirrors to reflect upon each other. Despite Yang Fan's cautiousness, he found himself not only burdened by the earlier red-clad female ghost atop his head, but also bearing the weight of an old woman on his back. Her face resembled a gnarled tree root, with white eyes darting about, while her bony hands clung desperately to the fabric of Yang Fan's shoulders. He had no idea when this old woman had possessed him. Here, the naked eye could not discern ghosts, and it was impossible for Yang Fan to constantly observe his surroundings with the soul mirror. The Joker's situation was even more dire than Yang Fan's. A hefty figure loomed above him, while a middle-aged woman clung to his back, and each of his arms had a pair of children dangling from them. Additionally, a burly man was grasping his ankle. Good heavens, the Joker was in a far worse predicament, completely ensnared by spirits, in a primary-level exploration of another realm. Only a handful of boundary breakers were permitted. Should one surpass the second layer, the energy of the first-level difficulty meteorite would be too great to bear, rendering teleportation impossible. Even if the Joker was immensely powerful, being a second-layer entity, being besieged by 5 spirits would undoubtedly be a grievous ordeal. Leaving Yang Fan with a glimmer of opportunity, the Joker did not immediately attack Yang Fan. Upon noticing the spirits clinging to him, he remarked nonchalantly, "Sun Wukong, I never expected you would come knocking at my door after I mentioned wanting to play with you. Of all the houses, you chose to enter mine." Yang Fan felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. The words of this Joker seemed to imply that it was their first encounter. It was then that Yang Fan noticed a faint scent of alcohol emanating from the Joker. A mild aroma that suggested only a small quantity had been consumed. Yet this detail sparked a realization within Yang Fan. When he had previously encountered the Joker, they had been merely 6 or 7 meters apart. With no barriers between them, given Yang Fan's keen sense of smell, he should have detected the scent of alcohol on him. However, he had not caught even a whiff of it. Could it be that the two Jokers were not the same individual? Regardless of which Joker was the genuine article, Yang Fan dared not lower his guard. Coming to this realization, Yang Fan regained his composure and said, "My apologies. I did not intend to intrude." He glanced at the copper mirror in the Joker's hand and continued, "Since you have found the soul mirror as well, you must have seen that the streets are filled with spirits. I cannot leave at present. As long as I can get out, I assure you I will depart immediately." The Joker scrutinized Yang Fan, narrowing his eyes slightly before scoffing. "You think you can just come and go as you please? Do you believe I am so easily persuaded?" Yang Fan instinctively took a half step back. "Then what do you desire? Your current predicament is worse than mine. If it comes to blows, I am not necessarily afraid of you." Yang Fan was acutely aware that whether or not he could defeat the Joker was one matter. But he must not display any signs of weakness at this moment. The Joker snorted, "It's just a few spirits clinging to me. Do you really think I cannot handle it?" Noticing the wary look in Yang Fan's eyes, the Joker suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter oscillated wildly, giving the impression of someone whose sanity was in question. Could this fellow be suffering from a split personality? Once his laughter subsided, the Joker coldly remarked, "It appears you, like everyone else, harbor a fear of me. To be honest, I rather enjoy my infamous reputation. It has granted me an intangible attribute during my explorations of other realms, making many matters considerably more convenient." Yang Fan squinted slightly as he gazed at the individual before him. Suddenly, he spoke. "So you have always known that someone has been impersonating you, committing murder everywhere?" This revelation left the clown momentarily speechless. He had said nothing until now, but Sun Wukong had unveiled this astonishing secret. How did you know?" Yang Fan smiled faintly. "Weren't you curious about how I arrived here? Very well, I shall enlighten you." He then recounted his encounter with another clown, summarizing the events. The clown widened his eyes and muttered, "That fellow actually slipped up." He then looked up at Yang Fan, his eyes filled with a trace of doubt. "Then how can you ascertain that I am the genuine one, while the one you encountered previously was a fake?" Yang Fan shrugged. "I never claimed to have discerned the truth, but I am certain that the clown who invited me to join forces had ulterior motives. Whereas you up until now have shown no inclination to strike. Of course, if you insist on an answer, I would venture to say that you are indeed the true clown," Yang Fan explained calmly. The clown let out a cold laugh. "Your logic seems flawed. The clown you encountered previously sought to kill you, while I have not attacked. Does that not further substantiate that the previous clown was the true one? There are many rumors surrounding the clown's murderous deeds, and it would seem that the one intent on killing young Fan aligns more closely with those tales, thus making him the genuine clown. However, young Fan shook his head. I have come to understand the nature of the rumors surrounding your killings. Oh, pray tell. The clown's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued by young Fan's assertion. Young Fan responded with composure. Someone has been impersonating you, killing and plundering in another realm, deliberately spreading the word. The clown's brow remained furrowed as he inquired, "How can you be so certain?" Young Fan nodded. "It's quite simple. I have encountered others who have harmed their kin, and despite their blatant disregard for life, they always take care to conceal their identities. I believe your strength is genuine, as prowess is evidenced by achievements. Since you are indeed a formidable individual, it is highly improbable that you would carelessly expose information about your killings. Yet, the knowledge of your murders is widespread, which is simply illogical. Coupled with the fact that I witnessed another clown, it is nearly certain that all of this is a frame-up orchestrated by that individual." However, the clown did not respond to young Fan's speculation, his eyes glinting with cold light. "Perhaps these are merely your conjectures. You revealed to me how you traversed the streets. Are you not afraid I might use you as bait?" Young Fan had used the previous clown as bait to lure spirits away, and thus the clown implied that he could employ young Fan in a similar manner. Unfazed by the clown's threat, young Fan responded with calm assurance, "Perhaps. But if I were you, I would refrain from such actions." "Why?" Young Fan elaborated. "You have been impersonated and unjustly burdened with blame. I cannot believe you do not yearn to clear your name. The reason you have remained silent and have not sought to refute the allegations is not that the infamy brings you any advantages. Those benefits hold little weight for a master like you." The clown fixated on young Fan, unknowingly captivated by his words. Young Fan continued, "The reason you have not defended yourself is that you possess no evidence. In another realm, proving one's innocence of murder is exceedingly difficult. In fact, demonstrating that one did not commit murder is even harder. This is the terrifying aspect of rumors. Fortunately for you, I managed to escape from that false clown. I am your evidence." Upon hearing this, the clown emitted a strangely high-pitched laugh, which lingered for an extended period, to the point of tears. Young Fan found it curious. Was what he said truly that amusing? As the laughter subsided, a peculiar undertone could be discerned. Eventually, the clown ceased his mirth, stowed away the soul mirror, and, seemingly unguarded, relaxed into a seated position by the bed. "You may not be the first to see through me, but you are the first to voice it in my presence." Sun Wukonged, the clown glanced at young Fan's mask, "truly possesses discerning eyes. I was puzzled as to why someone with your physical prowess would dare to pursue a secondary objective. It appears you have even acquired the soul mirror and successfully evaded the assassin's grasp." The clown tapped his finger against his temple. "You rely on this, bravery coupled with keen intellect," the clown sincerely remarked. "What impresses me most is that you likely devised these insights only after encountering me, rather than having prepared them in advance. Such adaptability is rare." Young Fan replied, "If I can't survive and leave, I would consider assisting you in identifying the true culprit. However, if we could uncover that person's real identity, it would be even more compelling." The clown replied nonchalantly, "If I am not mistaken, that individual is the Red Diamond." "The Red Diamond?" Young Fan's brow furrowed tightly. "Is it truly him? I have suspected for a while that it was the Red Diamond who lured the soul-eating ghost to kill me." "How do you know?" The clown calmly explained, "The only ones of comparable strength who have repeatedly joined me in exploring other realms are the Black and White Twins and the Red Diamond. The Black and White Twins are the most fearsome duo. They are inseparable, always pursuing efficiency with minimal expenditure. When confronting rivals, they strike without hesitation. Such individuals have no need for underhanded tactics. The Red Diamond exudes a cheerful demeanor, resembling the boy next door. Yet one must never judge by appearances. From my encounters with him, I have sensed that his strength is on par with mine, yet he is far more cunning, possessing a plethora of treasures. We are both Tier 1, Layer 2 breakers. I believe I have acquired a considerable amount of treasures, yet he possesses an abundance of peculiar items, both exceptional and seemingly useless. Our explorations in different realms have been quite similar. Where did he procure all those items?" After speaking, the clown turned his gaze to young Fan. After a moment of contemplation, young Fan provided the answer, murder and plunder. The clown smirked, nodding. Regrettably, that fellow is exceedingly shrewd. Every time we explored realms together, rumors circulated that I was the one committing murder. Yet no one ever claimed the red diamond was the killer. Yang Fan frowned. Had I not fortuitously encountered you, I too would have believed you were the one attempting to kill me. The clown shook his head. In reality, such situations are exceedingly rare. Once someone confronts me directly, it would indeed clear my name. The frightening aspect lies in the fact that no one has ever sought me out for confrontation after the fact. After saying this, the clown looked at Yang Fan. Do you understand what this implies? Yang Fan nodded. He has no living witnesses. The clown smiled faintly. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Indeed, this means that the next step will be for him to devise a method to eliminate you. Chapter 65. The key to the problem. Observing Sun Wukong's silence, seemingly burdened by thoughts, the clown smiled slightly. Just now, you were quite the eloquent speaker. Why the sudden reticence? Are you afraid? Yang Fan sighed and shook his head. No, just disappointed. The clown pondered for a moment before laughing. I did not expect you to be an idealist. People have perished for wealth since time immemorial. Once the shackles of morality and law are cast aside, humanity bears no distinction from beasts. If Lu Qi and Zhang Jie had imparted to Yang Fan the first lesson on the darker aspects of human nature, then the red diamond and the clown solidified that knowledge further. They both fell into silence for a moment until the clown spoke again. You mentioned earlier that you would be willing to help me identify the red diamond? Yang Fan contemplated and replied, I am willing, but who shall I identify him to? There is no true judge here. The prosperous world is unlikely to concern itself with such matters. However, if I can survive and escape, I could discuss the authenticity of the clowns with others. The clown nodded. Such information is sufficient. However, merely speaking to one person lacks impact. You must convey this to everyone. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. To everyone? Who has the time to listen to me? Moreover, if I deliberately seek out individuals to spread this, it would diminish its credibility. The clown rose, looking at Yang Fan. You are correct. But there exists one exceptional circumstance. What circumstance? The clown stated. If you accomplish the ultimate objective, then the prosperous world will pay a handsome price for your experience. I have sold such accounts thrice before, with the first fetching 8 million, and the other two at 7 million each. Yang Fan's eyes widened. They spend money merely to acquire the account of achieving the ultimate objective? The clown nodded. While each realm varies, some individuals specialize in analyzing the commonalities amidst the diverse experiences, seeking connections between them. To be honest, have you never been curious about what the meteorite realm truly entails? I harbor doubts regarding the motivations of groups like Shen Si, who present meteorite realms as open dimensions for exploration by various sectors of society, believing that their intentions extend beyond mere monetary gain. In an era of prosperity, such sums are trivial, insignificant as a drop in the ocean to them. They undoubtedly possess deeper, ulterior motives. At this juncture, the clown realized he had veered off course and returned to the central theme. Acknowledging that indeed, Shen Si would procure the process of achieving the ultimate goal. Furthermore, they would share this process with all participants in the current dimensional exploration, as successful experiences could serve as a form of incentive, encouraging continued participation in Shen Si's other dimensional ventures. Given that the ultimate goal is closely linked to the secondary objectives, they would insist on starting the narrative from the latter. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan appeared to grasp the implication. So, you mean to say, if I accomplish the ultimate goal, I can publicly disclose the identity of the red diamond? The clown nodded. However, Yang Fan frowned, contemplating the predicament. You just mentioned that the red diamond would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me. The very fact that I managed to leave this place alive is a concern, let alone achieving the ultimate goal. Yang Fan certainly aspired to fulfill the ultimate goal, but with the involvement of the red diamond, the difficulty had escalated dramatically. He had already resolved that, if necessary, he might have to abandon the ultimate goal and instead focus solely on the secondary objective to break through the first layer. The clown emitted his peculiar laughter once more, suggesting, what if I assist you? Even if I forego the ultimate goal, I must seize the opportunity to clear my name. Yang Fan looked at the clown in astonishment. The clown chuckled, acknowledging that while the duality of black and white was formidable, their individual prowess might not surpass mine. Their true challenge lies in their partnership. The red diamond is on par with me. And without those incessant tricks up his sleeve, he would certainly be no match for me now. Should we join forces, we would also be two individuals. Although your strength is evidently lacking, you do possess some intellect. Together, we could contend against the black and white duo and, should we encounter the red diamond, it would be his misfortune. If the red diamond intends to eliminate me under my very nose, I can assure you, he is merely dreaming. Should he slip up, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Young Fan found it hard to believe. Did the clown truly harbor such fondness for him? The genuine clown he encountered was eager to team up with him, but of course, the motivations behind the two clowns joining forces differed. The question remained, could he trust this clown? The clown continued. However, there is another issue. I believe the first to complete the secondary objective will not be the black and white duo, nor the red diamond, but someone else entirely. Young Fan interrupted, I seem unable to place complete trust in you. We are not well acquainted. While they spoke, the clown unexpectedly removed his mask before Young Fan's eyes. The figure revealed was a rugged-looking middle-aged man with disheveled hair and predominantly white eyes, resembling the legendary dead fish eyes. His nose was prominent and his beard unkempt. Good sir, what is this? You dare call me sir? I have just celebrated my 22nd birthday, the man retorted, then paused to calm himself, sighing, I know I appear somewhat hasty in my looks. I do not blame you. He then activated his wrist screen, displaying his basic information. Ji Chong, a first-level member of the Demon Suppression Alliance, first layer of the first level, current physical state, 2 breaks. Spiritual state, 1 break. He donned his mask once more and addressed Young Fan. After we exit this dimension, I can provide you with my contact number. Now that you are aware of my identity, I believe my sincerity is sufficient. Young Fan took a moment to gather his thoughts. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Gu Chong's reasons for aiding him were quite substantial. Coupled with his act of revealing his face and sharing his wrist screen, Young Fan felt a sense of his sincerity. Do I need to remove my mask? Young Fan suddenly pondered. No need, Gu Chong replied. With your third-rate physique, I would recognize you in a sea of faces. Brother, could you be any more direct? Young Fan replied, frowning. Nevertheless, it turns out Gu Chong is indeed part of the Demon Suppression Alliance. The Demon Suppression Alliance appears to hold a higher status than the Cleaners. With greater strength to boot. Ji Chong, having already established himself as a formidable figure during his novice phase, certainly aligns with the standards of the Demon Suppression Alliance. After some deliberation, Young Fan decided to remove his mask and displayed his wrist screen to Gu Chong. Gu Chong verbally dismissed it, yet tilted his head to inspect it closely. Young Fan, Cleaner member, first layer of the first level, physical state. 1 break. Goodness, I knew you were inadequate, but I didn't expect you to be this inadequate. Young Fan retracted his arm, frowning at the clown. Brother clown, if you do not wish to team up, just say so. There is no need to join forces merely to humiliate me. The clown sincerely apologized. Sorry, it's probably due to the environment. After spending some time in the Demon Suppression Alliance, I have developed a certain disdain for organizations like the Cleaners, which occupy the lower tiers. Moreover, your current strength is indeed quite rare for participating in such external trials. Young Fan did not take it to heart, as he had faced mockery from many others before. After both had seen each other's true identities and even reviewed their basic information, they confirmed their alliance. The two sat on the edge of the bed, beginning to strategize on how to achieve the secondary objective. We have located the soul reflection mirror, which means we merely need to find the pure white souls and rescue them. Gu Chong stated, however, the pure white souls on the periphery have likely already been discovered by those who came before us. Find the remaining 4 pure white souls. It boils down to who can delve deeper into the soul-severing city first. Gu Chong's thoughts aligned with Young Fan's. Through the soul reflection mirror, one could see a multitude of spirits outside. Even I would find myself unknowingly entangled by them. Initially, it was manageable, but as their numbers increased, it became increasingly arduous, forcing one to take refuge indoors until the portal opens. The clown continued analyzing. Young Fan nodded, noting that a third of the exploration time had already elapsed, and many had already completed the first objective. Yet only one had managed to achieve the secondary objective thus far. If I am not mistaken, the majority of those who entered the soul-severing city have been possessed by spirits and are now hiding in various rooms. The clown rested his chin in contemplation, pondering, indeed. Even someone of my caliber finds it challenging to venture deep into the soul-severing city. Young Fan remarked, did you not mention previously that you have a method to deal with the spirits attached to you? Guchong shook his head, stating at that time, "It was primarily to intimidate you and test the validity of your words. So you were deceiving me?" "Not entirely," Guchong clarified. "I do have a method. But it is rather cumbersome and not typically employed." "What method?" Yang Fan inquired immediately. Ji Chong lifted his gaze to Yang Fan and uttered 3 words, "Soul-eating ghosts." Having completed the first objective, Guchong had indeed encountered soul-eating ghosts. And Yang Fan, having emerged from the lair of the soul-eating goo, was well aware of them. Suddenly, Yang Fan recalled that soul-eating ghosts favored consuming not corpses, but souls. And what is currently attached to them? Spirits. Isn't that the same as souls? How did I not think of this? Yang Fan realized with an epiphany. The primary objective in this ghostly realm is not merely to acquire 5 soul pills, but to inform explorers about the existence of a creature known as the soul-eating ghost. The secondary objective may seem unattainable, yet who would have thought that the key to achieving it lies within the wording of the primary objective? Observing that Yang Fan had been in a daze for several seconds, Guchong surmised his thoughts. "You cannot be telling me you intend to employ the soul-eating ghosts to accomplish the secondary objective. I have considered it long ago, but it is unfeasible," Guchong asserted. "Why?" Yang Fan pressed. "There are 3 insurmountable issues," Guchong explained. "First, soul-eating ghosts cannot solely consume souls. They would not spare you." Yang Fan frowned slightly, recognizing that this was indeed a serious concern for most individuals. "Second, after we have painstakingly entered the soul-severing city, returning to the sinful forest due to an overabundance of spirits would render our efforts futile, wouldn't it? Third, soul-eating ghosts are a type of ghostly creature that cultivates both spirit and flesh. As you can see from this dagger, it can sever their limbs. This indicates they possess a concept of physical form. While they can prey upon spirits, should they enter the soul-severing city, they too would be overwhelmed by spirits and crushed to death." Yang Fan nodded slightly. Guchong's reasoning was sound. After pondering for a while, Yang Fan suddenly turned to Guchong. "Brother Clown, I have a bold idea. I wonder if you would be willing to join me in testing it. Ji Chong scoffed, incredulous, adopting a tone of disbelief. "A bold idea? Do share. Let me see just how bold it is." Chapter 66. "You are the most terrifying one." 5 minutes later, Guchong stared at Yang Fan in shock. After hearing Yang Fan's plan, he was utterly unable to maintain his composure. "Brother Fan, are you certain this idea isn't mad?" He even altered his address for Yang Fan. Yang Fan shook his head, reassured, "I am confident. However, we must first exit the soul-severing city and return to the sinful forest. Furthermore, I will need to borrow your dagger for a time." Guchong chuckled twice, saying, "If you manage to accomplish this task, not only this knife, but my very knees shall belong to you." Yang Fan, however, remained deeply furrowed in thought. The path ahead was still teeming with numerous spirits. "To be frank, my body can endure no more than 3 spirits at most." After a brief contemplation, Guchong declared, "Let us charge together. I have observed that along the route leading into the City of Broken Souls, there are scarcely any spirits. Perhaps there are restrictions on them in that area, but let us not dwell on that. In any case, we need only rush forth for about 60 to 70 meters to escape the city. If we both charge simultaneously, even if some spirits latch onto us, we shall share the burden and not be dragged to our demise." Yang Fan looked at Guchong in astonishment. "You already have 5 spirits clinging to you. Are you certain this is wise?" "There's a minor issue, but nothing serious. When I open the door, I shall run ahead, and you can use the soul mirror to keep watch, if it seems safe. Follow closely behind." "Are you sure?" Before Yang Fan could finish, Guchong had already positioned himself at the door. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully kicked the door open and charged outside, leaping onto the rooftop of the nearby building. Yang Fan's eyes widened. Guchong was far from reckless. He had clearly devised a plan. The streets were swarming with spirits, yet the rooftops were devoid of them, though the spirits could certainly pursue him. It was far safer than dashing through the street. Naturally, Guchong's physical prowess played a significant role in this strategy, as someone like Yang Fan could hardly manage a leap of 2 or 3 meters. Once Guchong bolted out, Yang Fan immediately employed the soul mirror, and as expected, the spirits outside swiftly detected their prey and began to pursue him. Seizing this moment, Yang Fan leaped out of the window and sprinted towards the city gate. However, burdened by 2 spirits, his speed diminished significantly, even lagging behind Guchong, who bore 5 spirits and was nimbly traversing the walls. Upon noticing Yang Fan, several spirits abandoned their faster quarry and lunged toward him. Damn, this is heavy. Yang Fan felt the weight on him increase inexorably. It seemed that these seemingly light spirits could indeed add considerable heft. Approaching within 20 meters of safety, Yang Fan felt as though he were being weighed down by a 1,000-pound anchor. And he was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, a powerful hand seized Yang Fan, propelling him forward with great force, and shortly thereafter, Gu Chong himself charged past. They both collapsed onto the ground about 20 or 30 meters from the city gate, forced to claw their way backward with their hands and feet. However, they no longer felt the weight on them increasing. Yang Fan retrieved the soul mirror and was startled to see a multitude of spirits, men, women, and children of all varieties, standing just a few meters away, clawing and gnashing at them, yet seemingly held back by an invisible force that prevented them from advancing. He sighed in relief, turning to check on Gu Chong, who was now besieged by over a dozen spirits. Yang Fan himself bore 5 spirits. It was no wonder they could barely stand. The sudden increase in weight was overwhelming. Hey, Sun Wukong, the front is the city gate. Be cautious of ambushes in the forest. We must stand up. We cannot allow anyone to know we are burdened by these spirits. Yang Fan nodded, recognizing the peril. Those who ventured here were certainly not fools. And who knew how many lurking threats resided in the woods? They had to show no signs of distress and needed to exit the city gate. Leaning on each other for support, they gradually rose and stepped out with determined strides. In a certain part of the forest, branches rustled ever so slightly. Someone was emerging. But how could there be two? That figure was a clown, moving slowly. Perhaps injured? Could the clown have allied with that fellow? There had been no reports of a second individual completing the first objective. How had these two managed to exit the city? Should they take action? Were there no others around? As some minds raced between the decision to act or remain passive, Yang Fan and Gu Chong had already ventured into the forest. Now that they had refrained from acting earlier, it was even less likely they would do so now. Those who had completed their first objective were converging towards the city of Broken Souls, while Yang Fan and Gu Chong were doing the opposite, distancing themselves from it. Their pace was slow, supporting one another as they moved. During their escape, Yang Fan had nearly failed to reach the safe zone, thanks to Gu Chong's timely assistance, which had greatly altered Yang Fan's perception of this member of the Demon Suppression Alliance. Is it possible that not a single soul-eating ghost has appeared? Gu Chong panted, spirits layered upon him, exhausting his stamina with every movement. Yang Fan also gasped for breath, feeling akin to Sun Wukong. Burdened by an immense weight, oh not fret, my ugly brother. With so many spirits upon us, it is only a matter of time before a soul-eating ghost is drawn to us. Minutes later, Yang Fan caught a whiff of a foul odor and quickly urged Gu Chong. Hand me the knife, and you hide over there. Gu Chong tensed up. Are you sure you'll be all right? There's no time. Hurry and conceal yourself, Yang Fan insisted. Ji Chong took a deep breath, relinquished the short knife to Yang Fan, and stumbled to the side, burying himself in the underbrush. The mask obstructed his sight, so he removed it, eyes fixated on Yang Fan. At that moment, Yang Fan sat cross-legged, placing the soul mirror before him to observe the spirits clinging to him, taking several deep breaths to stabilize his mind. Before long, a shadow darted from the forest, its eyes reminiscent of a human's. Scanning the surroundings, its lower jaw was severely decayed, emanating a revolting stench. It swiftly charged towards Yang Fan. Watching this unfold, Gu Chong's heart raced with trepidation. Yang Fan slightly opened his eyes, gripping Gu Chong's short knife tightly. Through the soul mirror, Yang Fan could see the spirits attached to him. Their eyes reflected terror, even displaying a desire to escape. Yet they seemed unable to detach from him, as if ensnared by some invisible force. For the soul-eating ghost, this was undoubtedly a sumptuous feast. It stood before Yang Fan, panting eagerly, drool dripping from its maw. Suddenly, it inhaled deeply, and the old woman's spirit clinging to Yang Fan's back was twisted into a wisp of azure smoke, drawn into the soul-eating ghost's mouth, nose, and eyes. Yang Fan witnessed the old woman's spirit filled with sheer terror just before being consumed, and a haunting sound echoed in his ears, indistinguishable as either the wind or the ghostly wails of the old woman. As the first spirit was swallowed, Yang Fan felt an immediate relief from the weight on him. The soul-eating ghost continued to devour the second. Third, until the final spirit, the red-clad woman perched atop Yang Fan's head, was drawn in, leaving him feeling utterly unburdened. The soul-eating ghost reveled in its gluttonous delight, and Yang Fan gradually stood, walking towards it with purpose. With a swift motion, he severed the head of the soul-eating ghost. Not far away, Gu Chong, witnessing this spectacle, felt a profound shock wash over him. He gazed at the frail figure approaching him, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. This individual appeared weaker than anyone else, yet had effortlessly slain a soul-eating ghost. Was he truly familiar with this person? Could he genuinely control him? Yang, brother Fan, you. Yang Fan smiled gently at Gu Chong. What's wrong? Struggling to speak. Are you worried I might turn on you? Yang Fan knelt down and said, in the city of broken souls, you saved me, and I am grateful for you, as well as for my team, and others who have kept me from despairing in humanity. Regardless of whether you belong to the Demon Suppression Alliance or any other organization, and regardless of what others say about you, I have already come to regard you as a friend. With that, Yang Fan placed the severed head beside Gu Chong. The soul-eating ghost felt no pain. Even after its head was severed, it remained alive and continued to indulge in its feast. The only issue was that it had only consumed 2 or 3 spirits before it could eat no more. Nevertheless, Gu Chong felt the pressure on him diminish significantly. Yang Fan regarded the uncooperative head with a frown. There were countless spirits in the city of broken souls, and it seemed that a mere 1 or 2 heads would not suffice. At least 100 would be required. Hearing Yang Fan's musings, Gu Chong was too frightened to speak. Ugly brother, follow me to a certain place, Yang Fan said, assisting Gu Chong to his feet. What place? The lair of the soul-eating ghost. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Gu Chong's legs gave way, nearly causing him to collapse. Brother, I was mistaken. I had no idea you were the true horror here. Ji Chong gazed at Yang Fan in genuine fear. Chapter 67. He is absolutely a psychopath. Yang Fan had discovered a method to deal with the soul-eating ghost. But while the soul-eating ghost could not kill him, it could easily end Gu Chong's life. Bearing a multitude of spirits, Gu Chong would quickly attract the attention of the soul-eating ghost. Given Gu Chong's current condition, leaving him behind was far too perilous. Yet, Yang Fan understood that Gu Chong, having completed several ultimate objectives as a breaker of boundaries, undoubtedly possessed remarkable abilities. After a moment's thought, Yang Fan turned to Gu Chong and inquired, Ugly brother, should the soul-eating ghost find you, I cannot guarantee your safety. While Yang Fan pondered, Gu Chong strained to sit up, leaning against a nearby tree. Resting his head against the trunk, gazing at Yang Fan with a slight smirk, his lips curling into a peculiar grin. Oh, not worry. I shall not become a burden to you. I am currently unable to vanquish the soul-eating ghosts. But avoiding them is not particularly challenging. As he spoke, Gu Chong fished out a dull gray bead from his pocket, holding it up for Yang Fan to see. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. We originate from the earth, and eventually, we shall return to it. This is a dust-returning pill, meticulously crafted from the corpse dust extracted from deceased bodies, supplemented with yin-yang flowers and green rattan grass. Not only does it conceal my scent, but it also stabilizes the state of souls below the 3rd tier for a limited time, diminishing their spiritual fluctuations. Please grind the dust-returning pill into powder and sprinkle it over those ghostly beings. Gu Chong handed the dust-returning pill to Yang Fan. While Yang Fan used the soul-reflecting mirror for reference, he crushed the dust-returning pill and scattered the powder over the ghosts. Once the powder settled upon them, the fierce apparitions seemed to lose their vigor, submissively lying against Gu Chong. Yang Fan looked at Gu Chong in astonishment. You possess such a treasure? Why didn't you reveal it sooner? Gu Chong shook his head helplessly. This item is useful against vengeful spirits and malevolent entities, but its efficacy against these particular ghosts is rather limited. Even if it can stabilize their emotions, they will not descend from us. However, it proves beneficial now, as the soul-eating ghosts primarily track their prey by sensing spiritual fluctuations, making it considerably harder for them to locate me. Yang Fan nodded, recalling that he had employed a similar strategy when vanquishing the soul-eating ghosts. Maintaining an absolute calm within his mind significantly reduced the likelihood of being detected. Although Gu Chong possessed means of self-preservation, they were not foolproof. Yang Fan still supported him as they made their way towards the honeycomb-like rock wall. The effects of the dust-returning pill were evident. The journey, though not short, did not attract the attention of any soul-eating ghosts. When they were about 100 meters away from the rock wall, Yang Fan leaned Gu Chong against a large tree. He sprinkled the remaining dust-returning pill powder once more, further sapping the already listless ghosts of their energy. Di Chong paid little mind to Yang Fan's actions, his gaze fixated on the rock wall. A glance revealed numerous dense cavities, the surface of the rock marred by countless small black dots, sending shivers down one's spine. Shadows flitted in and out of those hollows. It was evident that they were the soul-eating ghosts. And it was nearly impossible to gauge just how many were present in this location. Oh my goodness, Yang Fan, you've truly led me to the lair of the soul-eating ghosts. Gu Chong let out a nervous, manic laugh, but his voice trembled as he spoke. Not only he, a mere first-tier boundary breaker, but even more formidable experts would shudder at this sight. Yang Fan ignored him, covering Gu Chong with some leaves, and turned to leave with Gu Chong's short blade in hand. Fan, Gu Chong suddenly called out to Yang Fan. Are you truly certain you want to proceed? If discovered, they will tear you to shreds. Aren't you afraid? I think we should consider a different approach. Hey, is it possible we could refrain from going? Yang Fan turned back to Gu Chong, smiling slightly, who said I'm not afraid. But how else can we achieve the second objective? With that, he resolutely walked towards the rock wall. Turning back, Yang Fan's gaze became unwavering. Even though this was his second venture into the lair of the soul-eating ghosts, he understood the necessity of maintaining heightened mental focus to ensure his inner calm remained undisturbed. Any slight misstep would equate to walking into a tiger's den, resulting in a gruesome fate. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan strode towards the nest. Di Chong watched in apprehension as Yang Fan entered one of the caverns. So tense he forgot to breathe. As a member of the demon-subduing alliance, Gu Chong had encountered many prodigies, and he himself was among them. It was glaringly apparent that Yang Fan was far from being a genius. Standing at barely under 1.70 meters, he barely reached Gu Chong's chin, his frame as thin as a reed. He had only completed the first stage of physical transformation, possibly never having even visited the ghost realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, this diminutive and frail individual evoked profound admiration within him. True bravery is not the absence of fear, but the courage to conquer it. Scavenger, Yang Fan. Di Chong muttered this name, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance from which Yang Fan had disappeared. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Yang Fan emerged, unscathed, holding the severed head of a soul-eating ghost. Di Chong, who had just moments ago been worried for Yang Fan, now looked on in disbelief. No way, did it happen that fast? Without pausing, Yang Fan entered the adjacent cave, shortly reappearing with yet another head. He tied the sparse hair atop the two severed heads together, the heads clashing and gnashing at one another. Still seemingly engaged in battle, with Gu Chong's blade in hand, Yang Fan's efficiency soared. He could ascertain the presence of soul-eating ghosts within the cave's entrance, ensuring each foray yielded fruitful results, in just 2 to 3 minutes. He could sever a head. With an abundance of heads, he arranged them in a line like firecrackers, leaving them temporarily outside. An hour and a half later, Yang Fan returned, dragging a lengthy string of heads back to Gu Chong's location. Gu Chong's gaze was fixated on the long trail of severed heads, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yang Fan parted the branches and foliage, using 2 heads while employing the soul-reflecting mirror, ensuring all the ghosts affixed to Gu Chong were thoroughly absorbed. Ugly brother, keep an eye on these heads. I will fetch more. After saying this, Yang Fan turned back towards the lair. Di Chong remained speechless throughout, only regaining his senses once Yang Fan had departed. Staring at the circle of horror-inducing heads on the ground, Gu Chong blinked in disbelief. Goodness, even ferocity has its limits. Is this something a human can achieve? If Yang Fan had ventured into the last ghost realm to eradicate the vengeful spirits and apparitions, he would have enough to fill his teeth. Gu Chong was unaware of Yang Fan's true capabilities. His prowess against the unique soul-eating ghosts was evident. However, should he encounter other types of ghostly entities, it would likely not be as effortless. Yet this did not prevent Gu Chong from being utterly awed by Yang Fan. Gazing at his retreating figure, stars sparkled in his eyes. Yang Fan, not knowing where to find the pure white souls, spent 3 hours eliminating over 100 soul-eating ghosts, accumulating exactly 100 severed heads. He meticulously arranged these heads into 2 bundles. Ugly brother, these are for you. These should suffice. Ugly brother, why are you silent? What are you pondering? Gu Chong shook his head vigorously, finally snapping back to reality. In nothing. Shall we return now? Yang Fan inquired. Do you know the status of the second objective? Time had passed, and nearly a third of the 3 days in this other world had elapsed. Yang Fan needed to ascertain the remaining quantity for the second objective. However, since he had previously requested the mysterious voice to halt its reporting, he now found himself uninformed. Did the otherworld's voice not provide you with any updates? Guchong asked curiously. Yang Fan preferred not to elaborate, as it would lead to a lengthy explanation. He merely replied, perhaps I simply didn't hear it. Currently 3 individuals have completed it, leaving only 2 opportunities remaining. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Only 2 chances left? How on earth did those others accomplish their second objectives? As the 2 hurried towards soul-severing city, Yang Fan couldn't suppress his curiosity. Ji Chong, now noticeably more patient than before, replied, you may not have ventured into enough otherworlds. From what I know, the Black and White Twins, the Crimson Diamond, and myself are all merely a step away from breaking through. We have traversed numerous otherworlds, completing many objectives, some of which reward practical items, such as my dust-returning pill. There are also items that aren't rewards for completion but can still be taken out of the otherworld. Furthermore, every organization has a trading platform, and there are underground markets like Shangshi, where purchasing these items requires substantial financial backing. With our current strength, the items available to us are generally of limited efficacy. But how one utilizes them can yield unexpected results. Yang Fan couldn't help but reflect on his phoenix flowing flamegrass and that beast egg, pondering if his inability to use them was due to his current low level. With the burden lifted from Guchong, their movements became significantly easier. The 2 returned to soul-severing city in half the time it had taken to arrive. They no longer worried about the competitors lurking in the shadows. At this point, those who hadn't entered the city either lacked strength or hoped to reap the rewards of others' efforts. Presently, they were entering the city, not the targets of these hidden observers. Most crucially, the lengthy string of severed heads they trailed behind should deter any potential ambivalence. Yang Fan and Guchong strode directly into soul-severing city. Perhaps considering Yang Fan's stamina, Guchong took it upon himself to drag along the string of heads. Now holding one in each hand, never straying too far from Yang Fan's side. We should remain cautious. Do not stray too far from me. If someone does take action, I will handle it, Guchong whispered to Yang Fan. In the underbrush, muffled rustling sounds emerged. What on earth is that jester dragging behind him? Soul-eating ghosts. Over 100 severed heads of soul-eating ghosts. They killed over 100 soul-eating ghosts? Is the Joker truly that formidable? The rumors must be false. They claim he is on par with the likes of the Red Demon and Blue Enchantress, but is that even a valid comparison? This Joker is undoubtedly a freak. As Chapter 68 begins, it is my turn to take the stage. The Joker's menacing presence has reached unprecedented heights as the 2 swagger into Soulbreaker City, while a group of people cowers in the bushes, trembling and discussing the Joker's twisted prowess. Unimpeded, they stroll into the heart of Soulbreaker City. Brother Cho, I suddenly wonder if our entrance is a bit too ostentatious. Yang Fan expresses his concern. Fear not. With me around. No, wait, Brother Fan, with you here, I have nothing to fear. Yang Fan shakes his head. While others tremble at the thought of the Joker, he has discovered that this character can be quite the jokester at times. Upon their return to Soulbreaker City, Yang Fan and Guchong exhibit a newfound composure. Having passed through the safety zone near the city gate, they follow the old path toward the eastern alley. Before they can even retrieve their soul reflection mirrors, the heads of the soul eaters behind them begin to stir, baring their teeth and snapping at the air. Had they possessed bodies, one could only imagine how agitated these soul eaters would be. Simultaneously, Yang Fan and Guchong draw their soul reflection mirrors, and in their reflections, they witness the surrounding spirits frantically fleeing, avoiding the 2 men as if they were the plague. Sun Wukong, it seems you might have killed a bit too many. There's no need for the soul eaters to devour those spirits. They are terrified to approach us, Yang Fan remarks. In Soulbreaker City, one cannot ascertain which house harbors humans, leading Guchong to address Yang Fan by his masked persona. However, Yang Fan shakes his head, noting that if the numbers were fewer, these spirits might not be so intimidated. Ji Chong nods in agreement. Indeed, if they had brought only a few heads, the spirits would likely have banded together against them. Now, confronted with such a multitude of heads, the thought of attacking has vanished. The sheer quantity of heads is not merely for the soul eaters to consume the spirits within Soulbreaker City. Its greater significance lies in intimidation. A well-sharpened axe does not hinder the woodcutter. After returning from the sinful forest and expending considerable time to procure these heads, the advantages are now evident. No spirit dares approach them, allowing them to traverse Soulbreaker City with ease. Brother Cho, we must remain vigilant. First, we are still unaware of what lies deep within Soulbreaker City, and second, we must guard against others. Gu Chong reminds him, "Oh, by the way, I can return your dagger to you." Ji Chong acknowledges this with a nod. Indeed, keep the knife. He refrains from taking it, opting instead to scan their surroundings warily. You stay on the ground while I ascend the wall. Should danger arise, we won't be caught in a single sweep. Yang Fan accepts this without protest, retaining the dagger. With the protection of the Soul Eater heads, they now have little to fear from the spirits. One traverses the ground while the other scales the walls, advancing deeper into Soulbreaker City. Yang Fan releases 5 heads, even with Gu Chong by his side. He remains vigilant. As they proceed, they encounter no further threats until they arrive at a vast open area. This expansive square starkly contrasts with the surrounding towering buildings, its vastness rendered empty from a distance. Yang Fan spots a large guillotine at the center, towering at 7 or 8 meters high, its heavy blade glinting with a silvery sheen. Even the rope that suspends the blade is robust. Currently tied to an iron hook nearby, before the guillotine lie 2 bloody heads, resting not far from its base. Next to the guillotine sits a hulking figure, a man towering around 2.5 meters. Sporting a thick beard and a muscular frame, his bare chest covered in dense hair, he carries a tiger-headed golden knife on his shoulder, gripping it one-handed as he paces behind the guillotine. Even if Yang Fan and Gu Chong stand directly opposite the execution ground, he remains oblivious to their presence. Behind the brawny man, on the other side of the square, stands a grand 4-story ancient structure. Imposing in scale and grandeur, at its center, atop the tiled roof, hangs a plaque inscribed with Soulbreaker Mansion. With no buildings left to shelter them, the Joker leaps from the wall to Yang Fan's side. Their gaze is fixated on the massive figure. Clearly, this individual exceeds the bounds of ordinary stature, and more importantly, he roams the execution ground with an air of confidence, indicating he is no mere boundary breaker. The two simultaneously activate their wrist screens for identification. On Yang Fan's screen, a description appears. Otherworldly Guardian. Guardian species vary, predominantly comprising beings that cultivate both spirit and flesh. Most Guardian levels align with their otherworldly counterparts. Yet their strength generally surpasses that of other beings of the same level. Otherworldly Guardians have limited ranges of activity, often related to key clues regarding their targets. The description is rather vague, likely due to the multitude of Guardian types, rendering it incapable of providing more detailed information on the towering figure before them. Ji Chong, also observing the wrist screen, notices the hint of confusion on Yang Fan's face and contemplates the displayed information. A humanoid Guardian executioner. A spirit-flesh hybrid, commonly seen as a low-level Guardian in the spirit realm, categorized within the first difficulty tier of the Otherworld, with Guardian levels predominantly at the second tier. Yet, their strength surpasses that of most beings at the same level. Humanoid Guardians possess lower physical strength compared to beast-type Guardians, yet they are stronger than typical spirits. They often wield powerful weaponry to compensate, exhibiting mature combat intelligence, while their sensory capabilities rival those of humans, enabling dual attacks on both flesh and spirit. Guardians maintain a certain range of activity, often guarding crucial clues related to their otherworldly targets. Reference data for second-tier humanoid Guardians is as follows. Strength 1500, Speed 1200, Stamina 1700, Spirit value 800. Upon finishing, Gu Chong gazes at Yang Fan, shaking his head in resignation. An average physical strength of 1500 and a spirit value of 800. Many claim I am powerful within the first tier. But compared to these beings, boundary breakers truly seem weak. It appears the database of the Demon Suppression Alliance is far more detailed than that of the Cleaners. Simply put, this executioner is not human but rather a formidable spirit, excelling in both physical and spiritual prowess. A being with such formidable physical attack capabilities would certainly not fear the Soul Eaters. Sun Wukong, those heads on the ground must belong to the Soul Eaters, right? Gu Chong squints at the two heads, though their distance obscures clarity. No, they are human heads, Yang Fan replies calmly, having discerned the truth long ago. He even recalls these two individuals as fellow boundary breakers who accompanied him on his exploration of the Otherworld. Even these boundary breakers, who have been operating in the shadows, possess considerable strength, yet they cannot ensure their safety upon entering the other world. Human heads? Gu Chong squints, a grave expression creeping into his eyes. The executioner has not attacked them, likely because Yang Fan and Gu Chong have stepped beyond his activity range. However, both the Cleaners and the Demon Suppression Alliance's databases emphasize that Guardians commonly protect vital clues pertaining to their otherworldly targets. Yang Fan's gaze shifts toward the building behind the executioner, the Soulbreaker Mansion. Could it be that the pure white souls are imprisoned within the Soulbreaker Mansion? Gu Chong quickly aligns his thoughts with Yang Fan's. Glancing at the structure, these two unfortunate souls likely shared the same realization but failed to slip past the executioner's watchful eyes. Sun Wukong, this fellow is quite powerful, and given the vast openness around us, it seems nearly impossible to avoid a confrontation. Otherwise, we cannot pass, Gu Chong states. Yang Fan is deep in thought, contemplating their next move, a direct assault. The two heads on the ground serve as a cautionary tale. A stealthy approach? The fundamental difference between the executioner and the Soul Eaters is that the former can see them, rendering the tactics used against the Soul Eaters ineffective. The conditions available to them are virtually non-existent. Even Yang Fan finds himself at a loss. Dio, you have a plan? Gu Chong inquires. Yang Fan shakes his head, unable to think of anything at the moment. That moment. Gu Chong suddenly emits a peculiar chuckle. He. Yang Fan gazes at him in surprise. Brother Cho, do you have a twitching disorder? Gu Chong snorts. You are the one with a problem. What I mean is, it's finally my turn to take the stage. Did you think I relied on others to achieve my ultimate goals in the past? I told you, I will assist you in accomplishing your ultimate objective. There is no way I would let you falter at the second-tier goal. Cough, cough. Previous encounters with spirits don't count. Give me some time, and perhaps I can devise a strategy. In any case, that guy is my responsibility. You should head to the Soulbreaker Mansion and locate the pure white souls. Yang Fan's eyes widen. You? Don't tell me you think you can take on that thing. I can't defeat him. How could I? His data is absurd. Gu Chong asserts confidently, but I have other ways. In short, you need not worry about that. Just wait for me to attract his attention before dashing into the Soulbreaker Mansion to find the pure white souls. Furthermore, to overcome this fellow, we must devise a means to counter his spiritual attacks. Yang Fan looks at Gu Chong, puzzled. How do we counter them? Gu Chong's gaze remains fixed on the Executioner Guardian. He differs from the Soul Eaters. The Soul Eaters consume souls, while he likely attacks directly. In this case, you either need a sufficiently high spirit level, have items for resistance, or you must find a meat shield. As he spoke, Gu Chong turned to Yang Fan, a triumphant smile gracing his features. You utilize the Soul Eater's head to breach the spectral barrier of the street spirits. I shall employ the very spirits from the street to dismantle the Executioner's guard. Yang Fan suddenly grasped the implications, casting a surprised glance at Gu Chong. This individual, indeed, had earned his place among the elite of their kind, far from being merely a name without substance. In Chapter 69. A brush with death. Gu Chong detached 6 or 7 heads of the Soul Eater from a string, binding their hair with fine cords. He then turned back towards the alley, casting the heads within. Yang Fan, utilizing the soul reflection mirror, observed closely. As they had anticipated, a solitary Soul Eater's head was insufficient to intimidate the spirits. They immediately lunged towards it. Despite a few being consumed, a dozen spirits successfully perched upon the Soul Eater's head. The immense pressure distorted its skeletal structure. Satisfied with the number of spirits amassed, Gu Chong yanked the string, retrieving the head. To the naked eye, it appeared merely as a deformed Soul Eater's head. But through the soul reflection mirror, it was evident that various spirits had firmly enveloped it. Ji Chong crafted a total of 7 such heads, distributing 2 to Yang Fan and securing the remainder to his waist. These Soul Eater heads, having been crushed under the weight of the spirits, posed no threat to them. Monkey, I'll distract the executioner. Take this opportunity to enter the soul-severing manner. Be wary of his soul attacks. These 2 heads can be used once each for entry and exit. Take care, Gu Chong meticulously instructed. Yang Fan felt a twinge of concern for Gu Chong. Are you certain you'll be all right? Gu Chong let out a strange laugh, assuring him, I'm confident I can hold out for several seconds. Remember, he has a limited range of movement. As long as I stay outside his reach, I will be safe. You, however, must dash into the soul-severing manner within those few seconds. That area should also lie beyond his reach, or else 3 individuals would not have completed dual objectives. Besides the first mysterious figure, two others had achieved dual objectives, and the clown's strength was on par with theirs. They could not possibly endure long against the executioner. Their success indicated that Gu Cheng's hypothesis was indeed sound. "Your knife?" Yang Fan offered his short blade. Ji Cheng smiled slightly. "You keep it. I have another." With that, he drew two short knives from his waist. After performing a flourish before Yang Fan, he spoke in a serious tone. "Remember, do not reveal your full strength to others." Many knew that the clown possessed a short knife, but few were aware that he had two more hidden. Yang Fan inhaled deeply, nodding earnestly. "I understand. Let us proceed cautiously and ascertain his range of movement. If he notices us, do not act. I will lead him away while you slip in." With ample experience, Gu Cheng devised a strategy and refrained from rushing into action. Advancing with careful steps, the two approached from opposite directions, treading lightly as they took their third step. The executioner, patrolling before the guillotine, suddenly raised his head, his crimson eyes locking onto their direction. He brandished his ghostly blade and charged towards them, his massive form shaking the ground with each thunderous stride. Rather than retreating, Gu Cheng surged forward to meet the executioner. The clash was immediate as the guard swung his great blade with ferocity. Yang Fan's eyes widened. The executioner's power and speed were astonishing, leaving him incredulous that Gu Cheng could evade such a swift and savage assault. At that moment, Yang Fan noticed Gu Cheng's speed surged dramatically. With an elegant maneuver, he evaded the strike and turned, sprinting towards Yang Fan's left. The executioner let out a roar directed at Gu Cheng. Although this roar was not aimed at Yang Fan, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. Soul attack? Yang Fan's eyes widened. It's over 20 meters from the executioner, and standing behind him, he experienced such intense pressure. How much more would Gu Cheng endure? Gu Cheng's form momentarily faltered, but he swiftly raised a head before him. With a thunderous explosion, the head shattered. Through the soul reflection mirror, the spirits clinging to the head were instantly scattered. Fortunately, Gu Cheng had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. The executioner, seeing his attack fail, pursued relentlessly. "Sun Monkey!" Gu Cheng shouted urgently. The opportunity was fleeting, one that Gu Cheng had purchased with his life. Yang Fan could not afford hesitation as he bolted towards the soul-severing manor. 100 meters away, realizing someone was behind him, the executioner pivoted and roared at Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan had not completed a soul breach, his soul value remained substantial. Upon hearing the roar, his soul became disordered, yet it did not shatter completely. He quickly raised a head to shield himself from the executioner's subsequent soul attack. With another resounding explosion, the filth from the Soul Eater's head splattered all over Yang Fan. Though somewhat disheveled, he successfully blocked the executioner's attack and continued racing towards the manor point 50 meters. Only 50 meters remained. Gu Cheng had drawn the executioner far enough away that even if he turned to chase, he might not catch up. Just then, the executioner lifted his ghostly blade, aimed at Yang Fan's path, and hurled it with all his might. Even Gu Cheng was taken aback by the executioner's ferocity. Abandoning his weapon to prevent anyone from crossing the execution ground, "Sun Monkey, be careful," Gu Cheng cried out, his eyes widened in alarm, a grim premonition settling in his heart. Yang Fan, the cleaner, a first-tier breaker. With a shattered physical form, judging by his stature, even if his body had broken, his data would likely be at the lowest possible tier. A being with a power of 1500, unleashing a full-force throw, would be incredibly difficult to evade, let alone Yang Fan. "No," Gu Cheng roared. Yang Fan glanced back and saw a glimmering light hurtling towards him. From his vantage point, he could not discern the full form of the ghostly blade. Only a flash of silver. The speed of the blade and its piercing glow foretold a singular, dire fate. In that critical moment, Yang Fan's eyes fixated on the light. His consciousness activated, connecting thousands of neural pathways to his optic nerves. Everything around him became a blur, except for that radiant beam, which stood out with startling clarity. With a thunderous crash, the ghostly blade, measuring nearly 2 meters including the hilt, grazed Yang Fan's face, even severing a lock of his hair. Before embedding itself into the stone floor, gazing into the blade's edge, Yang Fan caught a glimpse of his own reflection, his face as pale as death. Gu Cheng stared in disbelief. That fellow had evaded the ghostly blade. Shaken, Yang Fan realized this was not his first encounter with death, but it was the closest he had ever come, perhaps only a few centimeters away. Gasping for breath, he staggered to his feet. His legs trembling, he stumbled a few steps before gathering his strength and sprinting towards the soul-severing manor. Jicheng watched as Yang Fan's figure vanished into the manor's entrance. The executioner halted midway, redirecting his attention to Gucheng. With a few strange chuckles, Gucheng remarked, "That lad has succeeded." With the executioner no longer pursuing Yang Fan, Gucheng decided against lingering, swiftly vacating the executioner's range of movement. Upon reaching the previously safe area, he observed the executioner returning to patrol beneath the guillotine. Jicheng chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. To think he was nearing graduation from the first level of difficulty. And yet there were still individuals capable of astonishing him. Yang Fan, I'm grateful we teamed up. Otherwise, I too would have likely deemed you weak, like the rest I in Chapter 70. Evidence gathering. With Gu Chang's assistance, Yang Fan successfully entered the soul-severing manor. Once assured the executioner was no longer in pursuit, Yang Fan turned to survey his surroundings. Before him lay two paths, one leading upstairs, the other downwards. Raising his gaze towards the staircase ascending above, he slowly uttered two words: polluted air. Although the Ghost Realm's objectives had not expressly mentioned pollution, it had inevitably manifested in comparison to the upper path. The air leading downwards was markedly clearer. The descent might lead to a dungeon, and since he was tasked with rescuing the pure white souls, they were likely imprisoned somewhere below. Having made his decision, Yang Fan resolutely chose the staircase leading downwards. Even within the soul-severing manor, he remained vigilant, utilizing the soul reflection mirror to ensure no spirits lurked about. Fortunately, the area appeared devoid of wandering souls, allowing him to continue his descent down the staircase. Before long, he arrived at the first underground level. Indeed, it was a dungeon. Navigating through the pitch-black corridor, he encountered tightly closed cells on either side. Inside the cells, there were no signs of prisoners or spirits, only the stench of decaying straw littering the floor. The bars of the cells were severely decayed, and with minimal effort, they could be easily broken. At the end of the corridor, another set of stairs beckoned, and Yang Fan continued his descent. 3 consecutive levels revealed the same desolate dungeons, devoid of both inmates and guards. Could this place have originally served as a prison for the pure white soul? Yang Fan pondered this possibility and swiftly dismissed it. Firstly, the third floor housed approximately 30 to 40 cells, a number inconsistent with the quantity of pure white souls. Secondly, it was evident that these cells had long been abandoned. As he reached the end of the third-level dungeon, Yang Fan noticed a set of stairs descending. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from below. Someone? Yang Fan hastily concealed himself in an open cell, crouching in the corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Moments later, a red shadow darted past the front of the cell, swiftly disappearing down the corridor towards the second underground level. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed Yang Fan's presence from the hurried figure. The sight of the red silhouette startled Yang Fan. Was it the Red Diamond? The only one dressed in red could only be the Red Diamond. Hadn't that fellow been besieged by dozens of spirits? Yet here he was, not only alive but having successfully entered the soul-severing mansion. After the Red Diamond departed, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in Yang Fan's ear. Twofold objective remaining. 1. Yang Fan was taken aback. Senior, have you finally ceased to be angry with me? The voice ignored him. Shaking his head, Yang Fan abandoned the notion of communicating with the enigmatic voice. However, from the information relayed by the voice, it was evident that another individual had just completed a twofold objective, and judging by the earlier circumstances, that person was highly likely the Red Diamond. Yang Fan immediately glanced in the direction from which the Red Diamond had ascended. He had come from the layer below, which meant the pure white soul was situated beneath. Without delay, Yang Fan emerged from the cell and made his way down to the 4th underground level. Before he could even reach the 4th underground level, he sensed the presence of murky energy. Yang Fan immediately slowed his pace, observing with the soul reflecting mirror as he continued deeper. Upon arriving at the 4th underground level, he discovered that its structure was entirely different from the preceding 3 levels. The walls of the previous 3 levels were brick-built, while the 4th underground level bore no resemblance to a constructed space, but rather appeared as a vast cavern. The walls seemed composed of some kind of rocky material, and the ground was covered with a thin layer of stagnant water, likely formed by underground seepage. Beneath the water was not stone but rather soil. A musty odor permeated this level, mingled with a hint of blood, though Yang Fan could not ascertain its source. The presence of blood. Caution was warranted. Most of the underground cavern was vacant, but at its end, there was a mass of black energy, forming a hemispherical shape. Yang Fan had already received information from the orb that this mass of black energy was indeed murky energy. It was merely that the murky energy had not dissipated. It was highly concentrated, which was why Yang Fan had not observed it in the other levels. Yang Fan treaded carefully through the stagnant water, inching closer to the mass of black energy. Through the ethereal blackness, he could faintly discern a glimmer of white light within. Could it be the pure white soul? Just as Yang Fan was about to investigate further, he suddenly halted. The nearby scent of blood intensified, prompting him to sharpen his focus and scrutinize his surroundings. Approximately 2 to 3 meters in front of the black hemispherical mass, a shadow lay sprawled across the water's surface. Yang Fan dared not approach too closely, maintaining a safe distance while squinting to observe carefully. Utilizing the occasional white light filtering through the black mass, Yang Fan discerned the figure before him. It appeared to be a person, lying in the stagnant water, their body gently rising and falling, accompanied by faint breaths. Yang Fan proceeded with caution, carefully approaching, perhaps sensing the sound of Yang Fan's footsteps in the water. The figure stirred slightly, mumbling weakly, "Clown, you dare return, you despicable wretch. I will not let you go even in death. I will never let you go. Cough, cough, cough. Never let you go." The figure repeatedly echoed these words. It was evident that he was gravely weakened, prompting Yang Fan to approach with care. Upon reaching his side, Yang Fan observed the numerous fatal wounds on the man's body. His arm had been severed, and his abdomen was riddled with countless stab wounds, even his innards spilling forth. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating as he dragged the man to lean against the wall, propping him up. "I am not a clown. Do you possess any means of recovery? On Earth, such injuries would surely be fatal." Yet Yang Fan was aware that in this otherworldly realm, there were numerous treasures unknown to him. Perhaps this individual possessed some miraculous elixir. The man struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Yang Fan Isu, that third-rate cripple. Yang Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. "I cannot survive this." The man leaned weakly against the wall, suddenly grasping Yang Fan's wrist with urgency. "Please, deliver a message to the Night Walker. I was killed by the clown. I still have hidden treasures. I can give them all to you." Observing the man's labored breathing, Yang Fan initially released his grip, attempting to soothe him. "Oh, not rush. Listen to me. You were not killed by the clown." Yang Fan stated, "The true clown is currently teamed up with me. He is outside the execution ground. Just now, I saw the red diamond ascend from here. I was hiding in the shadows and he did not notice me." The man paused, momentarily stunned, as he was on the brink of death. The words momentarily bewildering him. "Are you certain?" Yang Fan nodded, contemplating as he raised the short knife in his hand for the man to see. "I do not know if you recognize this knife. It was lent to me by the clown and I recognize it." The man's eyes widened in shock. "This indeed belongs to the clown. I have seen him use it. You truly are allied with the clown." The man recalled a time when he had been with Yang Fan during a guard duty, witnessing the clown wield the jade wrist blade, that time. He had wondered why the clown did not use his short knife. And the weapon used by the red diamond was indeed a jade wrist blade. Was once said that the red diamond had mastered the art of disguise. The man seemed to connect many of the dots that had troubled him. Yang Fan shook his head, grateful that it was this man who had come. Had it been someone else, that fellow Guchong would have acquired another life on his conscience. He even suspected that the red diamond had deliberately allowed this man to cling to life. If the news did not spread, he incurred no loss. If it did, all the better. The red diamond can disguise himself. It was likely not an ordinary form of disguise, even capable of mimicking masks. Observing the man on the brink of death, Yang Fan recalled his earlier request. "You mentioned I should deliver a message to the Night Walker. I can assist you, but your people may not believe me. The wrist screen I will record a message and set a separate password. Take my wrist screen to find the Night Walker." Yang Fan nodded. If this could serve as evidence, he would assist him. He was certainly willing to help this stranger. After all, the first target of the red diamond was none other than Yang Fan himself. With this evidence, He could not only clear Gu Chang's name, but perhaps even utilize the so-called Night Walker to deal with the red diamond. The man recorded a message, exerting every ounce of strength to activate the wrist screen and hand it to Yang Fan. Friend, I am nearing my end. I cannot take revenge myself, but my people will not let him go. Thank you. The man slumped against the rock wall. Most of my belongings were taken by the clown. The red diamond, but I still have 2 small soul pills in my upper pocket. Moreover, I mentioned in the recording that once you deliver the message to the Nightwalker, my friend will provide you with further rewards. He tilted his head, gazing at the mass of black energy, his voice growing fainter. Within that mass of black energy lies a pure white soul. But caution is essential when breaking the black energy sphere. That is the most challenging aspect of the twofold objective. He deceived me into believing that 2 individuals could simultaneously rescue the pure white soul, each saving their own, thus precluding any treachery. I fell for his deceptive words, but when I extracted the pure white soul, he suddenly sprang from the shadows, severing my arms and seizing the soul. Inflicting several wounds, Yang Fan sighed. He had experienced the red diamond's cunning firsthand, nearly losing his life at the hands of the red diamond. Yang Fan stowed the wrist screen and said, Friend, I apologize. I cannot save you, but if I survive, I will fulfill my promise to you. In that moment, the resentment in the man's eyes dissipated, replaced by clarity. Friend, thank you. With that, he finally closed his eyes slowly. Yang Fan watched helplessly as the man breathed his last, feeling a profound sadness and helplessness. He recalled Li Mingfeng's words, only after becoming a boundary breaker does the nightmare truly begin. Retrieving 2 small soul pills from the man's left pocket, Yang Fan turned and approached the mass of black energy. Gazing at the ethereal, smoke-like murkiness, Yang Fan felt more composed than ever, confidently stepping into the depths of the black energy. Murky energy? It was precisely what he feared the least. Chapter 71. The pure white soul. Do not deceive yourself any longer. You crave power more than anyone else, a voice echoed in Yang Fan's mind. He activated the basic sound barrier, penetrating through the layers of black energy. The heart of the murky energy, enveloped within an arc of light, lay a sphere of white light. Who are you? A gentle female voice emanated from the white light, tinged with fear yet laced with anticipation. Yang Fan retrieved the soul-reflecting mirror and directed it towards the white light. Through the mirror, Yang Fan beheld the pure white soul. This female spirit was entirely unlike the female spirits he had previously encountered. Not only was she not ugly, but she was extraordinarily beautiful. She appeared to be in her early 20s. With delicate features, clear eyes, and snow-white skin, her shoulders bare, and her form completely unclad, radiating a faint glow of purity. Yang Fan wiped certain spots on the copper mirror, only to find that the reflection remained obscured. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed, declaring, You have discovered the pure white soul and liberated her from the dungeon. The secondary objective is thus fulfilled. Yang Fan set the mirror aside and turned to the radiant white light, assuring the maiden, Do not worry, I am here to rescue you. Take my hand, and I shall lead you away from this place. But do refrain from climbing onto me. My health is frail, and I cannot endure it. Are you here to save me? The woman inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. Though she felt gratitude, she added, But I cannot leave. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend this additional layer to the secondary objective. Had the earlier victim of the Crimson Spectre also refrained from departure? Yet, he dared not force the issue. The mysterious voice had previously stated that the rewards for the secondary objective would be bestowed by the pure white soul. And the quality of these rewards depended upon her approval, as she would also issue the ultimate goal. With this in mind, Yang Fan composed himself and asked, Were you not trapped here? Why do you refuse to leave? Is there a reason? The white light responded, Would you care to listen? Others have come here before, yet none wish to hear my tale. I am willing to listen. Yang Fan was perplexed as to why others had turned a deaf ear to her pleas. Surely they understood the necessity of gaining the pure white soul's favor. At that moment, the surrounding white light barrier began to contract, and as it did, dark mist pressed down ominously. Finally, the white light coalesced into the form of a stunning young woman. Her luminous presence dissipating, leaving Yang Fan exposed to the encroaching miasma. The woman's silhouette gradually solidified, revealing an exquisite maiden standing before him, with flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes like shimmering pools. and features reminiscent of a masterful painting. Her pale lips parted, and her curvaceous figure was flawless in every measure. With the radiance now gone, Yang Fan could see her clearly, even without the soul mirror. He quickly inhaled deeply and averted his gaze, exclaiming, "Miss, why must you reveal yourself? Why remove the barrier?" In a moment of panic, Yang Fan recalled a similar image he had seen on Lao Bai's computer during his rehabilitation training. Though the woman before him was far more perfect, he felt the heat rise to his face. Lao Bai had warned him, "Young man, you are not yet ready for such things." Indeed, he found himself struggling to maintain composure. "Sir, is there a problem with my appearance?" she inquired, her clear eyes gazing at him with a blend of curiosity and innocence. Faced with such a straightforward question, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. The miasma encroached upon him, but for now, he could endure it. However, a warmth surged in his lower abdomen, causing discomfort. It appeared that others would rather exchange one pure white soul for another than endure the discomfort of rescuing her. A sentiment he now fully understood. "Sir, you are bleeding," the woman remarked, moving closer to assist. "Do not come any closer," Yang Fan protested urgently. "This is an old ailment of mine. Please, tell me why you refuse to leave." With a wistful sigh that echoed within the cavern, she replied, "I cannot bear to abandon my father." Yang Fan turned in confusion, only to quickly avert his gaze again. "Is your father trapped here as well?" "There should only be 20 pure white souls." "No," she clarified, "my father is the lord of the city of severed souls. When the dark mist invaded, my father sealed the malevolent energies within the city hall to protect the citizens, dispersing all who resided there." At last, Yang Fan understood why he had encountered no spirits or guards within the city hall. The Lord had previously decreed that no one was to enter. "Then what of the other white souls imprisoned here, similar to you?" Yang Fan inquired. She explained, "After the dark mist invaded, we discovered that some individuals possessed the ability to resist it. Most were either inherently pure-hearted or had consumed certain special herbs. We could not allow my father to face the darkness alone, so we secretly excavated a tunnel to the city hall, remaining here to help alleviate his burden. However, over time, the others found it increasingly unbearable to endure the torment day and night. I feared they would become corrupted like the others, but perhaps Providence smiled upon us, as individuals like you appeared to rescue them one by one." Yang Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that the fourth level of the underworld was indeed distinct from the previous three, a result of these individuals' efforts. Yet, it was evident that this woman, being the daughter of the Lord, felt a greater sense of obligation. "But, my lady, even with your determination, you may not be able to save your father alone. Surely he would not wish for you to suffer in such a manner." With a heavy sigh, she replied, "Others may leave, but I cannot. That I am my father's only daughter. How could I abandon him?" Yang Fan found himself in a quandary. With only this last pure white soul remaining and her unwillingness to depart, he lacked the strength to forcibly drag her away, and such an approach would likely not earn her approval. The only solution would be to address the root of the issue. "Is there a way to rescue your father?" he asked earnestly. "Are you truly willing to assist my father?" she asked, her eyes widening in surprise as she instinctively took a step closer, causing Yang Fan to retreat hastily. "Let us discuss this calmly. Please do not approach me." "Do you dislike me?" she inquired, visibly hurt. No, it's not that. I cannot quite articulate it. Let us first strategize on how to rescue your father." "But I am unsure if I can trust you," she replied, her expression conflicted. "You do not even look me in the eye, which makes me feel you are not genuinely interested in helping." Yang Fan took a deep breath. Throughout their conversation, the dark mist had persistently sought to infiltrate his consciousness, and he could feel the unsettling stirrings within his mind. Yet, he understood that he must remain composed. Calm. After a decade of honing his consciousness, his will was unshakable. How could a mere ghost truly unsettle him? Turning to face her, his gaze was pure and steady. Blood trickled from his nostrils, yet he smiled kindly. "I sincerely wish to help you. Then will you sit with me here for half an hour? Just to chat," she implored, her eyes pleading. Yang Fan was taken aback by her audacious request. Was this a test? Perhaps her prolonged confinement had left her yearning for companionship. Half an hour felt like an eternity, especially while resisting the encroaching miasma and maintaining focus on her conversation. With resolve, he agreed. An hour later, Yang Fan's complexion had paled significantly. The woman recounted many tales of her past with her father. Her name was Ling Luo, and her father, Ling Hu, was a third-tier soul who had founded this small city in the realm of spirits. He had once led the souls here in repelling the soul-devouring demons, driving them to the heights of Mount Emo, from which they dared not return. In those days, the city of severed souls thrived in peace and prosperity. However, it was unclear when the dark mist began its invasion, transforming the citizens' natures. Ling Hu had repeatedly sought to eradicate the dark mist, yet to no avail. Ultimately, to contain the malevolence, he sealed it within the city hall, using himself as a vessel to absorb it. Hearing this, even Yang Fan felt a pang of compassion. "Your father is a commendable lord," he sighed, despite the fact that this was the realm of spirits. Ling Hu's actions were indeed admirable. "Indeed, I have always been proud of him," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thus, I shall never forsake him, even if it means sacrificing my life." Yang Fan sighed again, wishing fervently to find a way to rescue her father. The woman regarded him, hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking. "I do have a plan, but it carries risks. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me." Before Yang Fan could respond, the mysterious voice interrupted. "You have activated a special ultimate objective. This objective pertains to a unique circumstance within this realm. Regardless of success or failure, this realm shall collapse within 3 hours." Yang Fan was taken aback. He had inadvertently activated the ultimate objective, and a special one at that. However, upon reflection, it made sense. This realm diverged significantly from the beast realm he had previously encountered. The variability of secondary objectives was considerable, influenced by the identity and approval of the pure white soul, potentially resulting in diverse ultimate goals. From Ling Luo's natural demeanor, it seemed she was unaware of the mysterious voice. While Yang Fan pondered why the ultimate objective had been triggered before completing the secondary one, the woman turned to him and said, "You have withstood the dark mist for so long without change. I believe you might be able to help me. Let us leave this place, and I will explain how to rescue my father." Indeed, Ling Luo has expressed her willingness to accompany Yang Fan, and the dual objectives have been accomplished. After a harrowing escape from the depths of the 4th underground level, Yang Fan's feet felt as if they were on the brink of freezing in a cell located on the 3rd underground level. The woman divulged her plan. "As long as you can distract my father for a moment, I will find a way to purify the dark energy within him," Ling Luo declared. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, recalling that Ling Hua had been mentioned as a third-tier wraith. Moreover, as the city lord, he was likely among the most formidable within that tier. In other words, Ling Hua's strength surpassed that of the executioner guards. "How long is a moment?" Yang Fan inquired. "I cannot be certain, but the longer, the better." Yang Fan's frown deepened. He was acutely aware of his limited capabilities in direct confrontation. Ling Luo gazed at him with concern. Noticing his deep contemplation, she tilted her head, leaning closer to his face, looking into his eyes. "Are you worried that you won't be able to hold out?" Yang Fan reluctantly nodded, admitting, "To be honest, I won't last long in a direct encounter with a third-tier wraith." "Aren't you Sun Wukong? Is there anything you cannot accomplish?" Yang Fan wearily replied, "This is just a mask." Ling Luo chuckled lightly. "I know. I can see your true self." Yang Fan shook his head. "Are you still in the mood for jokes?" With her chin resting on her hands, Ling Luo pondered for a moment before stating, "My father has been eroded by dark energy for many years, and his strength may have increased, but I believe his mind has not been completely corrupted." Yang Fan looked at Ling Luo in astonishment, ignoring the blood trickling from his nose. "How can you be so sure?" "Because the dark energy has yet to dissipate from the soul-severing manner." After a brief contemplation, Yang Fan realized the validity of her words. Ling Hua had evidently employed some method to seal the polluted energy. Even he had initially overlooked the contamination present within the soul-severing manner. Had Ling Hua completely lost his consciousness, it was highly likely that he would have released the seal, allowing the tainted energy to permeate the soul-severing city. Additionally, when my father sealed the dark energy, he also imposed a sealing technique upon himself, significantly diminishing his strength. A glimmer of hope ignited in Yang Fan's eyes. If the city lord's power had indeed waned, and he had not entirely lost his mental faculties, then there was still a chance. However, your current spirit power is quite low, and you still cannot aid me in rescuing my father. Yang Fan shook his head, pondering, "Without a reward for my dual objectives. How can I hope to advance? Just then, Ling Luo rose to her feet, her voluptuous figure revealed before Yang Fan. This time, her body began to emit a faint glow. Yang Fan could even perceive a strange pill materializing within her. The pill floated out from her body and landed in her palm. This is a first-tier ghost spirit essence pill. Ling Luo extended the purple pill towards Yang Fan. Not only does it enhance spirit power and assist you in breaking through to the first tier of spirit mastery, but it can also forcibly elevate your spirit's upper limit before the breakthrough, with effects that manifest instantaneously and without any side effects. Yang Fan accepted the pill, astonished. The effect of the Beast Essence Pill was merely to facilitate a breakthrough in physical strength, while the Ghost Spirit Essence Pill was evidently of a far superior quality. It could enhance spirit power, assist in breakthroughs, and raise the upper limit, 3 effects combined. Yang Fan utilized his wrist screen to assess the pill. Ghost Spirit Essence Pill, an exceptional variant of Soul Essence Pill cultivated from the spirit of a special wraith, exceedingly rare, currently only found among 3rd tier and above Soul Essence variants. Only available at the 3rd tier? This means that no one within the scavenger organization has ever encountered a 1st-tier Ghost Spirit Essence Pill. This also implied that very few could elevate their spirit's upper limit before reaching the 3rd tier of spirit mastery. Did you cultivate this? Yang Fan inquired. Ling Luo nodded proudly. Yes, I noticed you have 2 small soul pills. You should consume them all together. The Ghost Spirit Essence Pill will accelerate the absorption speed of the small soul pills. And combined with the effects of the Ghost Spirit Essence Pill, your spirit power will increase significantly. It can also speed up the absorption of the small soul pills. That makes it 4 effects combined. Ling Luo was undoubtedly the most unique among the 20 pure white souls, and her high regard for Yang Fan implied that she would not part with such a reward lightly if other pure white souls had offered the same reward. How could the scavenger database lack any record of a 1st-tier Ghost Spirit Essence Pill? Since he needed sufficient spirit power to hold out, Yang Fan wasted no time, consuming the 2 small soul pills he had previously acquired, along with the Ghost Spirit Essence Pill. Simultaneously, he entered his consciousness space, preparing to face the onslaught of polluted energy. However, upon returning to the consciousness space, he found no trace of dark energy surrounding him. What is going on? Not a hint of pollution? Quickly, Yang Fan deduced the reason. Ling Luo's unique constitution had allowed her to cultivate an extraordinarily pure Ghost Spirit Essence Pill, which had even purified the pollution within the 2 small soul pills. While he had sacrificed some polluted energy for cultivation orbs, this ultimately saved a considerable amount of time. Before long, Yang Fan felt a throbbing sensation in his head, but this discomfort soon dissipated. The wrist screen had previously mentioned that one would experience head pressure upon reaching the limit of spirit power. Suddenly, he felt an extraordinary clarity in his consciousness, his indescribable perceptive ability significantly enhanced. He hastily used his wrist screen to conduct a self-assessment. Spirit power breakthrough detected, current state, 1st-tier spirit mastery, value assessment, 412. Current physical state, 1st-tier physical mastery, spirit state, 1st-tier spirit mastery. Advancement requirements met. Current breaker level upgraded to 1st layer, 2nd tier. Previously, Yang Fan's spirit power had been merely 236, and a breakthrough would not have increased his spirit value. This indicated that the 2 small soul pills, along with the Ghost Spirit Essence Pill, had elevated his spirit value by nearly 200 points. The spirit value of a 2nd-tier peak humanoid guard executioner from the Ghost Realm was only around 800 points, and he had already surpassed 400 at the 1st tier. Go think that a human, having just reached the 1st layer, 2nd tier, could achieve such a high spirit value. Yang Fan was equally astonished by his own statistics. Moreover, one particular data point in the wrist screen caught Yang Fan's attention. Both physical and spirit breakthroughs had relatively rigid indicators. However, the breaker level was not a breakthrough but rather an advancement, akin to a promotion in rank. Thus, the breaker level was essentially a human construct, unlike physical and spirit states, which were determined by human physical limits. Ling Luo silently observed Yang Fan until he regained his composure. Then spoke. This is all I can do. Whether you can hold off my father now rests solely on your shoulders. Yang Fan shook his head. Wait, I have a friend outside, but he is currently blocked by the executioner at the execution ground. The executioner at the execution ground? You mean? Ling Luo turned to Yang Fan. Little fatty? Little fatty? Ling Luo nodded. I used to play with him often. He has been guarding the entrance for the sake of protecting my father. He only listens to my father's commands, if it's him. I can ask him to let your friend in. Yang Fan said nothing, leading Ling Luo to the entrance of the soul-severing city. Gu Chong had been sitting at the edge of the execution ground for over an hour. What on earth was happening with him? Had he completed the dual objectives? Surely he hadn't run into any danger. Should I go check on him? Just then, he noticed a figure striding confidently from within the soul-severing city, crossing the execution ground towards him. What the hell? Sun Wukong is out. You just walked over like that? Gu Chong leaped up, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" He quickly glanced at the guard in the arena. At that moment, a sphere of light had inexplicably appeared beside the guard, swirling around him, while the executioner completely ignored the figure crossing the execution ground. Before long, Yang Fan reached Gu Chong's side. Ji Chong frowned, astonished that this fellow had truly just strolled over. "Did you acquire some treasure to deal with the guard?" Gu Chong attempted to inquire. "Yes," Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. Ji Chong scrutinized him closely, noticing the bloodstains beneath Yang Fan's mask. He reached out, slightly lifting the Sun Wukong mask to take a peek. "You're bleeding?" Cough cough. "It might be a bit of heat rising." "What heat? You're bleeding so much. Did you encounter some danger? Who attacked you?" Before Yang Fan could respond, a soft, sweet voice chimed in, as Ling Luo had already positioned herself behind Yang Fan. "Is he your friend?" Yang Fan nodded. "Ugly brother, the ultimate objective is upstairs. It might be quite perilous. Will you accompany me?" Gu Chong nodded. "You haven't disappointed me. What danger isn't there in another realm? Let's go." With that, Gu Chong wiped his nosebleed and stepped ahead of Ling Luo.